Chapter 1 Wolf King released from prison. Intercepted on the spot. The iron gate of the fourth prison in Spring City slowly opened. Hurry! Surround it! The dozens of burly men who had long been waiting in the square outside the gate immediately rushed up and surrounded the iron gate. Today, there were 8 prisoners who had completed their sentences and were released from prison. The prisoners walking in front were dumbfounded. What is the situation? Dozens of burly men wearing colorful black suits, standing with their hands behind their backs, looking cold, obviously coming from a bad place. At the head was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding a photo in his hand, comparing it with the inmates who came out of the prison one by one, as if they were looking for someone, which made those inmates unable to stop their foreheads from sweating, and their hearts were suspicious. Could it be that inside the people who came out of the prison with them, there are enemies of these people? It's really unlucky to be seeking revenge just after being released from prison. Thus, one ran faster than the other. 2 minutes later, the 7 prisoners in front of them left one after another, and Xiao Zhan was the last one to walk out of the prison, closing the iron door with his hand and sweeping the scene outside the door, his face as flat as water as he asked, "Are you guys looking for me? Young master?" The pupils of the middle-aged man in the lead shrank violently. The surrounding dozens of people also instantly tensed their muscles, as if they were facing a great enemy, staring at Xiao Zhan's every move without blinking, ready to swarm up and take Xiao Zhan down at any time. In response, Xiao Zhan turned a blind eye. "Don't call me young master." Xiao Zhan shook his head and brushed past the middle-aged man. 5 years ago, from the moment I was framed and imprisoned and kicked out of the Xiao family, I was no longer the Xiao family's young master. The middle-aged man reached out and blocked Xiao Zhan's chest, blocking his path. "Whether young master admits it or not, you have the blood of the Xiao family flowing in your body. The old lady has orders for us to bring you back to the capital to see her," he said, passing a wink towards the burly men around him. Immediately, dozens of people swarmed around, quickly narrowing the encirclement. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside, not to mention a single person. Not even a fly could fly out. "What if I say no?" Xiao Zhan's face showed no fear, but his gaze abruptly turned cold as he grunted. "Did that old woman tell you what you should do if I resist death? Live to see a man, die to see a corpse." The middle-aged man turned around and met Xiao Zhan on all fours, not hiding the murderous aura on his body. To kill, they dared. Moreover, with the Xiao family's power in the capital, even if they did return with Xiao Zhan's corpse, they would not have to bear any consequences. "Yes?" Xiao Zhan froze for a moment, then smiled. The smile was somewhat sad. 5 years ago, Xiao Zhan was still the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, a veritable son of the rich family. The old master loved him very much, cultivating him as the future heir of the Xiao family, and was engaged to the capital's Lin clan's $1,000 miss, with a promising future ahead of him. However, the world is unpredictable. The old master died of illness. The old lady took power. Contrary to the old master, the old lady had not treated Xiao Zhan since he was a child, because Xiao Zhan's mother was from Quan City, and her family was just a small and unimpressive family in Quan City. The door was not right, and the household was not right. In the old lady's eyes, Xiao Zhan's mother was nothing more than a wild woman who had climbed up to the Xiao family, and Xiao Zhen was nothing more than a wild child born from a wild woman, and was not worthy of inheriting the Xiao family's industry at all. Even, it is not worthy of the surname Xiao. Thus, when Xiao Zhan returned to Quan City with his mother to save his family 5 years ago, a strange woman appeared in Xiao Zhan's bed, and was caught on the spot by the people sent by the Xiao family, and sent him to prison for rape. Mother, grief, but helpless, returned to the capital, kneeling in front of the Xiao family gate for 3 days and 3 nights, begging the old lady high hand to spare the life of Xiao Zhan. 3 days later was sent to the hospital. Rescue ineffective. Died. 5 years. 5 years. The hatred in Xiao Zhan's heart had not yet subsided, while the old lady likewise had no intention of sparing him. The moment he walked out of the prison, the old lady wanted him dead. "Young master, come with us. In this situation right now," Xiao Zhan had no room for resistance at all. The middle-aged man's mouth called out "little young master," but the tone of his voice and the expression on his face were not half as respectful. "After you return to the capital, if you can kneel in front of the Xiao family's gate and repent like your mother did, perhaps the old lady's bodhisattva heart will give you a way out of this." The current Xiao Zhan, in the middle-aged man's eyes, was as down and out as a dog. A way to live? Xiao Zhan's gaze was as cold as a knife as he looked straight into the middle-aged man's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, even if you kneel down in front of me right now and repent, I will not give you a way to live." Bang! The moment the words landed on the ground, the middle-aged man's body steeply bowed into a shrimp shape, as if it was a cannonball that had been fired out, violently flew backwards, smashing over the several burly men behind him on the spot. At that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Zhan's speed was too fast, so fast that no one could see clearly how he struck. and only felt that a piece of them fell as soon as their eyes went black. "You, give face." The middle-aged man spewed out a mouthful of turbid blood, covered his stomach and struggled for half a day, but was unable to stand up as he angrily roared, "Give me on, kill him, I want him to die. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." The surrounding dozens of people came back to their senses and raised their fists to surround Xiao War. Bang! However, right at this moment, another muffled sound came from one of the lanky men whose fist had just been raised to midair, and an eye-piercing bloody hole suddenly appeared on his wrist. Blood soared and splashed on the faces of the others. Everyone froze once again. That was the sound of a gunshot, and the one that instantly pierced through that burly big man's wrist was a real bullet. All stop. Those who dare to move will be killed without pardon. The roar came from the distance. Those burly big men subconsciously turned their heads, only to see the opposite side of the originally empty street. At this time, dozens of dark green military jeeps lined up in a long line, whistling. Each jeep stood side by side with several soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Manpower a submachine gun. The scene was very shocking. Surround them all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of jeeps stopped at the square outside the prison. All the soldiers jumped out of the vehicles and laid down another 3 layers of encirclement around those lanky hunks, lifting up their submachine guns, their blackened muzzles aiming at the heads of those lanky hunks. Gulp! Gollum! Gulp! The scene was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sounds of frantic gulping of saliva rising and falling. Those lanky dudes were all bodyguards specially trained by the Shao family. They were bold and had done a lot of killing, but in front of the regular army with loaded guns and bullets, they were still not enough to look at. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would be scared to the point of wetting their pants by this kind of scene in front of them. You guys. The middle-aged man lying on the ground had an iron face. The clothes on his back were soaked with cold sweat, and he didn't dare to believe it. What kind of people are you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? We are the bodyguards of the Shao family in the capital city. Capital city. Shao family. The middle-aged man's gaze locked onto the middle-aged general who had just given the orders, hoping that the name of the Shao family in the capital city would come into play. The middle-aged general carried a star on his shoulder, the rank of Major General. However, the middle-aged general did not even bother to look at the middle-aged man, ignoring the middle-aged man's words, and walked straight to Xiao Zhan, respectfully performed a military salute, and then said with a guilty tone, "Wolf King, I'm sorry, I'm late." Chapter 2, Engagement Ceremony, Unmarried Pregnancy. Wolf King? The middle-aged man frowned, but the middle-aged general's attitude towards Xiao Zhan made his heart feel as if it was dead. What did it mean for a major general to grovel and be respectful in the face of Xiao Zhan? How was this possible? Could it be that this middle-aged general drove over with dozens of jeeps and a team of 200 people just to welcome Xiao Zhan out of prison? For 5 years, hadn't Xiao Zhan been imprisoned in the 4th prison of Quanchang? The middle-aged man could not figure it out. No. Xiao Zhan shook his head and said, "You're early." Oh, the middle-aged general froze. Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, "My identity, which is a top secret, cannot be known by outsiders. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of returning to the prison 3 days early and then coming out of the prison openly and honestly. Wolf King, I'm sorry, it was my negligence." The middle-aged general seemed to understand something, and hurriedly apologized, then twisted his head to look at the middle-aged man and those burly dudes, and said with a straight face, "Please rest assured, Wolf King, I will take care of it cleanly." Xiao Zhan nodded and turned to leave. "Escort them all to the car and bring them back." With a wave of the middle-aged general's hand, the dozens of people led by the middle-aged man were escorted onto the jeep in the twinkling of an eye, and left in the dust, as if they had never appeared. Afterward, the middle-aged general caught up with Xiao Zhan and asked, "Wolf King, on the capital side, do we need to send someone over to eradicate the Shao family?" "No need." Xiao Zhan shook his head and said, "I have already hung up my colors and retired from the army. My family matters, I can settle them myself." "Good." The middle-aged general did not insist. Xiao Zhan asked, "How are the things I asked you to prepare for done?" "All done." The middle-aged general took out a photo and a document and handed it to Xiao Zhan, explaining, "This is a photo of the mother and daughter duo, as well as the background information of the Su family. Today at 10 o'clock in the morning, Grand Emperor Hotel. Send me there." Xiao Zhan took the photos and documents and directly got into the middle-aged general's jeep. On the road, Xiao Zhan browsed through that document roughly, and then, his ice-cold gaze landed on that photo. Looking at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other in the photo, his originally deep face gradually stretched out and became somewhat gentle. Su Muqiu, the woman in the photo, was 25 years old, precisely at the age of youthful beauty, with delicate features and an alluring figure, possessing the typical competent temperament of a working woman. She, however, was the strange woman who had suddenly appeared in Xiao Zhan's bed 5 years ago. Xiao Zhan did not have a deep impression of her. At first, Xiao Zhan had only looked at her twice after waking up, and immediately afterward, the people sent by the Xiao family broke into the house, took photos as evidence, and then sent Xiao Zhan to the Public Security Bureau to make a rape charge. Xiao Zhan originally thought that Su Muqiu and the people from the Xiao family were conspirators, joining hands to frame him, but afterward, Su Muqiu was also a victim of that conspiracy. After he woke up, he at least looked at Su Muqiu twice and knew what had happened, whereas Su Muqiu was drugged by the Xiao family's people at the time, thrown into his bed, and when he woke up, he was already in the Su family. From the beginning to the end, Su Muqiu didn't know of his existence, and had absolutely no impression of what happened that night. Didn't even know why she was inexplicably pregnant afterwards. One hit. This was something that Xiao Zhan had never even dreamed of. After being detained for 2.5 months in the 4th prison of Quanchang, Xiao Zhan was suddenly secretly sent to the Northern Realm and enlisted in the army, and after 5 years of bloodshed and killing, he had repeatedly won battles and eventually became a general of one side, known as the Wolf King of the Northern Realm. Now, he returned with his seal. Originally, he only wanted to make a trip to the Su family to apologize to Su Muqiu in person and say sorry, but when he learned that Su Muqiu was pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, he changed his mind, and he had the middle-aged general personally arrange today's bureau. These 5 years, it's been hard on you. The index finger of his right hand gently stroked over Su Muqiu's fair cheeks in the photo. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, and there was actually a drop of crystal-clear tears flickering at the corner of his eyes. This girl, so cute. When the index finger of his right hand landed on the little girl in Su Muqiu's arms who was only 4 years old, the corner of his eye that was hanging with tears shrunk slightly and blossomed into a smile that was so gentle that it could not be seen. Just as Xiao Zhan rushed to the Grand Emperor Hotel. Inside the hotel, the guests were filled with laughter and a peaceful atmosphere. The Su family of Quanchang was going to hold an engagement banquet for their granddaughter Su Muqiu here at noon today, and the object of Su Muqiu's engagement was none other than Xiao Zhan. In one of the hotel boxes, Su Muqiu sat expressionlessly at the dining table, her teeth clenched and her eyes reddened, but she desperately tried to hold back and not let her tears flow out. Bastards! All of them are bastards. Su Muqiu's mother, Lu Hongxiu, was holding an A4 paper in her hand, as if she was an ant on a hot pan, anxiously running around, so angry that she stomped her feet, cursing non-stop, and after a moment, slapped the A4 paper on the dining table with a snap, and angrily said, "A rapist, and with violent tendencies. He has been imprisoned for 5 years in the 4th prison of Quanchang. How could Muqiu marry such a man? They are clearly trying to ruin Muqiu, destroy our family. Su Jiancheng, if you have any blood in you and are still a man, you should immediately go find that old bastard and return this marriage." Lu Hongxiu became more and more angry as she spoke, her eyes raging with tears. "If you don't go, I will headbutt the hotel's front door." In Quanchang, the Su family is barely a second-rate family. The family business Su Group has assets of over $100 million, and was founded by the head of the family, Su Bingtian. Su Bingtian had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son Su Jiangwo took over most of the Su Group industry. Daughter Suya and the provincial city Zhao family marriage. The younger son Su Jiancheng, but in a car accident in both legs disabled, became a waste of one. Su family's industry. Su Jiancheng family dare not go to fight, but Su Jiangwo still refused to let them go. This engagement banquet was planned by Su Jiangwo. "Take it easy, don't be impulsive." Su Jiancheng reached out and pulled Lu Hongxiu, stopping, "No matter what, Muqiu is after all his own granddaughter, the flesh and blood of the Su family. I think that he shouldn't go so far as to push Muqiu into the fire pit." When this was said, even Su Jiancheng himself didn't believe it. But what can you do if you don't believe it? Su Jiancheng sat paralyzed in his wheelchair, his face reddened, his eyes in tears, his heart dripping blood, equally filled with unwillingness and anger, itching to go to the old man to fight for his life. However, in the Su family, the old master has always said one thing: words come out like a mountain. No one dares to disobey him. Once the old master was angered, the consequences would only become more severe. Lu Hongxiu shook off Su Jiancheng and pointed at the A4 paper and cried and yelled, "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the personal information on it? If you let this rapist, violent maniac, join our family, how will Muqiu live in the future? What about Meng Meng? She's only 4 years old. Woo." What was written on that A4 paper was Xiao Zhan's personal information. However, after the Xiao family swept Xiao Zhan's mother and son out of the door 5 years ago, they completely erased Xiao Zhan's relationship with the Xiao family. So what the Su family found out was that Xiao Zhan's parents were both dead. He was an orphan, a vagabond, and had a withdrawn and distorted personality, typical of a dangerous molecule. Please continue reading. There are surprises in the back. Chapter 3: Villainous Man. Xiao Zhan's arrival. This Su Jiancheng swept his eyes at the piece of A4 paper and hesitated. This information was sent over by Wen Chao. Perhaps he intentionally took a fake piece of information to try and scare us. Self-soothing. That was all Su Jiancheng could do right now. Su Wen Chao was Su Jianghuo's son, Su Muchio's cousin, and it was said that it was he who had personally commissioned someone to go to the 4th prison in Quancheng to investigate the details of those inmates, and finally selected Xiao Zhan. I was really blind in the beginning. How could I marry a loser like you? Lu Hongxiu nearly fainted from Su Jiancheng's self-delusion, cursing more and more fiercely as tears fell like rain. Su Muchio sat dumbfounded next to her, not saying a word. The whole person seemed to have lost her soul, while her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Su Jiancheng saw it in his eyes. It hurt in his heart. His hands grasped his senseless thighs with a death grip. It hurt like hell. Mom, don't curse, it's useless. A moment later, Su Muchio took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and said, it's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. It's my life. I recognize it. It's not just getting engaged. No big deal. Mucho. You. Lu Hongxiu wanted to speak but stopped, heart like a knife. 5 years ago, unmarried daughter, already let Su Muchio back too much pressure, suffered too much cold eyes. These 5 years, Su Muchio is how to get through. No one than her as a mother more clear. In front of outsiders, Su Muchio has been acting very strong, late at night, but a person hiding in the room secretly crying. After the wash of time, the unmarried birth of a daughter of the matter is easy to fade away. The family's life into the right track. Su Muchio and the Su group worked for 2 years, with superior ability to make a bright performance. Instead, at this time, a blow to the head. This is to force Su Muchio to her death. The stronger Su Muchio acted, the more heartbroken Lu Hongxiu became. Mom, where's Meng Meng? Trying hard to squeeze out a trace of a smile, Su Muchio digressed. Only when she mentioned her daughter did she smile. Playing in front of the hotel, Lu Hongxiu wiped her tears and sighed. Meng Meng is still young. Such occasions are not suitable for her to participate. I'm afraid to leave a psychological shadow on her. Su Muchio nodded, deeply convinced. Just at this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Su Wenchao appeared at the door of the box, swept 2 glances towards the inside, saw the teary-eyed red and swollen appearance of Su Muchio's family of 3, and was instantly delighted, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, today is the day of cousin's big day. Why are the second uncle and the second aunt crying, sobbing with joy? You. Lu Hongxiu angrily glared at Su Wenchao, gritting her teeth and spitting out one word, scram. Second aunt. What kind of attitude is this? Su Wenchao held back his laughter, slumped his face and cried out. I've labored hard and asked my friends to go to the 4th prison in Quancheng for a long time to choose such an excellent husband for my cousin, and I'm considered as a matchmaker for my cousin and her brother-in-law, so it's just as well that you're not grateful to me, but to tell me to get lost? This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? The villain had a face of falling on his sword. I'll strangle you. Lu Hongxiu was already filled with righteous anger. How could she withstand such provocation from Su Wenchao? With a hot brain. Regardless, she turned around and pounced towards Su Wenchao, reaching out to strangle Su Wenchao's neck, scratching and clawing at Su Wenchao's body. Mom! Su Muchio stood up in a flash, wanting to stop, but was a step too slow. Get lost! Su Wenchao swung his hand and pushed Lu Hongxiu away. Lu Hongxiu was unsteady on her feet, staggered a few steps, and squatted on her but on the cold floor, lowering his head and looking down at Lu Hongxiu who gritted his teeth. Su Wenchao while organizing the tie that was crooked by Lu Hongxiu's grip, while sneering, Grandpa asked me to inform you that my brother-in-law has left the prison and is on his way to the hotel, so that your family of 3 will go to the lobby of the hotel and participate in the engagement ceremony later on. Su Wenchao, you asshole! Su Muchio rushed over to help up Lu Hongxiu and cursed towards Su Wenchao. Asshole? Meeting Su Muchio's icy cold eyes, Su Wenchao not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled even more brightly and said triumphantly, still cousin understands me. That's right, I'm an asshole. What? Not convinced? Come over and bite me. You. Su Muchio's heart to kill was there. Be fierce, be more fierce. I like to see the way your family of 3 hates me to the bone but can't do anything about it. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Accompanied by unbridled laughter, Su Wenchao turned to leave. Isn't cousin's work ability very strong? Didn't she receive several big orders for the group one after another? Marrying a rapist. From now on, I'd like to see who still dares to work with you. The tears that Su Muchio had been holding back until now, finally could no longer be held back and rolled down, wetting her fair cheeks. How could she not know that it was because of her excellent performance in the Su group in the past 2 years that made Su Wenchao feel threatened, worried that the old master valued her ability and changed his attitude towards her, so she would lay a black hand behind her back, do her best to slander and encourage the old master, and couldn't wait to arrange such a marriage for her. Grand Emperor Hotel. Outside the door, a dark green jeep slowly stopped. The middle-aged general who personally drove the car swept 2 glances towards the hotel and asked, "Wolf King, do you want me to send soldiers and surround the entire hotel?" A bunch of mole crickets. Why do we need the Wolf King to personally take action? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Remember, I have officially retired. I am not the so-called Wolf King of the North anymore. Personal private matters. You do not need to ask. This is a downtown area. Are you sending soldiers over to create panic? Words, turned around and got off the car. The middle-aged general's face sank, and his tone was firm, no matter when, where. The 81 brothers of the Blood Wolf Regiment are all wolf cubs trained by the Wolf King himself, and the only thing that matters is the Wolf King's head. The voice was resounding and unassuming. Scram! If there is any need, I will take the initiative to contact you. Xiao Zhan took large strides towards the opposite side of the Monarch Hotel and waved his hand without looking back. Yes, the middle-aged general stepped on the gas on the bottom of his foot, and the jeep quickly disappeared at the end of the street. On both sides of the gate, luxury cars were lined up. Xiao Zhan came straight to the entrance of the hotel and was about to go in when his footsteps suddenly lurched. His ears twitched, and he vaguely heard an anxious cry, "Get out of the way, you bad guys. I'm going to go find my mom and have her come over to teach you a lesson." It was the voice of a little girl child. Looking for mommy? Xiao Zhan's brows slightly frowned, probably because Su Muchio had given him a daughter. He was now very sensitive to the voice of a little girl child. Thus, taking a few steps back, he followed the voice and looked towards the opposite side, only to see the Hudong entrance at the corner of the hotel. 7 or 8 little boys held hands and formed a circle, trapping a little girl child in the center, spinning non-stop, and while spinning, they also sang, "Su Xiaoming, little wild seed, she was born of a mother, but not raised by a father. Grandpa is a loser, broke his leg in a car accident. Grandma is an ugly woman who cries and goes grocery shopping." It was sung neatly, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. Su Xiaoming. Hearing this name, Xiao Zhan's heart violently trembled, as if it had been hit by something hard, and his face sank in an instant, as cold as ice. Chapter 4 Baby Girl, I'll be your father. According to the investigation information provided by the middle-aged general earlier, after Su Muchio gave birth to her daughter, she took her surname. Surnamed Su, the name was Su Xiaoming. That is to say, at this moment, the little girl who was surrounded by those little boys in the middle to bully and humiliate, but could not escape and was crying, was the baby girl that Xiao Zhan's heart longed for. Boom! As if there is a muffled thunder in the body, the dark energy uncontrollably released, to Xiao Zhan as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, the garbage on the ground without wind and fly, the floor under the feet creaking, the glass of the hotel door appeared cracks, the face of the 2 welcoming ladies standing at the entrance of the hotel changed dramatically, only to feel cold, scalp numbness. Just now, outside the prison gate, even when faced with dozens of lanky hulks surrounding him, Xiao Zhan was able to remain calm and did not release his dark force. And now, he couldn't do it. With a movement of his feet, his entire body instantly transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared in place, a distance of tens of meters, in the blink of an eye. You're the ones who are wild seeds. I have a father. I have a father. Mom said, my father is a super invincible hero, went to a far, far away place. But one day, he will come back and beat all of you bad guys away. Xiao Zhan silently appeared behind those little boys and heard Su Xiaoming's stubborn voice. Su Xiaoming squatted on the ground. Tears were crying on her face, but she did not reach out to wipe them. Raising her proud little chin, her gaze was as firm as her tone. It seemed that in the bottom of her heart, she really regarded that father, whom she had never met before, as a super invincible hero, convinced and proud of it. Bah! Those little boys stopped. One of them, full of disdain, spat at Su Xiaoming and rolled his eyes. This kind of bull that fools little kids. Only a nerd like you would believe it. The rest of the little boys seemed to be led by this person. Hearing him speak, they all agreed. That's right. My mom even said that you were gifted by charging the phone bill. Your father must have died a long time ago. Still a super invincible hero? Really think your dad is Ultraman and can fight monsters? Ha 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 ha. 7 or 8 little boys said one thing to each other, and the jeers rose and fell. Don't talk nonsense. Take off your pants and take the urine to nourish her. The little boy at the head of the group suddenly peeled off his own pants and said triumphantly, didn't you say you have a father? Didn't you say that your dad is a super invincible hero? Fine. You yell out. See if he dares to say yes? If you can't, I promise. How about I be your dad? Me too. In the midst of the laughter, 7 or 8 little boys scrambled to take off their pants. However, just halfway off, suddenly from behind came a strong and piercing coldness, as if in an instant, from a hot summer day into a bitter cold winter, everyone's body involuntarily fought a cold war. The only exception was Su Xiaoming, who was trapped in the center. Xiao Zhan was in control of his own dark energy, so of course he would not harm his precious daughter. It's so cold. What's going on? Shocked, everyone relifted their pants that were halfway down before they all turned their heads and looked at Xiao Zhan, who had suddenly appeared behind them. Xiao Zhan's height of 1 meter 8.5. His physique was robust and muscular, and his gaze was as cold as a sword. Standing there, he was like a flooding beast. Wahoo! How could a group of small children less than 10 years old withstand such a cold gaze from Xiao Zhan? With just a single stare, without waiting for Xiao Zhan to speak, there were immediately 2 little boys who were scared and cried on the spot, and there were also 3 who wanted to run, but fell to the ground with a thud. You. The little boy who was in the lead quietly swallowed his saliva, scrunched his neck, and asked stiffly, "Uncle, who are you? Is it this little wild seed that invited a savior?" Snap! As soon as the words fell, a row of bright red fingerprints appeared on the little boy's face. "How dare you hit me?" The little boy reached out to cover his face enraged. "Do you know who I am? Know who my father is?" Slap! Another slap. A row of bright red fingerprints also surfaced on the other cheek. "You!" The little boy covered his face with both hands and looked at Xiao Zhan with eyes filled with fear. He opened his mouth but swallowed back the words that came to his mouth, not daring to be arrogant in front of Xiao Zhan. Tears surged out. Originally, Xiao Zhan did not want to make a move against a small child, but this little boy in the lead was different. Xiao Zhan recognized him at a glance. He was Su Wenchao's son, and the information provided by the middle-aged general had his photo and personal information. Su Mang, 9 years old. Speaking of which, Su Xiaoming was his cousin, and should call him a cousin, but he, however, did not have the appearance of a cousin at all. Not taking care of Su Xiaoming was just a matter of course. He actually recruited a group of companions and bullied Su Xiaoming unscrupulously. He even urinated on Su Xiaoming in public. He deserves to be beaten, thanks to the fact that he was a small child who was only 9 years old. Otherwise, a slap from the furious Xiao Zhan would be able to directly whack him to death. From now on, no one is allowed to bully Su Xiaoming. Do you hear me? Xiao Zhan looked around the circle, his voice stern. Those little boys were wide-eyed and silenced, and there was a timid one that was actually scared to pee. Don't waste it if you have urine. Don't you guys want to? Good. Hold him down on the ground. Nourish enough. Who nourish more? Nourish accurate. This $100 is whose? Xiao Zhan pulled out $100 and casually pointed to Su Mang, who was wiping her tears. Whoever dares not to nourish is his accomplice? Don't blame me for not being polite. Seeing that no one responded, Xiao Zhan added another sentence. I'll do it. Not knowing whether it was greed for money or fear of Xiao Zhan, one of the little fat men gritted his teeth and bravely stood out, striding towards Su Mang. And me. I also want to nourish a bubble. Someone picked the head. The rest of the little boys were not willing to lag behind. They rushed up. In the blink of an eye they surrounded Su Mang in the center. Su Mang's face was green in an instant. She turned around and wanted to escape. But where could she escape? Minutes by the group of young boys held down on the ground. And just now Su Xiaoming into the same predicament. Those who insult people will always be insulted. Xiao Zhan casually threw $100 into the crowd, took a few steps to Su Xiaoming's front, and held the shocked Su Xiaoming in his arms. His originally morose face was suddenly as warm as a spring breeze, and he said with concern, Xiaoming, are you alright? This uncle, do you recognize me? How do you know my name? Su Xiaoming was well behaved and did not struggle, but instead had a puzzled expression on her face, her eyes fluttering as she stared at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan laughed. I know your father. Really? Su Xiaoming froze, first showing a joyful face, then pouting and humming. You're lying. Mom said. My dad went to a far away place. You can't possibly know him. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I'm not going to fall for your tricks. Then how old are you? I'm already a 4-year-old child. Not that easy to fool. Su Xiaoming raised her chin, looking haughty. A 4-year-old child is so smart. Xiao Zhan reached out and scraped her small nose groove. His heart was warm as he laughed. I'll take you to find Mom, okay? Okay. Su Xiaoming nodded, then asked rhetorically. Grandma won't let me go in. I heard my cousin say that there is a big bad guy who wants to be my dad. Uncle, you are so powerful. You can help me fight those little bad guys. Later on you will help me fight that big bad guy as well, okay? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's face blackened for a while, holding Su Xiaoming as he turned around and walked into the Grand Emperor Hotel, thinking, I can fight anyone for you except your dad. Chapter 5, Shining and Shining, Lying Talent and Daughter. Hotel lobby. As soon as Su Mucho's family of 3 appeared, they immediately became the center of everyone's attention. A gaze was projected, some sympathetic, some regretful, and more were gloating. Regarding Xiao Zhan's personal information, Su Wenchao had already quietly spread it out. Therefore, these guests who had come were all very clear in their hearts that the one who was about to be engaged to Su Mucho was exactly what kind of man. But even so, they still came forward to congratulate each other. Congratulations Elder Su, Miss Su's heavenly beauty, Mr. Zhao's youthful brilliance, for the two of them to come together. It's simply a match made in heaven. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. The Su family's old man, Su Bingtian, was sitting at the head of the main table, wearing an exquisite tang suit, with a dragon-headed cane in his hand, smiling lightly with a lowered brow. Not angry, Dad, the people have arrived. Su Jiangwo came behind Su Bingtian, bent over and attached his ear, whispering, "You can start." Aha! Su Bingtian stood up, raised his hand. The originally lively lobby suddenly quieted down. He laughed loudly and said, "Today is my granddaughter Su Mucho's engagement ceremony. It's an honor for all of you to have the pleasure of coming. As you all know, this granddaughter of mine not only looks like a heavenly fairy, but also has strong business skills and is an unrivaled business talent. So I was especially careful when selecting a husband for her." In the end, from amongst the dozens of candidates, a young man named Xiaozhen stood out. "I hope that from now on, he will treat Mucho well, and that the young couple will make peace and give birth to a noble son early." Beautiful words, said in a set of words. Uninformed people thought that Su Bingtian really thought for Su Mucho and found her an auspicious match, a model husband. There was a round of applause from the stage, and these applause fell in Su Mucho's ears, but like a fish in the throat, like a mane in the back, as if the slap in her face. The heart cannot say that it is stifled. Hard to say. Raising her head and looking towards the springy Su Bingtian, Su Mucho's shell teeth bit her vermilion lips, nearly biting blood. What a good grandfather. Ever since she was a child, Su Bingtian favored Su Wenchao, but disdained her, simply because she was a daughter, and sooner or later, she would have to marry a woman, and would not be able to pass the flame on for the Su family. Especially 5 years ago, she gave birth to a daughter unmarried, even dragged the Su family to become the laughingstock of the entire Quan city. If not to see Su Jianqing's family pitiful, Su Bingtian would have swept them away long ago. Old undead, Lu Hongxiu was furious, cursing darkly, wanting to stand out and say something for Su Mucho, but was stopped by Su Jianqing, shaking his head towards her, almost pleading gaze, signaling her not to fool around. Wimp! Lu Hongxiu gritted her teeth and still held back. "Gentlemen, please look this way." Right at this moment, Su Jiangwo, who was standing behind Su Bingtian, couldn't wait to reach out and point to the back door of the hotel, and shouted, "Next, please invite that lucky young man to shine." This moment was finally coming. After secretly plotting for nearly 2 months, Su Jiangwo's sole purpose was to set Su Mucho's backyard on fire and stop her development in the Su group. Married to a rapist, a violent maniac, what kind of good life can you have in the future? How could she still have the heart to go to work? Just thinking about Su Mucho's tragic end, Su Jiangwo was overjoyed. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the back door of the hotel slowly opened, and Xiao Zhen, holding Su Xiaoming in his arms, walked in with large strides. In an instant, those guests were dumbstruck, jaws dropped all over the place. What was going on? He actually came in with a small child in his arms? Some people recognized Su Xiaoming's identity at a glance and immediately whispered. Looking at Xiao Zhan's gaze, there was a trace of admiration, saying that your kid is good, even if you are happy to be a father. How dare you take the initiative to bring this little wild child in? Is it too much to lose enough face? To you as a man. Su Jiancheng and Lu Hongxiu twisted their faces to the side and quietly wiped their tears, unable to bear to look. But Su Mucho didn't escape. Her desperate gaze was directly cast towards the back door of the hotel. She wanted to see what kind of man her husband really was. Meng Meng? With just a glance, Su Mucho's face instantly changed drastically, and she let out an off-the-cuff exclamation of shock. Then regardless, she subconsciously rushed towards Xiao Zhan. "Mom!" Su Xiaoming was overjoyed and opened her arms to welcome Su Mucho. Su Mucho took Su Xiaoming from Xiao Zhan's arms and hugged her tightly for a moment before looking at Xiao Zhan and asking, "You are Xiao Zhan? How come Meng Meng is with you? Just happened to bump into it downstairs." Xiao Zhan nodded his head and smiled, staring at Su Mucho for a few moments before extending his hand. "Hello Miss Su, it's me, please take care of me in the future." To be honest, Xiao Zhan was a little nervous. In the past, in the army, even when facing the enemy's thousands of troops and the rain of bullets, Xiao Zhan had never been nervous. But now, facing a woman with no hands, he was actually nervous. Unspeakable kind of nervousness. If those wolf cubs in the army knew about this, I'm afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. "Hello," Su Mucho answered politely, but she had absolutely no intention of shaking hands with Xiao Zhan. Instead, she took a few steps back and was very wary of Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was embarrassed. Su Xiaoming suddenly pointed at Xiao Zhan and said, "Mom, this uncle is awesome. He said that he knows my dad, and just now taught those little bad guys who bullied me a lesson for me, and also said that he would teach that big bad guy who wants to be my dad a lesson for me." "Ha? Where's the big bad egg?" Su Xiaoming fluttered her eyes and cruised around towards her surroundings. Su Muchio could not help but be stunned, and a trace of surprise appeared in her gaze toward Xiaozhan. You said, you know Meng Ming's father? Lying to hell? I'm Meng Ming's mom. Even I don't know who her dad is, okay? Now, Xiaozhan was even more embarrassed, and with a fake cough, he avoided Su Muchio's gaze and laughed. Little Meng, I was entrusted by your father to specially come over to protect you and your mother, and from now on, Uncle is your Ultraman. Ha? Su Xiaoming froze. The big bad guy who wants to be my dad, is you? Is Uncle bad? Bad is not bad. Su Xiaoming thought about it and shook her head. But, my dad is a super invincible hero. You, at best, are a super invincible little hero. As long as you don't become my dad, I won't call you a big bad guy. Xiaozhan was drunk. In front of his own daughter, he was actually defeated by his other self. Those guests around him were even more drunk than Xiaozhan. Such a dramatic scene was out of everyone's expectation. Damn, the script doesn't seem to be written this way. What about the promised flower in cow dung? What about the promised sword drawn? Xiaozhan and Su Muchio's mother and daughter stood together, looking like a talented man and a beautiful woman, surprisingly somewhat compatible, without any sense of incongruity. Please, we are here to join in the fun and watch the jokes, not to watch your family of 3 show their love and spread dog food. So please keep a low profile and be miserable, and give us a chance to be cynical, okay? Being human, you can't be too selfish. What's going on? Su Bingtian's sword brows inverted, similarly somewhat surprised. This, Su Jianghuo's smile froze on his face, and he busily said, this kid is a smart person, talking nonsense, obviously throwing his weight around, wanting to borrow Xiaoming to curry favor with Muchio. Dad, don't worry, I'll immediately let Wenchao poke holes in his ruse. Saying that, he passed a wink towards Su Wenchao on the opposite side. Snap, snap. Su Wenchao immediately understood, suddenly clapped his hands and applauded, stood up and walked toward Xiaozhan, coldly smiled and said, worthy of being grandpa's fancy granddaughter-in-law. Sister-in-law is really generous. Knowing that cousin's sister was trampled by other men in the past and has an illegitimate daughter, not only do they not care about the past, but also treat it as if it was their own, to protect their mother and daughter. I, as cousin, am not as good as I deserve. The voice was loud and spread throughout the hotel lobby. Chapter 6, Face on the Spot. You are my wife. Originally, Su Wenchao didn't want to revisit the old matter and reveal Su Muchio's scars, but on the contrary, Xiaozhan anachronistically carried Su Xiaoming in, and even treated Su Xiaoming with affection. So how could he tolerate this? The last thing he wished to see was for Su Muchio's family to be in harmony. You, the surrounding booed. Su Muchio's face was hard to see to the extreme, staring dead at Su Wenchao. Is this person trying to humiliate her in public? Uncle. However, not waiting for Su Muchio to open her mouth to rebuke, Su Xiaoming in her arms suddenly pointed at Su Wenchao and said to Xiaozhan, Uncle, he is my cousin's father, a big bad guy, often bullying my mom. Will you teach him a lesson for me? Children's words were reckless. Su Xiaoming was simple and cute. She didn't understand those hooks and corners of adults, what she thought in her heart, what she said on her mouth. Meng Meng is good, don't fool around. Su Muchio only felt heartbroken when she heard this. Her daughter was only 4 years old, but she had to follow her to be humiliated. As for Xiaozhan, he was the person that Su Wenchao had specifically found to humiliate their mother and daughter. So how could he go against Su Wenchao for their mother and daughter? Snap! As soon as Su Muchio's words fell, suddenly, an ear-piercing slapping sound rang out in the hotel lobby. Turning his head, Su Wenchao had already covered his face and was lying on the floor at his feet, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, his eyes staring at Xiaozhan in shock and anger, not daring to believe it. You, dare to hit me with your ing hands? Su Muchio was also stunned. She did not even see when Xiaozhan moved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, Su Wenchao was lying down. Holy, this brat has the audacity of a dog and even dares to hit the young master of the Su family? It seems that the information was right. This kid has serious violent tendencies, hitting people at the drop of a hat. Those guests in the surroundings were dumbfounded and exclaimed in shock. Gulp! In the crowd, Su Jiancheng and Lu Hongxiu glanced at each other and ruthlessly swallowed their saliva. Also startled by this sudden scene, looking at Xiaozhan with an incomparably complicated gaze, there was surprise, there was unhappiness, and there was also worry. Xiaozhan being able to take action against Su Wenchao just for Su Xiaoming's words was something they had never dreamed of, and seeing Su Wenchao's miserable state felt very relieving, but they couldn't decide whether it was a blessing or a curse for Xiaozhan to be so raw. Xiaozhan had a criminal record and was a rapist. Once he joined their family, at that time, if he bullied Su Muchio, who could stop him? Your mouth stinks. You should be beaten. For the surrounding cries of shock, Xiaozhan ignored them and looked down at Su Wenchao for a moment before looking at Su Xiaoming and Su Muchio's arms and asking, is Xiaoming satisfied now? Satisfied. Su Xiaoming nodded her head and smiled. Uncle can fight the little bad guys and the big bad guys. He's getting more and more like my dad. Just like? Xiao Zhan did not rush to reveal his identity. Today was the first time they met as father and daughter. To make Su Xiaomeng accept him as her father who came out of nowhere, there had to be a process. Take your time. There is no rush. To be able to get Su Xiaomeng's approval, Xiao Zhan was already very content. Asshole. Su Bingtian, who was sitting at the head of the main table, finally couldn't help himself and clapped his hands, leaning on his dragon head cane, trembling with anger as he shouted angrily, "Come on people, take this kid down for me." Rapid footsteps came, 10 black-clothed bodyguards rushed into the hotel lobby, surrounding Xiao Zhan's family of 3 in the center. Oh, at the same time came the cry of a small child, "Dad!" only to see Su Mang wiping her tears while running to Su Wenchao in big strides, indignantly saying, "Just now there was a stupid big man, who slapped me twice, and also let Fatty and a few of them zip urine on my face." At this time Su Mang, cheeks red and swollen, tears pouring, from head to toe all wet, exudes a strong pungent urine tickle gas, obviously bullied by those little friends not liked. Su Man was super angry. What stupid big man? Puffing, seeing Su Mang's miserable appearance, Su Xiaoming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Mang looked up and just happened to see Xiao Zhan standing beside Su Muqiu. Her face bristled and she hurriedly hid behind Su Wenchao, crying even more fiercely, identifying, "Dad, it's him. It was him who hit me." "It was you, kid?" Su Wenchao looked towards Xiao Zhan, his face full of disbelief. He had gone to great lengths to bring Xiao Zhan here, obviously letting Xiao Zhan torture Su Muqiu's mother and daughter. How come the moment he came up, he ate his own evil, and instead, it was the two of them, father and son, who had all received Xiao Zhan's slaps? "Not bad, it was me," Xiao Zhan frankly admitted, humming, "The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Your son's mouth, it stinks as much as yours. Kid, you're ing looking for death." Su Wenchao reached out and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "What are you guys still dumbfounded for? Give me a fight. Beat this ungrateful to death." Yes, the 10 black-clothed bodyguards did not hesitate and raised their fists to surround Xiao Zhan. Su Muqiu lost her color. She was a woman. How had she ever encountered such a dangerous situation? These black-clothed bodyguards in front of her were all professional fighters cultivated by the Su family. All of them were tough, with extraordinary hands, and their ferocious appearance was simply chilling. "Stand here and don't move. Give me 10 seconds. In panic, Xiao Zhan's voice came from his ears, and in the next moment, a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and Xiao Zhan disappeared. Immediately afterward, the sound of punches and kicks rang out. Bang! One of the black-clothed bodyguards was kicked away by Xiao Zhan. Bang bang! Then came the second, the third. Xiao Zhan was the titular Wolf King of the Northern Realm, and in the past 5 years, he had ridden the sands unrivaled. So was he not comparable to these bodyguards of the Su family? Xiao Zhan dealt with them like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It was simply a descending strike and a bully, 1 foot at a time, kicking people, just like playing soccer. In just a few breaths of effort, all 10 black-clothed bodyguards flew out backwards, as if they were a human cannonball, smashing the tables in the hotel lobby into a mess, including the main table where Su Bingtian was. 7 seconds. After the fight, Xiao Zhan shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, "You guys are even worse than what I expected." The entire room was dead silent. Everyone looked at Xiao Zhan's eyes as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, knowing that this guy was a violent maniac, but not realizing that he was actually crazy to such an extent. "Wow, Uncle, you're awesome." The first one to come back to her senses was instead Su Xiaomeng, who excitedly applauded Xiao Zhan in Su Muqiu's arms, her shining eyes full of adoration, without a trace of fear towards Xiao Zhan. Perhaps, this was the father-daughter bonding, with a natural affinity. Su Muqiu's heart, however, set off a shocking wave as she subconsciously took a few steps back and distanced herself from Xiao Zhan as she queried, "What are you doing?" Beating up Su Wenchao's father and son, making a scene at the engagement ceremony. Xiao Zhan's actions were unthinkable to Su Muqiu, and like everyone else, a series of questions ran through her mind. Is this the husband that Grandpa carefully selected for me? Isn't he specially coming over to humiliate me? It seems not quite like it. Could it be that there is some other conspiracy? Thousands of thoughts went unanswered. Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu looked at each other with 4 eyes and said with a straight face, "With me here, in the future, no one can bully you and Xiaomeng." "Why?" Su Muqiu blurted out. She couldn't figure it out. In front of so many guests, Xiao Zhan had caused the Su family to lose face, and Su Wenchao or Su Bingtian would definitely get him killed at any cost. For the sake of their mother and daughter, was it worth it? Because from now on, you are my wife. Xiaomeng is my daughter. We are a family. Xiao Zhan's voice was not loud, but his tone was firm and loud. Chapter 7, Wife Cries, Thief's Heart. A family. Su Muqiu's heart trembled violently. Her eyes were complicated, and for a while she was in a trance. Let's go home. Xiaozhan pulled Su Muqiu and turned to leave, walking to the lobby door. Without looking back, he left a sentence. Anyone who doesn't want to obey, despite rushing at me, those who dare to touch my wife and daughter, die. The voice was as deafening as a bell. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby was suppressed to the extreme. By Xiaozhan making such a mess, today's banquet completely fizzled out. Those guests saw that the situation was not good and excused themselves. Like birds and beasts dispersed. Soon, only Su Bingtian, Su Jiangwo, Su Wenchao, and Su Meng's grandparents and grandchildren were left in the large hotel lobby. Dad. This. Su Jiangwo's face was blackened. Waste. Su Bingtian raised his dragon-head cane and viciously knocked on Su Jiangwo a few times, cursing as he did so. It's all you're doing. This is the person you found. Humph. Luring wolves into the house, asking for trouble. Su Bingtian usually loved his face the most, and now, his old face was lost. Dad, don't be anxious, Su Jiangwo busily said. That brat is big and thick, savage in nature. Basically the same as our investigation results. I just didn't expect that he would actually be savage to the point that he doesn't recognize his 6 relatives, like a mad dog, biting people when he sees them. Muqiu bringing him home is equal to bringing a time bomb. Once it explodes, the 2 women in their family, a cripple, and a child, it's all over. This was the result that Su Jiangwo wanted to see the most. He was clearly siding with Muqiu just now. Can't you see that? Su Bingweather said. That's all an illusion. Su Jiangwo said with confidence. Men, playing in front of women is nothing more than wanting to get into a woman's bed. Dad, don't forget, he's a rapist who just got out of prison. When the time comes, if Muqiu doesn't comply, can he hold back? This is. Su Bingtian thought about it and hummed. On the company side, the few big orders in Muqiu's hands are very important. You guys seize the time and contact the customers as soon as possible to sign the contracts. Good. Su Jiangwo was overjoyed. Although Su Bingtian didn't say it explicitly, but the little cutie all heard it, letting them contact Su Muqiu's clients. This was to hollow out Su Muqiu. Once Su Muqiu didn't have any clients in her hands, kicking her out of the Su group, or even kicking her out of the Su family, wasn't it just a matter of words? It seems that today's farce has deepened Su Bingtian's distaste for Su Muqiu, and made him determined to kick Su Muqiu out of the company. After Su Bingtian left, Su Wenchao coldly said, it's really cheap for that violent maniac surnamed Xiao. Su Muqiu's body and looks can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Quan City. If she wasn't my cousin, I would want to sleep with her. And me. Tearful eyes not yet dried, Su Meng said with a fierce face. When I grow up, I will also sleep with Su Xiaoming, that little wild seed. Shut up, Su Jiangwo angrily rebuked with a dark face. Unworthy thing, your grandfather is still alive. He valued his face more than his life. Even if you guys have any ideas, you should hold them back for me. The implication is, when the old man dies, you can do whatever you want? Su Wenchao snickered, and couldn't wait to say, I've long prepared the contact information of those several big clients. Without delay, I'll call them now and discuss the matter of signing with them instead of Su Muqiu. Count you kid as smart. Su Jiangwo nodded, doubly pleased, and at this time, Xiaozhan had already returned home with Su Muqiu. Fuyuan neighborhood, possessing 25 years of age, it was still the wedding house where Su Jiancheng and Lu Hongxiu got married at the time, and now it looked rather shabby, and compared to the newly built upscale neighborhoods in the vicinity, it appeared to be a bit out of place. The 2-roomed house was only 80 square feet. Uncle, this is my house. Just after entering the door, Su Xiaoming pulled Xiaozhan around and introduced to Xiaozhan, this is the kitchen, this is the toilet, this is Grandma and Grandpa's room, and here, this is my room and Mom's room, and those are all the toys that Mom bought for me. The little girl was all excited. Su Muqiu looked in her eyes. Her heart was mixed. Xiaozhan stood up for her, not hesitating to offend the Su family, which made her very touched. But, touched is not emotion. Really just admit her fate, and resign herself to being Xiaozhan's wife? To be honest, she is not willing. What can she do if she is not willing? At this time to force Xiaozhan to leave, will certainly be Su family retaliation. Xiaozhan alone. How to withstand the anger of the Su family? She couldn't bear it. Just as Su Muqiu's heart was in turmoil and in a dilemma, Su Xiaoming's deliberately lowered voice came from the bedroom. Uncle, you really won't bully my mom and insist on being my dad? No. Xiaozhan laughed. Then, will you sleep on the floor at night? Grandma said that besides me, only my dad can sleep with my mom. Good. Then let's pull the hook. Su Xiaoming joyfully said. Pull the hook. Hang yourself. 100 years. No change. The voice was small, weak and inaudible. However, when it came into Su Muqiu's ears, it was like a gentle little hand, plucking the most sensitive string deep inside her heart, and unconsciously, tears fell like rain. Muqiu, why are you crying? Lu Hongxiu pushed Su Jiancheng through the door and just happened to see the scene of Su Mucho's tearful face. Her face changed violently and she said in shock and anger, "Did that violent maniac bully you and Meng Meng?" Just thinking about Xiao Zhan's criminal past, Lu Hongxiu's heart chilled. No. Su Mucho reached out to dry her tears and squeezed out a smile. He and Meng Meng get along very well, and Meng Meng doesn't seem to hate him. That's not good either. Lu Hongxiu worriedly said, "No matter what, he is after all a..." The 3 words, rapist, didn't dare to say. Along the way, Lu Hongxiu was worried, now that Xiao Zhan and Su Mucho were engaged and living in their house. In case Xiao Zhan roughed up and used force on Su Mucho, what could be done? "Mom, he is now my husband. As long as he is sincere and good to Meng Meng, I don't matter." Su Mucho held back her tears and gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. "But, I'll go cook." Su Mucho turned to leave, and on the contrary, the cell phone suddenly rang. "Cousin should be home, right?" The phone call was from Su Wenchao. Grimly, a lone man and a woman, newlyweds, and the brother-in-law's body is so strong and looks like a dragon. "Isn't there any hurry to do something with the cousin?" In his voice, he was full of cynicism. Chapter 8 Out of the blue. "I'll fix it, bastard," Su Mucho coldly said. "I'll hang up if nothing happens." "Don't," Su Mucho said triumphantly. "Cousin, guess. Where am I now and what am I doing?" "I'm not interested in knowing." Su Mucho was about to hang up when Su Wenchao's voice came again. "What a spoiler." "That's just it. There's no harm in telling you. I just called and contacted Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, and Mr. Zhao, and they've already agreed that I'll take over for you and continue the next cooperation. I'm on my way to Zhao Group. 10 minutes later, I'm going to sign the contract with Mr. Zhao face to face, and then Mr. Wang and Mr. Li. Speaking of which, I also have to thank my cousin for doing so much work in the early stages. Cousin sister planting trees, cousin brother taking the cool. It's kind of a beautiful story in the business world. Ha 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 ha." Su Mucho's face sank like a dead gray. His hand shook, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. Despicable. When Xiao Zhan made a fuss about the engagement ceremony, Su Mucho guessed that Su Wenchao would definitely not stop and was mentally prepared. But he never expected that Su Wenchao's actions would actually be so fast. "This is Grandpa's meaning. Can't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame your brother-in-law for being too impulsive. Daring to commit murder in front of Grandpa. It's like hitting Grandpa's face off." Su Wenchao laughed. "No customers," was driven out of the company. "Your family of 4. Look at my brain. Now it is a family of 5. I am afraid that I can only go to drink the northwest wind." After saying this, he directly hung up the line. Su Mucho stood there stiffly. It was not easy to stop the tears, and to come out of the socket. Simply aggrieved to the extreme. 2 years of hard work had gone up in flames. Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng glanced at each other, their faces one more ugly than the other, and were about to comfort Su Mucho for a few moments, when Xiao Zhan suddenly appeared at the bedroom doorway, and said in a deep voice, "The person was beaten by me, and this matter, I will resolve it." Everyone was stunned. "You solve it? Solve my ass. What else would you do besides fighting? If you fight, you will be happy, but you will not be able to withstand the old man's anger." Lu Hongxiu glared angrily at Xiao Zhan, daring to be angry but not daring to say anything. "No way." Su Mucho shook her head and said with red eyes, "If you go, you will only make things bigger and bigger. It's just a job. If you don't have it, you can find it again. I don't believe that if you leave the Su family, the whole city won't have a foothold for our family." Without waiting for Xiao Zhan to respond, Su Mucho turned around and went to the kitchen. Her strength made Xiao Zhan's heart ache. 5 years ago, she was innocently involved in the Xiao family's conspiracy against Xiao Zhan, and gave Xiao Zhan a daughter, but suffered from the cold eyes of outsiders. Now that Xiao Zhan had returned as the king, how could she be allowed to suffer a single bit of aggravation again? Not even a little bit. So, Xiao Zhan took out his cell phone and sent a text message out. Outside the Zhao Group's main gate, a black BMW slowly stopped. Su Wenchao pushed the door and got off the car, holding a contract that was prepared in advance, with a spring in his step, his spirits high, and the excitement on his face overflowing. To be able to snatch Su Mucho's clients so smoothly, even Su Wenchao himself was a bit surprised. Those old foxes, they must have heard about Su Mucho's marriage to a rapist, and knew that Su Mucho's position in the Su group was not guaranteed, so they abandoned the darkness and fell down the well. Su Wenchao secretly said, "The mall was like a battlefield. Judging the situation and avoiding disaster was the way to survive. I'm looking for your general manager Zhao." Su Wenchao came to the front desk, raised his chin, put on a condescending posture, snapped, and put down the contract. "Mr. Zhao asked me to come over for tea at 12 o'clock and sign the contract." The receptionist froze. "May I ask, Mr. your surname?" "My surname is Su." Su Wenchao smiled. "The general manager of Su Group." Su Wenchao. Su Wenchao? The front desk lady's expression was a bit odd, quietly passed a wink towards the security guards on the opposite side. Soon, 4 security guards surrounded, 2 on one side, without saying a word, directly grabbed Su Wenchao's arm and set him up. What are you guys doing? Su Wenchao was shocked, struggling and roaring. I repeat, I am the general manager of Su Group. It was your general manager Zhao who personally invited me here. Let go of me. Bang! Just after the curses fell, he suddenly received a kick on his buttocks, which caused Su Wenchao to grimace in pain. Uing. In an instant, Su Wenchao's entire body was exploded with anger, on fire, turned back and glared angrily, subconsciously wanted to curse. However, seeing the figure standing behind him, his face changed dramatically, froze and did not dare to curse, did not dare to believe. Zhao general manager? The one who kicked Su Wenchao's ass was none other than the boss of Zhao Group, Zhao Yongrong. Zhao Yongrong's face was very ugly. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Su Wenchao was like a monk in 2 feet. His face was confused. He didn't know what he did wrong. Where did he offend Zhao Yongrong? It wasn't quite the same as expected. Before on the phone, Zhao Yongrong is still polite. How to turn a blind eye? Just flip the face? It's you who are paralyzed. Zhao Yongrong didn't explain, rushed up and kicked again, directly kicking Su Wenchao in the face, grunting, dare to set me up? I'll skin you, Mr. Zhao. Don't hit. Su Wenchao was about to be exasperated and cried out, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I wouldn't dare to set Mr. Zhao up even if I had the guts to do so. I've come to sign with Mr. Zhao with all my heart. Sign your ass. Zhao Yongrong held Su Wenchao down on the ground. A burst of punches and kicks, only to give up after half a minute, coldly said, the contract between us and Su Group is only signed with Su Mucho alone. If she doesn't come, not to mention you, this little bastard, even if Su Bingtian, that awful old man, steps in, it won't be good enough. Su Mucho? This. Su Wenchao was completely stunned. Why is this? Throw it out. Zhao Yongrong finished his words, and with a wave of his hand, 4 security guards stepped forward, dragging Su Wenchao to the entrance of the company, and threw him out directly like a piece of trash. Chapter 9, Xiao Zhan's terrifying background. Young master, the driver waited outside the door, and when he saw Su Wenchao being thrown into a puddle of mud, he was scared out of his wits and rushed over to assist Su Wenchao. Scram! Su Wenchao didn't appreciate it, as he flung the driver away, gritted his teeth and said, good you Su Mucho, actually hooked up with Zhao Yongrong and spoiled my good deed. You wait for me, I'll make you lose your reputation. When had he, the young master of the Su family, ever been humiliated like this? And Zhao Yongrong's words just now made him count all his anger on Su Mucho's head. 10 minutes ago, he had just called Su Mucho to show off, and 10 minutes later, Zhao Yongrong flipped out and turned him away. If it wasn't for Su Mucho's underhanded maneuvering, how could it be such a coincidence? Moreover, Su Mucho has no money and no power. Her situation is worrying. Why would Zhao Yongrong oppose the Su family for her? In Su Wenchao's mind, there was only one answer. Su Mucho and Zhao Yongrong had a relationship. Thinking about it, everything seems to have become clearer. In just 2 years, Su Mucho, a woman, actually mixed in the Su Group. Just like a posture of a strong woman in the workplace, now it seems that it is not her business ability that is strong, but her ability to hook up with men is strong. Go find Mr. Li. Su Wenchao turned back, viciously glared at Zhao Group, then drilled into the black BMW and left in a cloud of dust. Zhao Group, 18th floor, President's office. Zhao Yongrong stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the black BMW that disappeared at the end of the street, took out his cell phone, dialed a number out, and smiled respectfully. Brother Hong, that kid was beaten up by me, and has already escaped with his tail between his legs. A thick man's voice came from the phone. Remember, Su Mucho is a woman you can't afford to mess with. From now on, no matter what kind of request she makes, you have to satisfy her at all costs. Ha! Zhao Yongrong was shocked. At all costs. This, Hong, what exactly is her background? Even you have to respect her 3 times? In the same Quan City, for Su Mucho's background, Zhao Yongrong knew everything. Wasn't she just an unpopular granddaughter of the Su family? 5 years ago, she gave birth unmarried, and now she was married to a rapist, as if she was a street rat, being pointed at and talked about. Previously, the reason why he agreed to Su Mucho and cooperated with the Su Group. To be honest, Zhao Yongrong secretly harbored evil intentions, and a large part of the reason was because he coveted Su Mucho's beauty and wanted to find an opportunity to sign her. And now, Han actually said that she was a woman that Zhao Yongrong couldn't afford to mess with? How could this make Zhao Yongrong not be shocked? Not 3 points, but 10 points. Brother Hong said in a deep voice, you're not qualified to know about her background. You just need to understand that if you mess with her, a single word from the person behind her can make you lose all your money and your family. After a pause, he added, the same goes for me. Gulp. At those words, Zhao Yongrong swallowed his saliva hard. His heart trembled violently. One word? Dump your family's money? A broken family? Even Brother Hong was no exception? In his eyes, Brother Hong himself was an unfathomable big shot. He was able to get where he was today, all thanks to Brother Hong. A single word can destroy Brother Hong. Gosh, Su Muchio's backer, just how terrifying was it? Brother Hong. Then seemingly thinking of something, Zhao Yongrong reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, worriedly saying, I got carried away in the morning and agreed to sign with Su Wenchao. Moreover, I took the opportunity of negotiating before and had an evil heart towards Su Muchio. Touched her legs. No, it's fine, right? Looking for death. Brother Hong's voice instantly went cold. Killing aura. Through the cell phone, Zhao Yongrong could feel a piercing chill. Brother Hong. I was wrong. Zhao Yongrong's legs went limp, paralyzed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the spot, begging for forgiveness. I had no eyes at that time. I really didn't know that she had such a big background. See, on the basis of what I have been diligently doing for Brother Hong all these years, please Brother Hong to relieve me of my burden, and show me a way out of this situation. Snap. Slap. Slapping sounds rang out as Zhao Yongrong slapped himself hard on the face a few times. A few moments later, Brother Hong grunted. You made your own trouble. Take the blame yourself. Immediately go to the Fuyuan neighborhood in Kowtow to thank you. Touching Miss Su's leg. Which hand touched it? The hand does not have to stay. After saying this, directly hung up the line. Zhao Yongrong is like falling into an ice cave. Su's group. Dad. Things are going well. Wenchao called Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang, and they agreed to sign a contract with Wenchao. And now Wenchao has already gone over with the contract. Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao split into two. Su Wenchao went to sign the contract, while Su Jiangwo couldn't wait to come and report to Su Bingtian. If there's no accidents, we can take over all of the big clients in Muchio's hands this afternoon. And at that time, no matter how Dad wants to dispose of Muchio, it's all a matter of your old man's word. Good, not bad. Su Bingtian's face did not change, but in his heart, he was secretly relieved. Those big clients in Su Muchio's hands were very important to the Su group, and once they were successfully contracted, they would definitely be able to bring the Su group to the next level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lay his hands on Su Muchio until now. Now it was good. Keeping the big client and driving away Su Muchio, two birds with one stone. This child, Wenchao, follows me, is capable in handling things, shrewd and calm. He's a talent that can be made. Su Bingtian praised a few words, then sighed, I'm old, can't do it anymore, busy for most of my life. It's time for me to let go and enjoy my happiness. Dad, you are. Su Jiangwo's eyebrows trembled violently, his eyes glowing, vaguely guessing something. As expected, Su Bingtian said with a straight face, after this matter is over, the Su group is flat on its back with a bright future. I am ready to formally retire and step down as chairman of the board, so that you and Wenchao can let go of your hands and go about your business. Puff. Su Jiangwo was thrilled to death, directly kneeled down in front of Su Bingtian, excitedly said, Dad, don't worry, Wenchao and I will exhaust all our efforts, bury our heads in the sand and work hard to make Su's group bigger and stronger, and live up to your old man's trust. Some words, said impassioned. Get up. Su Bingtian's expression was flat as he stood up and said, I've made an appointment with the Public Security Bureau's Director Song, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to go and play soccer together, and at that time, talk to him about Xiaozhan's matter. Xiaozhan? Su Jiangwo froze. Dad, what do you mean? That little brat's kung fu is good. It's a scourge. If he recognizes the time and can be used for me, naturally it's the best. If he can't, find an opportunity and let him continue to squat in prison. After saying that, Su Bingtian was about to leave. Coincidentally at this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came. Dad! Su Wenchao rushed into the office in a flurry of wind and fire. You came just in time. Su Jiangwo was overjoyed and couldn't wait to ask, have you seen Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang? How was the talk? Did you sign the contract? Su Wenchao's face is not very good. Would like to tell the truth, but a look at Su Bingtian is also in. Froze to the edge of the mouth, words hard to swallow back. Stammered. Difficult to speak. If Su Bingtian knew that the contract was messed up by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Say it. Su Jiangwo, on the other hand, had a face of impatience, and could not wait to go up and slap Su Wenchao a few times. Your grandfather is finally going to step down. As long as you take the big customer in Su Muchio's hands and sign the contract, Su Group is the world of our father and son. You're ing gabbing your ass off. Chapter 10 An eye for an eye. Kowtowing to thank you for your offense. I just went to see Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao said that the details of the contract should be adjusted a bit, and asked me to come back and wait for his news. Su Wenchao hesitated for a moment and said stiffly, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang also mean the same thing. Adjustments? Su Jiangwo's face darkened for a moment, secretly screaming that it was not good. Old fox. Su Bingtian, however, didn't think much about it, waved his hand and said in a cloudy manner, the preliminary work has always been done by Mu Qiu, and now that it suddenly changed to Wenchao, they are trying to take advantage of the fire and take a little more benefit. No harm done. It should be. Su Wenchao quietly reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Noticing Su Wenchao's small movements, Su Jiangwo's eyelids jumped. His intuition told him that something must have happened, but in front of Su Bingtian, he didn't dare to ask in detail. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Only after Su Bingtian left did he say in a chilling voice, say it, what's going on? Puffing. This time, it was Su Wenchao who knelt down to Su Jiangwo. Dad, I was beaten. Su Wenchao cried out. I just arrived at Zhao Group, that Zhao Yangrong, without saying anything, beat me up, saying that I'm not qualified to sign with him. Even if Grandpa went there in person, it wouldn't work. If you want to cooperate, you can only let Su Muqiu go. Saying that, the frustration on Su Wenchao's face turned into anger. Gritting his teeth, it's the same on the side of Mr. Li and Mr. Wang. Even though they didn't beat me up, they both named Su Muqiu to go before they would sign the contract. In my opinion, Su Muqiu must have used some unseemly means to hook up with those old men and make secret deals. Otherwise, how could they have money to spare and refuse to cooperate? Businessmen seek profit. Other than Su Muqiu's body, Zhao Yangrong and the others had no profit at all by doing this. Asshole. Su Jiangwo's original excitement sank to the bottom of the valley in the blink of an eye. Sitting on the sofa behind him, he said angrily, good you Su Muqiu, you're really cheap to the bone. Since you are unscrupulous, then don't blame me for returning the favor. The voice was vicious to the extreme. Su Wenchao asked, Dad, what should we do next? Don't be in a hurry. Let me think. Su Jiangwo pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, you just said that Su Muqiu hooked up with them. Is there any evidence? The evidence is not there. But, no evidence. Then we'll create evidence. Without waiting for Su Wenchao to finish his sentence, Su Jiangwo coldly grunted. In this case, go and find a few pictures of Su Muqiu and those old foxes. Find an expert who knows how to do PS. Computer synthesize them, and send them to Xiaozhan's cell phone. Xiaozhan? Su Wenchao froze. Su Jiangwo nodded and said, right now, Xiaozhan is Su Muqiu's husband. If he sees Su Muqiu hooking up with another man and having an ambiguous relationship, what do you think? With his violent and maniacal personality, what will be the outcome? Definitely he will personally beat that Su Muqiu to death. Su Wenchao's eyes instantly glowed. He stood up with a pang and turned around. It's not too late. I'll go and do it right away. The corner of Su Jiangwo's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Xiaozhan was a violent maniac, a rapist. Once he had laid his hands on Su Muqiu, then how could Zhao Yangrong and the others still look at a broken shoe like Su Muqiu? Would they still refuse to cooperate with the Su group for her sake? Moreover, Xiaozhan made a scene at the engagement ceremony, causing the Su family to lose face. Su Bingtian was bitter towards him, and went to Director Song just to put him back in jail, and him hitting Su Muqiu was just the right reason to have a reason to arrest him. Two birds with one stone, the best of both worlds. Pie time. Fuyuan neighborhood. Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu cooked together and made a sumptuous lunch. 5 dishes and 1 soup. The aroma was overflowing. Uncle, come, eat meat. After half an hour of contact, Su Xiaoming and Xiaozhan became even closer and kept on giving Xiaozhan dishes. The braised meat that Mom made is delicious. Uncle, eat more so that you have the strength to fight the bad guys and protect me and Mom. Xiaoming is so good. Eating the meal made by his wife's hands and listening to his daughter's warm words, the smile on Xiaozhan's face was incomparably bright. It was so good to have the feeling of having a home. While Lu Hongxiu looked in her eyes, her heart did not feel good. Hesitating again and again, she still could not help it, and stiffly opened her mouth to ask, I heard that you were imprisoned in the first place because of Mom. Su Muqiu's face changed slightly. Interrupting Lu Hongxiu, whispered, Meng Meng is still there. What are you saying this for? Nothing. Xiaozhan did not care and responded, Mom, if I say that I was framed and wrongly accused, do you believe me? Framed? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng glanced at each other and were both stunned. Su Muqiu's heart also trembled slightly. If Xiaozhan was really framed and wrongly accused before he was imprisoned, did that mean that Xiaozhan himself was not some kind of unforgivable bad guy with a twisted and dangerous mentality? At least, up until now, Xiaozhan had not shown the slightest bit of malice towards Su Muqiu's family. I believe it. Out of everyone's expectation, Su Xiaoming gave Xiaozhan another piece of braised meat, then said in a firm tone, Uncle is a good person. Just like my dad. A super invincible hero, only a drop behind my dad. Saying this, he also put down his chopsticks and made a gesture. His naive and childish appearance looked both comical and adorable, making people laugh and cry. Xiao Zhan's heart was about to melt away, and he couldn't wait to give her a hard kiss on her little pink face. Worthy of being my daughter, born with a pair of discerning eyes. The phone suddenly rang. Su Muqiu answered the call. Mom, Ziyi asked me to go shopping together in the afternoon. Go and take a break. Lu Hongxiu nodded and smiled. I'll send Meng Meng to school with your dad, and do a little square dancing on the way. Listen to your auntie Sun say. Z, that girl found a boyfriend. Is a big family in the south of the city, son of a big family? Driving a 500,000 Mercedes-Benz, out of the money, to Z can be good, said, intentionally or unintentionally twisted his head to look at Xiao Zhan, full of disappointment. Xiao Zhan was silent. After the meal, Lu Hongxiu pushed Su Jiancheng to go out and send Su Xiaomeng to the nearby kindergarten for class. They just left with their feet in front of them. 3 small sedans whistled and drove into the Fuyuan neighborhood. Out of the car, it is the flustered Zhao Yongrong, and Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Miss Su. Su Muqiu was about to close the door. When she heard the shout, she subconsciously looked back. Then she saw Zhao Yongrong and the others running wildly, scrambling to be the first, running faster than one another. Soon, they came to Su Muqiu's front. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang. Su Muqiu's willow eyebrows wrinkled up. Puzzled. You guys are. Previously, Su Wenchao had called over and proudly said that Zhao Yongrong and the others had agreed to cooperate with him, and they were going to sign the contract this afternoon. So Su Muqiu was surprised that Zhao Yongrong and the others were looking for her at this time. What did they intend to do? Did Su Wenchao ask them to come and fall on the well? Pounce, pounce, pounce. Su Muqiu's words had just reached the halfway point, when a scene that made her unexpected appeared. Zhao Yongrong and the others didn't even gasp for breath, and actually kneeled down towards her without hesitation. In an instant, Su Muqiu froze like a wooden chicken. Chapter 11, Cut off your own left hand, reveal your identity. MS. Su, it's us who have eyes but no pearls, who are obsessed and agreed to sign with Su Wenchao that. Snap. As he said, he gave himself a mouthful. We know it's wrong. We've already driven Su Wenchao back. Please Miss Su, give us another chance. Snap. Another slap. Other than Miss Su, we won't sign for anyone. Slap. The 3 of them. You say one thing, I say another. Beating while talking, kneeling and begging for mercy. In less than 2 minutes, their faces were red and swollen. In a sorry state. Where was there any trace of the arrogant posture of the company's boss? You guys, what are you doing? Su Muqiu was in great shock and doubt from beginning to end. Her heart was beating madly. Her jaw was staggered, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Are these people crazy? Actually inexplicably ran over together and kowtowed to her to apologize? Not just sign a contract, to blame, but also blame Su Wenchao despicable and shameless. Blame not a few of their heads. Why this? Ah. You guys quickly get up. In a trance, Su Muqiu subconsciously reached out to help, but when she went to help Zhao Yongrong, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looked down at Zhao Yongrong's left hand. Her gaze snapped, and she asked, Mr. Zhao, what happened to your hand? Only then did she notice that Zhao Yongrong's left arm was wrapped in a white bandage that hung around his neck, seemingly injured, and the cuff of his left arm was empty, unable to see his left hand. Miss Su, here. Zhao Yongrong didn't answer, but took out a 20-centimeter long wooden box and handed it to Su Muqiu. This is? Su Muqiu's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Unable to figure out what Zhao Yongrong's gourd was selling, she took the wooden box, opened it and swept it twice. Ah! The next moment, an ear-piercing scream rang out. Su Muqiu's face changed dramatically. His heart jumped, his scalp exploded. He subconsciously took a few steps back. His hands shook, and the wooden box slipped out of his hand, falling on the floor at his feet. A left hand with blood rolled out from the wooden box. Mr. Zhao, your hand. Associated with Zhao Yongrong's empty cuffs. Where could Su Muqiu not understand that what was contained in the wooden box was precisely Zhao Yongrong's left hand that was broken off for unknown reasons? Miss Su, I was wrong, Zhao Yongrong said with a sincere attitude. In the past, it was me who was bold and daring, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and had touched Miss Su's leg with this hand. Now I'm breaking my own left hand as a punishment, and I hope to get Miss Su's forgiveness. Bang! After saying that, a heavy head knocked on the floor under Su Muqiu's feet. You guys. Su Muqiu's entire body was petrified off, stiff, her heart in turmoil, as if she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. Why are you guys doing this? Who is it? Who told you guys to come? I beg for Miss Su's forgiveness. However, Zhao Yongrong and the others only focused on kowtowing to Su Muqiu to thank her for her sins, and did not even bother to answer Su Muqiu's question. Xiao Zhan stood behind Su Muqiu and did not say a word. However, in his heart, he was secretly thinking, Hong Cub's efficiency is quite fast. A text message went by, and these guys immediately came over to the door to apologize. Touched my wife's leg? It should be punished. Don't be like this. All of you get up. Before being touched by Zhao Yongrong's leg, of course Su Muqiu remembers, but she is kind-hearted, not the kind of woman who is ruthless, not so much as to break Zhao Yongrong's left hand for this reason. Looking at Zhao Yongrong's empty cuffs, her heart is unforgiving, and she urges, Mr. Zhao, you hurry to go to the hospital to get properly bandaged up, and talk about other things later. If Miss Su doesn't forgive us, we'll kneel down for a long time. The attitude of the three people was very resolute, with no intention of joking at all. Su Muqiu was puzzled in her heart, but she didn't rush to ask, nodding her head and saying, I forgive you guys. It's not good enough to forgive you guys. Hurry up, go to the hospital quickly. Really? The three people looked at each other and secretly sighed in relief before they stood up. On the contrary, right at this moment, Xiao Zhan's cell phone rang. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. However, he remembered this number. It appeared in the information given to him by the middle-aged general. The owner should be Su Wenchao. Su Wenchao had taken a beating from Xiao Zhan and actually dared to take the initiative to contact him, which was a bit surprising to him. Thus, he clicked on the text message and looked at it twice, looking for death. This look did not matter. Xiao Zhan's pupils shrunk violently, and his originally bland face immediately became incomparably cold, with a murderous aura between his brows. The content of the text message was very simple. In front of it was a sentence, Brother-in-law, I also just learned that my cousin not only was trampled by another man 5 years ago and gave birth to a small wild seed. Moreover, she has not been idle for these 5 years. She has been spending her time outside and hooking up with 3 or 4 people. She is simply a human bus. At the loss of you are still devoted to her. As a man, I feel unworthy for you. And below is the evidence, a total of 5 photos. All of them were shots of Su Muqiu and men in close contact. The background had a street, a bar, a hotel room. The men were Zhao Yongrong, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang. It was these 3 guys who were standing in front of Xiao Zhan at the moment. Wife, aren't you going out shopping later? Pack up your things first. I'll see them off. Xiao Zhan took the initiative to stand out. You? This cry of wife called Su Muqiu in a bit of a trance. Go. Xiao Zhan did not tell Su Muqiu about the photos, but pushed Zhao Yongrong and the others to leave together, and closed the door of Su's house with his hand. You are Miss Su's husband? The violent maniac? The rapist? Zhao Yongrong and the others looked strange as they sized up Xiao Zhan for a few moments, obviously not quite understanding how Su Muqiu, with such a horrible background, could actually marry a man like Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan knew what they were thinking, so he asked, Did Cub Hong ask you guys to come? Hong Cub. The 3 people were stunned and were unable to react for a moment. Duan Yi Hong. Xiao Zhan uttered a name. Immediately, the 3 people's faces turned blue, their eyes glaring as if they were as big as copper bells. And the way they looked at Xiao Zhan was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, carrying a strong sense of shock and incredulity. Chapter 12, The Dragon Has Scales, and the anger is overwhelming. Duan Yi Hong was the brother Hong that Zhao Yongrong and the others were talking about. You know Brother Hong? Could it be? You can't be the person that Brother Hong is talking about, right? The 3 people were not cuties. Xiao Zhan not only knew Duan Yi Hong, but when he mentioned Duan Yi Hong, he actually referred to him as Hong Cub. So it was obvious that he didn't put Duan Yi Hong in his eyes at all. The first time I saw him was when he was in the middle of the night, pouncing, thinking about what Duan Yi Hong had said on the phone earlier. One sentence, dumping his family's death. The 3 only felt their scalps numb, their legs softened, and they directly knelt down for Xiao Zhan. Big brother, grandpa, we really didn't mean to fall down the well and agree to sign with Su Wenchao. It was Su Wenchao who coerced and lured us, offering conditions that we couldn't refuse. And we were momentarily possessed before. I begged the great master to spare my life. Mercy. The 3 men kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic, and were even more frightened than when they faced Su Muqiu just now. After all, they were afraid of Su Muqiu because behind Su Muqiu, there was a terrifying backer that they could not afford to mess with. And Xiao Zhen was Su Muqiu's backer. They finally understood now. All of them understood. No wonder Su Muqiu had been ostracized and bullied in the Su family in the past, unable to do anything about it. Only able to swallow her anger, but now she had soared to the heavens and suddenly had a terrifying backer. No wonder Su Muqiu would marry a man like Xiao Zhan. It turned out that Xiao Zhan was the big brother level figure that even Brother Hong couldn't afford to mess with. Shut up. Looking down at Zhao Yongrong and the others, Xiao Zhan's face was expressionless and his gaze was cold as he grunted. Businessmen seek profit, you tend to profit and avoid harm. Agreeing to sign with Su Wenchao is human nature. If you know your mistakes and can change them, come to the door and apologize. I can forget about it. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grand Master. The three people didn't even dare to raise their heads, secretly relieved. But, immediately afterward, Xiao Zhan's words changed and he coldly said, "If you dare to touch my woman, you will not deserve to die." The three people's bodies shivered uncontrollably, and the breath that had just been loosened was immediately raised to their throats again, their backs breaking out in cold sweat, especially Zhao Yongrong. "Grand Master, I was lustful. I had eyes to recognize Tai, and touched Miss Su's leg. I deserve to die." Zhao Yongrong was almost scared to the point of peeing his pants. His voice trembled and said, "For the sake of Brother Hong, for the sake of me breaking my own left hand, I beg you to treat me like a fart and let me go. As long as you spare my dog's life, from now on, I, Zhao Yongrong, saddle myself with a horse and horses, and I will only be at the head of you. Grand Master, see for yourself." Su Muchio could come out at any time, and worrying about being seen by her, Xiao Zhan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Yongrong and the others, and directly threw his cell phone over. This. Seeing those photos in the cell phone, Zhao Yongrong and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded, their faces ashen. What the hell? The men in the photos were indeed them. At that time, they did hold a woman in their arms, but, as God testifies, the woman they held was not Su Muchio at all. How? False accusation. This is a false accusation. Mr. Li was the first one to raise his head and cried out in a hard voice, "Grandpa, these photos are fake. All of them are fake. I swear to God, I have never touched a single hair on Miss Su's head. If I have any false words, I will be struck by lightning. I swear too." "I also," Zhao Yongrong said awkwardly, "I swear that I've only touched Miss Su's leg once." The three people swore poisonous oaths on their mouths, but in their hearts, they were cursing, "Your mother, which shameless is this? Actually sending this kind of photo over at this kind of time. This is to take the life of the old man Su Wenchao." Suddenly, Mr. Wang exclaimed. Zhao Yongrong and General Manager Li froze. "What Su Wenchao? Look!" Mr. Wang pointed at the sender's phone number, and the sentence at the top, and gritted his teeth. "This phone number is Su Wenchao's." Moreover, he called out to his grandpa's brother-in-law. Who else could it be but Su Wenchao? In an instant, the flames of fury were sky-high on the three men. Xiao Zhan asked, "What you guys are saying is that Su Wenchao got some fake photos over to deliberately frame you?" "That's right, absolutely." The three nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. "So, you guys know what you should do?" Xiao Zhan said meaningfully. "Don't worry, Grand Master, we'll go and settle the score with that person, to make the entire Su clan bury him. Go!" The three men were furious. They stood up, calling and gathering manpower as they walked, whistling away from the Fuyuan neighborhood, heading straight for the Su group. "Count on you guys being sensible." A flash of sternness flashed across Xiao Zhan's brows. He was not stupid and saw at a glance that the photos were PS'd and fake, so he did not do anything to Zhao Yongrong and the others, but instead lent them a hand to make Su Wenchao pay the price he deserved. The dragon has reverse scales. Touching it will lead to death. Previously, when he left the Grand Emperor Hotel, Xiao Zhan had reminded the grandparents and grandchildren of Su Bingtian, Su Zhengwo, and Su Wenchao. "Anyone who was not convinced, feel free to come at me, and anyone who dares to touch my wife and daughter will die." Obviously, they had treated Xiao Zhan's reminder as a whisper and had not taken it to heart at all. Since this is the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. A few moments later, Su Muchio came out from her home and changed into a loose casual outfit, looking clear and elegant with an extraordinary temperament, along with her delicate features and fair skin, even compared to those female stars on TV. Xiao Zhan took a few close looks, and the vicious color on his face dissipated in an instant. "What are you looking at me for?" Su Muchio came to Xiao Zhan and glared at him. "Wife, you're so beautiful." Xiao Zhan smiled and gave her a nod. Su Muchio's pretty face flushed red as she hummed, "Don't forget what you promised Meng Meng. At night, Meng Meng and I will sleep on the bed and you will sleep on the floor. Even though I'm engaged to you, I hope that you don't have any unfulfilling thoughts about me. Don't worry, I have my measure." Xiao Zhan nodded his head and said, "Unless you fall in love with me uncontrollably and take the initiative to throw yourself at me. Otherwise, we respect each other as guests and will definitely not cross the thunder pool one step." "Bah, you're dreaming." Su Muchio's face turned even redder, thinking, "Are you flirting with me? Want me to take the initiative to throw myself at you? Not even a door." At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz drove into the Fuyuan neighborhood. "Mucho, here, 20 meters away." The window of the passenger seat was suddenly slashed open, and a young woman poked her head out, waving her hand towards Su Muchio. Su Muchio looked toward Xiao Zhan. "Z and the others have come to pick me up. I'll go with you." Without waiting for Su Muchio to finish her sentence, Xiao Zhan laughed. The two of them are in pairs. You're the one with a husband now. It doesn't seem appropriate for a person to go alone as a light bulb. You, Su Muchio was about to say something, saying, what is your status? Aren't you clear in your own heart? Rapist, violent maniac, just got out of prison. It would be inappropriate for you to go alone, wouldn't it? But when the words came to her mouth, she didn't have the heart to say it. It was too hurtful. Chapter 13, Prince Charming. A narrow road between wrongdoers. The black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Su Muchio. Sun Zi got out of the car and hugged Su Muchio. Then, her puzzled gaze fell on Xiao Zhan and she frowned as she asked, Muchio, is he the husband you just got engaged to? Aha. Su Muchio nodded. After sizing up Xiao Zhan for a few moments, Sun Zi could not hide the color of contempt and disdain between her brows. But in front of Su Muchio, she smiled against her will and said, stout, big-waisted, his physique is quite good. I've heard about what happened at the engagement banquet. He was able to stand up for you, defending you and Meng Meng, and he can be regarded as a courageous and responsible man. Thanks for the compliment. Xiao Zhan was not polite and accepted it openly. Shay, Sun Zi rolled her eyes. The look of contempt on her face increased, saying that I am comforting Muchio. Can't you hear it? Idiot. Moving her gaze away from Xiao Zhan, she explained, in the morning, I was supposed to go to your engagement banquet, but it just so happened that Xiao Wei was free and asked me to have dinner with him, so I was delayed. You won't mind, right? Won't. Su Muchio shook her head. Look, this is the gift that Xiao Wei gave me. Is it pretty? Sun Zi pointed to the Cartier pendant in her neck and said proudly, I checked online. This pendant can be worth $150,000. So expensive? Su Muchio was a little surprised, took a few close looks and praised. It's so pretty. It matches your skin color. Wearing this dress, you are now simply a private mortal fairy. Have a vision, worthy of being my good girlfriend. Sun Zi became even more complacent. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, secretly shook his head. Sun Zi's features were still exquisite, but compared to Su Muchio, it was not a grade at all. And she was heavily made up and had a very heavy lipstick. She was wearing a red dress with an open neckline, and the gully inside was hidden, and her buttocks were intentionally twisting when she was talking to Su Muchio, sexy with a hint of sassiness. Little fairy? This kind of deceitful bull asterisk. It's really thanks to Su Muchio to say it. Saying that she was a little goblin was more like it. Suddenly, the driver's door pushed open, and Chen Xiaohui, who had been sitting in the car on the phone just now, walked straight to the side of Sun Zi and Su Muchio, and very gentlemanly stretched out his hand towards Su Muchio and smiled. Ms. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Su Muchio politely shook his hand. Although Chen Xiaohui hit it well, the eyes he looked at Su Muchio clearly carried a touch of amazement and a hint of salivation. Muchio, let me introduce you. Sun Zi was unaware of this and turned around and wrapped her arms around Chen Xiaohui's arm, placing her breasts against Chen Xiaohui's arm, displaying a look of intimacy. My Prince Charming, Chen Xiaohui, the youngest master of the Chun family in the south of the city, the general manager of Brilliant Pictures, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Quanchang, and is also a member of the Provincial Wushu Dao Association, and the vice president of the city's Wushu Dao Association. Speaking of Chen Xiaohui, Sun Zi's chin lifted slightly and her entire body fluttered a little. That's awesome. Even Su Muchio had to admit that Chen Xiaohui was indeed very good, and sincerely blessed. It's your good fortune that you can find such a good man. As a bosom friend, I'm happy for you from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that you guys will be long-lasting and happy. That's right. Sun Zi smiled proudly, followed by a turn of phrase, said, however, Muchio, you shouldn't be too sad. It's just an engagement. Anyway, didn't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. Xiaohui has a lot of friends. In the future, if there's an opportunity, I'll introduce them to you to get to know each other. Maybe one of them will have your Prince Charming. The voice was loud, and there was absolutely no intention to avoid Xiao Zhan. From the beginning to the end, Chen Xiaohui did not even look up at Xiao Zhan, seemingly treating Xiao Zhan as heir. Following Sun Zi's words, he said, to be honest, our company recently had a project to cooperate with Su Group. I came today. One is to have dinner with Z, and the second is to accompany my dad to go and find Mr. Su to discuss the details of the cooperation. My dad should still be in Su Group right now. Oh, Su Muchio froze. Chen Xiaohui laughed. I heard that this engagement ceremony is your grandfather's intention. If Ms. Su has a grudge and wants to break the engagement, perhaps I can help. Right. Sun Zi nodded. No matter how much your grandfather favors your cousin, he still has to give some face to the Chen family. So as long as Xiaohui is in front of your grandfather, and puts in a few good words for you, he will definitely be able to make him come around. At that time, I'll introduce Xiaohui's friends to you, and see who else dares to bully you. Undeniably, Sun Zi was doing it for Su Mucho's good. However, Su Mucho twisted her head to look at Xiao Zhan, hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. It's better to forget about it. People have their own destiny. I don't have the same kind of fortune as you do. As long as Meng Meng stays with me, and is able to grow up carefree, I'll be satisfied. But, it's getting late. Let's go. Sun Zi still wanted to persuade again, but Su Mucho did not give her the chance. After all, saying this in front of Xiao Zhan was too cruel for Xiao Zhan. Those words, Xiao Zhan did not take them to heart. With his status, it was normal to be disliked and despised, and if Sun Zi were to set him up with Su Mucho, that would be truly sick in the head. What he cared about was Chen Xiaohui's identity, the youngest master of the Chun family in the south of the city, the general manager of Brilliant Pictures. What a coincidence, a narrow road between enemies. Xiao Zhan remembered very clearly that 5 years ago, he and his mother returned to Quan City together to save their relatives, and in the way of the reputation of the Xiao family in the capital, many of the local families in Quan City welcomed them with a welcome, and set up banquets to receive their mother and son, in a vain attempt to get in touch with the Xiao family in the capital, especially the families located in the south of the city. Mother Zhao's mother's family was located in the south of the city, and her connections were also in the south of the city, so those families in the south of the city were the most attentive. The night Xiao Zhan's accident happened, it was because he drank a few more cups at the wine banquet. His consciousness was blurred, and then he was carried into the hotel room and slept with Su Mucho in a confused manner. There were 3 family heads attending that banquet, namely the Zhang family, the Lu family, and the Chen family. And the Chen family's family head, Chen Zhonghe, was none other than Chen Xiaohui's father. Today was the first time Xiao Zhan and Chen Xiaohui met. Originally, he didn't know Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan didn't know him. However, the only big family surnamed Chen in the south of the city was Chen Zhonghe, and the predecessor of Brilliant Pictures, Xiangjuan Media, was actually the property of Xiao mother's family. The word Xiangjuan was taken from Xiao Zhan's mother and father, Miao Xiangju and Xiao Baojun, each taking a word. Xiao Zhan was framed at a banquet and sent to jail. Mother Miao Xiangju returned to the capital, kneeling in front of the Xiao family gate for 3 days and 3 nights, died. The property that originally belonged to the Miao family has now become the Chen family's company. To say that the Chen family did not secretly collude with the Xiao family, who would believe it? I don't know how Grandma and Grandpa are doing now. Their mother died tragically. Their industry was taken away from them. They are old. They must have had a very hard time these 5 years. Xiao Zhan sat in the Mercedes-Benz and swept his eyes at Chen Xiaohui, who was responsible for driving the car. His body unconsciously exuded an icy and bone-piercing chill. It seems that we need to make a trip to the south of the city as soon as possible. The conspiracy of that year. If the Chun family is really involved in it, they must be made to pay for it in blood. Ruwaiting Mall, 6th floor. When a woman goes shopping, it's just clothes, shoes, and cosmetics. Su Mucho and Sun Zi walked in front, almost one by one. The first 5 or 6 didn't find anything suitable, until they entered a women's clothing brand store and saw a white dress hanging in the middle of the store. Su Mucho stopped her steps. It's so pretty. Reaching out and touching on the white dress, Su Mucho's eyes flashed with light, lovingly looking like she obviously liked it. Although her voice muttering to herself was small, it did not escape Xiao Zhan's ears. Thus, Xiao Zhan followed up and smiled. Buy it if you like it. No way. Su Mucho glared at Xiao Zhan and pointed at the price tag and shook her head. Look, 28,888 apiece. It's too expensive. I can't afford it right now. Su Jiancheng crippled. Lu Hongxiu retired. Su Xiaoming is still small. Usually the expenses of a family of 4 all point to Su Mucho alone. She works in Su Group. The salary was not high, and now was kicked out of Su Group by Su Wenchao, in a state of inactivity. Said that the big deal is to change the job, but the psychological pressure is very big. I can only scrimp and save, to condescend to myself. Where is there any extra free money to buy these high-grade clothes? It's fine. I'll buy them for you. Xiao Zhan's heart slightly moved. More and more heart takes Su Mucho. Just now, Sun Zi has actually bought a lot of things, but Su Mucho used the reason of not too fond of it, and was empty-handed. He took out his bank card and was about to pay, but just at this time, one of the salespersons in the store suddenly came over and opened Su Mucho's right hand that was touching the white dress, and said coldly, "Don't touch it if you don't buy it, and if you touch it dirty, can you afford to pay for it?" Chapter 14, Make Your Woman apologize to me. You. Su Mucho froze and retracted her right hand. This white dress is new for the fall. The top designer from the UK personally designed it, and the fabric used is also top-notch. It was hard for our boss to get the goods, and it's the only one of its kind. Saying this, the salesman looked at Xiao Zhan and grunted. Mind your own woman, just satiate your eyes. It doesn't matter if a man is poor, Bringing your own woman out to play. That's what's wrong with you. Xiao Zhan's pupils shrunk violently. He understood. No wonder when Su Muqiu touched the white dress alone just now, the salesman had no reaction. But after he came to Su Muqiu's side, the salesman suddenly rushed up to stop him. It turned out that he was the one who had dragged Su Muqiu down. Su Muqiu's current situation is not very good, but the dress is very delicate. The bag is not false, at least looks like a rich person. Xiao wore is the opposite, pocket money, but the clothes on the body together. Hold up 300, a look is a poor hangers. Judging people by their appearance. How do you talk to this person? Su Muqiu's pretty face flushed red. I don't know whether it was angry, or was the salesman said Xiao Zhan's woman. To the shame, coldly said, you open the door to do business. Do not let you touch if you do not buy. This is to force to buy and sell? If your man has money, then let him buy it for you. The salesman had absolutely no intention of backing down. The words were spoken to Su Muqiu, but her gaze kept falling on Xiao Zhan, raising her chin with a provocative expression. You're too much. It was the first time that Su Muqiu had encountered such a brutal and unreasonable salesperson. Her hand gripping her wallet tightened slightly, and with a clench of her teeth, she wanted to take the money to buy the white dress directly without fighting for the bun. What's going on? At this time, Chen Xiaohui and Sun Zi walked over at the sound of the voice. Chen Xiaohui looked at the white dress, and said in a deep voice, this young lady is my friend. She likes this dress. What's wrong with touching it? Saying that, he deliberately raised his hand and held up his suit and tie, revealing the valuable Rolex hand watch on his wrist. The salesman froze for a moment, turned his head to see the designer suit on Chen Xiaohui and the Cartier pendant in Sun Zi's neck, and immediately changed his face, smiled like a flower, and said in a flattering tone, since it's your friend, of course you can touch it. Then smiled towards Su Muqiu and said, there is a changing room over there. Miss can go in and try it on. Su Muqiu's face was hard to see. No matter what, Xiao Zhan was now her husband. To have another man pay for her in front of Xiao Zhan, where would her face go? Where was Xiao Zhan's face? Moreover, Chen Xiaohui was Sun Zi's boyfriend. Sun Zi was also present. Would she be jealous? Muqiu, don't just stand there. Quickly go and change. Sun Zi knew what Su Muqiu was worried about, so she took the initiative to come forward and generously said, more than $20,000 is only one hair on Xiaohui's head. Think of it as a gift from Xiaohui to me, and I'll give it to you in return. What's our relationship? Don't worry, I'm not that petty. However, she didn't have the intention of relieving Xiao Zhan. Instead she sneered, your man is useless. I'll cover you from now on. Saying that, she probed her hand and removed the white dress, not allowing Su Muqiu to refuse. She pulled Su Muqiu to stride towards the opposite side of the changing room. Xiao Zhan sank his eyebrows in silence, although Sun Zi was looking at him with disdain and contempt. But seeing as Sun Zi and Su Muqiu had a deep sisterly love and were also defending Su Muqiu, he did not want to see eye to eye with Sun Zi. As for the money, he would step forward later to pay the bill, and would definitely not let Chen Xiaohui, this hypocrite, succeed in his plot. This skirt is nice. Sun Zi pulled Su Muqiu and just walked to the door of the changing room. A young woman came to the store and took a glance at the white skirt in Sun Zi's hand. Without saying a word, she reached out and snatched it. Sun Zi's face blackened in an instant and said angrily, Hey, who are you? Do you know what comes first? This skirt is what my friend saw first. Bring it over. Brother Ming, this dress looks good. Come and pay. The young woman didn't even bother to pay attention to Sun Zi. She didn't even bother to look at Sun Zi, directly treating Sun Zi as if she was air, turning around and walking to the floor-to-ceiling mirror, unfolding that white dress and constantly comparing it to her own body, while at the same time shouting out towards the outside of the store. Sun Zi was so angry that she stomped her feet and turned her head to look at Chen Xiaohui. Chen Xiaohui's face didn't look too good either, coughing and about to open his mouth to back up Sun Zi, when a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared at the entrance of the store. Wrap it up if you like it, the middle-aged man said casually, not even asking about the price. Obviously a rich man. Chairman Qian. Chen Xiaohui recognized the middle-aged man's identity at a glance. His pupils dilated and he couldn't close his mouth in surprise. What Chairman Qian? Sun Zi frowned, her face full of doubt, but from Chen Xiaohui's reaction, she vaguely realized that this middle-aged man should not be messed with, or at least, Chen Xiaohui could not afford to mess with him. Chen Xiaohui whispered, Quan Cheng's richest man, Qian Half City, have you heard of him? He is Qian Half City's son, Qian Yiming, also the president of the city's martial arts association, and I'm the vice president. To put it mildly, it's considered half of my leadership. Although the voice is small, into Sun Zi's ears, but no less than a thunderclap, her whole person is frozen like a wooden chicken, looked at Qian Yiming, and then looked at the young woman who was still comparing the white dress, cannot help but have a chill down her back. palpitations, secretly said, "Oh my god, fortunately I just held back, did not rush up to snatch the white dress back, or else, FAI, to be able to run into Chen Xiaohui here." Qian Yiming was also a bit surprised, the way he addressed Chen Xiaohui, and the tone of his voice, it was like calling out to an insignificant little brother. It's me. Even so, Chen Xiaohui still acted like he was flattered, nodding his head and saying, "I've really struck lucky today. I'm actually able to meet with President Qian unexpectedly. If President Qian has time, I'll be sure to treat you to dinner." Che, Pug. The young woman glared at Chen Xiaohui with a look of contempt before pointing at Sun Zi and asking, "She, is your woman?" Yes, is my girlfriend." Chen Xiaohui nodded his head like garlic. The young woman grunted, "She just tried to grab my clothes. Are your dog eyes blind? Can't you see it? And still trying to reason with me. How unqualified." Sun Zi's face blackened for a moment. Ever since she followed Chen Xiaohui, she was almost a step up in the world. Usually she was the only one who bullied others. How had she ever been bullied by others like this? But there was no way. The son of the richest man in Quanchang could not be messed with. Gritting my teeth, I endure. It's all my fault. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. It's me who doesn't discipline my own woman. How about this? This white dress, if Miss likes it. Single, I bought it. Just as it's an atonement to Miss and President Qian. Chen Xiaohui generously said. The young woman raised the tip of her eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Is Brother Ming very short of money? Can't afford it? Then the young lady is trying to have your woman apologize to me." This, Chen Xiaohui and Sun Zi looked at each other. Their faces one more ugly than the other. However, Chen Xiaohui still passed a wink towards Sun Zi, signaling her to do what the young woman said. Sun Zi was suffocating to death. Nay, a person under the roof had to bow her head. "It's all your fault." Viciously glaring at Xiao Zhan next to her, Sun Zi counted all her grievances on Xiao Zhan's head, then took a few steps to walk to the young woman, respectfully bowed to the young woman, and said stiffly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Oh?" The young woman was full of smugness and deliberately asked, "Where was the mistake? I shouldn't have robbed Mrs. clothes. Moreover, I shouldn't have reasoned with Miss. What Miss likes, is Mrs. What Miss says, is reason." Saying these words, Sun Zi herself felt disgusted. "Count on you to be sensible." The biased young woman was very flattered, taking the white dress and strutting to the counter, humming, "Pack it for me." Good. The sales clerk was equally respectful. Where was there a trace of the arrogant stance that she had when facing Su Mucho just now? This was the charm of money, the energy of power. Qian Yiming stood at the entrance of the store, not saying a word, but due to his appearance, everything changed. Everyone's attitude changed because of him. Sun Zi returned to Su Mucho's side with a black face, whispering comfortingly, "Mucho, this Brother Ming is the son of Quan City's richest man, Qian Half City. We can't afford to mess with him. Go to another store later and see if there's any of the same model." "No need." Su Mucho shook her head and said, "Zi, I'm sorry, it's me who dragged you guys into this. What, even tired or not? It's not just an apology." Sun Zi smiled graciously and once again looked at Xiao Zhan and said contemptuously, "That bastard, really not a man. Watching the thing you like being snatched away by someone else. He doesn't even dare to put a fart." Su Mucho also followed suit and looked at Xiao Zhan. "Wait." The salesman packed the white dress. Qian Yiming took out his bank card and was about to settle the bill. At this time, Xiao Zhan, who had been silent with a sunken brow, walked out and opened his mouth. "This dress, it's the one that my wife looked at first. There's no need to try it on. I'll buy it." Chapter 15, The Richest Man in Quan City? "I'll beat you up as usual." At those words, everyone was stunned. Chen Xiaohui's gaze towards Xiao Zhan was as if he was looking at a psychopath. Jumping out at a time like this, wasn't it a death wish? Idiot. The young woman glared at Xiao Zhan with great disdain. "You." Su Mucho's heart thumped, secretly screaming that it was not good, subconsciously wanting to stop Xiao Zhan, but was stopped by Sun Zi, who pulled her to the side and grunted. He definitely doesn't know about Qian Yiming's identity, so it's good that, after offending Qian Yiming, there is simply no place for him in Quanchang. Borrowing Qian Yiming's hand and solving this bastard, I will then introduce Xiao Hui's friend to you, killing two birds with one stone and saving a lot of trouble. But, listen to me. That's right. Sun Zi tugged Su Mucho to death, waiting for a good show. "Kid, are you talking to me?" Chen Yiming put back the bank card he had handed out and turned his head to look at Xiao Zhan, his playful eyes, as if he was looking down on an insignificant mole cricket. He sneered, "If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. In Quan City, you are the first one who dares to rob something from me. Is that so?" Xiao Zhan walked to the counter in large strides, and Qian Yiming came face to face, his four eyes facing each other, but he was awe-inspiring, and casually said, "I've changed my mind now. Not only this white dress, All the clothes in this store. I'm all in. If you guys want to buy, get lost in another store. Don't be an eyesore here. The voice was not loud, but it landed like thunder. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, never expecting that Xiao Zhan actually dared to take a hard line with Qian Yiming. Let Qian Yiming roll? This was going farther and farther down the road of death. Looking for death, Chen Xiaohui whispered. Not only does the Qian family have money and power, moreover, Qian Yiming, as the president of the city's martial arts association, has opened a security company, which has several hundred people, all of whom are martial arts experts that he has carefully cultivated, so as long as he gives a word, at any time, he can make Xiao Zhan disappear from Quanchang, or even, disappear from the world. It's easier than stepping on an ant if he wants to get someone killed. Sun Zi's face was ashen. Mu Qiu, this guy's brain couldn't have been kicked by a donkey, right? I've heard that he's a violent maniac, but I didn't expect that he's actually so maniacal that he doesn't want to die. To be honest, Sun Zi now had some regrets, regretting that she had just stopped Su Muqiu and did not let Su Muqiu stop Xiao Zhan. Although she did not see Xiao Zhan in a favorable light and wanted to borrow Qian Yiming's hand to teach Xiao Zhan a lesson and break up Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu, she was not malicious enough to want Xiao Zhan's life. I'm afraid that the bigger things get, the worse it will end. Su Muqiu gritted her teeth and rushed over, pulling down Xiao Zhan's arm, worrying, a piece of clothing is just a piece of clothing. Since this young lady likes it, let's give it to her. Let's go to another store and turn around. Maybe, there is a better. Saying that, he was about to bring Xiao Zhan to leave. However, Qian Yiming did not intend to give up. He sized up Su Muqiu for a few moments. A touch of greed appeared between his brows, humming, kid, not a lot of lust, if you want to let your wife play for a few days for me, and today's matter will be written off. How about it? Bang! Almost at the same instant that Qian Yiming's words landed, Xiao Zhan did not hesitate and blatantly struck out. With a kick, he kicked at Qian Yiming's belly. Qian Yiming had never dreamt that Xiao Zhan would dare to make a move against him, so he was completely unprepared and only felt a sharp pain strike between his lower abdomen, and immediately after, the entire person flew out backwards. Flying 3 meters away, he landed in the corridor outside the store. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, splattering a large portion of the corridor floor wet. The entire room was dead silent. Xiao Zhan's movements were quick, too quick. Moreover, there was no sign before striking. 1 second he was as immobile as a mountain, but the next second he was as ferocious as a tiger, and in the blink of an eye, Qian Yiming had already been kicked out by him. You. The young woman's eyes widened. Her eyes couldn't collapse out of their sockets. Her insides trembled fiercely, pointing at Xiao Zhan and wanting to curse a few times, but she couldn't. Turning around to help Qian Yiming, crying out, Brother Ming, are you alright? Again, Su Muqiu was equally dumbfounded and looked dumbfounded. Before in the Grand Emperor Hotel, although she had seen Xiao Zhan out with her own eyes and knew how powerful Xiao Zhan was, but what she had beaten up before was only the Su family's bodyguards, while this time, she had beaten up the son of the richest man in Quanchang. The nature was completely different. It's over. You're in big trouble. Su Muqiu's heart sank to the bottom, almost despairing. Do you know that he is the son of Quan City's richest man? Qian Bancheng. Hitting him, not to mention you, even if it's the entire Su family, you can't afford to bear the wrath of the Qian family. The richest man? Xiao Zhan frowned, then laughed. So what? I said that from now on, no one will be able to bully you in Xiaomeng, not to mention a mere richest man in Quan City. Even if the Heavenly King came and dared to disrespect you, I would still beat you up. The tone was flat, but carried an unspeakable domineering aura. You. Su Muqiu opened her mouth and met Xiao Zhan's firm gaze. She originally wanted to scold Xiao Zhan for a few words, but when the words came to her mouth, she could not say anything. Yes, Xiao Zhan's fighting with his hands 3 times was all for the sake of defending her at all costs, regardless of the consequences. Confused, Sun Zi walked over with a dark face and said sharply, I can kind of see, although you're not a good person, you're really good to Mu Qiu, and for the sake of Mu Qiu, you actually dared to fight even Qian Yiming, but have you thought about it? After the fight, you show off your courage, you're happy, but what about Mu Qiu? What about the Su family? Once the Qian family retaliates, you're a newly released rapist, you have nothing to lose anyway, it doesn't matter, what about them? All of them will be dragged down by you and pay for your impulsiveness. Humph, you're simply a one-dimensional fool. Sun Zi scolded more and more fiercely. However, she was indeed bent on looking out for Su Muqiu. Xiao Zhan did not blame her. I caused the trouble. I can solve it myself. You. With one sentence, Sun Zi choked and gritted her teeth, reached out and pulled Su Muqiu behind herself and grunted. Fine. Since you're stubborn and have to puff up your face, then you solve it. I'd like to see how you can solve it. Chapter 16, The Supreme Black Card. Stupid woman. Shen Xiaohui stood aside. Sun Zi said that Xiao Zhan was a dumbass, while he felt that Sun Zi was just as dumb as Xiao Zhan, knowing that Qian Yiming would retaliate. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and clear the relationship with Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu, to save themselves from the calamity of the poolfish. Sun Zi was so good that she actually ran over to defend Su Muqiu? This is not stupid. Chen Xiaohui looked at Qian Yiming outside the store, lying there squirming for half a day for 2 to 3 minutes, unable to even sit up. The explosive power of Xiao Zhan's kick just now was visible. How ruthless. Chen Xiaohui's heart was secretly in awe. Qian Yiming was the president of the city's martial arts association. His physical fitness and martial arts background was far from ordinary. Xiao Zhan was able to kick him into serious injury, which meant that Xiao Zhan's strength was definitely not below him. At this moment, when he looked at Xiao Zhan again, there was a trace of gravity and scorn between Chen Xiaohui's brows, and the previous mentality of scorn and ridicule was gone. Brother Ming, how are you? Oh, the young woman squatted beside Qian Yiming, crying, and it took a lot of effort to help Qian Yiming up. Qian Yiming reached out and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. The killing machine in his eyes appeared, as if he were a vicious wolf staring at Xiao Zhan, and he coldly said, Laozi really underestimated you. Wait for me. If you can walk out of the Ruwaiting Mall alive today, I will follow your last name. After saying this, he took out his cell phone to call for someone. Xiao Zhan lazily ignored it and directly asked the salesperson, the clothes in your store. I'm all in. How much in total? 948,763. The sales clerk who was originally disdainful of Xiao Zhan. At this moment, where was the courage to be arrogant? Holding the purchase list and calculator crackling count half a day. When answering, the voice is trembling. The heart secretly thought, could it be that this guy wears rags, but is a deep-seated son of the rich and powerful? Otherwise, how dare he hit Qian Yiming? This is a big profit. If Xiao Zhan could really buy all the clothes in the store, the salesman would be able to get a commission of around $50,000, which would be worth half a year's salary. You, come over here. However, just as the salesman was pleasantly surprised, Xiao Zhan suddenly reached out and pointed at another salesman across the street. Me? That salesman froze. Xiao Zhan nodded his head and said, it's you. Please come over and swipe the card for me, and all the commission on all the clothes will be counted on your head. Saying that, he took out a black card. That salesman froze for a full 10 seconds, and after reacting, he was instantly excited beyond words, as if a big pie fell from the sky and just happened to hit his own head, and hurriedly ran over, respectfully received Xiao Zhan's black card, and nodded his head and said, please wait a moment. Sir, the salesman from before was completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. $50,000 of commission. Muqiu, are you sure this guy was just released from prison? Xiao Zhan's chesty look caused Sun Zi to go into a bit of a trance, and she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, can he really take out more than $900,000? Look, that bank card of his, it's black, all in English on it, never seen it before. It can't be a random supermarket membership card, pretending and fooling people, right? Su Muqiu frowned. She couldn't answer any of the questions Sun Zi asked, because she was equally ignorant of Xiao Zhan's past. Xiaohui, have you seen it? Sun Zi turned back to Chen Xiaohui. No. Chen Xiaohui shook his head. As a young master of a rich family, he had bank cards from almost every bank, but this black card that Xiao Zhan had pulled out, he really had not seen it before. He also suspected that Xiao Zhan was playing a trick. Snap. Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on that black card, curious as to whether it was a bank card or not, and whether or not it could actually swipe out money, a sudden noise came from behind them. Turning back to look, only to see Qian Yiming standing at the entrance of the store, the whole person as if petrified, frozen there, right hand on the ear, still maintaining the posture of calling, but the phone slipped out of his hand and fell on the floor at his feet. The original ferocious face, at this moment covered with a strong color of shock. Gulp, viciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Qian Yiming muttered in a voice that only he could hear, how could this happen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why would the Supreme Black Card, a limited edition of the Universal Bank, appear in the hands of this kid? Supreme Black Card, that ancient and weird-looking black card. Sun Zi had never seen it. Su Muqiu had never seen it. Chen Xiaohui had never seen it either. But on the contrary, as the son of Quan City's richest man, Qian Half City, Qian Yiming had seen it. However, what he had seen before was a photo. As for the real thing, he also saw it for the first time today, because this kind of black card is too rare. The Global Bank has a limited edition, with a credit limit of $1 billion, without interest. Moreover, its value is not something that can be measured by money. It is a symbol of identity and status. It was no exaggeration to say that owning this level of Supreme Black Card could stop trains, force airplanes to land, and even temporarily close ports when necessary. The people who possessed the Supreme Black Card were all superstars who had made outstanding contributions to the global economy. Previously, Qian Half-City had tried to apply for it, but the answer was that he did not have the qualifications to apply for it. The richest man in Quancheng, sitting on nearly tens of billions of assets, yet he didn't even have the qualification to apply for it. The difficulty could be imagined. It was precisely because he knew how difficult it was that Chen Yiming was so shocked, simply could not believe his eyes. This kid, superb? Chen Yiming felt that his brain was not enough, so much so that when he was halfway through the call and his cell phone fell on the ground, he couldn't even care about bending down to pick it up, and there was only one thought left in his mind. That card, is it real, or is it a fake? Is it Xiao Zhan's own, or did Xiao Zhan steal it, picked it up, robbed? At this time, the salesman pushed the POS machine in front of Xiao Zhan and signaled, "Sir, please enter the password." Password. Everyone's eyes retracted from Chen Yiming and refocused on that Supreme Black Card. There were doubts, expectations, and concerns. The only exception was that young woman. She didn't care what the black card Xiao Zhan took out was and whether there was any money in it. In her opinion, even if Xiao Zhan was really rich and could pack all the clothes in the store, so what? Looking at the entire Quan City, compared to being rich, who could beat the Qian family and Qian Yiming? Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? The young woman bent down and picked up her cell phone, handed it to Qian Yiming, looked at the screen of the cell phone. It was still on a call, so she urged, "Brother Ming, quickly call someone to come over, kill that unknowing." Snap. Halfway through the words, Qian Yiming threw his hand and slapped her on the face. The fiery pain. "Brother Ming, why are you hitting me?" The young woman covered her face, instantly dumbfounded, staring at Qian Yiming with wide eyes in disbelief. "If you don't call someone, they should run away after paying." "Run, you paralyzed. Get lost." Another slap on the young woman's face, directly knocking the young woman to the ground. Qian Yiming angrily said, "Don't block the old man's line of sight." Qian Yiming stared at Xiao Zhan's every move, his eyes wide, his eyes not slanting. He didn't dare to breathe a bit. He stared at Xiao Zhan's every move, his heart puffing, almost beating like crazy. Chapter 17. This card has problems. If Xiao Zhan knew the password and the payment was successful, then it was enough to show that he was the owner of that black card. As for whether that black card was the legendary Supreme Black Card, Qian Yiming was just a few meters away, looking at it twice, and although he was skeptical, he couldn't be sure. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. A few moments later, accompanied by a familiar soft sound, the bottom of the POS machine spat out a bill, representing that the payment was successful. "Oh my god, this guy really has money?" The first one to cry out in shock was Sun Zi Muqiu. Wasn't he locked up in prison for 5 whole years? He couldn't even get out of the prison gate. Where did he get so much money? Nearly $1 million. It's not possible that he just got out of prison and went on a robbery, right? Sun Zi really couldn't think of any other explanation, and associating it with Xiao Zhan's violent tendency to hit people at the drop of a hat, she instead felt that the robbery was more reasonable. Su Muqiu shook her head. "I don't know." She truly did not know. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people present, she wouldn't have been able to hold back her intense curiosity and wanted to pull Xiao Zhan to ask what was going on. "Blame it on my cheap mouth. Lost a big customer." The sales clerk quietly glanced at the number displayed on the bill. Her face was ashen. Her heart was dripping blood. She couldn't wait to slap herself with a few big mouths. Nearly 50,000 commission. A boiled duck. It just flew away. Really his card. The corner of Qian Yiming's mouth twitched a few times, his thoughts spinning rapidly. This kind of thing, rather believe it than not believe it. If that black card is not the legendary Supreme Black Card, there are many chances to take revenge. But in case it's the Supreme Black Card, call someone over to beat him? The consequences are unimaginable. So first go back to find out and say it again. With that thought, he turned around and left. Brother Ming, don't leave. You haven't taught that brat a lesson yet. The young woman covered her face and stood up, crying and shouting at the same time, turning back to glare angrily at Xiao Zhan, then chased after him with an unwilling heart. "This is gone? What about the promised shouting people over to beat Xiao Zhan to death? Say goodbye to Xiao Zhan, later with Xiao Zhan's last name?" Received a beating, put down harsh words, pretend to be halfway, admit to goat? He fled? The son of the richest man in the world. So irresponsible? Obviously not Qian Yiming's usual style of behavior. It seems that this card has a problem. Chen Xiaohui frowned slightly. His mind was like electricity. He had some understanding of Qian Yiming. To say that Qian Yiming was scared away by Xiao Zhan's kick just now, or the district's more than $900,000, was absolutely impossible. Then, the problem could only lie in Xiao Zhan's quaint black card, worthy of being the son of the richest man. He has some insight, while others didn't know. Xiao Zhan was very clear about why Qian Yiming suddenly left. He put away the supreme black card, then turned his head to look at Su Muchio and laughed. Wife, now these clothes in the store, all of them are yours. Feel free to take them. Until now, Su Muchio still felt a bit unreal, and awkwardly said, so many clothes, I can't finish wearing them. You're too wasteful. Then let Zi help you. You guys wear them together. Xiao Zhan looked toward Sun Zi. Me? Sun Zi was a bit surprised and hummed. There are at least 100 pieces of clothes in this store. It's useless to count me. Moreover, a large portion of the sizes and styles of them are not suitable for Muchio and I at all. That's so. Xiao Zhan thought about it and laughed. It's fine. If it doesn't fit then don't want it. Can't. Upon hearing this, the sales clerk whose heart was dripping blood stood out and shook her head. This sir, nothing sold in our store is returnable. If you just wrapped up your purchase just to vomit with young Master Qian, and you renege as soon as young Master Qian is gone, then that's not in line with the rules. Xiao Zhan jumped out and pretended to be a pussy for half a day. That salesman's heart dripped blood for half a day, suffocating to death. And now that the bill is settled and Qian Yiming has left, Xiao Zhan wants to take back the pussy that he just pretended to be a pussy again? He wants to take back the money he just paid? There is no door. After a long time, there was a chance to get out of anger. Of course the salesman would not let go. Chapter 18 The fiercer the better. It's horrible. Don't worry, I won't refund the money. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. Then you. Xiao Zhan once again looked at the other salesman and signaled. Later on, take the clothes that my wife and this young lady picked out. Pack them all up. Pick the rest to you. Whatever you want to do with them. To me? The other salesman stared wide-eyed, immediately feeling that another big pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head again. Yes, it's for you. Xiao Zhan nodded. A salesman with quality deserves such a surprise. Thank you, sir. The other salesman was grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Su Muchio and Sun Zi glanced at each other and both saw 5 big words in the other's eyes. Thug. Loser. There were more than 100 pieces of clothes worth more than 900,000. Even if Su Muchio and Sun Zi were allowed to pick and choose as they pleased, they could only pick out half of the clothes that were suitable for themselves and their family members to wear, and then the remaining half, at least, could be sold for about $400,000. Xiao Zhan's light words, said to give it away, then gave it away? Moreover, it was given to an unrelated stranger, a salesperson in the store. Gulp! The sales clerk from before rolled her throat and swallowed her saliva. Her pale face was as ugly as if she had eaten feces, her heart trembled fiercely, and the blood in her heart dripped even more and faster, and she even had an impulse to headbutt to death. She originally thought that Xiao Zhan's swollen face was trying to take back the pussy he had just faked. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhan, this guy didn't play by the rules, and on the basis of the pussy he had just faked, he casually faked another ing pussy, pretend to be struck by lightning. What about the thunder? Qian Yiming left Ruiting Mall, immediately took out his cell phone, dialed a number out, give me to check a person, and a card. The more detailed the better. A red Ferrari was parked in the square outside the mall. Qian Yiming said as he walked and sat in the Ferrari, and just as he hung up the phone, the young woman chased out of Ruiting Mall, shouting, Brother Ming, wait for me, wait for me. Walking too quickly, the foot suddenly wrenched, the heel of the high-heeled shoes to break. The whole person's center of gravity was suddenly unbalanced, squatting and sitting on the square, ankle a burst of hot and spicy pain. If placed in the past, Qian Yiming may get off to help her, but today, no. Go, immediately go to Qianjiang Group's headquarters. Qian Yiming casually spoke towards the driver, and without even bothering to look at the young woman, he discarded the young woman on the square outside Ruiting Mall like a piece of trash. Qian Half City, as the richest man in Quanchang, was sitting on nearly $10 billion of assets, and Qianjiang Group was his core industry. It was also where he usually worked. Brother Ming, don't go. What am I going to do if you go? Woo-woo. Seeing the red Ferrari disappearing at the end of the street, the young woman's face hurt, her feet hurt, and her heart hurt even more, as if she had fallen from heaven into hell, snotting and tearing, full of despair. A gust of wind blew, lifting her hair, messy in the air. Pie time. In front of the building where the Su Group was located, 30 gray vans parked side by side, every 10 a set, a total of 3 sets. The car is all filled with people, but they are not in a hurry to get off the car, until the 3 small cars from the opposite side of the street whistling. 30 gray vans of the car door is only coincidentally being pulled open, clattering, accompanied by a burst of dense footsteps. 5 people scurried out of each van, 30 of them, a total of 150 people, dressed in crisp security uniforms. Only, the style of the clothing was not quite the same. Every 50 people a set has been divided into 3 sets. The 3 minivans stopped, the doors opened, and each stepped out of a middle-aged man. It was Zhao Yongrong and Mr. Li and Mr. Wang Hu hurriedly rushed from Fuyuan district. Are all ing ready? The three men stood in front of the team, looking furious. Ready, the 150 security guards answered in unison. Go, follow me in. Zhao Yongrong waved his hand and said ferociously. Target, Su clan. After you go in, smash me to your heart's content. Smash as much as you want. The harder you smash, the better. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. After saying that, he took the lead and aggressively walked into the building where Su's group was located. Mr. Li and Mr. Wang followed closely behind. 150 security guards followed behind, rubbing their fists, eager to try. Although they did not know why their boss suddenly made a move against Su's group, but the security guards' work is usually very boring. A large-scale pretense scene like today is rare. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. To be able to participate in it, one naturally felt doubly proud. Mr. Zhao, the front desk lady of Su group couldn't help but stare when she saw Zhao Yongrong. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, seeing General Manager Li and General Manager Wang following Zhao Yongrong, they were even more stunned. Immediately after that, 150 security guards swarmed to the reception hall, a large black pressurized block, one stop inside the reception hall, in the blink of an eye, crowded the entire hall. Moreover, each one of them cross-eyed. The visitor is not good. You guys, this is. The front desk lady's heart trembled violently. The corners of her eyes and mouth twitched at the same time. Her pretty face was white as paper in an instant, and she even had the urge to pee. This scene, it was really scary. A mere front desk lady. How had she ever seen it before? Smash! Zhao Yongrong didn't bother with the receptionist lady, and without any hesitation, spat out a word from his mouth. Do it! Mr. Li and Mr. Wang were not willing to lag behind, and they signaled towards their men. In the next moment, 150 security guards spread out, directly rushing into the various departments of Su Group, without a word of nonsense, smashing things as they saw them, as if they were playing a match, competing to be the first, one smashing harder than the other. What are you people? Dare to come to Su's group to make trouble? Holy! Su's group also has security guards. Rushed at the sound, originally wanted to stop. However, seeing the scene in the hall, immediately stared wide-eyed. His heart trembled wildly. A MMP came out of his mouth, only to feel that his forehead was sweating. His legs were trembling. Where was the courage to rush up and stop it? Froze for a moment, turned his head and scurried away. What are you guys doing? Don't touch my stuff. My computer. My cell phone. I just ordered takeout. A few moments ago there was a peaceful Su's group, turned into a crowded food market. Screams and screams, crackling and snapping. Computers and tables and chairs and benches shattered all over the place. Cell phones and documents flying around. In just a few minutes, the chickens flew and the dogs jumped. A mess. The employees in the group only cared about running around, like birds and beasts scattered, not knowing what happened. Among them, a female employee ran towards the president's office. Go find Su Wenchao, that settles the score. Zhao Yongrong and Mr. Li, Mr. Wang looked at each other, then shouted a few people, the same as straight to the president's office to go. Chapter 19. Pissed on the spot in the middle of the room. In the president's office, at this moment, there were three people. Besides Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's father and son, there was also a middle-aged man. It was none other than Chen Xiaohui's father, Chen Zhonghe. Chen Zhonghe held a freshly signed contract in his hand and shook hands with Su Jiangwo with a smile. Mr. Su, this time the project is worth $50 million. It's very important to your company or ours, so I hope to have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Su Jiangwo had a smile on his face, while his heart was secretly relieved. It was not easy for the old man to have the intention of retiring and stepping down. Su Jiangwo's father and son were now in dire need of large orders and good performance to prove their ability to take over and support the Su group. On the contrary, Su Muchio's side went wrong, causing Zhao Yongrong's big order with Mr. Li and Mr. Wang to have a setback. And Chen Zhonghe coming over at this time and signing a project worth $50 million was like sending charcoal in the snow. And for Su Jiangwo's father and son, the symbolic significance was far greater than the value of the project itself. Humph, Su Muchio, what are you fighting me with? Su Wenchao stood on the side, showing a smug look, cursing in his heart. Your ing grade on the basis of your figure and face, hooking up outside, showing off, and evening out a few men? A random shot from me is a big project of $50 million. Wanting to get you killed is as simple as stepping on an ant. It had been more than half an hour since the PS photo was sent to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan did not reply. Depending on Xiao Zhan's violent personality of hitting people at the drop of a hat, suddenly realizing that his beautiful wife, who had just gotten her hands on him, had long ago put a green hat on herself outside, and there was more than one, he would surely be on fire and couldn't help but go berserk, right? By now, It should have already made a mess of Su Jianqing's family and beat Su Mucho all over the place, right? Ha 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 ha. The more he thought about it, Su Wen was beyond excited and happy. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get away from here, he would have wanted to personally drive to Fuyuan neighborhood to see Su Mucho's tragic end with his own eyes. What's going on? Just at this moment, a clamor faintly came from outside. Su Jiangwo looked at Su Wenchao. I'll go take a look. Su Wenchao frowned, turned around and left, but just as he reached the office door, with a bang, the office door was suddenly pushed open by a female employee. The female employee was in a panic and looked anxious. What's going on? Flustered and unlikable, Su Wenchao's eyes glared. Chen Zhanghe was still there. It was obviously not a good thing for him to see an employee of Su Group being so unpleasant. Mr. Su, the female employee hesitantly said. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, they came here. Oh, Su Wenchao secretly rejoiced. Did those few PS photos work so quickly? He hadn't waited for the news of Su Mucho being brutally beaten by Xiao Zhan, but waited for Zhao Yongrong and Mr. Li and Mr. Wang. Were they giving up on Su Mucho and abandoning the dark side? Were they coming to the door to apologize? In an instant, Su Wenchao brainstormed a lot of things. Just come, what's the hurry? Su Wenchao forced himself to hold back the joy in his heart, coughed, and purposely made a stern face. Bring them to the office to meet me. But, the female employee glanced at Su Jiangwo and Chen Zhanghe on the opposite side of the room and whispered, Mr. Su, can you come out for a moment? I want to speak to you alone. Obviously, the female employee also knew that the kind of messy scene outside was not suitable to be seen by Chen Zhanghe, fear of affecting the cooperation. Therefore, she wanted to tell Su Wenchao alone so that Su Wenchao could resolve it as soon as possible. However, Su Wenchao was so overwhelmed by his own brainstorming victory that he didn't even realize her dissimilarity, didn't comprehend her intention, and couldn't wait to say, Mr. Chen isn't an outsider, so if there's anything, there's no harm in saying it to Mr. Chen's face. The voice was loud. Su Wenchao intentionally let Chen Zhanghe hear it. The reason was simple. Zhao Yongrong and the others came back to their hearts and personally came to the door of Su Group to apologize. This kind of highlight moment where one can flaunt one's power. How can one lack an audience? And Chen Zhanghe was undoubtedly the best audience. Letting Chen Zhanghe witness Zhao Yongrong and the others lowering their voices in front of him would not only satisfy Su Wenchao's vanity, but also allow Chen Zhanghe to witness the strength of Su Group. Two birds with one stone. Why not? Cut the crap and say it. Su Wenchao wanted to hit someone with his hands. Why don't you say it? What's the point of being so abrasive? Before in Zhao Group, Laozi was swept away by Zhao Yongrong that was in a mess, and now the opportunity to take revenge has come, and Laozi is still waiting to hit the face, waiting to pretend. The female employee had no choice but to say truthfully, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Li, Mr. Wang did come, and, not only the three of them, they also brought more than 100 security guards over. Those security guards rushed into the company like a madman, and smashed everything in sight. What? Before the female employee finished her words, the smile that bloomed to half of Su Wenchao's mouth suddenly froze, replaced by a shocked expression. Say that again, you mother asterisk. Su Wenchao still thought that his ears were out of order and that he had misheard. This was 100,000 miles away from what he had expected. Zhao Yongrong and the others came over, not to apologize at the door, but to raise hell? How could this be possible? How could they dare? In a rage, Su Wenchao grabbed the collar of the female employee and lifted the female employee up, his face grimacing as he said, You give me the words clearly. What is going on? Mr. Su, cough. The female employee's originally white cheeks turned red and suffocated. Her body was shivering, and her voice followed the trembling. What I said is true. You guys quickly go and take a look. The whole company has been smashed by them, bottom to bottom. At this time, the commotion outside was getting bigger and bigger, and even in the office, it could be heard clearly. This undoubtedly confirmed the words of the female employee. Snap! In front of the desk, Chen Zhanghe's hand shook. The contract he had just signed in his hand fell at his feet, but he couldn't be bothered to bend down to pick it up. Turning his head to look at Su Jiangwo, frowning, Mr. Su, Mr. Chen, take it easy. Su Jiangwo's face has long been blackened, forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest, barely squeezing out a trace of a smile, explaining, We are recently talking to Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang about cooperation, and there may be some misunderstanding in the middle. It's not in the way. Saying that, he passed a wink towards Su Wenchao, signaling him to go and deal with it immediately. Puff! Su Wenchao casually threw the female employee to the ground, and was about to go out, when footsteps came from outside the door, and a familiar voice, misunderstanding? Making something out of nothing, turning black and white upside down. taking a few PS photos to make right and wrong, fanning the flames, and almost getting me killed. How the can you call this a misunderstanding? It was Zhao Yongrong's voice. Chapter 20, Miserable. Not even worthy of mentioning shoes. A dozen security guards swarmed in and rushed into the president's office, and in groups of 3 to 5, they surrounded Su Wenchao, Su Jiangwo, Chen Zhonghe, and all of them. Only then did Zhao Yongrong and Mr. Li and Mr. Wang walk in aggressively. Surnamed Zhao, what are you doing? Su Wenzhou was furious. Snap. Zhao Yongrong walked straight to Su Wenchao, raised his right hand, flung his hand and slapped Su Wenchao's face fiercely, cursing, "It's you that I'm ing today. You dare to hit me?" Su Wenchao was almost mad with anger. Before in Zhao's group, there is after all Zhao Yongrong's turf. Zhao Yongrong hit him. That's even. He endured. But now, in Su's group's president office, actually hit again? Hit addicted Su Wenchao raised his fist and wanted to counterattack. However, he was tightly grasped by the 5 security guards surrounding him, clamped down to death. Bang! Zhao Yongrong flew up and kicked Su Wenchao in the stomach, sending Su Wenchao to the ground on the spot, saying angrily, "Not only did I dare to hit you, I also dared to kick you. You just owe it. If it wasn't for you little bastards secretly messing around, could I have broken my left hand?" The more he said, the more angry he became. He stepped on Su Wenchao's back 2 more times. If it wasn't for Su Wenchao grabbing the project in Su Mucho's hands and contacting Zhao Yongrong privately, how could Zhao Yongrong offend Su Mucho and offend Xiaozhan? So much so that he alarmed Duani Hong and caused him to cut off his own left hand and run to the Fuyuan neighborhood to kowtow and thank for his sins? Therefore, he vented all his anger on Su Wenchao. Su Wenchao only feel dizziness, pain, as if the internal organs are misplaced, a turning of the river, want to endure, but really cannot help it, puff a few times, continuously sprayed out a few mouths of turbid blood, struggling to raise his head. Su Wenchao then noticed that Zhao Yongrong's left arm's cuff is empty, hanging with a white bandage. There is no longer a left hand. But this, what does it have to do with him? Su Wenchao couldn't figure it out, and Su Jiangwo likewise couldn't figure it out. In their opinion, Su Mucho's family was powerless and had no status in the Su family. Bullying her was no different from pinching a bug. With Zhao Yongrong's status, how could he break his left hand for this? Completely illogical. So, Su Jiangwo with a blue face stiffly asked, "Mr. Zhao." The court convicted the prisoner, but also to pay attention to the real evidence. Broad daylight, clear sky, you brought people to break into the Su's group, smashed our company's things, hit our company's people. Do not need to give me a statement? Want an argument? Fine. Zhao Yongrong twisted his head to look at Mr. Li and Mr. Wang beside him. The two understood and nodded, then walked towards Su Jiangwo in large strides. Su Jiangwo's pupils shrunk slightly. General Manager Li came to him and asked, "The cooperation between MS Su and our company, it was you guys who interfered with it and wanted to kick MS Su out and replace her. That's right, isn't it?" "It's right, but you're paralyzed." Su Jiangwo wanted to explain, but Mr. Li didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth to speak, fiercely blasted his fist over, hitting him on the bridge of his nose. "Yes is enough. I don't want to listen to your reasons. You guys." Su Jiangwo was instantly dumbfounded, stumbling back a few steps, nearly falling, being grabbed by the several security guards surrounding him. Only then did he barely manage to stand still. "You guys don't bully people too much. Laozi is bullying you today. What can you do?" Mr. Li was furious and domineering, grunting, "That little bastard Su Wenchao photoshopped a few pictures of us and Miss Su. It was also you, the old bastard, who gave him the idea, wasn't it? You're looking for death." Mr. Li threw another punch, sending Su Jiangwo's unspoken words straight back into his stomach as he gritted his teeth. "What is Miss Su's status? What are you guys? You're not even worthy of lifting her shoes. Daring to look for Miss Su's trouble, slandering Miss Su's innocence. Beating you is considered light." One punch, then another. 4 or 5 consecutive punches went down. Su Jiangwo's eyes were starry-eyed, his nose was bleeding wildly, and his dentures were knocked out twice. The end was disastrous. And Mr. Li's words were even more shocking to him. "Miss Su? Are you talking about Su Mucho? She is my niece. I watched her grow up since she was a child. Her identity details, I cannot be clearer than you outsiders? Why am I not worthy of lifting her shoes? Could it be that just because she hooked up with you guys and made you feel good and happy, you're going to stand up for her and even go so far as to completely turn your back on the Su family?" Gulp. Chen Zhanghe, who was standing next to him, saw Su Jiangwo, Su Wenchao's father and son, being beaten one after another. He couldn't help but quietly gulp down his saliva, reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "It's not right to leave. It's not right to stay. It's a dilemma." "Yo, Mr. Chen came over. Is he going to cooperate with Su Group?" Mr. Wang came to Chen Zhanghe's side. bent down to pick up the contract that had just fallen on the ground, roughly swept a few glances and sneered. Good guy, a project worth $50 million. Mr. Chen is really a big shot. Chen Zhenghe opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak. He was not stupid. Just now, Su Wenchao and Su Jiangwo, for almost every word they said, they were going to be slapped, punched, or kicked, so at times like this, more words would be lost. By not speaking, at least you won't say the wrong thing. Snort, accompanied by a piercing light sound. Mr. Wang tore that contract into 2 halves, then into 4 halves, 8 halves. In less than half a minute, the cooperation agreement worth $50 million turned into a pile of waste paper scraps, which he casually scattered on the floor at his feet. Pity, too bad. Mr. Wang shook his head inside softly, shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, having offended Ms. Su Group is finished this time. I'm afraid I can't continue to cooperate with Mr. Chen. I'm tearing up the contract for Mr. Chen, terminating the agreement and recovering the loss, but also for Mr. Chen Sake. Mr. Chen shouldn't mind, right? Chen Zhenghe's face was hard to see. To say that he wasn't annoyed, it was impossible, but, after sweeping the 3 security guards surrounding him, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and shook his head. Of course I won't. A man, a great man, can bend and stretch. First flexed. Su's group employees scattered in all directions. Many people ran out of the group building. Some directly take a taxi to leave. Some panicked to call 110 police. And some, knowing the chairman of the board of directors Su Bingtian's cell phone number. So the first time to call Su Bingtian, Chen Zhenghe's driver waited downstairs, also scared by this sudden change, hurriedly took out his cell phone, dialed Chen Xiaohui's phone. At the same time, the person Shen Yiming had sent to investigate Xiao Zhan's details had just gotten off the bus and was stunned by the chaotic scene in front of the building. Chapter 21, Xiao Zhan's Special Identity. Pi time. The golf course in the western suburb of Quan City. Not having fought for more than half a month, Director Song's skill has improved rapidly. It's really getting more and more superior. I'm afraid that this old bone of mine will never be able to beat you again. Su Bingtian sat on the sofa under the sun umbrella, put down his clubs and poured 2 cups of hot tea. Next to him sat a middle-aged man. It was none other than the director of the Quan City Public Security Bureau, Song Qingshan. What are you talking about, Elder Su? Song Qingshan shook his head and laughed. My skills were all taught by your old man's hands. Speaking of which, I should address you as master. My eyes aren't blind, so how could I not see that you were deliberately letting me off the hook? Song Qingshan was able to sit in his current position. Su Bingtian had secretly contributed a lot of effort and helped a lot, so he was grateful to Su Bingtian and had always been respectful. This was also the reason why Su Bingtian could easily ask him out. You, born to be police material. This pair of eyes, poisonous. Su Bingtian laughed and praised a few sentences. Then, cutting to the chase, asked, the thing I asked you to help investigate, have you found it yet? Elder Su is saying that. Song Qingshan frowned. That Xiao Zhan? Didn't Wen Xiao already check his personal file and criminal information when he went to the 4th prison in Quancheng before? Could it be? Is there something wrong with it? Previously, the reason why Su Wenchao was able to go to the 4th prison of Quancheng to check the relevant information of those prisoners and selected Xiao Zhan was because he had utilized Song Qingshan's connections. Alas, it's hard to explain. Su Bingtian's face sank as he briefly told Song Qingshan about what happened at the engagement banquet this morning. Oh, Song Qingshan's face revealed a shocked expression. What Su Lao means is, that kid doesn't know what's good for him, and actually had the audacity to beat up Wen Chao in front of everyone, making a big fuss about the engagement banquet, making Su Lao unable to get off the stage? Yes, Su Bingtian nodded, wild and untamable, with extraordinary hands and a serious propensity for violence. I'm worried that keeping such a dangerous person in the Su family will be a scourge sooner or later. Moreover, in case he runs out and causes trouble, killing and setting fires, it's also a not-so-small hidden danger to the social security of Quancheng. Su Bingtian was old and cunning. He wanted to borrow Song Qingshan's hand to get rid of Xiao Zhan, but didn't want to make things difficult for Song Qingshan and get tainted with the suspicion of favoritism, so he directly elevated Xiao Zhan's threat to the social level. In this way, it suddenly seemed righteous. The implication is, I do this, not only for their own, for the Su family, but also for the sake of the people of the entire city of Spring Ah. And you are the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. To maintain public order, originally is your duty to. This allows Song Qingshan how to refuse? Song Qingshan is also a smart person, instantly understood Su Bingtian's intention and asked, then, how does Su old man intend to deal with it? How about, like this? Su Bingtian pretended to think about it, then said in a deep voice, after we go back, I will send a few people to keep an eye on that violent maniac's every move. As long as he has any excessive behavior, he will immediately call you, and when the time comes, You will bring people to arrest him and re-imprison him inside the prison. Good. Song Qingshan agreed without thinking, while in his heart, he mourned for Xiao Zhan for a few seconds. If you want to commit a crime, why would you suffer from it? It was too easy for Su Bingtian to step in and try to plant a trumped-up crime on Xiao Zhan's head, and if he wanted to be blamed, he could only blame Xiao Zhan for being too sharp, not knowing what was good for him and standing on the wrong side, actually helping Su Muqiu and making an enemy of Su Bingtian. 5 years ago, the victim who was raped by Xiao Zhan. Can't you find out? Su Bingtian suddenly asked. Song Qingshan shook his head. Strange to say, the police officers who were responsible for investigating that case all left Quancheng and were nowhere to be found. And now we can only find out that the reason why Xiao Zhan was imprisoned was because he committed the crime of rape. And as for the rest, there is no record of it on the file. How is this possible? Su Bingtian's pupils shrunk slightly, obviously not believing it. Song Qingshan's face was grave as he said, based on my past experience, in this situation, there are generally only two possibilities. Tell me, either, among both parties, at least one of them has a special identity, or, the case itself is very special, so the detailed dossier was encrypted, and those who are not of sufficient rank can only see the simplified version after deleting the important information, or even move it around and casually make a fake dossier indiscriminately. Oh, Su Bingtian's pupils shrunk tighter and tighter, his sword eyebrows raised, his gaze chilling. Previously, the matter of going to the fourth prison in Quancheng to select an engagement partner for Su Muqiu, he had let Su Wenchao have full authority to do it, and originally thought that it was just a trivial and insignificant matter, and didn't put it on his mind at all. Who would have thought that Su Wenchao would have picked such a freak as Xiao Zhan? The file was encrypted. Is Xiao Zhan's identity unusual? Or is it that the case from 5 years ago was unusual? If Su Bingtian knew that his granddaughter, Su Muqiu, was the victim of that case, and Xiao Zhan was the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, the titular Wolf King of the North, he didn't know how he would feel. In my opinion, that Xiao Zhan is very likely. Song Qingshan's meticulous mind and experience in handling cases seemed to have guessed something and was about to open his mouth when, coincidentally, just at this time, the ear-piercing ringing of a cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting his words. It was Su Bingtian's cell phone. I'll take a call. Su Bingtian stood up, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. Seeing that it was the number of the personnel department manager of the Su Group, his complexion suddenly became somewhat unhappy. A small department manager, separated by Su Wenchao and Su Jiangwo, was usually not qualified to talk to him directly. I'll give you 30 seconds. But after hesitating for a moment, he still pressed the answer button and coldly said, What is it? Speak, Su Dong. Something has happened. Something big has happened. A panicked man's voice came from the cell phone. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang, they brought more than 100 people and suddenly broke into the company, smashing everything in sight. What? In an instant, Su Bingtian's eyes widened, flaming, shocked and angry. His hand shook, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. Elder Su, what's wrong? Song Qingshan followed and stood up. One look at Su Bingtian's reaction. He knew it wasn't something good. However, without waiting for Su Bingtian to answer, another ear-piercing cell phone ringtone sounded. This time, it was Song Qingshan's cell phone. Song Qingshan immediately answered. Xiao Lu, what's the situation? Director Song. What came from the cell phone was the same man's anxious voice. Just now, we received 18 consecutive reports from employees of the Su Group, saying that Zhao Yongrong of the Zhao Group, Li Lixing of the Li Tang Technology, and Wang Jitao of the Shanglong Building Materials, all three of them together, with about 150 security guards, are vandalizing and causing trouble at the Su Group, and that the case is very significant, and that the situation is very critical. Su's Group? Song Qingshan heart thumped, secretly screamed bad. This time, do not have to Su Bingtian open mouth. He also know what is going on. Chapter 22, Body Hidden. Woman as clothes. Half a minute later, the two people hung up the phone one after another. Asterisk. Su Bingweather was gritting his teeth and blowing his beard, completely lacking the previous calm and collected. Accomplished, grabbed the cup of hot tea that he had just poured and slammed it at his feet, cursing angrily, daring to go to the Su Group to make trouble. They really ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts and turned against the heavens. Splat! The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, tea splashing everywhere. Elder Su, don't get angry first, Song Qingshan advised. Everything has a cause before it has a consequence. A few of them are old foxes that have become refined. If they don't have a good reason and a full backbone, they definitely wouldn't dare to be so reckless. So, I'll go with you to understand the situation first. Good, Su Bingtian hummed. Bring your people with you. If they can't give me a reasonable explanation, arrest them, all of them. Let them go to jail, all of them. Su Bingtian was truly enraged and his body couldn't stop trembling. Song Qingshan nodded. I've already asked Xiao Lu to bring people over. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you and make them pay the price they deserve. Subsequently, the two left the golf course and went straight to the Su group, the other side, the 6th floor of Ruiting Mall. More than 100 pieces of clothes were hanging on the hangers, a dazzling array of clothes, looking dazzling, all kinds of styles and sizes. Su Muchio and Sun Zi picked for half an hour, but only picked out more than 20 pieces each. Mucho, how about this one? Sun Zi casually took out a piece and put it on herself, constantly comparing it. Su Muchio sized it up for a few moments and smiled. It feels pretty good. It fits your figure and temperament. However, it's slightly fat. Whatever. Sun Zi put the clothes away. Anyway, it's picked up for nothing. It doesn't cost any money. What if I get fat later? Keep it as a spare. If you can't, take it home and give it to my mom. Saying that, she came to Su Muchio's side, twisted her head to glance at Xiaozhan, and whispered, "You said, how much money is in that guy's card in total?" Brushing away more than $900,000 at a time. His face is not red. He doesn't know any heartache at all. Even if Xiao Hui, he wouldn't dare to be such a loser. People are afraid to compare. The Cartier pendant that Qin Xiaohui gave to Sun Zi was worth $150,000. Sun Zi was originally all happy and crazy. And now, Xiao Zhan, who was originally scorned and mocked by her, flung his hand as more than $900,000, crushing Qin Xiaohui. The sense of superiority was gone. How did this make her heart balance? At this time, when she looked down, and then looked at the Cartier pendant, it didn't seem to smell as good as it did before. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Su Muchio rolled her eyes, embarrassed. For Xiao Zhen, she knew as much as Sun Zi. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Sun Zi laughed evilly. He's your husband now. Moreover, he's living in your house. If you want to probe his bottom, isn't that easy? Go back and find a chance to figure out the balance in his card. If he hasn't stolen or robbed, and is really a treasure man with a huge waist, you can simply go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him, and get the marriage license, and tie up this big fat sheep first, and then slowly slaughter it. In the future, even if you don't like it, kick him out. You can still share half of the property. The more Sun Zi said, the more excited she became. Bah, screw you. Su Muchio lightly spat, not wanting to dwell on this issue, signaling, hurry up and pick. So many clothes can't plug your mouth. My business, I have my own measure. Getting engaged to Xiao Zhan was not what Su Muchio wanted. She certainly wouldn't deliberately curry favor with and cajole Xiao Zhan simply for the sake of money. She had her own principles when it came to relationships. However, her gaze fell on Xiao Zhan, and she was equally curious about this man who had suddenly appeared in her life. Originally, she had thought that getting engaged to Xiao Zhan would be the beginning of a tragedy, but she had never thought that in just a few hours. Xiao Zhan had given her several surprises. What kind of man is he? Really? This thought filled Su Muchio's mind as she picked out her clothes and lingered. Even Chen Xiaohui was the same. Buddy, a deep hide. Together with Xiao Zhan, Chen Xiaohui stood at the entrance of the store, quietly watching Su Muchio and Sun Zi picking out clothes in the store. Chen Xiaohui hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh. It was my eyes that were clumsy before. I underestimated you, and when I heard that you had just gotten out of prison, I had a preconceived notion that you shouldn't be a good person. So don't be offended if I've slacked off in any way. Chen Xiaohui was not stupid. Although he didn't know what that ancient and odd black card in Xiao Zhan's hand was, how much money was in the card, and he didn't know if Qian Yiming's sudden departure had anything to do with the black card. His intuition told him that Xiao Zhan was definitely not an ordinary person. Without fear of 10,000, he was afraid of the unexpected. What if Xiao Zhan's background was powerful? His identity was extraordinary, and he was a big shot that even Qian Yiming couldn't afford to mess with? Chen Xiaohui did not dare to bet because he could not afford to lose. It's nothing. Xiao Zhan shook his head and did not even bother to look at Chen Xiaohui. Chen Xiaohui was upset in his heart, but did not show it, and continued. I heard that you went to prison because of rape in the first place, but your kung fu is so good, and you are so rich, there should be no lack of women around you. So how could? This point, Chen Xiaohui really did not understand. As the youngest master of Chen family in the south of the city, Chen Xiaohui was a typical son of a rich family, rich and powerful, so he was very clear about the life of the rich, able to casually take out more than $900,000 without frowning. Like Xiao Zhan, this kind of man, what kind of woman can't get? Why go so far as to rape? In the eyes of rich men, women, just like the clothes in this store, can be picked at random, randomly selected. Want to wear which, wear which. Want to wear, how to wear, how to wear. Wear tired. At any time, anywhere, as you can throw away. For example, Sun Zi, 3 days ago, Chen Xiaohui just treated her to a Western dinner, got her into bed, gave her a pendant, and made her so ecstatic that she couldn't wait to do it a few more times in bed and change her position a few more times. I heard? Xiaozhen twisted his head to look at Chen Xiaohui and did not answer Chen Xiaohui's question, but asked, your father, is he called Chen Zhonghe? Ha? Chen Xiaohui froze, surprised. You know my dad? Don't know him, I've heard of him. Xiaozhen averted his gaze from Chen Xiaohui and said in his heart, sure enough, he is Chen Zhonghe's son. You don't understand? But your father understands. Moreover, your dad is probably one of the executioners who sent me to prison 5 years ago. Just wait, if I have time, I'll make a trip to the south of the city tomorrow to visit Grandpa and Grandma and ask about the circumstances of that incident 5 years ago. And once I'm sure that your dad was involved, I'll definitely pay a visit and settle the score with your dad. At that time, let you understand enough. Chen Xiaohui noticed Xiaozhen's abnormality and vaguely realized that something was not quite right. However, without waiting for him to continue to pursue the matter, suddenly, an ear-piercing ringtone rang out on his cell phone. Pulling out his cell phone and taking a look, it was Chen Zhonghe's special driver calling. Chapter 23, I want it. 6, $2 million. Swipe the card. Is it over? Chen Xiaohui asked directly. He subconsciously thought that it was Chen Zhonghe's side that had already ended the negotiations with the Su group, so he called over and asked him to go back together. Young master, something has happened to the Su group. A middle-aged man's grave voice came from the cell phone. 10 minutes ago, more than 100 security guards suddenly rushed into Su's group, listening to the people who ran out. Those were people from Zhao's group, Li Tang Technology, and Shanglong Building Materials, led by Zhao Yongrong, Li Lixing, and Wang Jitao in person. They smashed everything in sight, and they are causing trouble inside. Oh, Chen Xiaohui's pupils shrunk violently, surprised, and asked, where's my father? His lordship is still trapped inside and hasn't come out. The middle-aged man worriedly said, those people are coming from a bad place. They are now blocking the gates of the Su group. I can't get in. Master is alone. I'm afraid that he'll be in danger. You should hurry and make a trip over here. Good. Chen Xiaohui's face was blue. Originally, he thought that it was just an ordinary business negotiation, so he didn't accompany it, but instead took the opportunity to come out on a date with Sun Zi. But he never dreamed that Zhao Yongrong and the others were actually bold enough to bring people to the Su clan group to flaunt their power in broad daylight. Moreover, trapping Chen Zhonghe inside. Zi. Hanging up the phone, Chen Xiaohui shouted, I have a bit of an emergency over here. Need to go over and deal with it right away. I'm leaving first. I'll contact you later. Without finishing his words, he turned around and left. Sun Zi and Su Muqiu, who were picking clothes in the store, were stunned. Sun Zi was shocked. Xiaohui, don't go. So many clothes. What do we do if you leave? Why don't I go with you? Ruiting Mall is about 5 kilometers away from Fuyuan district. Several people are sitting in Chen Xiaohui's Mercedes-Benz. Chen Xiaohui left. How can they go back? If placed in the usual is just, but now, just bought a large pile of clothes. No need. Chen Xiaohui's footsteps did not stop, waved his hand without looking back, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. This, Sun Zi and Su Muqiu glanced at each other and said with a bitter face, Muqiu, what should we do? Go ahead and pick. Without waiting for Su Muqiu to open her mouth, Xiaozhen suddenly laughed and said, you guys take your time to pick. I'll be responsible for sending the clothes home for you. You? Sun Zi glared at Xiaozhen for a couple of moments and hummed. That's right, look at you. You're 5'3", with such a good physique. It's simply a pity that you don't use it to move things. Xiaozhen's height of 1.85 m. His body was muscular, and his strength was able to carry things, and a few dozen pieces of clothes were a breeze for him. However, he did not intend to carry this pile of clothes back to the Fuyuan neighborhood. The titular Wolf King of the North, who had killed countless enemies and had a great war record, if he used his strength to carry things for women, it would be a real pity. A great use of his strength. Okay? Taking the time when Su Muqiu and Sun Zi were picking out clothes, Xiaozhen left Ruiting Mall and went to a nearby Bentley 4S store, buying a car. Why Chen Xiaohui suddenly left, Su Muqiu and Sun Zi do not know, but Xiaozhen knows exactly. Zhao Yongrong and others went to the Su group. Chen Zhonghe just happened to be there. The cooperation, I'm afraid, to fizzle out. For a while, Chen Xiaohui would definitely not be able to get away. Moreover, Xiaozhen was preparing to visit Grandpa and Grandma in the south of the city tomorrow, so he couldn't take a taxi there. Could he? Living in the city, it was still necessary to buy a car. Sir, may I ask if you were looking to buy a car? Xiaozhen walked into the sales hall and swept around for a few moments. A few female sales across the street got together and were chatting. Hearing the commotion, they turned around and sized him up, followed by turning their heads back, completely did not want to come over to entertain him. On the contrary, next to the busy coffee brewing a female sales, see him, eyes bright, immediately put down the cup of tea, smiling to welcome over. Look, she went over again. If I remember correctly, this is the 8th one today, right? Newcomers? Ah, really no eyesight. Net wasting time on these poor people who only look but don't buy. No wonder they couldn't sell a single car this month. There's still 3 days left. Once her internship expires, she should roll over and get out. The few female salesmen who had gotten together saw this and laughed in disgust. Their voices were not loud, but they did not deliberately conceal them, so they were transmitted word for word into the ears of Xiao Zhan and the female saleswoman in front of him. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly. He said in his heart, after going to the Northern Realm as a soldier for 5 years, have people, nowadays, become so snobbish? Just because I dressed a little shabbier and went to Ruwaiting Mall to buy clothes, I was despised once, and when I came to a 4S store to buy a car, I was actually despised once again? The female saleswoman in front of me was equally embarrassed, but still maintained a smile and reached out her hand to gesture. If you want to buy a car, sir, I'll take you over to take a look. No need. Xiao Zhan shook his head. As soon as his words fell, a smug jeering sound came from the opposite side. It's true that you are a bumpkin. Not only can you not afford to buy it, but you are too embarrassed to even look at it. Presumably because you are afraid that you can't afford to pay for it if you get the car dirty. Our store is over $1 million of luxury cars. Not to mention him, the general small boss can only be satisfied, one word at a time, piercing people's eardrums. If it was on the battlefield in the Northern Realm, when he encountered this kind of dog-eyed guy, Xiao Zhan would be able to smash their dogs' mouths with a slap in the face. But now that he was retired, this was not a meat grinder like Battlefield, but a prosperous city. Therefore, Xiao Zhan endured. Ignoring the cynicism of those few female salesmen, Xiao Zhan reached out and pointed to a Mulsanne Bentley on the opposite side of the booth, and spoke, there's no need to look. I'll take it. Ah, the female saleswoman in front of her froze and instantly widened her eyes. Xiao Zhan had just said that there was no need for it, and she had thought that Xiao Zhan was not here to buy a car. Moo, Mulsanne Bentley? Looking in the direction of Xiao Zhan's finger, the female saleswoman's eyes widened even more when she saw the car that Xiao Zhan was referring to. Jaw-dropping. Even the female saleswomen on the opposite side froze, almost dropping their jaws in shock as they looked at the Mulsanne Bentley and then at Xiao Zhan, with one thought popping into their minds coincidentally. This guy, swollen face, pretending, right? Here is the Bentley store. The store has a lot of models, and Xiao Zhan pointed to that one. Mulsanne 6, 8T Extreme Edition, twin turbocharged 537 horsepower. The bare car price of 558,000 is the most expensive one in the store. Xiao Zhan still ignored the gazes of the several female salesmen who were either surprised or questioning, and directly pulled out his supreme black card and handed it to the female saleswoman in front of him. Signaling, swipe the card. Sir, you, half a day, in front of the female sales have not been able to come back to God from the shock. Some mute take over the supreme black card. Unbelievable confirmation. You really want to buy that Mulsanne Bentley? The bare car price is $558,000, plus all kinds of taxes and insurance. It's about $2 million. I'm in a hurry. Xiao Zhan interrupted her and asked rhetorically. Within half an hour. Finish all the formalities, and half an hour later, I want to pick up the car. Can I do that? Can. The female saleswoman in front of him nodded her head like garlic and busily turned around and ran away. Chapter 24, Blessing and Woe. I've gone to buy a car. Half an hour later. Sir, the total price is $6,180,007, 642. This is your card and invoice. Now hangs a temporary license plate. If you have time, come over tomorrow afternoon. Give you to change to the official license plate, and send you sticker film and gas card. The saleswoman handed the supreme black card and invoice to Xiao Zhan, her voice trembling a little with excitement. It was too trenchant. She had been working in the Bentley 4S store for nearly 3 months, and it was the first time she had encountered a customer like Xiao Zhan, dressed in plain clothes and even a bit shabby. But the moment she made a move, she was trenchant. More than 6 million Mulsanne Bentley. Do not ask the price. Do not test drive. Take a look to buy. Fling out the bank card to pay. As if in Xiao Zhan's eyes, buy a luxury car, and buy packets of pickles is no difference. Thanks. Xiao Zhan took the supreme black card and the invoice and asked, now, can I drive the car away? Yes, of course. Xiao Zhan turned around and got into the car, leaving in a cloud of dust. He really bought it? Does this guy really have that much money? Too handsome. Simply spends money without blinking. It was only at this point, after watching Xiao Zhan drive away from the 4S store, that the several female salespeople across the street came back from their shock, wide-eyed and looking at each other. Their intestines were green with remorse. Obviously, they had seen Xiao Zhan enter the store first, but they had lost their eyesight and did not come forward to receive him at the first time. But instead, they let a newcomer who was still in the internship period pick up a great bargain. Envy, jealousy, hate, unwillingness. The most important thing is that newcomer's 3-month internship period will expire. Originally, 3 days later, she can let her roll the cover and get out. And now, selling a Mulsanne Bentley is enough to let her turn straight. Damn it! One of the female sales glared viciously at that newcomer and grunted, snatching away our big customer. This matter absolutely can't be just let go. Then, Sister May, what do you say? We'll listen to you, another female salesperson asked. Right, I'll listen to Sister May as well. The remaining few female sales nodded their heads in agreement, seemingly led by the one called Sister May. Sister May thought about it and said coldly, what else can we do? Of course it's to think of a way to make her make a mistake and get fired directly by the boss. At that time, that customer in her hand will logically fall into our hands. Good. Sister May is Sister May. She can pinch her to death with the move of a finger. Being fired, so that she can't even get her paycheck. Humph. Who let her pretend to be noble all day long? The clients don't want to touch her even if they want to. You say one thing, I say another. Stinks. The new female sales thought that when she met Xiaozhan, she met her savior and kept her job. She was so excited, but she didn't know that Xiaozhan brought her luck and disaster at the same time, and made her a thorn in the side of her colleagues' eyes and a thorn in the flesh, wanting to get rid of them. At this time, Xiaozhan had already driven back to Ruwaiting Mall. Mucho, where is that cheap husband of yours? Just after returning to the clothing store, Sun Zi's exasperated complaining voice was heard. He promised quite well just now that he would move things for us, but as a result, in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be found. Wouldn't he have stood us up and gone home alone? Bastard! Quickly call him. When he comes, let's see how I'll clean him up. Su Muchio was filled with embarrassment. She also wanted to call Xiaozhan, but the key was that she hadn't memorized Xiaozhan's cell phone number at all. Sorry, I came back late. Xiaozhan sweated darkly and walked over with a smile. Scanning around for a few moments, he found that more than half of the clothes in the store had been picked away by Su Muchio and Sun Zi, leaving only 30 to 40 pieces that were still hanging sporadically on the hangers, while the 70 to 80 pieces that had been picked out had been loaded into the sacks. The whole 2 sacks. At least there are more than 100 pounds. He really can pick. What's wrong with you guys? Where did you go? Still no to come back? Muchio and I waited for you here for 10 minutes and thought you had escaped. While Su Muchio didn't reproach, Sun Zi chopped her head off and counted Xiaozhan. There are too many clothes to carry, so I went to buy a car. Xiaozhan said casually, let's go. I'll send you guys home now. Saying this, he lifted a sack with one hand and flicked it. The sack weighing more than 100 pounds was like a toy in his hands, and he easily carried it onto his shoulder as he left in large strides. Buying a car? Su Muchio and Sun Zi looked at each other, both seeing surprise and doubt in the other's eyes. You wait. Su Muchio was too embarrassed to ask in detail, but Sun Zi's skin wasn't that thin. She chased after him and asked, you said, you just went out to buy a car? Aha. Xiaozhan nodded as he walked. What brand of car? How much did it cost? From the time you disappeared to the time you appeared, it was only half an hour at the most. Half an hour to buy a car and come back. Are you fooling the ghosts? When we are 3-year-old children? Sun Zi clearly did not believe it. Xiaozhan was also too lazy to explain. Speeding up his pace, directly out of Ruwaiting Mall, Sun Zi returned to Su Muchio's side, humming, look at this cheap husband of yours, actually stronger than a woman's vanity, dying to save face and living to suffer. When Xiaohui buys me a pendant worth $150,000, he buys you over $900,000 worth of clothes. Xiaohui has a car, and he secretly goes behind our backs to buy a car as well. I'd like to see just how much money he can have in that dark and unattractive car and what kind of car he can buy. If it's not as good as Xiaohui's Mercedes-Benz, let's see if I don't damage him to death. Sun Zi gritted her teeth. It was hard to find a rich kid like Chen Xiaohui as a boyfriend. Sun Zi originally had a sense of superiority and specifically called out to Su Muchio to go shopping with her, just to show off her man. On the contrary, Xiaozhan threw away a lot of money and stole Chen Xiaohui's limelight, severely hitting Sun Zi's sense of superiority. Sun Zi was already unhappy in her heart. And now, when Chen Xiaohui left in a hurry, leaving only Sun Zi by herself, Xiaozhan actually ran to buy a car, showing off his wealth and pretending to be a pussy. How could Sun Zi tolerate this? Are you guys trying to show love in front of me? Please, I'm the one who wants to show off my man, okay? Now that my man is gone, you guys are flaunting it all. Have you considered my feelings? Do you have any shame? Do you have any sense of decency? He spent 5 years in prison and just got out today. What kind of money can he have? Su Muchio pacified. In that black card, it should be his savings before he was imprisoned. Just now he spent more than 900,000 at once. It's definitely not much. How can he still afford to buy a Mercedes? I think so. Sun Zi nodded her head. The sense of superiority that had been suppressed for half a day instantly surged back up. Lifting her chin, humming, he's a rapist who just got out of prison. How can he be compared to a rich young master like Xiao Hui? If he can really afford a Mercedes-Benz, let me be a nanny for him all I want. Sun Zi was quick to speak, and when her brain was hot, she casually played hard to get. Just at this time, Xiao Zhan carried 2 marijuana bags and walked straight towards the Mulsanne Bentley parked on the opposite side of the square. Chapter 25. Wife gets in the car. Heartwarming moment. Puff. Seeing this, Sun Zi didn't hold back and laughed. Mucho. Look, that's the car he just bought? No wonder it only took half an hour. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Su Mucho frowned and followed suit, turning his head to look at Xiao Zhan, only to see Xiao Zhan striding to a Mulsanne Bentley not far away, stopping and putting down the 2 marijuana bags carried on his shoulders, and beside the Mulsanne Bentley, there was a brand new electric tricycle parked. Obviously, Sun Zi recognized at a glance that the electric tricycle was the so-called car that Xiao Zhan had just bought. Not to mention her, Su Mucho also thought so. It seems that he really doesn't have any money. Su Mucho let out a dark sigh. Her face did not look too good, barely squeezing out a smile, explaining, it's just pulling some clothes. Buying a tricycle is enough. It's both economical and affordable. You can pull it down. Sun Zi rolled her eyes and said, Mucho, this is not the right attitude for you. Having such a loser husband, in order to save face, he spent all the money in his card in one go. If it were me, I would have to peel his skin off. You're actually still speaking for him and siding with him? Seemingly thinking of something, Sun Zi exclaimed, oh my god, you wouldn't be blind, looking at him, and moving towards him, right? No way. Don't talk nonsense. Su Mucho's pretty face slightly reddened, glared at Sun Zi, and snapped, I just think that he and I are not relatives. Even if we are engaged, we don't have any emotional foundation, so he has no obligation to be so good to me, and I, too, have no right to blame him, isn't it? Su Mucho said seriously, without the slightest intention of joking. You are just too kind and too soft-hearted. Sun Zi pulled Su Mucho towards Xiao Zhan and hummed. Anyway, he just made Xiao Hui and I lose face. Now that I've caught the opportunity, let's see how I'll damage him to death. Don't you? Su Mucho wanted to stop, but it was too late. Is this the car you bought? Just after walking to Xiao Zhan's side, Sun Zi couldn't wait to sneer. Just now when you bought clothes, you wrapped up the entire store with a fling. I thought you were a really big tycoon and went to buy a luxury car and came back. What's the problem? Xiao Zhan frowned. 5 years ago, when he was still the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, he had always driven a Bentley. And even in the capital where bigwigs were like clouds, a Bentley couldn't be considered of a lower grade. How is it that now, in a small spring city, in Sun Zi's eyes, not even a Mulsanne Bentley can be considered a luxury car? If I remember correctly, Chen Xiaohui's black Mercedes was only $500,000. It was as much as the purchase tax of the Mulsanne Bentley. Big problem. Sun Zi hummed, if you don't have any money, just say so, Mucho, and I can take a taxi back. What do you mean by getting such a Thai car back? Is it because you want Mucho and I to sit in the back and accompany you for a ride? This kind of crappy car is only worth $5,000 at most, right? It's not as expensive as one of Mucho and I's clothes, so if you're not ashamed to ride back in it, we are. Mucho, go, let's take a taxi. Saying this, he pulled Su Mucho up and turned around to leave. Su Mucho, however, shook her head and said, why don't, Z, you take a taxi back alone. I'll accompany him, and turn around and send those clothes you chose to you. This kind of broken car you also sit? Sun Zi gasped. Su Mucho laughed bitterly, lowered her voice, and whispered, no matter what, he is now my husband after all. These clothes are also what he spent money on. It's not good to leave him alone. Moreover, I usually ride an electric car to work. I have long been accustomed to it, a two-wheeled, a three-wheeled, nothing different. Although the voice was small, it did not escape Xiao Zhan's ears. 2 wheels? 3 wheels? What the hell? Turning his head to look at the brand new electric tricycle next to him, and associating it with what Sun Zi had just said, Xiao Zhan's face darkened for a moment, and he seemed to suddenly understand something. However, Su Mucho's attitude caused a trace of warmth to cross his heart. Kindness, generous, considerate. It had to be said that Su Mucho was an understanding and good woman. This made Xiao Zhan suddenly feel lucky. If 5 years ago, it was a woman like Sun Zi who appeared in his bed and was pregnant with his child, what should he do? Fortunately, God has eyes. With a dark sigh, Xiao Zhan pulled out the car keys of the Mulsanne Bentley, opened the trunk, and directly put the 2 sacks of clothes in, then reached out and pulled open the passenger door, smilingly gesturing towards Su Mucho. Wife, get in the car. Get in what car? Not waiting for Su Mucho to respond, Sun Zi was angry and despised. driving a broken three-wheeler, pulling a bunch of broken clothes, and still have the nerve to let his wife get on the car? Are you a male? Snap. Halfway through her words, Sun Zi turned her head and glared angrily at Xiao Zhan. And it was this glance that when she saw Xiao Zhan standing in front of the Mulsanne Bentley, and the door of the car had already been opened by Xiao Zhan, the whole person was like being struck by a thunderbolt, and she instantly froze there, and her handbag slipped off her hand and slammed onto her feet. You. Sun Zi looked at Xiao Zhan's eyes as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Su Muqiu was startled by Sun Zi's huge change, and subconsciously turned back to look at Xiao Zhan, and again, with just a glance, her eyelids jumped, and she said in surprise, "This Mulsanne Bentley is the car that you bought?" "Yeah, what else?" Xiao Zhan shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression, not giving Su Muqiu a chance to refuse at all, and directly pushed her into the car, then looked at Sun Zi who froze in place and asked, "Are you sure you want to take a taxi back alone?" Gulp. Sun Zi swallowed her saliva fiercely. She only felt a hot pain on her face, as if she had been slapped. She had just said that she would rather be a nanny for Xiao Zhan if the car he bought could match Chen Xiaohui's Mercedes-Benz. And now, the brand new Mulsanne Bentley was parked in front of her eyes, worth more than $6 million. A car that could match 10 Mercedes-Benzes of Chen Xiaohui. How else can this be compared? There was a moment when Sun Zi was even thinking, if Xiao Zhan is not Su Muqiu's husband, but mine, how good would that be? Tall and powerful, fit, spending money without blinking, buying a car as if it were groceries. Isn't he just a rapist, a violent maniac? Come on, annihilate me, beat me up, to be raped by a man like that. What a happy thing that would be. Pie time. Su's group is located in the building downstairs, has gathered a lot of people. There are employees of the group, there are onlookers passers-by, there are also heard the media reporter. Black pressure a large, lively and extraordinary. Suddenly, a black Mercedes-Benz drove quickly and stopped outside the crowd. Young master, Chen Xiaohui just got out of the car. The driver waiting there immediately greeted him, saying as he walked, "The master is still inside without coming out. The phone can't be reached. The company's gate is also blocked by them. A dozen security guards guarding it, can't get in." Chapter 26, Emboldened. What a big dog's guts. Is the situation clear? Chen Xiaohui's face was hard to see as he gritted his teeth and asked, what exactly do they want to do as they stormed into the Su group with their men? Is it to stop the cooperation between us and the Su group? That's not true. The driver shook his head and said, I heard the people who ran out say that it seems like Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao had offended them, and they came, specifically looking for Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao to settle the score. Settle scores? Chen Xiaohui hummed. They're settling their scores. Why don't they let my dad come out? The driver was speechless with a bitter face. Soon, the two people came to the Su group gate. Just as the driver said, a dozen security guards were guarding the gate. Chen Xiaohui was just about to approach, when one of the security guards reached out to stop him. Who's there? Get out of here. I am Chen Xiaohui of the Chen family in the south of the city. My father is negotiating with Mr. Su inside. Chen Xiaohui's footsteps did not stop. Chen family in the south of the city? That security guard froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, without the boss's order, no one can go in. Something is wrong. Just wait outside. Wait for your sister. Chen Xiaohui came to the security guard in large strides. The anger he had held in all the way instantly erupted, accompanied by a low chorus of curses. Without saying a word, he lifted his leg and kicked, viciously kicking at that security guard's stomach. Bang! This kick came suddenly. The security guard was not expected. The whole person bowed into a shrimp shape, directly flew out backwards, flew more than 2 meters away. After all, Chen Xiaohui was the vice president of Quan City Martial Arts Association. His kung fu background was still very good. He was able to defeat 10 with 1. Just a few security guards. He didn't put it in his eyes at all. Usually in the south of the city, arrogant and accustomed. This was also the reason why the driver called him over in the first place. Good boy. Go on. Surround it. The rest of the security guards were startled by the sudden turn of events and immediately swarmed around Chen Xiaohui and the driver. Chen Xiaohui was awestruck and was about to make a move. Coincidentally, just at this time, a burst of disorganized footsteps came. All stop. The next moment, a group of uniformed police officers rushed in and surrounded those security guards with another circle. Moreover, everyone was holding a pistol in their hands, their blackened muzzles aimed at those security guards. Those security guards immediately panicked. They had followed Zhao Yongrong and the others over, bullying the few with the many, just wanting to simply play rough and act tough. Who would have thought that they would accidentally run into a gun? And it was a real gun muzzle, the kind that could kill a person. Hold your head. Crouch down. One of the policemen shouted coldly. Those security guards looked at each other, and after a slight hesitation, they unanimously held their heads and squatted on the ground. At this time, Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan, who were following behind, arrived. Arrest them all. Su Bingtian's anger had not yet subsided as he raised his dragon head walking stick and struck one of the security guards hard on the back a few times, coldly saying, "Don't even look at whose territory this is. Dare to come to the Su group to smash the scene. None of you will be able to leave today." The security guard received a beating, but was silenced. Instead, the security guard who had just been kicked off by Chen Xiaowei slowly stood up with his stomach covered and laughed. "Director Song, you've come at the right time. Our boss is waiting for you in the president's office." "Waiting for me?" Song Qingshan frowned. That security guard nodded and said, "We could have left earlier, but we didn't. Just because our boss has some things he wants to say to Director Song in person." Song Qingshan turned his head to look at Su Bingtian. Go to the president's office. I'd like to see what kind of medicine they are selling in their gourd." Su Bingtian's eyebrows flashed a flash of sternness. Words, said very hard, but in the bottom of his heart, he vaguely felt a little bad. Just as that security guard said, they could have left, but they didn't. This is emboldened then, whose power they rely on, made a mess and still dared to wait for the police with impunity? In case Song Qingshan couldn't carry it off, then, I'll go too. Chen Xiaohui and the driver also followed. Firstly, they were worried about Chen Zhenghe's safety, and secondly, they were also curious as to what Zhao Yongrong and the others intended to do after putting up such a big show. At this time, in the president's office, Su Zhengwo and Su Wenchao, father and son, were paralyzed on the cold floor, as if they were two dead dogs, beaten black and blue. Li Lixing sat on the swivel chair in front of his desk. Wang Jitao and Chen Zhenghe together, sitting on the sofa next to him, witnessed the entire process of Su Zhengwo and Su Wenchao being abused and beaten. The cold sweat on Chen Zhenghe's back soaked his clothes through, as if there were hedgehogs underneath his buttocks, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Zhao Yongrong, on the other hand, was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the situation outside the building, and suddenly hooked his lips in a smile and turned around. Here it comes. 5 minutes later, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan walked in together. Dad, Grandpa, Su Zhengwo and Su Wenchao opened their mouths at the same time, snotting and tearing up. What are you guys? With just a glance, Su Bingtian was stunned by the tragic state of Su Zhengwo and Su Wenchao, scared silly, like being struck by lightning. His heart trembled fiercely for a few moments, his brain followed by a wave of dizziness, and if not for Song Qingshan beside him holding him in time, he almost fell head over heels. After a moment of shock, there was boundless anger. Asshole! Su Bingtian's vicious gaze swept over Zhao Yongrong and the others one by one, so angry that his chin was trembling as he cursed. You guys, what big dog guts, coming to the Su group to cause trouble, and you even dare to hit people with your hands. I. Qingshan, in a rage, Su Bingtian grabbed Song Qingshan's arm and gritted his teeth. What are you still standing there for? Quickly let your people in. Give me a beating. Hit them hard. Beat them until they kneel down and beg for mercy. Then arrest them in the Public Security Bureau and bring them to justice. If it wasn't for his old age and limited mobility, Su Bingtian would have wanted to do it himself. Song Qingshan was a little hesitant, looking at Zhao Yongrong, asking, since Mr. Zhao is specially waiting for me here, shouldn't he give me an explanation? Su Bingtian was smart, and Song Qingshan wasn't stupid. The two had the same worry in their hearts. Zhao Yongrong and the others were emboldened. What exactly were the levers behind them? Before figuring out this problem, Song Qingshan of course will not be hot-headed, rush to arrest people. In case of arresting the wrong, how to do? In everyone's heart, they all have their own little calculations, all have to plan for themselves. Even if Su Bingtian was kind to Song Qingshan, it wasn't enough for Song Qingshan to take such a risk for his sake. Of course, Zhao Yongrong smiled, took out his cell phone, casually tapped a few times on the screen, then tossed the phone to Song Qingshan through the air, signaling, this is the delivery I'm giving to Director Song, and I think that Director Song will be very satisfied. Song Qingshan reached out, grabbed the cell phone in his hand, and looked down, only to see that the cell phone was in a call state, and on the screen of the cell phone, it was clearly displaying a person's name, Duani Hong. Song Qingshan's pupils shrunk violently, and his face immediately changed. Chapter 27, Sentenced to Death, Provincial City Duan Family. Obviously, Song Qingshan had heard of Duani Hong's name and knew how powerful Duani Hong was. What is it? Noticing Song Qingshan's reaction, Su Bingtian's heart stirred slightly, secretly screaming that it was not good. Looking down at the cell phone screen, but Song Qingshan flipped his cell phone over, avoiding his line of sight, and awkwardly said, Elder Su, wait a moment, I'm going to take a call. Turning around, he left. Su Bingtian's jaw shook even more. Whose phone call could make Song Qingshan change his face and have to answer it? Dad, are you alright? Chen Xiaowei walked straight to Chen Zhanghe's side, looked at Wang Jitao, and asked, "Did they give you a hard time?" "No, no." Chen Zhanghe shook his head. Seeing Song Qingshan and Chen Xiaowei, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The heart hanging in the air was considered to be put down. With the police and his son, at least, Zhao Yongrong and the others absolutely did not dare to make a move against him. This robbery is considered to have escaped. In front of so many people, Chen Xiaowei did not ask more questions, also did not rush to leave. He was waiting for Song Qingshan to come back, to see today's farce. What way will end? 3 minutes later, Song Qingshan went and returned, his face even more ugly than earlier. "How was it, Director Song?" Zhao Yongrong was confident and asked with a smile. "I didn't lie to you, did I? Are you still satisfied with this explanation I gave you?" "Qingshan, you." Su Bingtian was just the opposite. The more complacent and arrogant Zhao Yongrong was, the more he was drumming in his heart, the more bottomless he was. Reaching out and grabbing Song Qingshan's arm, he said in a deep voice, "I don't care whose phone it was, and I don't care what he said to you, but one thing, Qingshan, it was me who supported you, step by step, to the position you are in now. Now that the Su family is in trouble, you can't just sit idly by. If the Su family falls, for me, for you, there is no benefit." Point blank. Su Bingtian did not break the words, but the implication was self-evident. There was begging, and there was also a threat. Song Qingshan can have today's position, thanks to Su Bingtian's secret help, vigorously support. In the process, Su Bingtian grasped a lot of his secrets, and these secrets can be said to be Song Qingshan's handle, soft underbelly, and even dead center. Once exposed, enough to let him never recover. "You won't help me? Fine. Then we'll die in a net. I can put you on the position of the Secretary of Public Security. The same, can also pull you down from this position. As the saying goes, eat people's mouth soft, take people's hands short. You got my benefits, but do not want to do things for me? Door or not? Su old man, don't be anxious first, listen to me slowly." Song Qingshan's mouth uncontrollably twitched a few times. His heart cursed. On one side is Su Bingtian. On the other side is Duani Hong. No matter which side, it is not something that he can easily offend. Being sandwiched in the middle, in and out of the dilemma, really have a kind of feeling of a dog in the sun. Pull Su Bingtian to the door. Song Qingshan shook his head inside, helplessly said, "Su old man, forget it." "Forget it?" Su Bingtian eyes glared, angrily said, "This group of people blatantly broke into the Su group, smashed my company, beat up my son and grandson. As a public security director, you let me forget it?" Su Bingtian was about to explode with anger. Song Qingshan advised, "People under the roof have to bow their heads. It can't be helped. Blame only." Zhang Wo and Wen Chao somehow actually offended the big shot they can't afford to mess with. "It's not that I don't want to manage, but I can't manage. Don't dare to manage, and can't manage." Sure enough, as soon as he heard Song Qingshan's words, Su Bingtian instantly understood. Zhao Yongrong and the others dared to be so unbridled. Behind them there really is a big man backing them up. Moreover, a single phone call can make Song Qingshan afraid of like a tiger. Definitely not an ordinary big man. Who is it? Su Bingtian's heart sank. Provincial city, the Duan family. Song Qingshan didn't hide it, raised his cell phone, shook it in front of Su Bingtian's eyes, sighed, "You should know that the provincial city, the Duan family is rich and powerful. The family business and connections, the power, covers several nearby provinces, and has a military background. The tree is big and deep. This Duani Hong, I heard that he is the future heir of the Duan family. He went to the army as a soldier a few years ago, and now he has been promoted to the rank of colonel. His future is unlimited. Messing with him, you or I, will have to eat it all." Snap. Song Qingshan's words just said halfway. Su Bingtian's face turned blue, his scalp exploded, his brain buzzed with a chaotic sound, his dragon head cane fell at his feet, and he retreated several steps in a row, reaching out to hold on to the doorframe before he could barely stand still. Duan family, Duani Hong. Su Bingtian's heart was broken. Of course he had heard of the Duan family in the provincial city. He knew the power of the Duan family. If it was really Duani Hong who was going to make a move against the Su group, he couldn't even give birth to the courage to resist. He could only resign himself to his fate. But the problem is, the Duan family is far away from the provincial capital. Duani Hong has been serving in the army. Su Jiangmo and Su Wenchao simply do not have access to Duani Hong. Good for nothing. How will get into such a big trouble? Su Bingtian could not figure it out, so asked, "Did he say Jiangmo and Wenchao were offended him?" "No." Song Qingshan shook his head. He didn't say the reason, only the result. What result? Su Bingtian's heart was in his throat, and he hurriedly pursued the question with a jittery look. as if he was a prisoner waiting for judgment. Song Qingshan sighed and said in a deep voice, "Let Su's group get rid of its name in Quan Chang." Puff! Su Bingtian's face was ashen in an instant. His heart trembled fiercely for a few moments, then stopped beating, and his entire body fell backward, falling in front of the office. Delisting. This is a death sentence for Su Group. This time, Song Qingshan did not go to help. He is very clear. Duani Hong personally opened his mouth. Su Group is in a predicament. The Su family is definitely finished. A down and out like a dog Su Bingtian. It is not worth it for him to bend down to help. Moreover, if Su Bingtian really died just like that, it would actually be a good thing for him, because then he would have completely preserved his secret. Dad, Grandpa. Seeing the fainted Su Bingtian, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao were struck by lightning. Not caring about the pain on their bodies, they crawled over towards Su Bingtian like crazy. Song Qingshan did not even bother to look at them, striding over to Zhao Yongrong, handing over his cell phone, coldly saying, "I've already done what he told me to do, and I hope that he will keep his word." "Don't worry." Zhao Yongrong took the phone and laughed. "Director Song's performance today was excellent, and when the time comes, I'll put in a good word for you." Song Qingshan twisted his head and left. On the sofa, Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhenghe glanced at each other, both seeing intense colors of shock in each other's eyes, with one and the same question swirling in their minds. Who was the person who called just now? Chapter 28, It's really him. Xiao Zhan is back. Send the 3 of their grandchildren to the hospital. Zhao Yongrong turned his head to the dozen or so security guards beside him and signaled, "Without the boss's order, they can't die yet. Leave them with a dog's life and wait for the boss's decision." Yes, a dozen security guards surrounded them, racked up Su Bingtian, Su Jiangwo, and Su Wenchao, and brought them out of the office. "And you too." Afterwards, Zhao Yongrong walked behind the sofa, reached out and patted Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhenghe's shoulders, and reminded, "What you saw and heard just now, it's best to hold it in your hearts word for word. If it comes out of your mouths, maybe some other day, I will personally go to Splendid Pictures to pay a visit." The threatening implication was strong. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhenghe to agree, or refuse, he turned around and left. Li Lixing and Wang Jitao followed closely behind. The large office, in the blink of an eye, only Chen Xiaohui and Chen Zhenghe were left as father and son. Chen Xiaohui couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's going on?" "I don't know." Chen Zhenghe shook his head. He was still confused despite witnessing the entire process. "Then our cooperation with the Su Group, Su family, it's over." Chen Zhenghe stood up, looked down at the contract that had been torn into shreds at his feet, and said with a grave face, "If it was just some big shot from Quan Chang, even if the richest man Qian half city personally came out, it wouldn't be enough to scare Song Qingshan and Su Bingtian like this. So the one who called just now is at least a provincial big shot, or even a powerful man from the capital. A bigwig of this level meddling in the affairs of Quan Chang, the sky of Quan Chang. I'm afraid it's about to change. A provincial bigwig? A powerful man from the capital?" Chen Xiaohui was creeped out, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of Xiao Zhan. To be exact, it was the thought of the odd black card in Xiao Zhan's hand, as well as the image of Qian Yiming's hasty departure. Was there any relationship between Qian Yiming's abnormal reaction and that black card? If there was, it also meant that the black card must be extraordinary, very special, so special that even Qian Yiming would shy away from it. Who is Qian Yiming? The son of the richest man in Quan City. Qian Yiming, looking at the entire Quan City, what things, what people, can make him feel fear? The ones Chen Xiaohui could think of happened to be provincial bigwigs and capital city power brokers. But Xiao Zhan, could that unimpressive fellow really be so powerful? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhenghe noticed Chen Xiaohui's strange appearance. "No, nothing." Chen Xiaohui came back to his senses and asked, "Dad, have you ever seen a black bank card? It's black and unattractive, with a strange logo and a string of English letters on it." At that time, he was far away. Chen Xiaohui was not able to see it clearly, and could only follow his memory and roughly describe it to Chen Zhenghe. "Oh," Chen Zhenghe's eyebrows furrowed as he pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Not much of an impression. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "I saw someone today." Immediately, Chen Xiaohui told Chen Zhenghe about Xiao Zhan as well. "He is the door-to-door son-in-law that the Su family just recruited. Su Mucho's husband. I heard that, 5 years ago, he was imprisoned for rape, and he just got out of prison." 5 years ago? Rape. Words without heart. The listener has the intention. 5 years ago that thing, Chen Xiaohui did not participate, and do not know, so this words from his mouth, light wind, seems insignificant. But Chen Zhenghe is different. Chen Zhenghe was present at the banquet and was one of the masterminds behind it. He knew the whole story. And of course, he also knew what happened to Mia Xiangju and Xiao Zhan's mother and son. One was sent to prison for wrongdoing, and the other returned to the capital and knelt down in front of the Shao family's front door. Miao Shangzhu's grave was in the Yangon Mausoleum Cemetery in the western suburb of Quanchang. What a coincidence! It's the same 5 years ago, the same rape offense. And, on the contrary, it was the Su family's son-in-law. On the contrary, it was Su Muchio's husband. The selection of Su Muchio at that time, throwing Su Muchio onto Xiao Zhan's bed as evidence of Xiao Zhan's rape, was the result of Qin Zhenghe's joint discussion with Zheng family's Zheng Fenglin and Lu family's Lu Hongong. Therefore, outsiders didn't know. The Su family didn't know. Even Su Muchio herself didn't know that Xiao Zhan was actually Su Xiaoming's biological father. And Chen Zhenghe knew. For insurance purposes, Chen Zhenghe had always buried that incident from 5 years ago in the bottom of his heart, never mentioning it to the bystanders. Even his son, Chen Xiaohui, was completely unaware of it. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Zhenghe's face changed dramatically, startling Chen Xiaohui. That man you mentioned, what's his name? What does he look like? How old is he? His height, his body type, describe it to me in as much detail as you can. Chen Zhenghe stopped in his tracks and grabbed Chen Xiaohui, his hands trembling with excitement. Dad, what are you doing? Chen Xiaohui frowned in shock and suspicion as he subconsciously thought, could it be that Xiao Zhan is really a deeply hidden and powerful character? Not only did Qian Yiming recognize his identity and therefore fled, but even Dad knows him? Cut the crap and speak quickly. However, Chen Zhenghe just kept asking questions and had no intention of explaining clearly. Helplessly, Chen Xiaohui could only say truthfully, his surname is Xiao, called Xiao Zhan. In his 20s, roughly 1 meter 8.5 tall, strong and lanky, his kung fu was very good. Xiao wore, although he was already mentally prepared. When he heard Chen Xiaohui say the name Xiao Zhan, Chen Zhenghe still had a feeling of being struck by lightning and muttered, it's him, it's really him. He came out. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unspeakable sense of panic and viciousness. Chen Xiaohui asked, Dad, you know him? Go! Chen Zhenghe still did not tell Chen Xiaohui about Xiao Zhan's identity, pulled Chen Xiaohui to speed up his pace, and hurriedly said, Xiaohui, you immediately go home to pack up your things and book for tomorrow. No, book a plane ticket for this evening and go to the capital with your mom. Go to the capital to find your second uncle and your big brother. They have been developing the market in the capital for the past few years, and they are doing quite well. Chen Xiaohui froze. Going to the capital? With an incredulous expression on his face, he asked, for good reason. Why are you suddenly asking me to go to the capital with my mom? And make it seem as if you're escaping to seek refuge? Dad, are you hiding something from me? Even if Chen Xiaohui was slow, he realized that something was wrong. And the problem here should be big. So big that Chen Zhenghe, who had always been calm and collected, was in disarray and seemed to have trouble fighting it. Listen to Dad. That's right, Chen Zhenghe said with a gloomy expression. Don't think about anything, don't ask anything. After arriving at the capital, your second uncle will tell you the reason. Then you, don't worry, Dad is fine. Leaving Su's group, arriving downstairs of the building, pushing Chen Xiaohui into the black Mercedes-Benz and seeing him disappear at the end of the street. Chen Zhenghe then took a deep breath, turned around to get into the car, and instructed towards the driver, immediately send me to the Haihu Grand Hotel, then took out his cell phone, flipped out Zheng Fenglin and Lu Hongong's number, and called them one by one. Chapter 29 Wolf Head Pattern. The truth 5 years ago. What Chen Zhenghe did not notice was that not far behind him, there was a silver-gray Volkswagen Ranger parked, and just as his car left, the Volkswagen Ranger slowly started and trailed behind. The person sitting inside the Volkswagen Ranger was none other than the young man that Qian Yiming had sent to investigate Xiao Zhan's bottom line. The young man dialed Qian Yiming's phone while driving. Brother Ming, he said in a deep voice. Su Bingtian and Song Qingshan came over with a group of police officers and rushed into the Su clan group. I don't know what happened. After 20 minutes or so, Song Qingshan left alone and didn't make any moves to arrest anyone. Instead, Su Bingtian and the 3 grandchildren of Su Jiangwo and Su Wenxiao were carried out and sent to the city hospital. He roughly told Qian Yiming about the situation on this side. Qian Yiming pondered for a moment and asked, and then? The last ones to come out were father and son Chen Zhenghe and Chen Xiaohui. The young man continued. I vaguely heard that Chen Zhenghe asked Chen Xiaohui to book a plane ticket for this evening and leave Quanchang with his mother to join Chen Zhenglin and Chen Xiaowang in the capital. As for Chen Zhenghe, he is on his way back to the south of the city. Should I follow him? Follow him, Qian Yiming instructed. Confirm where Chen Zhenghe is and who he's meeting with. Then let me know. Good. The young man hung up the phone and bit down on Chen Zhenghe's car. On the other side, Qianjiang Group's headquarters. In the spacious and bright office, Qian Yiming sat on the swivel chair in front of his desk, put down his cell phone, stared at the computer screen in front of him, and muttered, sure enough, it's the Universal Bank's limited edition Supreme Black Card. What was displayed on the computer screen was the picture of the supreme black card that Qian Yiming had found out, and it was 9 points similar to the one that Xiao Zhan had used in his memory. The only difference was that the supreme black card in Xiao Zhan's hand seemed to have a wolf head pattern as big as a fingernail in the upper left corner. Wolf head? Qian Yiming muttered in a low voice. Could it be? Is it a decoration that he put on himself? Just thinking. Suddenly, footsteps came. You kid, soaking in the martial arts club all day long. How come you have time to come to the company? The person who came was none other than Qian Yiming's father, the chairman of Qianjiang Group, and the richest man in Quanchang, Qian Half City, slightly blonde in stature, wearing a decent black suit, country face, sword eyebrows and eagle eyes. Between laughter and conversation, he carried an air of unruffled authority. Dad, Qian Yiming immediately said, there is something that I want to talk to you about. What is it? Speak. Qian Half City looked down at his watch. 10 minutes from now, I still have a meeting to attend. Just now, I saw someone using Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card. What? Qian Half City's smile froze on his face. His original relaxed and comfortable expression instantly solidified. Looking up at Qian Yiming, frowning, say that again. What did you see? Universal Bank's limited edition Supreme Black Card. Saying that, Qian Yiming turned the laptop in front of him towards Qian Half City, pointing at the picture in the computer screen. It's this kind of card. It's 9 points similar. Only, there's an extra wolf head pattern in the upper left corner. Oh, Qian Half City's pupils shrunk slightly, staring at the picture, froze for a full 10 seconds, then asked, are you sure? You didn't look at it? Unbelievable. This was Quanchang after all. Looking at the entire Quan City, if you want to say that you are rich, who can compare to him? Qian Half City? He was truly the richest man in Quan City, sitting on nearly tens of billions of assets. Stomping his foot, he could make the entire Quan City shake 3 times. Spitting, he could drown a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises. If there was only one person in Quan City who could own the global bank's Supreme Black Card, then without a doubt, it would be him. But the truth was, he didn't even have the qualifications to apply. If he can't, who can? No one knew better than him how difficult it was to apply for Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card. Therefore, his first reaction was that Qian Yiming had looked at him blindly, and compared to the Supreme Black Card appearing in someone else's hands, it was obvious that this explanation was more credible. 8 or 9 is not far off. I shouldn't be mistaken. Qian Yiming also knew that this fact was a bit unimaginable, so he didn't say his words too full, and said in a deep voice, I've already sent someone to check that guy's bottom line, and starting from his identity and background, it might be able to prove the authenticity of that card. Tell me in detail, who is that guy? Where did you meet him? Qian Half City sat down on the opposite sofa. Good. Thus, Qian Yiming told Qian Half City in detail about Xiao Zhan's release from prison today, being arranged to join the Su family, making a scene at the engagement banquet, spending more than $900,000 at Ruiting Mall to package the entire store's clothes for Su Mucho, and the Su Group's affairs. After listening, Qian Half City's face became even more gloomy. Qian Dong, the meeting time is here. The office door was suddenly pushed open and a female secretary appeared at the door. Qian Half City glared at her. The meeting is cancelled. Ha! The female secretary froze. But, scram! Qian Half City let out a furious rebuke, frightening the female secretary's body to tremble, almost peeing on the spot, busily closing the door and turning to leave. You just said that the man's surname is Xiao, called Xiao War? More than 20 years old, 1 meter 85, a kick that made you unable to stand up? 5 years ago, imprisoned for rape? Chosen by the Su family's people to be the Su family's son-in-law? Qian Half City looked at Qian Yiming once again. That's right. Qian Yiming nodded his head. I suspect that what happened to the Su clan might have something to do with him as well. Your suspicion is correct. Qian Half City took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it's him, he's back. That spirited young man back then, now carrying a full load of anger and resentment. He's back for revenge. The Su family was his first target of revenge, but it definitely won't be the last. The Chen family, the Lu family, the Zhang family, none of them can escape. If I expected correctly, Chen Zhonghe left the Su group. He should have gone to meet with Lu Hongong and Zhang Fenlin to discuss countermeasures. Obviously, Qian Half City guessed Xiao Zhan's identity background and knew the truth about the unjust case 5 years ago. Dad, you, Qian Yiming showed a shocked expression. You and Xiao Zhan have known each other for a long time? Yes, acquaintance. Qian Half City nodded. It was about 20 years ago, when he was still only 5 or 6 years old. I had seen him and even hugged him. At that time, I was just an inconspicuous peddler, and his mother, who was my university classmate, married into a powerful family in the capital. And one man won, and another man won. Qian Yiming suppressed the shock in his heart and listened quietly. More than half an hour, Qian Half City put off the previously arranged meeting and spoke for more than half an hour in one breath, telling Qian Yiming what he knew about Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan grew up in the capital city and rarely came to Quanchang, so he only had a few encounters with Xiao Zhan and didn't know too much. Even so, it still made Qian Yiming feel incomparably shocked. It was completely beyond his imagination. Who would have thought that the young man who had injured him with a kick in Ruiting Mall was actually the young master of the Xiao family in capital city 5 years ago? He knew something about the Xiao family in the capital. Simply put, the Qin family was the richest in Quan City, with assets of nearly $10 billion. But compared to the huge Xiao family, it was not worth mentioning at all. If the volume of the Xiao family was a big mountain, then the Qin family could only be considered as an inconspicuous small mound. A world of difference. As far as he knew, Qian Half City had been seeking cooperation with the Xiao family in the capital in the last few years, hoping to climb onto the high branch of the Xiao family to take Qin Jiang Group's development to the next level. And now, Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance seemed to be a rare opportunity. Xiao Zhan hated the Xiao family to the bone, and the Xiao family definitely wanted to get rid of Xiao Zhan. So since they knew Xiao Zhan's identity and controlled his whereabouts, if they contacted the Xiao family in the capital at this time and took Xiao Zhan to cast a stone, wouldn't they be able to gain the favor of the Xiao family? After the shock, Qian Yiming instantly thought of a lot. Dad. Thus, he asked, what are you going to do next? Chapter 30, Bringing the Wolves into the House. Losing the Dogs. Yeah, what to do? What Qian Yiming could think of. Qian Half City had certainly thought of it as well, and thought of it even more. A moment later, in my opinion, it's better to wait and see what happens. Qian Half City's sharp eyes were like electricity, and he said in a deep voice, Xiao Zhan was unjustly imprisoned. His mother died a humiliating and tragic death, and now that he's out, he definitely won't let it go. The sky of Quan City is going to change, and what we have to do now is to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Qian Yiming froze. Just watch, but do nothing? Or else, Dad. Qian Yiming was young and vigorous. His thoughts were obviously more radical, and he said sharply, according to what you said, Chen Zhanghe left the Su group and immediately went to find Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongong to discuss countermeasures, and he had Chen Xiaowei take refuge in the capital. So it is obvious that he knows Xiao Zhan's identity. 5 years ago, when they dared to make a move against Xiao Zhan's mother and son and rob the Miao family's industry, they must have also hitched a ride on the line of the Xiao family in the capital and were instructed by the Xiao family. So, they should be in contact with the Xiao family. Even if we don't take Xiao War and throw stones, they will tell the Xiao family about Xiao War's whereabouts. The fight is all about time. The opportunity is fleeting. Once we let them grab the first one, what's the point of us grasping all these things? In his opinion, waiting would only be a missed opportunity. You are still too young. Qian Half City shook his head inside, saying, Xiao family or Xiao War, they are not masters to be messed with. To settle down, position is very important. If you stand on the right team, you will have a great future. On the contrary, if you stand on the wrong team, you will have endless consequences. Right now, the battle between Xiao War and the Xiao family has only just begun. The outlook is chaotic. The situation is still unclear. It is not yet time for us to make our stance clear. Only by seeing the situation clearly, and then following the trend, can we stand invincible. Understand? One word, calm and generous. However, Qian Yiming did not think so. The situation is not clear enough. How powerful the Xiao family is. Dad, you know better than I. Xiao Zhan used to be in the limelight, but wasn't it because he was the Xiao family's young master? But now, he has become an enemy of the Xiao family. A son-in-law who just got out of prison is just a door-to-door son-in-law, down and out like a dog. Not to mention the Xiao family. If we want to get him killed, it's as simple as stepping on an ant. What qualifications does he have to be compared to the Xiao family? What does he have to fight with the Xiao family? The words were impassioned and bold. It was the exact opposite of Qian Half City. Qian Half City looked at the picture of the Supreme Black Card in the computer screen and gestured. Have you forgotten the weight of this Supreme Black Card? If it really belongs to Xiao Zhan, then that means that Xiao Zhan's background and heritage is definitely not as simple as what we have seen. And blindly making an enemy of him is definitely not a good strategy either. It's not even certain if this card is real or fake. Qian Yiming rolled his eyes and retorted, taking a step back. Even if the card is real, it may not be Xiao Zhan's own. Maybe it was given to him by the old master of the Xiao family 5 years ago? You also said just now that the old master of the Xiao family held him in very high regard before he died, and even cultivated him as the future heir of the Xiao family, so it's normal to give him a card, right? Qian Half City shook his head and said, as far as I know, the old master of the Xiao family never applied for the Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card, so it can't be that he gave it to Xiao Zhan. Even the old master of the Xiao family didn't have it, so what makes Xiao Zhan have it? Qian Yiming asked rhetorically. This question, Qian Half City could not answer because subconsciously, he also felt that it was impossible for Xiao Zhan to have the supreme black card. However, Qian Half-City did not change his attitude because of this. It is difficult to predict victory or defeat in an expert's game. He stood up and said with a grave expression on his face, "Once we get involved in the fight between Xiao Zhan and the Xiao family, we are gambling with the foundation and destiny of the entire Qian family, so we must be cautious and prudent." But, alright, Qian Yiming still wanted to argue again, but Qian Half-City did not give him a chance, coldly said, "What exactly should be done? I have my own arrangements, just mind your own martial arts club. If there is a need for you to make a move, I will notify you." After saying that, he turned around and left the office. Bang! Qian Yiming slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. His face was full of indignation. But there was no way. Who let Qian Half-City be his real father? In the Qian family, Qian Half-City had always said one thing. In the past, Qian Yiming also listened to Qian Half-City's words and never disobeyed Qian Half-City's wishes. However, this time, he unswervingly felt that he was not wrong. "Dad, you're getting old." Staring at the direction Qian Half-City left, Qian Yiming muttered, "Getting older, but less and less courageous, fearful and looking ahead. Since you don't dare to gamble, then fine, I'll gamble. I'd like to see what kind of background and substance that rapist Xiao Zhan can have." Gnashing his teeth, in Ruwaiting Mall, being kicked into serious injury by Xiao Zhan. Until now, Qian Yiming's small abdomen was still vaguely painful. Growing up so big, and practicing martial arts since childhood, he had never been the one to beat others, and this was the first time that he had been beaten by others. This breath, he could not swallow. If Xiao Zhan is really a super big brother who can't be messed with, or if he is still the young master of the Xiao family in the capital city, then, if he is beaten, he will be beaten, he will endure it, and he will admit it. But now, after figuring out Xiao Zhan's bottom line, he was just a lost dog who had been kicked out by the Xiao family in the capital, so he was still afraid of nothing. When a dog bites you, what do? Bite back? No. Qian Yiming's usual practice was to skin that dog and beat it to death alive. Brother Ming. At this time, the young man's phone call came over. Chen Zhonghe went to the Haihu Hotel in the south of the city. Just now, Zhang Fenlin and Lu Hongong also went in. It should be an appointment. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Qian Half-City had guessed. "I know." Qian Yiming nodded and said in a deep voice, "You can come back. When you come back, find a way to help me check the contact information of the Xiao family in the capital. Be quick. The quicker the better." Good. The young man was Qian Yiming's beloved, acting ably, obeying Qian Yiming's orders, and never asking why. Pie time. Lu Hongxiu danced the afternoon square dance, until the school time, only to push Su Jiancheng, went to the kindergarten to pick up Su Xiaoming, walking back to the Fuyuan neighborhood, just happened to run into Sun Zi's mother Wang Mei downstairs. "Yo, Xiaoming is out of school?" Wang Mei greeted her with a smile, looked down at Su Xiaoming, then looked up and asked, "I heard that Mu Qiu got engaged this morning, and he recruited a son-in-law to live in your house? Where is the person?" Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng looked at each other. Their faces were both a bit ugly. "You guys are really..." Wang Mei continued, "No matter what, our two families are also neighbors. Zi and Mu Qiu's relationship is so good. Mu Qiu got engaged. Why didn't you inform me? I'm still waiting to eat Mu Qiu's wedding candy. Mu Qiu is so good-looking and has a strong work ability. The man she finds must be very good and rich. How can he be like our family's future son-in-law Chen Xiaohui? A second-generation rich man driving a $500,000 Mercedes-Benz, right?" This tone of voice, obviously knowingly and deliberately sarcastic. "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Hongxiu's face darkened and she couldn't help but choke back. Due to Xiao Zhan's identity, his engagement to Su Muqiu was not a glorious thing for Su Muqiu's family, so Lu Hongxiu hid it from the neighbors in the district and did not tell anyone. Unfortunately, paper can't wrap fire. Only a short half a day. It seems that the whole neighborhood all know. It was really too humiliating. "Go home." Su Jiancheng shook his head inside, not even having the breath to retort. On the contrary, it was Su Xiaoming, tutaying her mouth, seemingly understanding, glanced at Wang Mei, and said with a serious face, "Grandma Wang, the new uncle is awesome, just like my dad. He is a super invincible hero. He helped my mom and I fight off the bad guys, and also said that he would tell me at night a story about my dad." Meng, don't talk nonsense. Go home." Su Xiaoming actually had a good impression of Xiao Zhan, which made Lu Hongxiu's heart feel even more bad. Her left hand pulled Su Xiaoming, her right hand pushed the wheelchair, and she was about to leave. "Really?" Wang Mei, however, came to be interested, her eyes glowing as she laughed. "A great hero? Oh, how did I hear that it's a rapist who was just released from prison? And it seems like there are serious psychological problems and violent tendencies? Xiaoming is still young and doesn't know any better. You as grandma and grandpa must keep a close eye on him, especially at night. Don't lead the wolf into the house and let the newly recruited son-in-law harm Muqiu and cheat Xiaoming. The more he said, the more energized he became, and the more excessive he became. You! Lu Hongxiu was furious and reddened her face. Angry? Wang Mei spread her hands, put on a very innocent look, rolled her eyes and said, as a neighbor, I'm also thinking for you guys, kindly reminding you of a few things. You guys don't appreciate it even if you don't, but don't spread your anger on me. Ziyi also said that when Mu Qiu and that rapist break up, she will help Mu Qiu introduce a man again. Anyway, our family Xiao Wei is rich and powerful. He knows a lot of friends. Pick anyone at random. It's 10 times better than your family's big hero. 100 times better. Mentioning Chen Xiao Hui, Wang Mei raised her chin, her face full of complacency. Lu Hongxiu was so angry and furious that she was trembling. If she didn't live in the same neighborhood and look up, she couldn't help but want to hit someone. Da! Toot! Just at this time, a sudden burst of honking sound came. A few people have turned their heads, subconsciously follow the sound to see, only to see a brand new Mulsanne Bentley slowly drove into the neighborhood, straight towards this side to drive over. Chapter 31 Love Hugs. My good auntie. Wang Mei froze for a moment, then said smoothly, see, do you recognize it? Mulsanne Bentley. That's the kind of car a successful man should drive. I've heard that the bear car costs more than $5 million, and the whole set is $6 million more, 10 times more expensive than our family's Mercedes-Benz. Speaking, the eyebrows are full of envy, thinking, if our family we can also buy a luxury car like this, it would be so good. I'm the mother-in-law, the chin can be up to the sky. In the future, in the neighborhood, I cannot walk horizontally? Just thinking, Mulsanne Bentley came to the front of several people, actually stopped, which makes everyone was stunned again. Could it be an acquaintance? Mom! In the midst of doubt, the passenger door was pushed open, and Su Muqiu drilled out of the car, shouting towards Lu Hongxiu before rushing over and holding Su Xiaoming in her arms. Muqiu? Several people stared wide-eyed, all stunned. Goodness! After lunch, Su Muqiu was clearly sitting in Chen Xiaohui's black Mercedes-Benz, leaving the neighborhood with Sun Ziyi to go out shopping. How did she come back in a brand new Mulsanne Bentley? Muqiu, what are you? Not waiting for Lu Hongxiu to open her mouth, Wang Mei could not help but take the lead in asking. The first thought that popped into her head was, could it be that Su Muqiu had already dumped that rapist and climbed up to another rich kid? It can't be that fast, can it? Z had a hard time finding a rich boyfriend. I still have to pretend to be a bully, and I still have to walk horizontally in the neighborhood. How can I pretend like this? Mom! Su Muqiu was about to explain, when suddenly, the door of the rear compartment was pushed open, and Sun Ziyi also walked out from the car. However, her face was obviously not too good. Ziyi, how did you also? Wang Mei's face was shocked. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. It seemed that she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with great joy, Xiao Hui he really changed to a new car? God opens his eyes. Really what you think comes to you? It's too good to be true. It turned out to be a false alarm. This time, finally get what you want. Can continue to pretend. Can walk horizontally in the neighborhood. Mom, not. Sun Ziyi's face became even more ugly, shaking her head and wanting to deny it. But Wang Mei had already been overwhelmed by the surprise she had brainstormed and lost her mind. Where would she listen? Xiao Hui, auntie, my good aunt. Under the excitement, her eyebrows opened up and she even shouted out, and while shouting, she rushed to the driver's seat of the Mulsanne Bentley in big strides, reaching out and pulling open the door, wanting to properly praise her good uncle. In the meantime, she was sarcastic about Su Muqiu's family. Sun Ziyi's face changed dramatically and wanted to stop, but she was a step too late. Ka-ching! The moment the car door was opened and she looked up to see Xiao Zhan sitting in the driver's seat, in an instant, Wang Mei's smile froze on her face, her pupils instantly dilated, her raised right hand lagged in midair, and her entire body froze like a wooden chicken. You. A full dozen seconds passed before Wang Mei came back from her shock and stared at Xiao Zhan and asked, who are you? Xiao Zhan smiled faintly. Auntie, I'm sorry, my surname is Xiao. My name is Xiao Zhan. I'm Muqiu's husband, the son-in-law of the Su family, not your good aunt. Saying this, he got down from the car and turned around to get something from the trunk. Mom, look at you. Sun Ziyi was embarrassed to death, came over and glared fiercely at Wang Mei. She had previously underestimated Xiao Zhan, and as a result was madly punched in the face by Xiao Zhan. She was already depressed all the way. Wang Mei was good, rushed up and shouted at other people's aunt. Su Muqiu's family was still there. How humiliating. However, Sun Ziyi quietly glanced at Xiao Zhan's back and thought in her heart, if he is really our family's auntie and my husband, that would be good. Ziyi, this bag is yours. Xiao Zhan opened the trunk and carried out the 2 marijuana bags, handing one of them to Sun Ziyi. Sun Ziyi reached out and was about to take it, What is it? Wang Mei was cold, her face as ugly as if she had eaten. She looked down and swept the marijuana bag, and said in disgust, "Dirty, what you sent, our Zi doesn't want it, lest we turn around and be misunderstood by Xiaohui knowing about it." "Don't." Xiao Zhan looked toward Sun Zi. Sun Zi hurriedly said, "Mom, this is loaded inside, all newly bought clothes, dozens of pieces, the price of each piece is nearly 10,000, adding up to be worth hundreds of thousands." Ah, Wang Mei was shocked. Once she heard that it was worth a lot of money. Without saying a word, she bent down and held the big bag in her arms. The speed of her face changed faster than turning over a book, and she said joyfully, "These are all the ones that Xiaohui bought for you? It's really worthy of being the good aunt I've fallen in love with. When it comes to spending money for you, it's just generous." She intentionally said it very loudly, and provocatively glanced at Lu Hongxiu. On the opposite side, Lu Hongxiu's face was ashen. "Wife, this bag is yours." Xiao Zhan carried another marijuana bag to Su Mucho's side, reached out and touched Su Xiaomeng's face, and laughed. "Xiaomeng, there are a few pieces of children's clothes in here. They are very pretty, so go home and change into new clothes for you, okay? Okay, thank you uncle." Su Xiaomeng opened her arms toward Xiao Zhan. "Teacher said, when others give you gifts, you should also give gifts to others. This is called reciprocity. Return the favor. But, I don't have anything good to give you, so I'll give you a loving hug, okay? Okay, of course." Xiao Zhan took Su Xiaomeng into his arms, his knife-sharpened cheeks froze and smiled with a feeling of tenderness, saying, "For uncle, Xiaomeng's loving hug is the best gift under the sky." Su Xiaomeng smugly said, "Then later, no matter what uncle gives me, I will give you a love hug." Xiao Zhan's heart melted, looking at Su Muchio by his side. Having a wife like this and a daughter like this, what more could a husband ask for? On the contrary, Su Muchio's pretty face was flushed. Seeing such a scene, she really did not know whether she should be happy or sad. Lu Hongxiu's heart, on the other hand, sank to the bottom. If this went on, it was dangerous. "Hug my ass." It was at this kind of cozy moment that a piercing voice suddenly sounded behind her. Getting new clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars all of a sudden. Wang Mei was originally filled with joy and happiness, but when she saw that Xiao Zhan took away the other marijuana bag and went to show her love for mother and son Su Muchio and Su Xiaomeng, she was instantly a little upset. In her opinion, these new clothes are her Aunt Chen Xiaohui spend money to buy? Real money. The price is not expensive. You have the right to take away a sack without saying a word? Hundreds of thousands of take to play? You really owe me. And, even if you take it away, you're actually spreading dog food in front of my mom. Shame on you. Of course she can't stand it. So, she walked over in big strides, reached out to grab the hemp bag in Xiao Zhan's hand, and grunted, "I don't care what Xiaohui promised you guys, and whether these new clothes are given to you by him or not. Anyway, my old lady doesn't agree. These clothes, you guys don't want any of them." A brash and unreasonable look, like a shrew. "Mom." Sun Zi's face turned green. The reason why she didn't rush to tell Wang Mei the truth of the matter was because she was worried that with so many people present, Wang Mei's face wouldn't be able to hang onto her face and she would feel humiliated. But now it seemed that Wang Mei had gotten the better of her, and if she didn't say anything, it would be even more humiliating. Under no choice but to rush over, pull Wang Mei away, said loudly, "Mom, you stop. These clothes are not bought for me by Xiaohui. It's Xiao Zhan. He spends money to buy for Muchio. Muchio can't wear it all by herself before giving me a sack." Chapter 32, Floating in the Air. "You're awesome." A sentence that stunned everyone. What the hell? Wang Mei or not? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng, they all raised their heads to look at Xiao Zhan. A surprised face. All of them were expressions of disbelief. It was Xiao Zhan who spent the money? Bought it for Su Muchio? How is this possible? According to what Sun Zi said, the average price of these clothes was nearly 10,000. There were dozens of pieces in one sack, worth several hundred thousand. And 2 sacks? The clothes inside could be worth at least 500,000 or more, right? Xiao Zhan, such a rapist who just came out of prison, was incarcerated for 5 whole years, and now he didn't even have time to find a proper job. Where did he get the money? Even if he had a bit of savings, could he be so generous and willing to spend it on Su Muchio? In an instant, several people froze there, their thoughts disorganized, feeling as if their brains were a bit underused. Muchio, Shi. A moment later, Lu Hongxiu quietly swallowed her saliva and asked, "Is what she said true?" "Aha." Su Muchio nodded. Although she didn't like Zhang Yang, but even more so, she didn't like to be misunderstood by others. Wang Mei's brash and unreasonable appearance just now made her very disgusted. Moreover, there was some fear. She was thinking, if it was really like what Wang Mei thought, that these clothes were not paid for by Xiao Zhan, but by Qin Xiaohui, then how should their family go down today? I'm afraid that they would be half dead from Wang Mei's damage. Those who insult people, people will always insult them. In the afternoon at Ruiting Mall, Xiaozhan spent more than $900,000 and wrapped up the entire clothing store. There are more than 100 pieces. Z and I each chose dozens of pieces. Mine, Dad's, Mom's, Meng Ming's, all of them. The remaining dozens of pieces are really unsuitable. Xiaozhan gave it to the store's salesman. Su Muqiu briefly said what happened. Truthfully speaking, there was no intentional exaggeration in the slightest. Packing the entire store? Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianchang were all stunned. They usually went to the mall. At most they would buy a few $100s a piece of clothes. Thousands of them were not willing to buy. And Xiaozhan actually wrapped up someone's clothing store? Most importantly, Xiaozhan was buying clothes for Su Muqiu. He was too generous, wasn't he? Simply generous. Even the father and son of Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, who had inherited most of the Su group's properties, did not dare to spend so much outside. The way they looked at Xiaozhan changed. It became complicated. There was surprise, doubt, and also a strong sense of worry, because they did not understand. Xiaozhan and Su Muqiu had only met for the first time this morning, and although they were engaged, they did not have any emotional foundation at all. So how could Xiaozhan be so good to Su Muqiu? Why is he so good to Su Muqiu? The thing is out of the ordinary. There must be a demon. They couldn't figure it out. So their hearts weren't steady, and they subconsciously felt that Xiaozhan must have some conspiracy, or attempt, that they didn't know about. Uncle, you're awesome. In comparison, Su Xiaoming, who was held in Xiaozhan's arms, was the youngest and behaved the most calmly. She wasn't even too clear about what it meant to bag the entire clothing store. What concept was more than $900,000? However, seeing the reactions of the few people around her, she just felt that this new uncle was great and always appeared at the critical moment to help her teach the bad guys a lesson. More than 900,000. Wang Mei's face was green. This figure was like a thunderbolt from the sky, breaking her brain, buzzing and exploding. To know, let her have been proud of. Chen Xiaohui's black Mercedes-Benz, only about $500,000. Xiaozhan was good. Going out for a casual shopping trip and buying clothes for Su Muqiu was almost worth 2 Mercedes. She looked at Xiaozhan, and Su Xiaoming in Xiaozhan's arms. Awesome. One had to admit that Xiaozhan was great. But, please don't be so great, okay? If you are so great, where will I put my old face? Have you considered my feelings? You can't be too selfish. Mom, let's go home. Sun Zi was so embarrassed that she couldn't find a crack in the ground and pulled Wang Mei's arm, wanting to leave. However, Wang Mei was not willing. Go home to what? Wang Mei glared fiercely at Sun Zi with a grudging look, obviously blaming Sun Zi for not making things clear in advance, causing her to lose such a big person and make such a big embarrassment, asking, where is Xiao Hui? How come he didn't come back with you? Now in this situation, in Wang Mei's opinion, the only one who could help her save face was Chen Xiaohui. Sun Zi said, he had something to do and left first. Gone? Wang Mei was a little angry. However, when her eyes fell on the brand new Mulsan Bentley next to her, she suddenly had a bottom, and said, it doesn't matter if the person leaves, as long as the car is left behind. More than $900,000 of clothes? Ha, ha, and the value of more than 6 million Mulsan Bentley compared to the small witch, simply not enough to see. So, you spend money to buy clothes, why not say earlier? The first thing you need to do is to make up your mind about what you're doing, and you'll be able to do it. It's just a few pieces of raggedy clothes. Can't wear them out and then give them to our family Z? What do you take Z for? A beggar? Wang Mei kicked on the big bag in Xiaozhan's hand, showing a disgusted expression, and grunted, give, 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 take it all away. Saying that, he ran back in a few steps and carried over the big bag that was given to Sun Zi, and ruthlessly threw it at Xiaozhan's feet. Xiaozhan frowned slightly. He could sort of see that Wang Mei was a typical snob in her bones, bullying softness, being acerbic, and being extremely vain, valuing her face more than anything else. Mom, what are you doing? Sun Zi was anxious. Go home. On the contrary, Wang Mei put on a look of money as dirt, painfully pretending, out of the mouth pent up in the chest. She is comfortable. A wave of the hand. It returned to the Mulsan Bentley car. Pull open the door of the passenger side of the car, drilled into it, after getting into the car, but also did not forget to poke his head out. Proudly said, see, Mulsan Bentley, more than $6 million. My aunt bought a new car. It's a special gift for our Z. What's the point of giving away a few rags? Really rich people give away cars. The more they say, the more they say it. The luxury car was different. Sitting in it, as if sitting on the throne, one instantly became a queen, full of energy and spirit. Then looking at Xiaozhan and Su Muqiu's family, it was like looking down at a group of insignificant ants. That feeling of floating in the air was simply refreshing to the bone. Mom, you Looking at Wang Mei's condescending appearance, Sun Zi was dumbfounded. Her face was like a dead gray. Suddenly she wanted to cry, and even, a little bit wanted to go to death. She was really, quick to be shamed to death by Wang Mei. Auntie, Xiaozhan rolled his eyes and crowed, shaking his head. I'm sorry, this car, like these clothes, is also not bought by your good Aunt Shen Xiaowei to give to your daughter Sun Zi, but me, to give to my wife, Su Muqiu. So, please get out of the car and don't dirty the seat. Chapter 33 Holding hands for the first time after 5 years. Xiaozhan's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. What did you say? Wang Mei's smug sneer froze on her face for a moment. Her heart trembled violently, and she froze as if her ears were out of order. Say that again. Still say? Say ah. The more you say, the more humiliating. Mom. Sun Zi red face, tears in the corners of her eyes. This mom shouted, with a few points of grievance and choking, rushed over, without saying a word, pulled Wang Mei out of the Mulsanne Bentley car, explaining, he is right, the clothes he bought for Muqiu, the car is also he bought for Muqiu. Xiaohui left in a hurry, did not have time to buy things for me, come to buy me anything. Flutter. Wang Mei had just gotten down from the car, and when she heard this, her legs went limp and she directly squatted on the ground. The face was blackened. More than $900,000 of clothes, more than $6 million of luxury cars. Gosh, was this lanky, unimpressive, and even somewhat shabbily dressed fellow in front of him really imprisoned for 5 years inside the prison? Has he really just been released? Is he really a rapist? Handily is more than $7 million of spending. This temperament, this financial strength, can throw Chen Xiaohui 10 streets off. In an instant, Wang Mei's 3 views were collapsing. Thank you for cooperating. Xiaozhan smiled faintly and walked over with Su Xiaoming in his arms, closing the passenger door before pulling out the car key and locking the car door. The district was just a neighborhood aunt. He really didn't want to pretend this in front of Wang Mei, but there was no way. He does not pretend, but Wang Mei must pretend, and like a mad dog, biting him not to let go. Then sorry, in front of me to pretend to be a bully, and make death is no different. You do not have that qualification. Turning around and about to leave, Su Xiaoming in his arms suddenly asked, Uncle, what is a rapist? Xiaozhan's eyelids twitched. Why are you asking this? He asked in return. Su Xiaoming reached out and pointed at Wang Mei, saying, just now, when you and Mom didn't come, Grandma Wang said that Uncle you are a rapist, and also said that she would find another man for Mom who would be 10 times better than you, 100 times better. A childish voice, with a kind of innocent doubt. It was not an intentional tattletale. Su Xiaoming really didn't understand, so, casually asked, is that so? Xiaozhan stopped his steps and turned his head to look at Wang Mei. His originally gentle eyes suddenly became incomparably chilly. A strand of dark energy was released, and an icy aura instantly enveloped Wang Mei and Sun Zi. Pounce. Sun Zi had just helped Wang Mei to stand up. When she heard Su Xiaoming's words and met Xiaozhan's eyes, the mother-daughter duo's faces changed drastically. Their hearts trembled fiercely, and their bodies seemed to have lost control as they crouched together on the ground, like falling into an ice cave. Cold. Unexplainable kind of cold. The surrounding temperature seems to have dropped by more than 10 degrees at once. A moment ago it was still warm. Suddenly it was cold. And, as if there was a pair of big invisible hands, imprisoned their mother and daughter's body. Hard to hold them down on the ground. That feeling was very strange and terrifying. Your mouths. They stink. Xiaozhan looked down at the mother and daughter duo as he held Su Xiaoming in his left hand, and slowly raised his right hand as he grunted. It's time to beat them. Generally, he did not beat women, but everything has to have a degree. Previously, Sun Zi had mocked and disdained him, and seeing as Sun Zi and Su Muqiu were like sisters and were bent on looking out for Su Muqiu, he endured it. However, Wang Mei was even more excessive than Sun Zi, taking advantage of his absence, chewing on his tongue behind his back. Sarcasm. Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng is just a matter of fact. Su Xiaoming is only 4 years old, is still an innocent child. In front of Su Xiaoming, said that he is a rapist? You want to give Su Muqiu a new man? His words are shameful. His behavior is hateful. His heart is punishable. I. Wang Mei quietly gulped down her saliva, her forehead and back cold and sweaty. If it was in normal times, she would have justified her clamor. What's wrong with saying you're a rapist? Are you not? Was I wrong? To give Su Muqiu a new man. That's also because she's pitiful. But now, she didn't dare to clamor like that. Her tongue seemed to be tied in knots. Not to mention screaming, she couldn't even speak. Forget it. The raised right hand aimed at Wang Mei's panicked and timid face, and was about to slap down hard, when suddenly, Su Muqiu's voice came from behind her, followed by the sound of footsteps, and a gentle hand, which grabbed Xiaozhan's right hand. Auntie Wang has a straight heart, but she is actually not a bad person, Su Muqiu advised. In the past, When our family encountered any difficulties, it was Auntie Wang and Z who came over to help. Just a few words, there is no need to be catty. This slap went down. In the future, how could Su Mucho and son Z get along? The two families live in the same neighborhood, how can they still meet? So, Su Mucho stood out. For Wang Mei, she likewise had no good feelings, but she didn't want to make the relationship too stiff. Sun Z also said, if what my mom and I said before offended you, I apologize to you on behalf of my mom, as well as myself. We didn't know anything about you before, we didn't know enough about you, so we had a preconceived notion that you weren't a good person, and that you weren't worthy of Mucho. Don't worry, since you're so good to Mucho, I definitely won't persuade Mucho to break up with you again, much less introduce her to another man. Sun Zi spoke from the heart. She regretted it, regretting that she was too reckless and impulsive before, having eyes without pearls, offending an invisible rich man like Xiao Zhan on their first meeting. Had she known that Xiao Zhan was so rich, she would have been too late to flatter him. Only then did Xiao Zhan gather his dark energy. Listen to you. Locking eyes with Su Mucho, feeling the warmth coming from Su Mucho's hands, Xiao Zhan's icy eyes gradually became gentle. After 5 years, this was the first time Xiao Zhan held Su Mucho's hand. It was very warm and soft. Su Mucho's pretty face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. Realizing that something was wrong, she wanted to draw her hand back, but how could Xiao Zhan let her have her way? With a backhanded grab, he turned passive into active, holding Su Xiaoming with his left hand and leading Su Mucho with his right hand as he turned to leave. Go, let's go home. Xiao Zhan passed a look towards Su Mucho, as if saying, you are my wife. Holding your hand is my right. It was very overbearing. Su Mucho's face became even redder, and even slightly hotter. However, she did not struggle anymore, but allowed Xiao Zhan to hold her hand, shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Zhan, and for some reason, after just half a day of getting along with Xiao Zhan, walking together with Xiao Zhan actually gave her a rare sense of security. The heart was very solid. It seemed that no matter what kind of problems and troubles she encountered, with Xiao Zhan, she would be able to stand in front of her and solve them for her. And this feeling of being protected by someone else contrasted sharply with the suppression and bullying that she had endured over the past 5 years, creating a huge discrepancy. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the shadows of the family of 3 were entangled with each other, drawn out for a long, long time. The picture was warm and sweet. However, such a scene fell in the eyes of Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng, but it didn't look so harmonious. The two of them glanced at each other, and both saw a strong color of worry in each other's eyes. This child Mucho, it's not possible that he's really moved towards him, right? Lu Hongxiu secretly screamed that it was not good, and bitterly said, no, I must find him later and ask him clearly. He is obviously so rich, but he came to our family to be a door-to-door son-in-law. What exactly are his plans? After saying that, she pushed Su Jiancheng and chased after him. Chapter 34, They Can't, Let Me Try. Back home, Xiao Zhan dumped the huge sack of new clothes all over the sofa in the living room, colorful and in all styles and sizes. Su Xiaoming pounced on it with an excited face. Su Mucho took out 2 sets of men's suits from it and handed them to Xiao Zhan. This was chosen for you. Thank you, wife. Xiao Zhan was flattered. The blush on Su Mucho's face hadn't disappeared, and she gestured. I don't know your size, so I chose it according to my feelings. Later you go take a shower and try it on to see if it fits. My wife chose it. No need to try. It definitely fits. Xiao Zhan sold a good deal. Su Mucho was shy and angry. She and Xiao Zhan were only engaged. Neither held a wedding nor went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. In fact, it was not really a legal couple, but Xiao Zhan was good. A mafia wife called, obviously taking advantage of her. Rascal! At this exact moment, Lu Hongxiu pushed Su Jiancheng and followed her in. Entering the door, she saw the scene of Xiao Zhan molesting Su Mucho, which made Lu Hongxiu's already worried face even more unsightly, and fiercely glared at Xiao Zhan before saying towards Su Mucho, Mucho, come over here for a moment. Mom has something to ask you. After saying that, she turned around and went to the kitchen. Oh, Su Mucho also glared fiercely at Xiao Zhan. Without guessing, she knew what Lu Hongxiu was worried about and what she wanted to ask. The mother and daughter duo went to the kitchen. Su Xiaoming was there fiddling with the new clothes. Only Su Jiancheng and Xiao Zhan's son-in-law were left, and with their 4 eyes facing each other, the atmosphere was immediately a little awkward. Su Jiancheng hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, that car outside, did you really spend money to buy it? Is it really worth more than $6 million? Aha! Xiao Zhan undeniably nodded. Su Jiancheng pursued, where did you get so much money? Saved from before. Xiao Zhan casually lied. During his 5 years of military career, Xiao Zhan bathed in blood on the battlefield, made countless achievements, and step by step became the Wolf King of the Northern Realm that made his enemies scared, and even several times, in the midst of danger, saved the world's economy that was on the verge of collapsing. Because of this, He had rightfully gotten the limited edition Supreme Black card from Universal Bank. Moreover, it was a Supreme Black card that was specially customized for him by Universal Bank. The wolf head pattern on the black card was unique. It represented the brave and invincible Blood Wolf Regiment under his command, and the wolf head, the symbol of the Wolf King, was of great significance. Before, saved, Su Jincheng's eyebrows furrowed. He wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance that Xiao Zhan was intentionally hiding and not telling the truth, and was tempted to ask, "What did you do before? Over $6 million, how did you save it? Can you tell me, so that I can learn to save some?" But Xiao Zhan didn't want to say. He thought about it and the words came to his lips, but he didn't ask. "Dad," Xiao Zhan shouted, not moving, changed the topic and said, "It's just a car, no big deal. When your leg recovers, you can walk, you can drive, I'll buy you another one. At that time, you'll drive with my mom, go out for a drive together, enjoy the happiness." "My leg?" Su Jincheng was violently stunned. After he came back to his senses, he shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. "My leg? I know, crippled for several years. It has been completely unconscious. I can only be an invalid in this life." Abolitionist. A few years ago, a car accident let Su Jincheng crippled both legs. The blow to him was very big, no matter physical or mental. It was difficult to bear, so in these recent years, he muddled through life. His status in the Su family fell to pieces, lost his original fighting spirit. Su family's industry, he is also too lazy to fight to grab. Knowing that the fight cannot be grabbed, why make a fool of yourself? As for recovering, he never had the luxury of hope. Unrealistic. Mourning, no greater than the death of the heart. Su Jincheng in front of me, is a living example. A few years, as a family of four, the only man, the original pillar, looking at Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu busy, running around, while they can only sit in a wheelchair waiting for food and drink, cannot help even if, but also like a drag on the same as the drag on the Su Muqiu and Lu Hongxiu. The bitterness in his heart is difficult to express. To live, it takes a lot of courage. Dad, don't be discouraged. Similarly, as a man who had also suffered a fatal blow a few years ago, that helplessness and despair of hating the heavens and the earth and hating oneself, but calling out to the heavens and the earth, Xiao Zhan had also experienced it personally. Therefore, he empathized with Su Jincheng's pain. He often thought that if 5 years ago, he had the current ability to protect himself and his mom, then she would not have returned to the capital, much less knelt down and died in front of the Xiao family's gate. Mom's death was an eternal pain in his heart. In the past, he could not save his own mom, but now, if he could save Su Muqiu's dad, it would be good. Thus, Xiao Zhan squarely said, "Actually, I used to study Chinese medicine, worked as a doctor, knew some acupuncture and massage techniques, and also cured some cases like Dad, who had been disabled for several years. If you believe in me, Dad, you might as well let me try." "You?" Su Jincheng raised his head and stared at Xiao Zhan. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" "Aha." Xiao Zhan nodded. "There is nothing to lose by trying anyway. If I can't, the situation won't be any worse than it is now. What if I can?" "But, Dad, wait a moment. I'll go fetch a basin of hot water. First I'll soak your feet, revitalize your blood and tendons, and then I'll give you a leg massage." Su Jincheng was a little skeptical, but Xiao Zhan did not give him a chance to refuse at all. After saying this, he turned around and left. Su Jincheng's entire person froze there, looking at Xiao Zhan's back. His heart was mixed. After several years of silence, the heart that was already as if it was a piece of dead ash, it was as if by Xiao Zhan's words, a starry flame was ignited again, and a ray of hope was seen. There was some excitement, but he didn't dare to show it, and press that little bit of hope and excitement to death in his heart, because in his opinion, this kind of hope was really too remote, and the possibility of realizing it was negligible. How could it be so coincidental that the son-in-law who came to the Su family for less than a day happened to be a doctor, and his medical skills were superb, so superb that he was able to treat the disabled legs? Unbelievable. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. People like Su Jincheng who died once, giving him hope is equal to letting him come back to life, and in case of failure, the huge disappointment is equal to letting him die again. Kitchen. Lu Hongxiu closed the door and while cooking, she asked, "Muqiu, what's going on with you and that rapist? What's going on?" Su Muqiu played dumb. "Don't try to fool me," Lu Hongxiu said with a cold face. "I'm your mom. No one knows you better than me. Ever since 5 years ago, I don't know which made you somehow pregnant. You didn't say anything on your mouth, but your heart was unbearable, and you even developed a cleansing fetish for men, never letting a man touch your finger. But just now, you actually let that rapist pull your hand? Tell Mom honestly, did he say something to you? Did he do something? Or, did you? You see that he was good to you and good to Meng Meng, so you were deceived by him and moved to him? Lu Hongxiu was anxious in her heart, so she didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. Chapter 35, shameless, and quite comfortable. Su Muchio's complexion tightened and she hurriedly shook her head. Nothing, Mom, don't think too much and don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly like him? I just didn't break away for a while, said the man, his face reddened again. To say that just by spending half a day together, it was absolutely impossible to fall in love with Xiaozhan at first sight and move her heart, that was not in line with Su Muchio's character, and even more so, it was not in line with her current situation. In the past few years, Su Jiancheng disabled paralyzed, Su Xiaoming age is still small, Lu Hongxiu early retirement, take care of their grandparents and grandchildren, the family's living expenses, all counting on Su Muchio a person. She is a woman, but the burden on her shoulders is very heavy. Now, having been kicked out of the Su group, losing her job, and facing a serious existential crisis, under these circumstances, where does she have the extra heart to fall in love? Moreover, the sudden pregnancy 5 years ago did create a particularly large psychological shadow on her. For love, for men, she had long since lost her yearning, only repulsion remained. Really? Lu Hongxiu frowned, somewhat disbelieving. Of course it's true, Su Muchio said in a firm tone. Mom, when have I ever lied to you? For 5 years now, I have been investigating the matter of the pregnancy in the first place, and as long as that matter is not clearly investigated, and as long as I can't find Mengming's real father, this hurdle in my heart will not be able to pass for one day. Before that, I will never accept another man. As for Xiaozhan, saying this, Su Muchio glanced towards the door inside. Mom, you've seen it, although he has committed crimes, has been in jail, and beats people up when he moves, and has a tendency towards violence. Every time he beats up people, it's all for the sake of protecting me and Meng Meng, and protecting our family. He is really good to Meng Meng. Meng Meng is also willing to be close to him, as long as Meng Meng is happy. Let him stay in our family for now. He just got out of prison. He is homeless, and is actually quite pitiful. Su Xiaoming's impression of Xiaozhan being so good was out of everyone's expectation. Even Su Muchio had to admit that compared to other people's men, she did not have such a strong sense of rejection towards Xiaozhan. This feeling was marvelous. For example, when Xiaozhan held her hand before, she wanted to break away almost out of instinct, but after she failed in her struggle, her face blushed and her heart beat red, but she didn't feel disgusted. However, she did not dare to tell Lu Hongxiu these words. That's true. Lu Hongxiu thought about it and suddenly asked, those clothes, and that car, together they cost $7 million. How could he have so much money for a rapist who just got out of prison? Did you ask? His money, where did it come from? Su Muchio shook her head. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. After all, we're not a real couple, neither do we have an emotional foundation, nor are we licensed to be married. If he has money, that's his business, and it's inconvenient for me to pry. But, Lu Hongxiu worried, what if that money comes from the wrong way? If he dares to rape, he dares to rob, and if that money is robbed, and he is held accountable in the future, won't he involve our whole family? Su Muchio was speechless. No, Lu Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said, you want him to stay in our family? It's fine. The premise is, we must figure out his bottom line. He was found by Su Wenchao from the prison. Who knows if he discussed with Su Wenchao and intentionally beat up Su Wenchao in front of us and acted out a drama for us to see. If that's really the case, there might be some bad water held in his stomach. The more he said, the more worried he became. Lu Hongxiu reached out and picked up a kitchen knife, grunted, you go, call him over. Mom will say a few words to him alone. If he dares to plot against you and Meng Meng, I'll fight him. The more excellent Xiaozhan behaved, the more doubtful and worried Lu Hongxiu was. Unable to eliminate these doubts, Xiaozhan was a time bomb that could be detonated at any time in her eyes. It was too dangerous to leave Xiaozhan at home. Su Muchio could not argue with Lu Hongxiu, so she could only turn around and leave the kitchen to go and call out to Xiaozhan. But just as she arrived in the living room, she saw a scene that made her unexpected. In the living room, Su Jiancheng was sitting in a wheelchair, and Xiaozhan was squatting in front of him, actually rubbing his legs and washing his feet. Dad! Su Muchio walked over in big strides and exclaimed, what are you guys doing? Washing Dad's feet and rubbing his legs. Xiaozhan looked back at Su Muchio and laughed. Dad's legs and feet are not good. Often soaking them in hot water and massaging them should be beneficial. Right. Soak your feet. Su Jiancheng nodded his head in agreement. He had purposely reminded Xiaozhan just now, not allowing Xiaozhan to tell Su Muchio and Lu Hongxiu about the treatment for the simple reason that he himself did not hold much hope, and even more so, he did not want to let Su Muchio and Lu Hongxiu follow along with him and be disappointed. Su Muchio rolled her eyes. Rub legs? Washing your feet? How do I feel? Are you deliberately trying to please my dad? Originally, what Lu Hongxiu had just said. Su Muqiu didn't put it on her mind, but now, she suddenly felt that Lu Hongxiu's worry was not unreasonable. Pitching his favor, Xiao Zhan had previously fought the bad guys for Su Xiaomeng, making Su Xiaomeng get closer and closer to him, and in the afternoon at the mall, he was buying clothes and a car for Su Muqiu, making Su Muqiu not initially wary and repulsed by him, and he also took the opportunity to hold Su Muqiu's hand. Now, knowing that Su Jianqing's legs and feet are not good, he made a big offer. Just came back and washed Su Jianqing's feet and rubbed his legs. What is this if not a favor? Are you trying to break them all? Isn't it Lu Hongxiu's turn next? Under the sky, there was no hatred without a reason, nor was there love without a reason. Xiao Zhan's behavior was too abnormal, not at all like a door-to-door son-in-law who had just joined the Su family, and even less like an invisible tycoon who was deeply hidden. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. To say that Xiao Zhan did not have any schemes, now even Su Muqiu did not believe it. Mom is looking for you. Su Muqiu buried this doubt in the bottom of her heart and was a little more wary of Xiao Zhan. Signaling, she has some words that she wants to say to you alone. Good. Xiao Zhan nodded. Wait for me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is fine. You go first. Su Muqiu said. I'll wash Dad's feet and do a massage. That won't do. Xiao Zhan shook his head and said. I've learned massage before. I'm a professional. Dad's legs, I can only press them myself. Moreover, for the next half a month, I'll press them for half an hour every night. The corners of Su Muqiu's mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes again, thinking, you're overdoing it. Even if you want to be attentive, you can't be like this. I'm their real daughter, okay? I'm their real daughter, okay? Wash a foot, press a massage. You also rob with me? Shame on you. Su Jianqing saw the atmosphere is not right. Fake cough, laughed. Muqiu, let Xiao Zhan give me press. He is also a piece of goodwill. You also do not say. He is really worthy of being a professional. Press is also quite comfortable. Hearing this, Su Muqiu's white eyes were almost rolled up to the sky. Comfortable? My father, it's less than half an hour, and you've fallen just like Meng Meng, captured by him? Your legs, which have been disabled for several years, have long since lost their senses, okay? How can you still feel comfortable? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Su Jianqing also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was embarrassed for a while. However, Xiao Zhan did not lie. The massage he gave Su Jianqing was not an ordinary massage, but at the same time, while massaging, a strand of dark energy was unknowingly transferred into Su Jianqing's legs. With the help of the dark energy, he then treated the injuries of Su Jianqing's legs. Not to mention Su Muqiu, even a professional massage technician could not replace it. Chapter 36, Don't Call Me Mom. Mother-in-law's threats. 10 minutes later. Alright, Xiao Zhan stood up and smiled. Dad, take a rest first. You don't need to wear socks. Aha. Su Jianqing nodded. Afterward, Xiao Zhan looked at Su Muqiu and signaled. Wife, go pour out the foot washing water. This basin is put away separately. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some Chinese herbs, and turn around to soak Dad's feet in the medicinal water. Chinese herbs? Su Muqiu froze. Xiao Zhan laughed. Soaking feet in medicinal water will be good for Dad's legs. After saying this, he turned around and went to the kitchen. Su Muqiu was unable to come back to her senses for half a day, staring at Xiao Zhan's back, her brows frowning tighter and tighter, thinking, making it look like it's real. Could it be that he really did learn massage in the past and is a professional technician? After half an hour of massage, Xiao Zhan already had a general understanding of Su Jianqing's disability, and had the confidence to let Su Jianqing recover as before and stand up again. By soaking his feet in medicinal water, he could revitalize the blood and remove the blood stasis, shortening the process of the massage from half a month to within 10 days. And then by using the art of acupuncture in piercing the acupuncture points, he would be able to make Su Jianqing's legs regain consciousness in 20 days at the most. As for standing up and walking, it would take a month or two. Mom, you're looking for me? In the kitchen, Lu Hongxiu was cutting vegetables. Xiao Zhan's shout of mom was smooth, but it made Lu Hongxiu's heart feel less comfortable, and her face immediately turned cold. She picked up the chopper with a fierce look. She stared at Xiao Zhan and said seriously, you and Muqiu are only engaged, not married yet. Just call me auntie, don't always call me mom. I'm not used to it. Good. Xiao Zhan didn't care and asked, then auntie, you're looking for me for something? Of course there is something. Lu Hongxiu still went straight to the point and asked in a deep voice, tell me honestly, Su Wenchao picked you up from prison. What favor did he give you? What conditions did you promise him? Between you two, is there any ulterior motive? That money of yours, did Su Wenchao give it to you? Lu Hongxiu thought for half a day and felt that this possibility was the most likely. Su Wenchao had given Xiao Zhan enough money to get Xiao Zhan married to Su Muqiu, to join their family, and to wreak havoc on their family of 4. Oddly enough, there were too many suspicions on Xiao Zhan. Other than that, Lu Hongxiu could not think of a more reasonable explanation. Auntie, I can understand your feelings. Xiao Zhan had long expected that if he suddenly intruded into the Su family's life, Lu Hongxiu and Su Jianchang or Su Muqiu would definitely have misgivings about him, and would even doubt his original intentions and motives, so he did not feel surprised at all that Lu Hongxiu would ask this. Shaking his head, Xiao Zhan said with a straight face, I can assure you that I promised Su Wenchao and married Muqiu only because I wanted to protect Muqiu and not let her and Xiaoming be bullied by others. I definitely don't have any malice towards you guys. With four eyes facing each other, Lu Hongxiu stared into Xiao Zhan's eyes without looking askance, as if she wanted to see through Xiao Zhan's mind. After a moment, she asked, Why? You and Muqiu are strangers and have no relatives. Why do you want to protect her? Because she and I. When the words reached his mouth, Xiao Zhan swallowed back, took a deep breath and shook his head. Auntie, about me, I can't tell you right now, but please believe me, it won't be long before you will know. Can't tell? Lu Hongxiu's suspicion became heavier and she hummed. Is it that you can't say it, or that you don't dare to say it? In my opinion, you're afraid of saying something that slips out and I'll break down your lies on the spot, right? With an attitude like yours, what makes me believe you? Saying this, she waved the kitchen knife in her hand, demonstratively, and waved it in front of Xiao Zhan. I'm warning you, you are not allowed to touch a single finger of Muqiu and Meng Meng, and you are not allowed to harm their mother and child. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Xiao Zhan nodded his head. Pity the world's parents. Lu Hongxiu's worries were completely understandable to Xiao Zhan. However, the matter from 5 years ago, it was not yet time to open up. So, in the face of Lu Hongxiu's questioning and threatening, he could only bear it silently. Time would eventually prove everything. Xiao Zhan just walked out of the kitchen. Su Muqiu came over and asked in a small voice, My mom she didn't make things difficult for you, right? No. Xiao Zhan smiled and shook his head, asking back, Wife, are you caring about me? Don't talk nonsense. Who cares about you? Su Muqiu blared at him and said coldly, There's something that I want to trouble you about. If you have time tomorrow, drive me to the company and I'll pack up my things and bring them back. In addition, I put a few resumes out and have to go to another company for an interview. Xiao Zhan froze. Packing up his things? Interviewing for a job? It had to be said that Su Muqiu was indeed a woman of thunder and lightning, and was very efficient. Having just been robbed of her order by Su Wenchao at noon and kicked out of the Su group, she was already looking for a new job in the afternoon, and didn't even have the time to be sad and upset, surprised at the same time. Xiao Zhan could not help but feel some heartache. If life is not too stressful and forced, who wants to be strong with clenched teeth? Who doesn't want to be relaxed? Not to mention, is Su Muqiu such a soft and weak woman? This kind of pressure, Su Muqiu had been carrying it for 5 whole years. Moreover, Xiao Zhan was hardly to blame. Regardless of whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was Xiao Zhan who had dragged Su Muqiu down, causing her to give birth to a daughter unmarried, and suffer from the cold eye for 5 years, and her position in the Su family had gotten worse and worse. Now that Xiao Zhan had returned, of course he could not let this situation continue, and could not let Su Muqiu suffer a single bit of aggravation anymore. So, good. Xiao Zhan nodded. That car was originally bought for you. You can use it whenever you want. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a text message out again. The recipient was still Duani Hong, and the content of the text message is very simple. Only a few words, give you a night's time, take my money, in your name, to acquire Su Group, by Su Muqiu to replace Su Bingtian, as the group president. Tomorrow morning, Su Muqiu will go to Su Group to take up his post. The time of the day. Inside the VIP box of Haihu Hotel, 3 middle-aged men were sitting opposite each other, and they were the executioners of the unjust case 5 years ago. Chen Zhonghe, Lu Zhang, the family heads of the 3 south of the city families, Chen Zhonghe, Lu Hongong, and Zhang Fenglin. The atmosphere in the box was a bit depressing, and the 3 people's faces were not looking too good. Suddenly, an ear-piercing cell phone ringtone sounded. The 3 people's hearts jumped. Lu Hongong and Chen Zhonghe turned their heads to look at Zhang Fenglin, who took a deep breath, placed the cell phone to his ear, and answered, What's the situation? Speak. In the 4th prison of Quansheng, there were Zhang Fenglin's contacts, so after Chen Zhonghe said what he said about Xiao Zhan, Zhang Fenglin called for confirmation at the first opportunity. And now, the results of the investigation came out. He really got out of prison? At the entrance of the prison, he was surrounded by dozens of men in black, and also emerged dozens of jeeps, 100 or 200 soldiers, loaded with submachine guns, picking people up. The more Zhang Fenglin listened, the more his heart trembled, and soon, his face was as pale as paper. Chapter 37, Destroying the Root and Branch, Capital Xiao Family. The call process lasted for about 10 minutes. Snap! Just after hanging up the phone, Zhang Fenglin's hand shook, and his cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell onto the floor at his feet, blacking out the screen and shutting down. What's going on? Lu Hongong and Chen Zhenghe looked at each other, both realizing that the situation was not good. It's him. Only after a long time did Zhang Fenglin come back from his shock and panic, gritted his teeth and nodded. It's really him. I don't know what the reason is, but he got out of prison 2 months early. Moreover, before he was released, that idiot Su Wenchao, in order to suppress Su Muqiu, purposely went to the 4th prison in Quancheng to select a husband for Su Muqiu, and with so many inmates in the prison, he was chosen. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongong and Chen Zhenghe's hearts immediately sank to the bottom. They were not stupid. Only the three of them knew the detailed process of that incident 5 years ago, and the Su family, from top to bottom, including Su Bingtian and Su Muqiu, did not know Xiao Zhen at all, let alone Su Wenchao. How could it be such a coincidence? Without recognizing Xiao Zhen, Su Wenchao went to the 4th prison in Quancheng and selected Xiao Zhen at a glance. Obviously, it was being set up. They couldn't figure out how Xiao Zhen, who had been imprisoned for 5 years in the 4th prison in Quancheng and had been removed from the Xiao family in the capital, and was nothing more than a waste of money like a dog, could still have so much energy that he could in turn set a trap for Su Wenchao? Can't figure out things, only the most terrible. Could it be? Thinking for a moment, Lu Hongong said in a deep voice, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. 5 years ago, he was after all the youngest young master of the Xiao family in the capital, and was cultivated by the old master of the Xiao family as an heir, so he must have secretly supported a lot of his own forces. You guys say, could it be that those forces that were loyal to him 5 years ago, not dying, want to make a comeback and take revenge? Chen Zhenghe nodded his head and said, this possibility, it's very high. The crux of the matter now is that we don't know what are his forces in Quan City, not to mention, whether he still has any remnants of his connections in the capital. This afternoon in Ruiting Mall, he struck out so generously and beat up Qian Yiming. Even Qian Yiming didn't dare to fight back. From this, it can be seen that the forces hidden behind him should not be underestimated. Zhang Fenglin's face was gloomy. Not only that, subsequently, Zhang Fenglin told Lu Hongong and Chen Zhenghe what happened at the gate of the 4th prison in Quancheng at noon today. After hearing this, both of their faces turned green. The army? How is this possible? Looking at the entire city of Springs, to say rich and powerful, the richest money half city is deservedly the first, but even money half city, but also only in the officialdom, and the army has some contacts only. It is simply impossible to invite the active soldiers in the army. If I guessed correctly, those men in black should be sent by the Xiao family in the capital to dispose of Xiao Zhen. Zhang Fenglin took a deep breath and said, as for those troops, they took away Xiao Zhen and personally sent Xiao Zhen to the Grand Emperor Hotel to get Xiao Zhen and Su Muqiu engaged, so they are clearly friends and not enemies. Moreover, having Su Wenchao unknowingly select Xiao Zhen, and then escorting Xiao Zhen to the Grand Emperor Hotel, these are clearly two small steps within a big plan, and since the military was involved in the latter half of the steps, then we have reason to suspect that the forces behind Xiao Zhen are in the military, and it was the military that helped him to escape from his shell and implement the entire plan. This, Lu Hongong stood up in a flash and said in shock, that means he can mobilize people in the army? On his forehead, cold sweat broke out. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. No wonder even Qian Yiming, after receiving Xiao Zhen's beating, had to obediently endure it. A guy with the military behind him, who the hell would dare to mess with him? If he was pissed off, like this morning, he would casually call out 100 or 200 soldiers to come over, each with a submachine gun. Wouldn't he be able to exterminate a big family in minutes? Chen Zhenghe was also scared, quietly looked up at the wall clock. His heart couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, my old man made an instant decision before coming here, letting Xiao Hui and his mom book a flight ticket for tonight, rushing to the capital to take refuge. Otherwise, once Xiao Zhen's retaliation came, the consequences would be unimaginable. That, Lu Hongong reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart trembling with fear and trembling. Then what should we do next? Can't just sit back and wait for him to come to our door, right? 5 years of imprisonment, coupled with the death of his mother Miao Xiangzhu, a blood feud that does not share the same fate. Since he is out now, he definitely won't let it go. Within the trembling voice, there was an unspeakable despair. Take it easy. Although Zhang Fenglin was equally shocked and scared. However, compared to the panicked Lu Hongong, he was much more composed, and after some thought, he hummed, even if the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. So what? We are horses. We can't fight him, but you mustn't forget that we dared to do that in the first place. We were instructed by the Xiao family in the capital, and his mother, Miao Xiangzhu, died on her knees in front of the Xiao family's gate in the capital, and the Xiao family in the capital is the real camel. He has a military background. Doesn't the capital city Xiao family have one? Therefore, As long as we inform the capital Shao family of his release from prison as soon as possible, when the Shao family's people arrive, he will have no way of escaping. Lu Hongong's eyes were glowing. Yes, 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 and the Shao family. The Shao family in the capital is now the old lady in charge, and the old lady hates to get him killed earlier just like us. You also said just now, those black-clothed people are most likely the people sent by the Shao family in the capital. With that, he couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and said excitedly, "It's not too late. I have the Shao family's phone number in my cell phone, so I'll call right away, so that the Shao family can investigate his background clearly, and then eliminate the roots and roots." Zheng Fenglin did not stop. Right now, the comparison was speed. The competition was time. If Shao Zhan utilized the military's relationship to lay hands on their three great families, they simply did not have the ability to defend themselves, so they could only pin their hopes on the fact that before Shao Zhan made his move on them, the Shao family of the capital city took a step ahead of them to make a move on Shao Zhan and get rid of Shao Zhan, the big trouble in their heart. However, Lu Hongong a phone call over. A few moments later, the cell phone came, but a familiar electronic tone. "Sorry, the phone you dialed is in the call. Please dial again later." Capital City. Shao family. As one of the most powerful families in the capital city, the mansion of the Shao family in the capital city covers an area of more than 10 acres, with buildings and halls towering over it, which is indescribably majestic and grandiose. And at this moment, within one of the attics, a middle-aged man in his 30s was holding a cell phone, and when he heard the voice coming from the phone, his face gradually became grave, and his deep eyes also became a few points colder. "Shao Zhan?" A moment later, the middle-aged man hung up the phone and muttered to himself, "What a life." Dozens of people went over and actually failed to take him down, and even made him go to the Su family as a son-in-law. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the attic, heading straight to the main hall. Chapter 38. Shao Zhan's second uncle. Shao Hongtu. Master. The middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the main hall and reached out to knock on the door. A moment later, a man's voice came from inside. "Come in." Pushing open the door, only to see that in front of the bookcase on the opposite side, there stood a middle-aged man wearing a gray tang suit, in his 40s, with a Chinese character face, holding a thumb-thin jade brush in his hand, where he was wielding a brush and splashing ink. This person was none other than Shao Zhong's second uncle, Shao Hongtu. "Ah Zhong, you came just in time." Shao Hongtu did not raise his head and laughed. "Come and take a look. How are these few words of mine written?" Ah Zhong walked over with big strides and looked down twice. Great exhibition. The four big characters were written in a strong and powerful manner, with a majestic momentum. One brush stroke, all drenched with an undisguised sense of exuberance, floating like a traveling cloud, as if it were a shocking dragon, points like falling stones, paintings like summer clouds, hooks like flexing gold, go as hair crossbows, vertical and horizontal images, low and high aspirations. As a whole, the shape of the broken meaning, sparse and transparent, the chi is vivid and sharp. Ah Zhong seems to have a lot of attainments in calligraphy, casually commented a few sentences, then bowed and said, "Congratulations master, your writing, it's progressing by leaps and bounds, more and more like a great man." Horse's ass. Shao Hongtu put down the jade brush and glared at him, scolding him with a smile. "Your mouth, flattering and slipping, is getting better and better at talking? In front of his lordship, I only tell the truth." Ah Zhong's face did not turn red, his heart did not jump, and he flattered with a straight face. Shao Hongtu sat down on the Nanmo chair in front of the bookcase, picked up the brewed hot tea and took a light sip, asking, "Say, hurrying over to find me, what is it?" Ah Zhong was Shao Hongtu's beloved, and the housekeeper responsible for taking care of the Shao family's affairs. As his name suggests, he was loyal to Shao Hongtu. Shao Hongtu practiced calligraphy every day. When he was practicing words, no one was allowed to disturb him, unless there was a major report. This is the rule. Therefore, from the moment Ah Zhong knocked on the door and came in, Shao Hongtu knew that something big must have happened. Ah Zhong hesitated and said, "It's about Shao Zhan." "Shao Zhan?" Shao Hongtu raised the tip of his eyebrows and casually asked, "Hasn't the old lady already personally ordered that someone be sent to Quanchang to bring him back?" "What? Did you get someone killed halfway?" The tone of his voice was light and breezy, and he did not put Shao Zhan's death or life in his heart at all. After all, in these 5 years, Shao Hongtu and the old lady had already put the capital city's Shao family's base and connections under complete control, while Shao Zhan's father, Shao Bajuan's lineage, was purged clean by them and would never be able to turn around. Highly rested and carefree, Shao Zhan's district was a rapist who had just gotten out of prison. What waves could he still make? Whether he died or lived depended on the old lady's words. "No." Ah Zhong shook his head and said with a grave expression on his face, "Not only did he not get killed, but also, he was allowed to join the Su family and become the Su family's door-to-door son-in-law." "Oh," Shao Hongtu froze, obviously a little surprised. put the hot tea handed to his mouth on the bookcase again. Puzzled, Su family? Which Su family? Quan Chung Su family, an insignificant small family. Zhong explained. 5 years ago, Zhang Fenglin and a few of them, in order to sit on Xiao War's charges, threw a woman onto Xiao War's bed. That woman's surname is Su, called Su Muqiu. That is the granddaughter of the Su family's head, Su Bingtian. That is to say, after Xiao Zhan came out of prison, he was not captured and brought back by the people the old lady sent over, but instead married the woman he raped in the first place? Xiao Hongtu frowned. Right. Zhong nodded. Interesting, interesting. Froze for a moment. Then, Xiao Hongtu suddenly laughed and hummed. It seems that this once young master of our Xiao family turned out to be a kind of infatuation. When he was casually given a woman to sleep with once, he actually didn't think it was enough. Marriage? He's trying to sleep with that woman in his arms for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Those who achieve great things are not bound by small things. A gentle home, a hero's mound. In Xiao Hongtu's opinion, the first thing Xiao Zhan to do after he was released from prison was not to return to the capital to seek revenge on them, nor was it to secretly contact his old contacts from the previous ministries to make a comeback, but rather to go and find an insignificant woman, which was obviously a very foolish behavior. I heard that woman suddenly got pregnant 5 years ago and gave birth to a daughter, and according to the time projection, it should be Xiao Zhan's. Zhong told Xiao Hongtu about the Su family's situation in general, then said in a deep voice, the Su family is not enough to worry about. It's easy to exterminate them. Only, there is one thing that I can never figure out. Xiao Zhan was released from prison this morning. The source of the news is absolutely reliable. The old lady sent dozens of people in advance to the prison gates to get the people. How could she have missed? Did those people not return? Xiao Hongtu asked. No news at all. Zhong shook his head and said, from the morning until now, they can't be contacted. Their cell phones are all turned off. Something should have happened. Hearing this, Xiao Hongtu's smile gradually tightened. Since something has happened to them, where did you get the news about Xiao Zhan? Did Zhang Fenglin and Lu Hongong and the few of them tell you? They know Xiao Zhan's whereabouts. Don't they know what happened? Not them. Zhong shook his head. Xiao Hongtu asked. Then who is it? Qian Yiming. Zhong said. The son of Quan City's richest man, Qian Half City. He inquired about my cell phone number from somewhere and knew about Xiao Zhan's relationship with the Xiao family. So he just called me and told me about Xiao Zhan's entry into the Su family. I think that he should be using this to take credit and hook up with us. Oh, Xiao Hongtu's eyebrows furrowed again as he sneered. Quan Chang's richest man, Qian Half City? I remember him. He used to come to the capital in person, and paid me a few visits with connections, and was turned away by me. Now, having gotten the news of Xiao Zhan, but letting his son call you, this old fox has malicious intentions. The richest man in a city could not yet enter Xiao Hongtu's eyes. However, Xiao Hongtu only thought that Qian Half City played a mind trick and took Qian Yiming to cast a stone, but he did not realize that Qian Yiming was hiding from Qian Half City and secretly contacted Zhong. According to Qian Yiming, he said that this afternoon, he happened to meet with Xiao Zhan at the Ruiting Mall in Quan City, had a little conflict, and was also kicked by Xiao Zhan. Zhong said. He also mentioned that Xiao Zhan had bagged an entire clothing store for Su Muqiu at the mall, and when he paid for it, he used a black card. And the appearance of that black card was like a limited edition Supreme Black Card from Universal Bank. Supreme my ass. As soon as Zhong's words fell, Xiao Hongtu grunted with a cold face. He's a little bastard whose hair hasn't even grown. Does he know what the Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card looks like? I personally submitted an application to Universal Bank last year, and it hasn't been approved yet. Like everyone else's reaction, Xiao Hongtu scoffed and subconsciously felt that Qian Yiming was blinded and talking nonsense. Not many people knew much about Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card, but the more people knew about it, the more they knew how difficult it was, and the less they would believe Qian Yiming's bull asterisk. I feel the same way. Zhong smiled awkwardly and was about to chime in with a few words. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it. His face changed slightly and signaled, Master, it's Lu Hongong's call. Chapter 39 Glazed Sacred Water. Target Su Xiaoming. Pick it up. Xiao Hongtu waved his hand and said, regarding the specifics of Xiao Zhan's release from prison, Qian Yiming doesn't know about it. They should know about it. Ask clearly. Good. Zhong nodded his head and then picked up Lu Hongong's call. The entire call lasted less than 10 minutes. Zhong's face, however, changed. What's going on? Xiao Hongtu's sharp eyes were like a torch. As soon as Zhong hung up the phone, he looked up, and from Zhong's face, he naturally saw some clues. Master, things don't seem to be quite right, Zhong said in a deep voice. After Lu Hongong and the others learned of Xiao Zhan's early release from prison, they immediately sent someone to investigate the situation at that time. He repeated Lu Hongong's words as they were. Army? hearing these two harsh words. Even the calm Xiao Hongtu couldn't help but be taken aback and frowned. With his current status and position, how could he possibly transfer the army? That's why it's not right, Zhang worriedly said. At first, you and the old lady were forced by the situation and spared his life. Now it seems that he has not given up his revenge during these years in prison. Moreover, there are still people who are secretly supporting him. This result greatly exceeded Xiao Hongtu's expectations. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. To say that Xiao Zhan had people secretly supporting him in an attempt to rise again, Xiao Hong didn't believe it. But to send soldiers to pick up Xiao Zhan from the prison gate with great fanfare, this made it a little unbelievable. Do you want to die? Today's Xiao family in the capital is far more powerful than it was 5 years ago. And even if certain people wanted to help Xiao War take revenge, by all rights, they should have acted in a low-profile manner, and avoided the ears and eyes of the Xiao family as much as possible. Instead, they chose the simplest, most direct, and most brutal way, blatantly going against the Xiao family. Were they not afraid that the Xiao family would follow the trail, use the opportunity to find out their details, and then wipe them out? If they dared to do so, they were either stupid or emboldened. Check for me, Xiao Hongtu coldly grunted. We spent 5 whole years to carry out a great cleansing of the forces left behind by the old master and big brother, and those that we could find out. Basically all of them were cleared out, and the individual ones that were hidden deeper couldn't be found out. Now, Xiao Zhan has just been released from prison. They can't wait to jump out. That's just right. Take this opportunity to pull out all of them one by one. Cut off the roots and eliminate future troubles forever. Between his eyebrows, a cold aura shot out. Good. Zhang nodded. I will go and make arrangements tomorrow. The movements of the personnel in the troop are all recorded. It shouldn't be difficult to check their identities and the masterminds behind them. On Xiao Zhan's side, what does Master plan to do about it? Lu Hongong was scared and feels that Xiao Zhan will retaliate against them at any time. As for the death or life of Lu Hongong and the others, Zhang was not concerned. What he was worried about was that once Xiao Zhan made his move on Lu Hongong and the others, when the time came, it would make a big fuss in Quanchang, and he was afraid that the incident from 5 years ago would become a slag flood and be pushed to the tip of the wind. People's words can be feared. Although the Xiao family was powerful, the more powerful people were, the more they loved their feathers and cared about their reputation. Let Black Eagle go. Xiao Hongtu thought about it and said in a deep voice. Xiao Zhan's kung fu is good. Moreover, there are probably people around him who are secretly protecting him. I'm afraid that an ordinary person would not be able to take him if they went. However, with Black Eagle's skill, it would be 9 out of 10 times more likely. Try your best. Catch him alive. Xiao Hongtu grunted. His life, for us there is still some use. For one thing, can fish out those forces hidden behind him. For 2, can force Big Brother to obediently give in. For 3, I want to personally torture him. Make his life worse than death. Master is wise. Zhong picked up his thumbs and gave Xiao Hongtu a nod. I'll let Black Eagle rush to Quanchang overnight. In addition, the old lady's side. I'll go talk. Xiao Hongtu said. Good. Zhong nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Hongtu seemed to suddenly think of something. Wait, what else does Master command? Zhong froze. Xiao Hongtu asked. You just said that the woman named Su Muxiu gave Xiao Zhan a daughter? Right. Zhong nodded. Surnamed Su. Called Su Xiaomeng. 4 years old this year. Su Xiaomeng. Xiao Hongtu repeated a few times and coldly said. Qian Half City has evil intentions. Letting his son cast a stone. Isn't he trying to hitch a ride with our Xiao family? Fine. Then I will give him a chance. In this case, you will return a call to Qian Yiming later, and ask him to find a way to kidnap Su Xiaoming tomorrow morning, and then, you will ask Black Eagle to bring a bottle of glazed holy water to Quancheng, and inject it into Su Xiaoming, and see what the reaction will be. Upon hearing this, Zhong's face changed violently. What does Master mean is, Zhong had grown up in the Xiao family since he was young, and had followed Xiao Hongtu for nearly 20 years, and was deeply trusted by Xiao Hongtu, and knew a lot of things about the Xiao family, and knew many secrets that were not known to the public, including the glazed holy water that Xiao Hongtu mentioned. Do as I say, Xiao Hongtu said in a chilling voice. No matter what, she has a trace of the Xiao family's bloodline after all, and although it is highly unlikely, but, fear not 10,000. Fear not 10,000. In case it's really like what I'm worried about, let Black Eagle bring her back to the capital together. Zhong asked. What if it's not? No? Xiao Hongtu raised his eyes and glared with a chilling aura. Humming, do you still need me to teach you? Having gotten the Xiao family bloodline, she was destined to have no way to live from the moment she was born. Either die in the capital, or die in Quan City. Zhong's heart trembled slightly. Following Xiao Hongtu for all these years, the people who died in his hands, not 1,000, but also 800, claiming to have killed as many people as possible. However, he had never killed a small child. Too cruel. Moreover, he was an orphan, and was adopted by the Xiao family from a young age so that he didn't starve to death on the streets. So, for small children, he had a different kind of sentiment in his heart. Don't worry, master, I will go fetch the glazed holy water. However, in front of Xiao Hongtu's order, the little bit of compassion that remained in Ah Zheng's heart was quickly and forcefully suppressed by him, and without hesitation, he nodded his head before turning around and leaving the main hall. 8 o'clock in the evening, Quancheng City Hospital, inside the VIP ward, Su Bingtian after a few hours of resuscitation, vital signs returned to stable, eyes slowly opened, awakened, is considered to have saved an old life. Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao father and son body wrapped in bandages, face swelling has not yet disappeared, guarded in front of the hospital bed, one more than a woeful. Su family relatives and friends came to a large group, almost crowded the entire ward, whispering and discussing. Grandpa, Dad, seeing Su Bingtian waking up, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao were instantly overjoyed, one on each side, plopped down on the hospital bed, excitedly shouted. The originally chaotic ward immediately quieted down, a needle could be heard. Su Bingtian, after all, older, weak body cannot withstand the toss. At this moment even if awakened, the face is as pale as paper, eyes cloudy and godless, giving a person a dying feeling. He looked around towards the surroundings, wanting to open his mouth to speak, but he had the heart to do so, raising his hand, pointing to those relatives and friends crowded in the hospital room. Su Jiangwo understood and immediately turned around and said, "You guys go out first, the old man just woke up, how can we leave?" Right now the company side is in a mess, the group is leaderless, still waiting for the old master to arrange instructions. These people, many of them are shareholders, or executives of Su's group. Su Bingtian's well-being is directly related to the future of Su's group, and likewise to their destiny. At this critical juncture, how can they leave? If they left, only Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao father and son were left in the hospital room. What Su Bingtian said or did, wouldn't it be only the father and son who knew? This will never work. In case Su Bingtian have a good or bad, a breath cannot come up, hung up. At that time, their father and son too randomly come up with a detrimental will, or even domination of the entire Su group. The ghost knows whether it is true or not. In front of interests, affection or friendship, all are unbearable. Get out! Su Jiangwo was furious, his voice steeply raised several times, almost roaring, then passed a look towards Su Wenchao. Su Wenchao was even more dry, waved his hand and recruited the 7 or 8 group security guards guarding the door of the hospital room, grunted, "Blast them all out of here. Whoever dares to trespass, give me a beating." Having been beaten several times a day, Su Wenchao was full of anger and was worried that there was nowhere to vent it out. At this moment, he played hard to get, showing his domineering spirit. Yes, Su Group's security department has been managed by Su Wenchao. Those security guards naturally obey his words. 7 or 8 people surrounded by a semicircle. Push, pull, pull. In those relatives and friends of the struggling roar. Less than a minute, all of them driven out of the ward. In the ward, only Su Bingtian and Su Jiangwo, Su Wenchao grandparents and grandchildren were left. "Help me up." After resting for a moment, Su Bingtian could barely speak. Su Jiangwo hurriedly helped Su Bingtian up, letting him recline on the pillow, and said with concern, "Dad, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Su Bingtian shook his head. "Grandpa." Su Wenchao, on the other hand, couldn't wait to ask, "What the hell is going on here?" For the sake of that Su Muchio, how did Jia Yongrong and the others dare to be so bold as to lay hands on us? And Director Song, for him to be able to sit in the position he is in today, our Su family deserves a lot of credit, but he went all the way there and actually didn't stand up for us. He even frowned at Zhao Yongrong. He should be damned. The more he thought about it, the more angry Su Wenchao became, and puzzled. Today's matter happened really too suddenly, let a person caught off guard. Until now, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao father and son are still like two monks, completely puzzled. Su Jiangwo also asked, "Dad, at that time, Director Song pulled you out and said something to you that caused you to be so angry and bloodthirsty that you fainted to death on the spot in front of the office?" It was the Duan family. Su Bingtian took a deep breath and said, "The eldest young master of the Duan family in the provincial city, the future heir, Duan Hong. He was the one who gave the order for Zhao Yongrong and Li Lixing and Wang Jitao to bring people to the Su group to cause trouble and take out the anger for Su Mochio." Duan family? Young master? Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao glanced at each other, their faces instantly turning white, both seeing a flash of panic in the other's eyes that was hard to hide. Regarding the name of the Duan family in the provincial city, they were as good as thunder. Su Bingtian said in a deep voice, "The Duan family is powerful and far beyond our comparison. If Duan Hong really wants to lay his hands on us, we simply have no ability to resist. We can only go against the grain and fold our hands." This, Su Jiangwo grunted, viciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Incredulous, that is to say, Zhao Yongrong and Li Lixing, Wang Jitao. In fact, all are Duani Hong's people? Should be. Su Bingtian nodded. But even so, why did they stand up for Su Mucho? Su Jiangwo couldn't figure it out and frowned. Can't it be that the man Su Muchos has fallen for isn't Zhao Yongrong and the others, but Duani Hong? That's not right. As far as I know, Duani Hong has been serving in the army for the past few years. It's simply impossible for Su Mucho to come into contact with him. That doesn't matter anymore. Su Bingtian shook his head inside, saying, what's important is that smashing the Su group is just the beginning. I'm afraid, it's far from over. What Dad means is, Su Jiangwo's heart thumped, secretly screaming that it was not good. Quickly call your sister. Su Bingtian didn't explain and said urgently, your sister married into the Zhao family in the provincial city and gave birth to 2 sons to the Zhao family. She still has some power of speech, so let her move around and ask the Zhao family to step in and go to the Duan family to plead for mercy for us. Tell her that as long as the Duan family is willing to let us off the hook, no matter what conditions are proposed, we'll agree to them all. Suya, she was the second in line in the Su family. She was the younger sister of Su Jiangwo, the older sister of Su Jinchang. When she married into the Zhao family in the provincial city, one man won, and all the others won. It was due to her help that the Su group rapidly developed and grew to its current size. Normally, when the Su family encountered troubles that couldn't be solved, it was Suya who stepped in to smooth things out. Alright, I'll call. Su Jiangwo immediately stood up, took out his cell phone, and dialed Suya's number. Chapter 40, Duan family comes to acquire Su group. Soon, the phone was connected. Second sister, it's me, Su Jiangwo said urgently, there's something that needs you, big brother. However, without waiting for Su Jiangwo to get his words out, he was interrupted by Suya. You're looking for me in a hurry. It's for the Duan family's matter, right? How do you know? Su Jiangwo was startled. I heard about what happened this afternoon. Suya's voice was very grave. Moreover, she deliberately lowered her voice, as if she was worried about being heard by others, and asked, how is Dad now? In the city hospital? Just woke up. Su Jiangwo turned back to look at Su Bingtian and said, there shouldn't be any major problems. Dad's age is old. The doctor let Dad observe in the hospital for a few days, then go home to recuperate. That's good. Suya breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, how did you guys offend the Duan family? I don't know and I don't want to ask, but this time, I'm afraid I can't do much to help. You guys can only fend for yourselves. Ha? Su Jiangwo's hand shook. His cell phone almost slipped out of his hand, and he said anxiously, second sister, what are you talking about? You are also surnamed Su, a part of the Su family. Now that such a big thing has happened to the Su family, you can't just throw your hands up and do nothing. Could it be? Do you want to watch the foundation of the Su family ruined, and watch Dad get pissed off alive by those people? Su Jiangwo was really anxious. As Su Bingtian said just now, in the face of Duani Hong's anger, the Su family simply has no power to fight. But the Zhao family is different. The Zhao family and the Duan family are in the same provincial city, more or less have some dealings with each other. In terms of power, although the Zhao family is not as good as the Duan family, as long as the Zhao family is willing to intervene to mediate, the harm to the Su family can definitely be minimized. Therefore, Suya is now the only hope for the Su family. It's not that I don't want to help. It's really, Suya helplessly said, since Big Brother is looking for me, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, the Duan family's people came a while ago, and now they haven't left yet, and they're in the main hall catching up with my father-in-law. I listened at the door for a while, and the Duan family made it very clear, asking my eunuch not to meddle in our family's affairs. Moreover, my eunuch he has promised. The voice was not loud, but it was no less than a thunderclap. This. Su Jiangwo was struck by lightning. His entire body froze there. The right hand holding the cell phone began to tremble again, and asked, then, Ermiai, while Elder Zhao and the Duan family are all there, can you go? Can't. Suya of course knew what Su Jiangwo wanted to say. She didn't even give Su Jiangwo the chance to say it. She flatly refused. In the Zhao family, my father-in-law has always been a man of his word. He says one thing, no one can disobey him, and what he decides, no one can change. If I go in now and intercede on behalf of our family, not only will I not be able to save you guys or the Su group, I will also put myself in the middle of it. In the light case, I will be reprimanded by my eunuch. In the heavy case, he will say that I'm a traitor to my family, and he will even kick me out of the Zhao family. Obviously, Suya was very afraid of her father-in-law, fearing him like a tiger. As the saying goes, once you enter a big family, it's like the sea. The larger the family, the more strict the family rules and ancestral training, the more obvious the status hierarchy, and the head of the family is almost the emperor of the family. such as the Su family. Su Bingtian's words are like a holy decree. Who dares to disobey? If the Su family is still like this, let alone the Zhao family, a powerful family in the provincial capital. Su Jiangwo's face turned green. Give me the cell phone. Noticing Su Jiangwo's face, Su Bingtian knew that something big was wrong, so he reached out and gestured. Let me talk to Xiaoya. Su Jiangwo handed over his cell phone. Xiaoya, Dad. However, facing Su Bingtian, Suya still had the same attitude, and without giving Su Bingtian a chance to open his mouth, he said in a deep voice, my position in the Zhao family. Dad, you should be very clear. If it's someone else, or something else, I can think of a way to do it, but the Duan family wants to get rid of our Su family. It's as simple as pinching an ant. Businessmen seeking profit. My father-in-law will never offend the Duan family just for me, for our Su family. So, you might as well just die this heart and listen to heaven's will. At those words, Su Bingtian's old face that had just regained a little bit of blood color once again became as pale as paper. Dad, what I can tell you is, just now, the Duan family seems to say, they have sent someone to Quan Chang, should soon arrive. You remember, as long as they mention conditions, you agree to all of them. Don't resist, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. After saying that, Suya directly hung up the line. From start to finish, Su Bingtian didn't even have time to say a word. Snapped, the cell phone fell on the bed. Su Bingtian's face was filled with despair. His breathing instantly became rapid, as if the old disease had returned. At any time there was a risk of fainting again. Dad, Grandpa, Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao pounced on them, tears streaming down their faces. It's over. Su Bingtian reclined on the pillow. His eyes were lifeless, his expression dull, as if he didn't hear Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's cries, muttering and whispering to himself. The Su family is finished. This time, it's really finished. Suya's attitude just now. Let Su Bingtian recalled the afternoon in the Su group. Song Qingshan's words, let the Su group, in the Quan city delisted. Delisted. Did the Duan family send someone over just to exterminate the Su family? Stop. Right at this moment, a cold shout from the security guard suddenly came from outside the ward door. Who are you people? This is not a place for you to come. Get out. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the security guard's words fell, followed by a sound of punches and kicks, the sound lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the door of the ward was pushed open, and two men and a woman walked in. One of the men was dressed in a suit and looked well-mannered, holding a folder in his hand. The other man had a stout figure, and looked like a practicing man with extraordinary kung fu, and the woman was young and pretty, walking in the front, as if she was the leader. You guys. The grandparents and grandchildren in the ward were startled by the sudden change. They turned their heads, and when they saw these two men and one woman, they first froze, frowning, full of doubts, but, seeing the security guards who fell across the floor outside the door of the ward, their faces were ashen. Without saying a word, they hit people. Obviously, these two men and one woman came from a bad place. Those who were just blown out of the ward witnessed the entire process of the burly man beating those security guards violently with 1 against 10, and were similarly terrified and silenced. However, out of curiosity, they still couldn't help but scramble to poke their heads out, perk up their ears, and stare wide-eyed at the situation in the ward, wanting to come in, but not daring to. Are you guys from the Duan family in Provincial City? After freezing for a moment, Su Bingtian opened his mouth and asked. Only he heard Suya's reminder just now, but he never thought that what he feared would come to pass. The Duan family's people actually came so quickly. Introduce yourself. The pretty woman at the head nodded her head and smiled, saying, my surname is Li. My name is Li Fei. I'm Mr. Duan's private secretary, and these two, respectively, are the company's legal department manager and security force chief. We're here today because we want to talk about a deal with Sudong. Saying this, Li Fei passed a wink towards the man in suit beside her, who immediately took a few steps forward and handed over the folder in his hand to Su Bingtian. Li Fei continued, as far as I know, Sudong owns 72% of the shares of Su Group in his hands, and is the group's largest shareholder and chairman of the board of directors. And now, we want to acquire all of Sudong's shares and take over Su Group. Chapter 41, You're in love with me. Who doesn't agree? Stand out. Take over? Take over. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Li Fei's words just said halfway, stunned everyone, especially those Su Group shareholders and executives at the door. They hurriedly rushed to the hospital because they were worried that Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's father and son would take the opportunity to dominate Su Group. Now it's good. Halfway out of a Changbite gene, actually opened the mouth to cut off? How can they tolerate this? However, the deterrent power of the Duan family in the provincial capital was too great. They dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Is this the Duan family's way of getting Su Group delisted in Kwanshan? Su Bingtian sighed darkly, only feeling dizzy, his chi and blood surging, opening the folder and scanning a few times. After a moment, he looked up at Li Fei, his face turning blue and said, $50 million? Su Group's valuation is over $100 million. 72% of the shares are worth at least $80 million. You guys are buying at a low price. Are you planning to forcefully buy and sell? Hearing this price, Su Zhengwo and Su Wenchao looked at each other, gritting their teeth and looking indignant. To know, Su Bingtian today at noon has clearly stated, ready to formally retire from office, but control of Su Group to their father and son too. Su Group immediately is their father and son's world. For the Duan family to acquire the Su Group at this time, and at a low price, is undoubtedly plucking out their meat and drinking their blood. Of course not. Li Fei shook her head and smiled, saying, assets over $100 million, that's just your own valuation. $80 million, it's also just Su Dong's own psychological expectations. In our eyes, those shares in Su Dong's hands, they're only worth $50 million. No more. Duan family business. Always pay attention to you and me. Mutual benefit and win-win. If Su Dong is not satisfied with this price, you can choose to refuse, reject. The corners of Su Bingtian's mouth twitched fiercely for a few moments, thinking, Duan family is aggressive and determined to win. I would like to reject it, but I also have to dare. Hesitating for a moment, Su Bingtian tried to ask, if I refuse, what will happen? This well, Li Fei laughed, take the consequences. Su Bing weathered to the root of the teeth ache, mixing in the shopping mall for decades. This is the first time, was forced by others to the end of the road. From the moment he entered the door, Li Fei always had a kind smile on her face, looking gentle and generous. However, the words that came out of her mouth were overbearing and imposing, not giving Su Bingtian any room for discussion at all. Acquisition contract has been drawn up in advance. There is categorically no possibility of change. Either promise, sign, either refuse, consequences. Uing. Su Wenchao, who had not been speaking, suddenly stood up with a pang, staring angrily at Li Fei, wanting to break out in curses. The feeling of being ridden by others on their necks and pissing on them, it was so suffocating. Su Bingtian could endure. Su Zhengwo could endure. Su Wenchao originally wanted to endure as well, but he was young and vigorous. He really couldn't help it. I refuse. Almost at the same time Su Wenchao stood up, a man's voice came from the doorway of the ward, interrupting Su Wenchao's words. Immediately after, the man walked into the ward. The Su Group is not Su Bingtian's alone. Even if you want to acquire the shares in his hands, you have to go through the board of directors' deliberation and approval. You didn't even greet him and directly came to the hospital with the acquisition contract. Duan family. It's too overbearing, isn't it? This man, like Su Wenchao, couldn't help himself. He was one of the shareholders of Su's Group, and had a great say in the future development of Su's Group. In his heart, although he was afraid of the Duan family, in front of the interests, what should be fought for? Of course, he had to stand up and fight for it. That's it. The Duan family is too much. Unilateral pricing, mandatory acquisition. This is not doing business at all, but robbery. Such a contract, Su Dong can't sign it. With the first crab eater, those shareholders and executives outside the door who were originally silenced followed and stirred up, swarming into the ward together. You a word, I a word. Aggressive. Seeing this, the Su family grandparents and grandchildren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They don't dare to go against the Duan family, but they are naturally happy to see someone stand up for them. Li Fei's face didn't change, and she turned her head to look at the security chief beside her. The next moment, the security chief moved. Bang! Very fast, a few steps to the front of the man in the lead, without any hesitation, raised a foot, directly kicked on the man's chest, accompanied by an ear-piercing muffled sound and a miserable scream. The man did not have time to react. The whole person flew out backwards, falling into the crowd, smashing down 5 or 6. Those shareholders and executives who had just summoned up enough courage, hardened their heads, and squeezed into the ward with courage were almost scared to pee on the spot, and their shouting came to an abrupt end. Wide-eyed and jaw-dropped, with an expression of disbelief, gurgling and gulping, and once again became silenced. A word to hit people. This is also too ruthless, right? Was kicked off the man after landing, sprayed a mouthful of turbid blood, head to the side of a crooked, eyes closed, directly fainted in the past, and fainted posture is very strange. At first glance, really like a crab. The first person who ate a crab, in the blink of an eye, he became a crab. The power of the security chief's kick can be seen. That's a good boy. Looking down at the man lying motionless on the ground, Li Fei hooked her lips and smiled, saying, there is something to discuss. Why shout so loudly? As I said, we do business. What we emphasize is you and I are willing. Now, is there anyone else who is unwilling? Saying that, he looked up to those shareholders and executives. Chapter 42, Change of Dynasty. New President. Those people's faces were all blackened. Nima, do you want to be shameless? If you are willing, nod your head. If you are not willing, then you will fight until you nod your head. Is this what you said you are willing to do? If you guys don't say anything, then I'll take it as you agree. The smile on Li Fei's face became even brighter. Then she turned her head to look at Su Wenchao and asked, "And you, what did you just want to say?" Su Wenchao's face was ashen. He only felt his scalp numb. He and Li Fei exchanged glances, then looked down at the man who had fainted to death and shook his head. No, nothing. After receiving several beatings in one day? Now, Su Wenchao didn't want to receive another one. Is that so? Li Fei laughed. I thought you were trying to scold me. Laughing again? Still laughing. Su Wenchao's throat knots rolled, but he was speechless. He could sort of see this beautiful woman called Li Fei in front of him, smiled like a flower, but her heart was ruthless, a rose with thorns, a typical smiling Rakshasa. I'm in a hurry. If Su Dong is willing, please sign, so I can go back and deliver. Li Fei did not pay any more attention to Su Wenchao, but looked down at Su Bingtian on the hospital bed. The legal department manager beside her was very sensible and handed Su Bingtian a signing pen. Okay, I'll sign. Su Bingtian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, knowing that there was no escape, completely losing the courage to resist, so he gritted his teeth, put his heart across, took the signing pen, and brushed and signed his name on the acquisition contract. Su Jiangwo stood at the bedside, looking down, his hands trembling, his heart dripping blood. That's my Su group. Immediately it is not. Rely on. Thank you Su Dong for cooperating. The manager of the legal department put away the signed contract. Li Fei smiled. Tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock, the new group president will formally take office, and a few of us, we will stay in Quancheng to assist the work of the new president. As for you guys, Li Fei's gaze swept over Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, then looked at those shareholders and executives, then said, temporarily stay in the company, your positions will remain unchanged, and you will listen to the new president's arrangements for everything. A hammer sealed the deal. In just a few short sentences, it declared the defeat of the Su family, meaning that starting tomorrow, the Su clan would be officially changed. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. All of this happened too fast, from Li Fei and other people into the ward, to now, only 10 minutes of time, but as if after a century, as if a dream, and they, just temporarily stay in the company, is to go or stay, but also to see the face of the new president. President of the change has been finalized. They gave up the idea of continuing to fight, replaced by a common doubt, Su's new president of the group. In the end, who will be? Su Bingtian was no exception. Taking a deep breath, Su Bingtian couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, Secretary Li, can I ask? The Duan family went through all the trouble and expense of $50 million to acquire the shares in my hand. Who is it that they want to help to take over the Su's group? At that moment, everyone's eyes all coincidentally threw themselves at Li Fei, perked up their ears, strained their nerves, and gazed at Li Fei, waiting for Li Fei's answer. P.S. Thank you for your love and support. Please rest assured to read. The plot behind the Chicken Blood Full will be more and more wonderful. There are surprises you cannot expect. Remember to add the book to the bookshelf. Pay attention to the headline number writer Fengkunshan O, to prevent getting lost. Chapter 43, Mysterious Old Man. Extreme Expert. You guys want to know? Li Fei raised the tip of her eyebrows and laughed. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Go to work 1 hour earlier and go to the company to set up a welcome ceremony to receive the new president. As for the identity of the new president, well, you guys will know by then. Li Fei played a trick, sold a secret, finished, turned around and left. Those people wide-eyed, face to face. 10 o'clock in the evening. Outside the Nanxiang airport in the south of the city of Quancheng, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped. The car door opened, and 3 men and 1 woman walked out from inside. Precisely Chen Xiaohui and his mother, who were preparing to leave Quancheng overnight and rush to the capital. The other 2 men were the Chen family bodyguards who were responsible for the close protection of their mother and son. You go back first. After getting out of the car, Chen Xiaohui said towards the driver, no matter what happens over here in Quancheng, notify me at the first opportunity, and also, make sure to protect my father's safety. Don't worry, young master. The driver nodded, then turned the car around and left Nanxiang Airport. Mom, let's go. Chen Xiaohui turned to look at his mother. Mother and son in front, those 2 Chen family bodyguards in the back, a line of 4, striding towards the opposite waiting hall. On the way, Chen Xiaohui hesitated, but still couldn't help but ask, Mom, you really don't know? Why is my father in a hurry to make us leave Quancheng? I really don't know. Chen mother shook her head inside, saying, your dad is that foul temper. Everything is nestled in his heart. However, mom knows that he did this. There must be his unavoidable hardships. Then my dad Chen Xiaohui was worried. Nothing will happen to him, right? I'm still not quite at ease and want to stay. No way. Chen mother categorically shook her head. Listen to your father's arrangements. Yes, he is also looking out for our mother and son. If we insist on staying, we will only cause him trouble. Then, well, although Chen Xiaohui was full of reluctance, he did not dare to disobey his parents' orders. Bang! Bang! The two people were walking and talking, and had just walked to the door of the waiting hall, when suddenly, two strange sounds came from behind them, like the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, and although the sound was not loud, it was clearly heard due to the close proximity. Mother and son stopped their steps at the same time and turned back to look. What's going on? This look didn't matter. The scene in front of them immediately startled the mother and son duo. The two Chen family bodyguards that followed them, not knowing what the reason was, actually both fainted and collapsed on the floor behind them. The strangest thing was that there were no outsiders around. Chen Xiaohui's heart thumped as he bent down, wanting to check on those two bodyguards, and right at this moment, an old voice rang in his ears. You guys actually don't want to leave, right? Then don't leave. The voice came from behind and was very close, and it rang out so steeply that it gave people a creepy feeling. Chen Xiaohui's scalp instantly exploded. Ah! Chen mother even exclaimed and screamed. Bang! Bang! However, without waiting for the mother and son duo to see what the other party looked like, the back of their heads were knocked hard, followed by stiffness, dizziness, fluttering and flopping twice. Stepping in the footsteps of those two bodyguards, both collapsed and fell unconscious. Across the street, a gray van sped up. The van stopped in front of the four people, and two young men came out of the van, and without saying a word, they lifted the mother and son and the two bodyguards onto the van, and threw them into the rear compartment as if they were stacked on top of each other. Uncle Fu. The young man then looked towards an old man standing there with a respectful expression, waiting for the next instruction. The old man looked to be in his 60s, his beard and hair were white, his face was full of wrinkles, and he was a bit hunched over, like an ordinary old man, but his eyes, however, were brilliant and bottomless. His icy cold eyes were like the wintry moon. Just by staring at him, it would make people palpitate a bit inexplicably. Go, act according to the plan, the hunchbacked old man casually said, and then twisted his head to walk away. By all rights, at an age like his, coupled with a physical condition like his, he should walk slowly, but under the gaze of the young man, his pale figure disappeared into the crowd of people coming and going in almost the blink of an eye, out of sight. With one step, it was as if he could span 10 meters. Go! In this regard, the young man was not surprised, turned around and got on the car, and a few moments later, the gray van left Nanxiang Airport in the dust. 10 o'clock in the evening, Fuyuan neighborhood, Su family. The light was still on in Su Muchio's room, and at this time, Su Muchio and Su Xiaoming were wearing the same pajamas, lying side by side on the fluffy bed, while Xiao Zhan was sitting on the side of the bed, telling a story to Su Xiaoming and lulling her to sleep. In the third month of entering the army, your father participated in the military district competition, and after many challenges, he finally came out on top and took the laurel crown, becoming an uncompromising soldier king. Xiaoming, good boy, go to bed early. Tomorrow night, Uncle will tell you about this part of the military district competition. How about it? Xiao Zhan reached out and caressed Su Xiaoming's forehead with his rough palm, and a gentle watery smile bloomed on his rigid face. Good. Su Xiaoming smiled sweetly, her pink little face overflowing with happiness. Turning around and pouncing into Su Muchio's embrace, she proudly said, Mom, you're right, my dad is really a super invincible hero, too powerful. When I grow up, I'll also go to the army as a soldier to find my dad. Su Muchio was filled with embarrassment. She glared at Xiao Zhan, unable to figure out where Xiao Zhan had heard these so-called stories from, speaking like a man with a nose and eyes, as if it was his personal experience. Not to mention Su Xiaoming, even she was somewhat mesmerized by what she heard. Good good good. Su Muchio patted Su Xiaoming's back and nodded her head. When Meng Meng grows up, Mom will accompany you to find Dad. Soon. Su Xiaoming entered dreamland. Thank you. Su Muchio raised her head and suddenly looked at Xiao Zhan with a very serious expression. Xiao Zhan froze. Thank me for what? Thank you. For standing up for me 3 times and taking the heat for me. Thank you. For being so good to Meng Meng and making up such a nice story to fulfill the lack of fatherly love that she has always had. Thank you. For keeping your word and not having any non-interesting thoughts about me. Su Muchio's words came from her heart. Originally, after learning that Su Bingtian had promised her to a rapist, she had despaired, and was mentally prepared to be bullied by Xiao Zhan. But fortunately, Xiao Zhan wasn't like what was written on the investigation data. On the contrary, he also took care of their family. This was a result that Su Muxiu had not even dreamed of before. Although Xiao Zhan's identity and background made her feel doubtful, and she always felt that Xiao Zhan's proximity to her should have other purposes, but through today's contact, she was certain that Xiao Zhan was not a bad person. To her, not being a bad person was very good. That's not necessary. These are all things I should do. Xiao Zhan smiled and shook his head, saying, speaking of which, I should be the one to thank you. Thank me? Su Muxiu also froze and asked with a frown. What can you thank me for? Chapter 44 The Long Night, The Real Couple. 5 years ago, I was arrested and imprisoned. I lost my mother, my relatives, my family, and everything that originally belonged to me, and now, it is you who has given me a home again. So of course, I have to thank you. Xiao Zhan had a straight face. He said this on his lips, but what he was thinking in his heart was, I also have to thank you for giving me such a well-behaved and lovely daughter, and working hard to bring her up. At the same time, I want to say sorry to you. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down. Su Muxiu's pretty face was slightly red. An orphan? Previously, on Su Wenchao's investigative information, only Xiao Zhan's imprisonment 5 years ago due to the crime of rape was written, and the focus was all on emphasizing Xiao Zhan's criminal antecedents and that he was psychopathic and had a serious tendency towards violence. For Xiao Zhan's family background 5 years ago, not a single word was mentioned. At this moment, from Xiao Zhan's mouth, and under such an atmosphere, Su Muxiu was surprised. Her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but be a little moved and lose color. It turned out that he was also a bitter person. 5 years ago, Su Muxiu was very sensitive to this point in time. She instantly thought of herself. She was also in a certain day 5 years ago, suddenly found herself inexplicably pregnant. 5 years suffered from all the cynicism. The situation is deteriorating. What a coincidence. Is this the legendary sympathy for the same illness? After freezing for a moment, Su Muxiu asked in a low voice, 5 years ago, what happened? She did not know why, but she had a vague feeling that Xiao Zhan's so-called crime of rape was most likely false, and was planted and framed by someone else. There was no reason, merely a subtle feeling. Perhaps, it was a woman's sixth sense. You want to know? Xiao Zhan raised his head and met Su Muxiu's 4 eyes. You love to say it or not? Su Muxiu's face turned even redder, and she hummed softly, the arrogant expression of obviously wanting to know, but being too embarrassed to admit it, appeared mischievous and flirtatious under the light, making people unable to help themselves. I will tell you. Xiao Zhan nodded and smiled, then shook his head. But not now. Then when is it? Su Muxiu's words came out of her mouth. Xiao Zhan thought for a moment and said, my secret is a matter of great importance, so I can only tell my closest people, and although we are now engaged, we are not yet a true couple. When you sincerely love me and willingly marry me, the day we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license to get married, I will be naked with you and tell you all my secrets. All of them. Marry with a license? Meet with you with all sincerity? The real husband and wife. Su Muxiu's heart trembled fiercely, and when she noticed that Xiao Zhan's gaze landed on her chest and intentionally or unintentionally shifted around, her face instantly burned like a fire, and she felt a mixture of shame and anger. Bah! You think so? She glared angrily at Xiao Zhan, pulled up the quilt and burrowed under it, turning off the lamp on the nightstand with her hand, twisting her face to the side and turning her back to Xiao Zhan as she gritted her teeth and grunted. Who wants to know your secret? I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on me. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, unable to reach out and see anything. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. What was the situation? Saying flip-flop and then flip-flopping? Could it be that? Seemingly thinking of something, Xiao Zhan explained with an embarrassed face. Mucho, you wouldn't have thought crookedly and therefore misunderstood, right? When I say naked and sincere, I am referring to being open and honest in trusting each other, not stripping off your clothes and being naked in that sense. Your thoughts don't seem too pure. Xiao Zhan was wronged. Scram! In the darkness, there was a Su Muxiu's suppressed cold drink, wanting to curse, but not daring to be too loud for fear of waking Su Xiaoming. Xiao Zhan's face was as dark as the night. He was the real Northern Realm Wolf King, a party general. Let him go into battle to kill the enemy. He could fight with 1 against 100 and traverse the sands. But, let him coax a woman. He was really not good at it. Under the helplessness, he could only shrug his shoulders, and return to his own bunk in the dark, and lay down. This night, very long. Growing up, this was the first time a man slept in his own room. Su Muxiu tossed and turned in bed for a long time. It was hard to sleep. His mind was filled with some chaotic thoughts that lingered, at the same time as also worried. Tomorrow went to the Su group to take the personal belongings, even if in the Su family completely broken. Several years of efforts to go up in flames, everything to start again. The road ahead, how to go. What she didn't know was that Xiao Zhan had concealed it from her and had already paved the way for her. Starting tomorrow, she would still be a member of the Su clan, and the Su clan would be her world. Reporting to the Wolf King, All arrangements are in place. The current Su clan group is surnamed Xiao. Xiao Zhan received the text message from Duani Home. He hooked his lips and smiled. He looked at Su Muchio and Su Xiaoming on the bed through the faint moonlight, and said, "Child, her mother, I've made you suffer these past few years. Su clan group, let's take it as a little surprise from me to you. I hope that tomorrow morning, you will not be shocked." Xiao Zhan strategized. Before the formal showdown with Su Muchio, as far as possible, he wanted to give them some compensation for mother and daughter, and Xiao Zhan never thought that his identity has been exposed in advance, and the inadvertent strike in Ruiting Mall let Chen Yiming and Chen Zhanghe learn about his background, and at the first time, he informed the Xiao family in the capital. At this time, Black Eagle had left the capital overnight and was on a plane to Quanchang, still holding the glazed holy water that specifically targeted Su Xiaoming. Unconsciously, the crisis is quietly descending. Early the next morning, when Xiao Zhan woke up, Lu Hongxiu had already prepared breakfast, and just as he walked out of the room, Lu Hongxiu couldn't wait to run in and pulled Su Muchio and asked, "Muchio, last night, he didn't do anything to you, did he?" "No." Su Muchio reached out and pointed to the floor beside the bed, shook her head and said, "He went to sleep after telling Meng a story. Very honest." "That's good, that's good." Lu Hongxiu then secretly sighed in relief. After the meal, Xiao Zhan changed into the new clothes that Su Muchio had picked out for him yesterday, drove Su Muchio to the Su group, and simply took Su Xiaoming along with him, personally sending Su Xiaoming to school. As soon as they left on the front foot, Lu Hongxiu ran into Su Muchio's room once again on the back foot, rummaging around haphazardly. "What are you looking for?" Su Jiancheng sat in his wheelchair, his face full of doubts. Lu Hongxiu ignored him, and a moment later, suddenly ran out of the room, holding the old clothes that Xiao Zhan had changed out of in his hand, and said excitedly, "Quickly look, what is this?" Saying so, she reached out and took out a black card from Xiao Zhan's old clothes. It was precisely that Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card. "This is." Su Jiancheng took the Supreme Black Card and looked it over and over several times, but could not see anything. Lu Hongxiu guessed, Xiao Zhan bought Muchio so many new clothes and a new car yesterday, adding up to over $7 million. "Do you think that this is his bank card?" Chapter 45, Crisis Falls, Welcoming Ceremony. "Ha!" Su Jiancheng froze. "Even if it is, so what? The card belongs to someone else's child. He left in a hurry just now. He should have forgotten to take it when he changed his clothes. Why don't I give him a call and ask him to come back to pick it up? Fetch my ass." Lu Hongxiu scolded angrily, flung her hand and smashed Xiao Zhan's old clothes on Su Jiancheng's face, then snatched the Supreme Black Card back and grunted, "If it's really a bank card, don't you want to know how much money is in this card?" Su Jiancheng was startled by Lu Hongxiu's words. Removing the old clothes from his face, he exclaimed, "Wifey, what do you want? I can warn you, stealing and using someone else's bank card privately, that's something illegal. We can't fool around. Besides, I see that Xiao Zhan kid is quite good. He's good to Muchio and Meng. Ba, ba 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 ba." Without waiting for Su Jiancheng to finish his sentence, Lu Hongxiu rolled her eyes and said, "He washed your feet and pressed your legs yesterday, and you were mesmerized by his appearance? Starting to turn your elbow outward? What an unenlightened thing." Lu Hongxiu exasperatedly said, "How many days have we known him? Not even a day. He's being nice to Muchio and Meng right now. How do you know that he's not deliberately pretending to show us and trying to paralyze us? After all, he just got out of prison, has a criminal record, and was convicted of rape. I always feel that he came to our house for an impure purpose. He must have some intentions. I can't risk Muchio and Meng's safety. Anyway, the day I can't find out his details, the day my heart is not solid." A speech that was spoken with a straight face and vibrant words. Spit sprayed Su Jiancheng's face. Su Jiancheng's status in the family is worrying. Where dare to argue with Lu Hongxiu? He worriedly said, "Even if you are uneasy about Xiao Zhan, then you can't. It's settled." Lu Hongxiu didn't even give Su Jiancheng a chance to open his mouth to speak, and hammered out, "There just happens to be a bank across from the kindergarten, so when Meng gets out of school at noon, and we go pick her up, we'll go to the bank by the way and ask for clarification. But, shut up, you don't dare to go. I'll go myself. At that time, you wait in front of the bank. I'll go in alone and ask." After saying that, Lu Hongxiu turned around and walked away in anger. Su Jiancheng sighed darkly, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, Xiao Zhan had already driven to the kindergarten gate. Su Muchio hugged Su Xiaoming and got off the car, personally sending her into the school, and when she was leaving, she didn't forget to squeeze her eyebrows at Xiao Zhan. "Uncle, tonight you have to tell me the story of Dad's martial arts competition in the military area." Oh, the mischievous look was adorable. "Okay, sure." Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile. 10 minutes later, Su Muchio came out of the kindergarten alone, sat in the co-pilot's seat, took a deep breath, and signaled, "Let's go." Go to Sue's group. The Mulsanne Bentley slowly started, and at this moment, at the entrance of the bank opposite the kindergarten, there were two young men standing. One of them was none other than Qian Yiming's beloved, the guy who was responsible for investigating Xiao Zhan's bottom line before, surnamed Hu. His name was Hu Feng. See clearly? Hu Feng pointed in the direction Su Xiaoming left just now and said, "That little girl is your target this time. After school at noon, it should be her grandma and grandpa coming over to pick her up. At that time, bring her back to Shushan Yayuan without alerting outsiders." Shushan Yayuan was Qian Yiming's private villa. Good. The other young man nodded and smiled. "Brother Feng, don't worry. It's guaranteed to be foolproof. It's a big deal. Can't be careless." Hu Feng repeatedly admonished a few sentences, then got into a small car and left in a cloud of dust, leaving the other young man at the entrance of the bank, waiting for rabbits. 9:30 in the morning. When Xiao Zhan brought Su Muqiu to the Su clan group, the outside of the group was surrounded by people. A large black mass that was pointing and discussing at the group building. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Su Muqiu immediately frowned, her face full of doubts. She knew nothing about what happened yesterday afternoon. It seems like there is a happy event. Xiao Zhan parked his car on the side of the road and smiled. "If you want to know, just go in and ask." This. Su Muqiu's gaze crossed over the crowd and took a few close looks towards the group building. Then she was incomparably shocked to find that there were 2 rows of flowers neatly placed at the entrance of the building, with a red carpet in the middle of the flowers, and on both sides of the carpet, 16 salute cannons had been set up, 8 doors on one side. Su Group's employees were shuttling in and out, and were busy non-stop. It looked like there was indeed a happy event. It couldn't be that Su Wenchao snatched my client, so they put up such a big show to celebrate, right? Or is it that they know I'm coming to get something today, and are intentionally using this way to disgust me, squeeze me, and ridicule me, to celebrate driving me out of the Su Group? Su Muqiu's face was ugly, thinking of several possibilities. If that was really the case, if you went in at this time, wouldn't you be disgusted by Su Wenchao and Lu's face? Su Muqiu suddenly hesitated a little. Xiao Zhan noticed her difference and knew what she was worried about, so he smiled and joked. "What? Nervous? Scared? Not daring to go in? Why don't I accompany you in?" "No need." Su Muqiu turned around and glared angrily at Xiao Zhan, humming, "You wait for me here, I'll just go in alone." After saying this, she stiffly pushed the door to get out of the car. Su Muqiu was a very strong woman. Even if she was nervous and scared in her heart, she would not show it, let alone in front of Xiao Zhan. This person, she could not afford to lose. "Sister Muqiu?" Just getting off the bus, a female employee across the street saw Su Muqiu and immediately greeted her, smiling, "You're here just in time. The new president should be here soon. The leaders of the company are preparing for the welcoming ceremony. You're the only one missing." Su Muqiu was the manager of the commerce department before. The size is also considered a leader. New president? Su Muqiu raised the tip of her eyebrows and froze. What new president? What welcome ceremony? Sister Muqiu still doesn't know? That female employee's eyes widened with an expression of having seen a living ghost. "Know what?" Su Muqiu's head was covered in question marks. "Sister Muqiu, look." The female employee reached out and pointed to a few male colleagues across the street, where they were busy inflating a giant inflatable arch bridge. And soon, the arch bridge swelled up, only to see a line of eye-catching big words written on the arch bridge. "Celebration, Su's group is off the hook. Congratulations, the new president is in charge. This is." At that moment, Su Muqiu also stared wide-eyed, revealing a look of living hell. She was still working at the company the day before yesterday. She just didn't come for a day yesterday because of her engagement. How did it come off? How come there's a new president? What about Grandpa? Could it be that Grandpa has decided to step down and is going to officially hand over the Su group to father and son? Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao? His face was ashen. Su Muqiu had just thought of several possibilities, but only this one had not occurred to her. It was this kind of result that she least expected to see. "Mr. Su and the others have come out." In the crowd, I don't know who shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance of the building, only to see Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, along with a dozen or so shareholders and executives of the company, walking out in a swarm. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman that Su Muqiu didn't recognize. It was Li Fei and the others. Chapter 46, Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Su Jiangwo, Su Wenqiu's father and son, and Li Fei walked in front, while the rest of the company's shareholders and executives followed behind, which caused Su Muqiu's face to reveal a trace of suspicion. These 2 men and 1 woman. Who are they? Su Muqiu was certain that she had never seen these 3 people before in the company. Moreover, on an occasion like today, to be able to walk with Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's father and son, leaving the company's shareholders and executives behind, it was obvious that their identities were not simple. Just as Su Muchio was puzzled, Su Wenchao's gaze swept around the crowd, and suddenly, fixed on Su Muchio, with a cold aura between his eyebrows, and an almost hideous expression as he gritted his teeth. Eyes collided. Su Muchio's heart thumped, secretly screaming that it was not good. Discovered. Immediately after, Su Wenchao accelerated his steps and aggressively walked straight towards Su Muchio. Su Muchio's heartbeat was like thunder as she turned around and wanted to leave. The courage that had just been inspired by Xiao Zhan was gone in the blink of an eye. In front of the entire Su Group's shareholders, executives and colleagues, and with so many passers-by watching, if Su Wenchao came over to sneer and say something unpleasant, how would Su Muchio be allowed to step down? She was a woman after all. In the past 5 years, she has suffered enough from the cold eyes and bullying in the Su family, but now that she has been kicked out of the Su Group, she is going to be severely humiliated by Su Wenchao once more? She was not willing. Sister Muchio, what's wrong with you? The female employee next to her reached out and stopped. Such a big deal as the new president taking office. You wouldn't want to participate, would you? Get out of the way. Su Muchio pushed the female employee away and said in a deep voice, I'm not feeling too well. I came to the company today. I was supposed to do the leaving procedures. As for the new president taking office, it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, stride away. Leaving. That female employee was instantly dumbfounded and froze there. Dumbfounded. As a colleague, in the past, the aggression that Su Muchio suffered in the company, she saw it in her eyes, and now, Su's group has changed the sky, changed the boss, and is no longer Su Bingtian's world. Reasonably speaking, Su Muchio should be happy. How? Instead to leave the job? Su Muchio did not explain, full of thoughts only thinking about leaving here as soon as possible, avoiding Su Wenchao, so walking very fast, faster than Su Wenchao, afraid of being caught up by Su Wenchao as if, however, returning to the place where he just got off the car. Su Muchio also froze. Where's the car? Where are the people? When Su Muchio got off the car just now, she had clearly asked Xiao Zhan to wait for her outside, but at this moment, the roadside was full of cars, but there was no Xiao Zhan's Mulsanne Bentley at all. In an instant, it was like being struck by lightning. Bastard, Su Muchio subconsciously thought, could it be, that guy saw the bad situation, left me alone here, and drove away himself? After freezing for a moment, she raised her head and scanned a few times towards her surroundings, and sure enough, she saw that at the corner at the end of the street, a Mulsanne Bentley with a temporary license plate sped away, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Who else could it be if not Xiao Zhan? Su Muchio's face was green, so angry that she stomped her feet and cursed in an offhand whisper. Liar, liar, liar. Men really can't be relied on, falling off the chain at critical moments. Who is cousin cursing? Right at this moment, Su Wenchao followed him up. Su Muchio's voice was small, but it didn't escape his ears. He followed Su Muchio's gaze towards the end of the street for a few moments, and then coldly grunted, cursing your husband, my brother-in-law, the annihilator who was just released from prison. None of your business. Su Muchio reached out to stop the cab. Anymore, I'm also your matchmaker. Of course it's my business. Su Wenchao took a few steps forward, blocking Su Muchio's way, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, cousin's face doesn't look too good. Did you not sleep well last night? Brother-in-law is tall and looks like a dragon. He should have tossed you around in bed, right? You said he's a liar. I'm curious, did he cheat you out of your wealth or your color? Or maybe, both wealth and color? Just as Su Muchio expected, Su Wenchao couldn't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, and what he said, one sentence was harder to hear than the other. Many passers-by had sideways glances and looked over this way. Li Fei also noticed the movement over here. Looking back to those company shareholders and executives, seemingly inquiring about something, she suddenly received Duani Hong's order yesterday, and rushed to Quancheng from the provincial capital at the first time, coming in a hurry, only knowing that she wanted to take down the Su's group, and hand the group over to a woman named Su Muchio personally. As for who is Su Muchio? What does she look like? Why did Duani Hong snatch Su's group and hand it over to Su Muchio? Li Fei knew nothing, not to mention her. Even Duani Hong had never seen Su Muchio before. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Su Muchio scolded, but his heart sank to the bottom. This calamity today. I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it. Well said. Su Wenchao stood there motionless, absolutely no intention to give way, gritted his teeth and grunted. Grandpa clearly told my dad yesterday noon that he is old and can't do it anymore. He is going to retire and step down, and wants to hand over the entire Su's group to me and my dad. But what's the result? It's you. It's you who ate your way out. Before for a few orders, went to show off and hooked up with Zhao Yongrong and a few of their old even so. Now that you've been kicked out of the company, you actually die unrepentant. Instigated Zhao Yongrong and the others to bring people to the company to cause trouble, beat me and my dad, and put grandpa into the hospital with anger, and as a result, let the Duan family of the provincial city to take advantage of the situation, and overrun the Su's group. You say, was it me who blocked your way, or was it you who blocked my way? Blocking the way of the entire Su family? Gritting his teeth, Su Wenchao didn't think that Su Muchio was that capable to directly evening Duani home. In his opinion, it must be that Su Muchio hooked up with Zhao Yongrong and the others, and was kicked out of the company, and was displeased in her heart, so she let Zhao Yongrong and the others to stand up for her, while Zhao Yongrong and the others were old, cunning and insatiable, and relying on the relationship with Duan's family in the provincial city. They wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to mess up the Su's group, no matter what. In the end, it was all Su Muchio's fault. Su's group, nearly $100 million of assets, is about to fall into the hands of their father and son duo, but the side branch, cooked duck, and ing fly away. In the end, the basket hit the water all empty. How can Su Wenchao tolerate this? His current hatred for Su Muchio is no less than Su Muchio's loathing for him. If it's not broad daylight and crowded with people, he now can't wait to pull Su Muchio into the BMW next to him on the spot, and ruthlessly torture him, annihilate first and then kill, then annihilate and then kill again. What do you mean? Su Muchio's face changed violently. Astonished, Zhao Yongrong and the others came to the company to cause trouble? Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao were beaten? Su Bingweather fainted into the hospital? The Duan family in the provincial city, occupying Su's group? When did this happen? No one has told her. She is really do not know. Pretend. You continue to pretend. Su Wenchao's face was livid. His eyes were chilly. He originally wanted to endure, but Su Muchio's innocent face fell in his eyes. It was simply a huge provocation and irony. It made it intolerable. So, he snorted coldly, I think you slept around with that rapist last night, and you don't even want your face anymore, and you've come over specifically to see me laugh, right? Fine. I'll let you see enough today. Before the words fell, he suddenly lifted his right hand and fiercely slapped Su Muchio's beautiful cheeks that were shocked with a hint of confusion. Chapter 47, Slap your face on the spot. You're the new president. This slap hit very violently, and almost brought out all of Su Wenchao's milk energy. There was anger and jealousy. What made him angry was that Su Muchio had disrupted their father and son's plans, making them miss out on the entire Su group. And what made him jealous was that even a rapist like Xiao Zhan was able to get Su Muchio's body. And, on the contrary, he couldn't. You know, after inheriting the Su clan group, his next plan was to sleep with Su Muchio. Now, the person and the money were both empty. Su Muchio screamed in shock, subconsciously took a step back, reached out to protect her face, but unfortunately, it happened suddenly. She never thought that Su Wenchao, in his rage, really dared to make a move on her. There was no time to dodge. Stop! At the critical moment, a woman's stern cry came from not far away. It was none other than Li Fei, and immediately after, a man's figure was like a ghost, whooshing towards Su Wenchao and Su Muchio. His speed was so fast that the people around him could almost only see a blurry residual shadow. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? In the next moment, Su Wenchao's right wrist was tackled, and his entire body froze there, unable to move. His hand was less than 5 centimeters away from Su Muchio's face. A strong wind brought up by the slap lifted Su Muchio's hair in front of her forehead, and Su Muchio's heart fiercely trembled for a few moments, with a feeling that she was about to suffocate. It was too thrilling. It was just a little bit short. Just a little bit short. Su Muchio could clearly feel that if she really let this slap from Su Wenchao land on her face, it would definitely be able to beat her until she vomited blood. Halfway out of a program, spoiled a good thing. Su Wenchao's lungs were almost blown up with anger, broke his mouth to start cursing, but when he turned his head to see that man's face, grunted and swallowed a mouthful of spittle, put the latter words, and swallowed them back into his stomach. The person who stopped him was the security chief brought by Li Fei. The security chief last night in the city hospital to 1 against 10, the appearance of great power. Su Wenchao until now is still fresh in his memory. This is a tough role. Lend Su Wenchao a dare. Also dare not in front of him. At this time, Li Fei and others came over. The shareholders and executives of the company who followed behind looked at each other with puzzled faces. They couldn't figure out why Li Fei would suddenly let the security chief step in and save Su Muchio after she learned of Su Muchio's identity. Secretary Li. Su Jiangwo also couldn't figure it out. But he wasn't stupid and realized that the situation was not good. The relationship between Su Muchio and the Duan family, maybe it wasn't as simple as he had imagined before. So he stepped forward to explain. Wenchao and Muchio had some problems in the past. Kids are just young, and it's normal for them to fight and mess around. Li Fei ignored him. Instead, she took a few steps to walk to Su Muchio, carefully sized up Su Muchio for a few moments, and asked, "You are Su Muchio? Who are you?" Su Muchio was stunned, took a deep breath and reached out to straighten the hair on her forehead. Hello, introduce yourself. Li Fei smiled. My surname is Li. My name is Li Fei. I'm the presidential secretary of the Duan family in the provincial city. However, from today onwards, it's the presidential secretary of the Su group in Quancheng. Saying that, she extended her hand towards Su Muchio. Hello. Su Muchio reached out and shook Li Fei's hand together, saying gratefully, just now. Thank you. No need to thank. Li Fei smiled and shook her head. Protecting you was originally my duty, so these are what I should do. Duties? At those words, everyone was stunned. Li Fei's words seemed a bit intriguing. Secretary Li, Grandpa signed above the equity transfer contract. I have nothing to say. From now on, the Su group will be headed by the new president. But the personal grudge between me and Su Muchio is a private matter of our Su family. You shouldn't have the right to ask about it, right? Su Wenchao couldn't listen anymore and couldn't hold back. He was suffocating to death right now. The Su group was cut off by the Duan family. He wanted to take Su Muchio to vent his anger, but Li Fei actually wanted to control it? Her control was too wide. Li Fei let go of Su Muchio's hand and didn't look at Su Wenchao, but instead looked at the security chief. The security captain understood. So, snap, accompanied by an ear-piercing crunching sound, the security captain threw out his hand and slapped Su Wenchao's face, who stumbled and nearly fell over. You, what gives you the right to hit me? Su Wenchao raised his head, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was startled by the security chief's sudden action. Nima, hitting him when he said he would. This is too strong, right? Secretary Li, what do you mean by this? The corners of Su Jiangwo's mouth twitched, and his face, which was originally piled with fake smiles, became grim in an instant. In everything, there was a degree. Li Fei was bullying people too much. Li Fei still maintained a kind smile on her face, and only after beating the person did she open her mouth to explain. You're right. Your Su family's private matters, personal grudges, don't have a dime's worth of relationship with me, and I don't have the right to ask about it. But, the words turned and added, I am now the secretary of the president of the Su group. No matter what big or small matters, public or private matters, as long as there is a relationship with the president, then there is a relationship with me. It all comes under my control. Su Wenchao angrily said. Then may I ask, what can I have to do with the new president if I hit Su Muchio? Ha! Li Fei looked at Su Wenchao's eyes as if he was looking at a fool, reached out and pointed at Su Muchio, and said with a straight face, I'll now give you all a formal introduction. From today onwards, Miss Su Muchio Su is the new president of the Su group. Boom! The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt descending from the sky, splitting on everyone's head. Su Wenchao and Su Jiangwo or not, those shareholders and executives of the company, in an instant, all of them stared with eyes wide open, not daring to believe, staring at Li Fei and Su Muchio, dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens. Su Muchio himself was no exception. What's the situation? To say that they were shocked, I'm afraid that within the people present, no one could compare to Su Muchio. Su Muchio's entire body was petrified. The others, at least, knew what happened yesterday afternoon and last night, knew that the new president was taking office today, and were somewhat mentally prepared. They just didn't know who the new president was. And what about Su Muchio? She was kept in the dark from beginning to end, knowing nothing about the whole thing. Suddenly telling her such a shocking result, how could she not be shocked? It's as if you were walking down the street and a hot starlet suddenly stopped you in your tracks and said in all seriousness, I'm pregnant with your child. How would you feel? Either there's something wrong with my ears, or your brain has been kicked by a donkey and there's something wrong with it. Li Fei stared at Su Wenchao and asked, you wanted to beat up our new president. As the president's secretary, I asked the security chief to stop you and slapped you. Isn't that wrong? This. Su Wenchao's face rose into a pig liver color, as ugly as it could be. His legs softened, flopped to the ground, shaking his head. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You lied to me. You definitely lied to me. Li Fei smiled without saying anything. Next to her, the manager of the legal department took out a folder and handed it to Su Muchio, signaling, Miss Su, this is the hiring agreement for the new president of Su Group. Please take a look. Chapter 48, Su Muchio's World. Get out of Quancheng. What are you talking about? What not to mention the eyes. Su Muchio's brain is now in a state of downtime, a little restless. The legal department manager took out another signing pen and handed it over. If Ms. Su was willing to accept our employment, please sign the employment agreement. Only after half a day did Su Muchio come back to her senses. Looking down at the employment agreement in the hands of the legal department manager, she didn't reach out to pick it up and didn't rush to sign it, but looked up at Li Fei and asked, Secretary Li, right? Are you sure? You're not joking? Of course. Li Fei smiled and nodded. I'm pretty sure that the new president I'm waiting for is you. joking about this kind of thing. Is Miss Su doubting my personal ability and professionalism? No, not. Su Mucho frowned. But why is this? Why did you guys hire me? This was a common doubt in everyone's mind. Su Wenchao was on the verge of crying. It was only at this point that he finally believed that. As it turned out, Su Mucho wasn't putting on a show and pretending to be innocent just now, but that he really didn't know what happened yesterday, much less what was going to happen today. But such a result not only didn't make him feel relieved, but instead made him even more angry and cynical. On what grounds? In order to inherit the Su clan group, the father and son duo had labored, schemed, and even used any means possible over the years, but in the end, they had given up at the last minute, and the basket had come up empty. Su Mucho is good. In the case of completely unaware of the situation, froze by the yellow robe, desperate reverse, without effort, became the new president of the Su group. No comparison, no harm. Su Wenchao was not willing. Therefore, he raised his head and stared at Li Fei with incomparably resentful eyes, perked up his ears, also waiting for Li Fei's answer. Go up first. Li Fei hooked her lips and smiled, saying, all of the company's employees went to work 2 hours early to prepare for today's welcome ceremony. They are still waiting there. As for the reason, I will explain it to Ms. Su alone later. Li Fei sold her words. The street was crowded. There seemed to be some words that were not convenient for outsiders to hear. Explain alone? At those words, everyone was greatly disappointed. Then, well, Su Mucho nodded, then looked at Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao's father and son and said, since Secretary Li hired me to be the president of Su Group, that means I can now exercise the power of the president, right? Right. Li Fei of course knew what Su Mucho was going to do and smiled. Please feel free, Mr. Su. Going forward, I don't want to see anyone from the Su family again. After saying that, Su Mucho turned around and left. Over the past 5 years, the Su family had caused irreparable harm to Su Mucho. Just like Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao wouldn't let her go, she wouldn't be foolish enough to return the favor with kindness. Just kicking Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao out of the Su group was already her greatest mercy. Out of sight, out of mind. Hear that? Li Fei looked at the head of security and the manager of the legal department and commanded, Mr. Su doesn't want to see them, so there's no need for them to continue to stay in the company, or in Quanchang. Good. The security chief and the legal department manager looked at each other and knew what should be done. It was just as well to expel them from the company, but also to expel them from Quanchang? Those company shareholders and executives couldn't help but secretly smack their lips, their foreheads sweating, thinking, Li Fei is worthy of being the person sent by the Duan family in the provincial capital, doing things in a thunderous manner, really ruthless, stinking woman, who do you think you are? Su Wenchao stood up in a flash, the anger in his chest climbed straight up, even overshadowing his fear of the security chief. His eyes showed a fierce light and his expression was hideous, pointing at Li Fei's nose and cursing, Quanchang is my home, my territory, even if you're a lapdog sent over by the Duan family in the provincial capital. So what? Want me to leave Quanchang? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Crazy. Su Wenchao was really getting mad. Before, when he treated Li Fei with respect, firstly, he was afraid of the security chief and worried about getting beaten. Secondly, he was afraid of the Duan family behind Li Fei and worried about drawing fire. And thirdly, he wanted to temporarily tolerate his anger and secretly plan and wait for an opportunity to retaliate and take back the Su group. Now, Su Mucho's casual words had cut off all his hopes. Then what the hell is there to endure? While Su Wenchao shouted and cursed loudly, he even recklessly rushed towards Li Fei, wanting to make a move against her. It was a pity that the security chief was standing right beside Li Fei. Bang! In front of the security team leader, the mad Su Wenchao was no different from a 3-year-old child. A kick kicked Su Wenchao in front of his chest, sending Su Wenchao flying on the spot. How to rush over, and how to fly back, how to stand up, and how to fall back. This kick, the kick is not light. Poof! After Su Wenchao fell, he spewed out a mouthful of turbid blood, paralyzed like a dead dog, struggled for half a day, and froze, unable to get up. Wenchao! Su Jiangwo was shocked and furious. Originally, he also wanted to rush up to find Li Fei to settle the score, but unfortunately, he was preempted by Su Wenchao. Now seeing Su Wenchao's miserable end, he gritted his teeth and endured. He pounced over to check Su Wenchao's injuries. Since yesterday morning when Xiao Zhan was released from prison, Su Wenchao had been beaten non-stop, and before the old injuries were healed, new injuries were added to them. To say the least, it was miserable enough. Mr. Su, Li Fei looked down at the father and son duo, and hummed lightly, going against the Duan family won't end well. If you know what's good for you, mind your son, bring your old man, go home, pack up your things, and get out of Quan City as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as leaving Quan Chang. This world, none of it can accommodate you. Death threat. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Last night in the city hospital, after forcing Su Bingtian to sign the equity transfer contract, the reason why Li Fei didn't dispose of Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao on the spot was because she wanted to leave this opportunity to Su Muqiu. Su Muqiu's revenge. Let her take it personally. Those shareholders and executives of the company remained frozen in place, gurgling and gurgling, surrounded by the sound of gulping saliva. Before yesterday, Su Bingtian, as the largest shareholder of the Su Group, was calling the shots, claiming to be covering the sky with one hand. Su Jiangwo and Su Wenchao, father and son, are also arrogant and domineering, empty-handed, so not imposing. Now, who would have thought that in just one day's time, the reversal of the wind and water, the former everywhere was suppressed. Su Muqiu rose, Jedi overturned, directly to the grandparents and grandchildren all pulled down, and replaced, sitting on the position of the president of Su's group. Everyone's heart, our heart trembling. This all, come really too fast. Let a person incredibly, boom, boom, boom. Just when they were dumbfounded, behind them suddenly came the deafening sound of the salute, one after another, joyful, turn around and look, only to see Su Muqiu has stepped on the red carpet at the entrance of the Su Group, walking in the middle of 2 rows of flowers in full bloom. Those employees and colleagues in the company madly applauded and shouted, welcoming the new president to the office. At this moment, they understood in their hearts that from today onwards, Su's group would be Su Muqiu's world, while Su Muqiu was surrounded by the crowd, as if the stars were arched over the moon, becoming the center of attention of the entire scene. She suppressed the shock and doubt in her heart, and when she was about to walk to the end of the red carpet, she suddenly couldn't help but turn her head, and glanced in the direction Xiao Zhan disappeared from just a moment ago. In her heart, she said, this bastard, could it be that he already knew about Li Fei hiring me to be the group president, and that's why he ran so fast and didn't worry for me at all? At this time, Xiao Zhan drove that Mulsan Bentley and had already arrived in the south of the city. Just as Su Muqiu had guessed, Xiao Zhan knew what would happen and left calmly. And what she didn't know was that all of this was carefully arranged by Xiao Zhan. For Su Muqiu, the Su clan group had feelings that were difficult to part with. Although she pretended to be strong, her mouth said it was easy. Being kicked out of Su's group was just losing a job. The big deal was to go find it again. But Xiao Zhan wasn't stupid, so he naturally saw how much pain she had in her heart. Her pain, Xiao Zhan smoothed it out for her. Being in charge of the Su clan group was a high moment that belonged to Su Muqiu alone. Xiao Zhan didn't want to steal her limelight. Moreover, Xiao Zhan still had more important things to do. That is to visit grandma and grandpa. It had been 5 years. He was unjustly imprisoned. His mother died tragically in the capital. The Xiangjun media was taken away from him, and his grandma and grandpa were old and lonely, so he didn't know how they were living now. It must be very bitter too, right? Xiao Zhan really can't rest assured. The original villa belonging to the Xiao family was also seized by the Lu family. Xiao Zhan asked several old neighbors before, only to know, grandma and grandpa moved to the suburbs to live, rented a fruit stall in the suburbs to make ends meet. Thus, Xiao Zhan rushed to the suburbs at a rapid pace. According to the address given by the old neighbor, the Mulsan Bentley turned around in the streets of the suburb and wasted more than half an hour before finding the place. From afar, he saw people gathered in front of the fruit stall. Rarely can hear the noise. What's going on here? Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and pushed the door to get out of the car, placing the Mulsan Bentley at the entrance of the street, and walked alone towards the crowd on the opposite side. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds became. A piece of chaos. Some people were crying, some were laughing, and some were cursing. Their voices were sharp and piercing, just like a chicken barking. Old undead, don't give a damn about your face. I Wang Yan at first good intentions, the bodhisattva heart, but also to see you too old and lonely, really poor. In the heart, this is the store and stall half rent half loan let you use. But you good, do not know good and bad, simply heart of the dog lungs, put a good business not to do, but actually smashed my store into this ghost. Compensate money, quickly pay for it. The middle-aged woman who claimed to be Wang Yan was waving her teeth and claws like a wild dog without a leash, ready to charge up and bite at any time. Very vicious. Xiao Zhan grimaced and squeezed into the crowd, only to see. The signboard of the store was written with the words Miao Family Vegetable and Fruit Shop. In front of the store, there was a stall, and at this moment, no matter whether it was inside the store or outside the store, it was all in a mess. Fruits and vegetables were all over the ground, and some of them were even trampled to pieces. In front of Wang Yan, there stood an old woman, red-faced, crying and swollen eyes, wrinkled old cheeks wet with tears, panicked and helpless in a pitiful manner. Miao Yimei. She was Xiao Zhan's maternal grandmother and Miao Shangju's mother. Miao Yimei. Chapter 49. Grandma and Grandpa's situation. Xiao Zhan's anger. Wang Yan, Look at what you said. This store and stall of yours, we have rented it for more than 4 years, and we have always paid the rent on time, never in arrears, and we didn't say anything when you raised the rent several times in a row, and it was more expensive than the rents of several neighbors next to us, but this time we really don't blame us. Meow took a deep breath, as if to give herself courage. Some trembling reached out his hand, pointing to the opposite side of the several yellow-hair-dyed punks, voice choked with explanation. Obviously they deliberately make trouble, not only smashed these things in your store, but also smashed our fresh vegetables and fruits. To say the least, we are the same as you, but also the victims of the Meow was truly unjust. Since Xiao War was imprisoned 5 years ago, Miao Xiangju died tragically, the villa was seized, and the Miao family was completely defeated. Their old couple had no choice but to move away from the bustling downtown area, and rented this store and stall in the suburbs, and thought that they would be able to spend their days in peace, and live the life of an ordinary person. But who would have thought that the heavens did not agree with people's wishes? Every now and then, there are hooligans who come over to pick on them, looking for trouble. In the past, just collect some protection money, or freeloaders. Their old couple can do nothing but grit their teeth and bear it, also recognized. But today, the few yellow-haired punks, even more excessive, manpower a baseball bat, without saying a word, rushed into the store and is beating and smashing, in a flash, into the current situation. Wang Yan, as the landlord, rushed to the news. No matter what, let Miao open the mouth to compensate for the money. How can Miao afford to pay? Do you think I'm blind? Or do you think I'm stupid? If you don't blame you, do you want to blame me? Wang Yan didn't listen to Miao explanation, and grunted. If you don't think my rent is expensive, then don't rent it. You deserve it if they come after you. What does it have to do with me? You want to renege on your debt with one word of victimization? Bah! Dream on! Wang Yan was high and mighty, spittle flying as she screamed, spraying Miao all over her face. Miao tearful eyes, was so angry that her face turned white, her body trembled a bit, just about to open her mouth to argue a few sentences. One of the yellow hairs suddenly walked towards her carrying a baseball bat. She gulped, and the words that followed, froze and didn't dare to speak. Old woman, what did you just say? Who deliberately messed up? Yellow hair's height is nearly 1 meter 8, 1 head taller than Miao and robust, came to Miao in stride, looking down at her, pretending to reach out, pulling out his own ears, grinning. My ears are not good. Didn't hear it. Say it again? Miao instantly timid, back and forth. Do not dare, and yellow hair to stare at. Those neighbors on the sidelines witnessed the whole process. Cootie, all can see. Wang Yan and this group of yellow hairs teamed up to make a game. Clearly want to blackmail Miao but they know it all. But they are all silent. No one dared to come forward to testify on behalf of Miao Even a kind person quietly walked to the side of Miao bitterly persuaded. And now, arm twisting cannot be big leg. Encountered this kind of thing. We can only admit our own bad luck. Broke the money to avoid disaster. Immediately, someone followed and agreed. That's right, why bother? Wang Yan is not that kind of unreasonable person. She won't ask you for more. Hearing that, Miao heart was suddenly ashen. Hear that? Wang Yan proudly stretched out her hand and signaled. If you know what you're doing, you should hurry up and pay for the money. Then clean up the trash on the ground for me, and roll up and get out. For the sake of the neighbors, take $100,000 out, and this matter will be settled today. 100,000. Everyone present was shocked by this almost horrifying figure. Those neighbors shut up. They just said Wang Yan wouldn't ask for more, and in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face. But there was no way, knowing that this was a pit. What could be done? Wang Yan or not, this group of yellow hair also, they cannot afford to offend. A bunch of, just as everyone was sweating for Miao and secretly sighing, suddenly, a man's voice, like a thunderbolt from the flat earth, rang out in the crowd. Today, you won't be able to take a single penny. Xiao Zhan walked out. Chapter 50, The Wolf King's Wrath. You can't afford it. Xiao Zhan's voice was not loud, yet it instantly stunned everyone. Instantly, a stream of gazes that were either surprised or puzzled were thrown in the same direction, and Xiao Zhan stood there, his face icy cold to the extreme. He had guessed that Grandma and Grandpa might be living a very bitter life, but he had never thought that it would actually be bitter to such an extent. A few punks and a shrew. They also dared to humiliate Miao in the street. When I think of it, the Miao family in the south of the city is one of the largest family, and the capital Xiao family marriage, but also the rise of the boat, the head of the moment. Grandma Miao and Grandpa Miao Taishan as the helmsman of the Miao family, the spirit of the wind, the mood. All see them have to nod their heads and waste. Flattery, however, been a little bit of aggression. The dragon swims in the shallows by shrimp play. The tiger is bullied by the dog. And all of this was because of Xiao Zhan. It was Xiao Zhan who had dragged them down. At this moment, the anger in Xiao Zhan's heart could be imagined. His fists clenched up, looking at Wang Yan in yellow hair's eyes as harsh as a knife, and when his eyes fell on the stunned Miao Mei, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but be slightly moist. Battle child? In a sea of stunned gazes, Miao Mei was the first to recognize Xiao Zhan. After 5 years, after experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, the current Xiao Zhan and 5 years ago compared to, the change is actually very big. The skin is not as white as it used to be, it is bronze in color. The body is even more lanky than it used to be, robust as an ox. The face and features are also much more mature than before, with clear-cut edges and corners. However, Miao Mei still recognized him at first glance. Grandmother, Xiao Zhan answered and took a step, ignoring the astonished eyes around him, and walked straight towards Miao Mei, and the tears that had been swirling in his eyes but had never flowed out, came out with this call after 5 years. A man's tears are not light, only because he has not yet reached the place of sadness. Battle child, is it really you? Miao Mei's tears, which had just stopped, once again surged out. However, what was different from just now was that before, when facing Wang Yan and the group of yellow hairs, they were tears of sadness, tears of anger, tears of helplessness, and tears of aggression. Whereas at this moment, seeing Xiao Zhan, what flowed out from Miao Mei's eyes were tears of excitement, tears of surprise, tears of anticipation, and tears of happiness. She was busy reaching out to wipe them, wiping them over and over again, always unable to wipe them clean, her tearful eyes blurring, as if she was afraid that if she blinked, Xiao Zhan would disappear, afraid that this scene in front of her eyes was just a hallucination she had created. Grandmother, it's me. Xiao Zhan walked out of the crowd and nodded. I am back. Battler, Miao Mei cried out, her emotions nearly collapsing, completely forgetting about the existence of Wang Yan and the group of yellow hairs, and opened her arms to embrace Xiao Zhan. However, Wang Yan and those yellow hairs did not forget their intentions. Battle your sister. Stop right there. After a moment of daze, Wang Yan and the yellow hairs exchanged glances, and the yellow hairs directly raised the baseball bat in their hands and crossed in front of Miao Mei, blocking her path. Then he turned his head to look at Xiao Zhan and asked, "What did you kid call this old woman?" Grandmother? Yellow hair was the local snake in this area of the suburb and knew something about the past of the Miao family, so from Xiao Zhan's name for Miao Mei, he instantly associated it with some people, some things. Yes, that's him. Wang Yan stared at Xiao Zhan for a few moments and hummed. I've seen him from afar once before and know him. He's this old woman's grandson, Miao Xiangju's son, that young master of the Xiao family in the capital. Wow! The moment these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar, exclaiming in shock, and the way they looked at Xiao Zhan all changed. Unfortunately, that was before. Immediately after, Wang Yan's words changed and added, I heard that this kid was arrested and sent to prison 5 years ago because of rape, which dragged the entire Miao family into trouble, killed his mom and his great-uncle, and caused the entire Miao family to be destroyed. Otherwise, how could this old woman come to live in the suburbs, rent my store, and make ends meet by setting up stalls? He's a calamity at heart. If placed 5 years ago, an inconspicuous little person like Wang Yan would not even have the qualifications to see Xiao Zhan, and even if Xiao Zhan and his mother came to Quan City to save their relatives, she could only look at them from afar. And now, in her eyes, Xiao Zhan was down and out like a dog. Therefore, she raised her chin and crossed her arms, facing Xiao Zhan without the slightest fear. Instead, she put on a condescending stance and looked at Xiao Zhan with eyes that were filled with contempt and disdain. This feeling was really too good. It was even more pleasurable than when he bullied and humiliated Miao Mei just now. Imagine that the big shot who was once high in front of you, so that you could only look up to him, suddenly one day, fell off the pedestal, miserable, appearing in front of you like a dog, and letting you trample on him. Could you not feel good? Instantly, it can make your sense of superiority explode. This kind of huge identity gap and psychological gap. For Wang Yan, this kind of bullying soft and hard, disliking the poor and loving the rich shrew, it can simply be refreshing to the bone. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the young master of the Xiao family in the capital. Confirming Xiao Zhan's identity, Yellow Hair grinned. He felt the same as Wang Yan. His face was full of excitement, and his hand holding the baseball bat was a little itchy. Small land ruffians and hooligans like them could usually only bully the ordinary people in the suburbs. Once they encountered a big shot, they would be abashed like a grandson. Now it was hard to come across a once brilliant, now down-and-out big shot like Xiao Zhan. The opportunity was rare. If they didn't bully and humiliate them ruthlessly, how could they stand up to the profession of hooligan? You kid came just in time. Yellow Hair raised his right leg and stomped on the table beside him, gesturing towards Xiao Zhan. Your grandma owes us $100,000. I'm giving you two choices now. Either you pay back the money for her, either drill through here, and when Lao Zi is in a good mood, I might be able to be merciful and let you off the hook and reunite your family. Saying that, he reached out and pointed to his crotch. The other few yellow-haired punks immediately rushed up and surrounded Xiao Zhan in the center. The meaning was obvious: since you've come today, you have to drill even if you drill, and you have to drill even if you don't drill. Chapter 51. Kneel down. Otherwise, die. Don't be like this. Seeing Xiao Zhan in danger, Miao Yimei instantly panicked and hurriedly said, 100,000. I'll give it. As long as you guys don't hurt Battle's son, I'll go get you the money now. After saying that, she turned around and left to get the money from the store. Before, when she was alone, facing Wang Yan and this group of yellow hair's aggressive pressure, Miao Yimei was gritting her teeth, refusing to pay for the money, and hardening her heart to try to fight for a reason, to argue right and wrong. And now, when Xiao Zhan was in danger, she immediately compromised. Xiao Zhan did not stop. This was because the next scene would probably be more bloody and brutal, and if Miao Yimei saw it, it would be bad instead. Count on you, old woman, to be sensible. Wang Yan glared fiercely at Miao Yimei's back, and became even more complacent, turning back to look at Xiao Zhan, and despised. It's really worthy of being the young master of the Xiao family in the capital. Originally thought that, you kid is a king with a hidden body, but it turns out, it's a bronze that is as timid as a mouse. Humph, loser. The more Wang Yan said, the better she felt, and she hated that she could not say all those damaging words accumulated in her mind in one breath, and use them all on Xiao Zhan. After all, today's opportunity to act like a loser could be encountered but not sought. Finished? Xiao Zhan coldly faced, and Wang Yan four-eyed. I'll also give you two choices. Either, wait for my grandma to come out, kowtow to her to thank her, kowtow until she forgives you all. Either, what can you do to me? Without waiting for Xiao Zhan to finish his sentence, Wang Yan said with a face full of disdain, is it hard to believe that you still want to hit me with your hands? Come on, hit me. Wang Yan stood behind one of the yellow hairs, reaching out and pointing at her face, provokingly said, if you really dare to do it, my lady will respect you as a man. It just so happens that my lady's face has been itching for the past few days, and it's not at all refreshing not to be beaten. Why don't you let my old lady have a good time? Wang Yan's face, that kind of six-parent expression, really owes a beating. Not to mention Xiao Zhan, even those surrounding onlookers of the neighborhood are a bit unable to look at it. If it is not afraid of that group of yellow hairs, would like to rush over and ruthlessly give her a slap. Ha 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 ha. The group of yellow hairs a burst of laughter. 1 foot on the table of the leader backtracked. Laozi now changed his mind. Pay compensation. Drill crotch. Cannot be less. Your grandma is responsible for losing money. You are responsible for drilling. Bang! The word crotch was stuck in the yellow hair's throat, and before he could say it, suddenly, Xiao Zhan, who had been surrounded in the center and had not moved at all, made a bold move. A punch was thrown at the stomach of one of the yellow hairs. That yellow hair was caught off guard, not to mention blocking, not even able to see Xiao Zhan's movements, only felt a sharp pain on his stomach, and then the whole person was like a cannonball that was fired out, whoosh a moment and flew away, landed on the rotten fruit 2 meters away, fainting on the spot. There was no screaming. This, what's going on? What just happened? Xiao Zhan's movements were just too fast, so much so that everyone only saw the result and not the process, and in just a blink of an eye, that yellow hair appeared 2 meters away, going from standing to lying down, and from awake to unconscious. Magic doesn't even dare to perform like this. Gulp! Wang Yan and the rest of the few yellow hairs are all dumbfounded. The smile froze on the face. The leader of the yellow hairs ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of spittle, stuck in the throat of the word crotch, and spittle together swallowed back into the stomach, then asked incredulously, kid, you did it? Didn't see it clearly? Xiao Zhan asked a rhetorical question, and immediately afterward, another fist blasted out. Bang! The second yellow hair flew out, and just like the first yellow hair, he fell unconscious on the spot. See it now? It was followed by the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Less than 10 seconds before and after, the group of yellow hairs surrounding Xiao Zhan flew outward one after another. That shocking scene was simply indescribable. Have you seen the movie Kung Fu played by Stephen Chow? God, similar. Kicking is like playing soccer. Hitting is like playing volleyball. Whoever you hit, whoever flies. Since Wang Yan was standing behind one of the yellow hairs, when that yellow hair ejected, it smashed directly onto her, and the two fell to the ground in pairs. Fortunately, Wang Yan was half dead from the fall, but did not fall unconscious. The process was brief, but the visual impact it brought about was not ordinary. Everyone stared with wide eyes and a horrified expression of seeing a ghost in broad daylight as they subconsciously retreated backward again and again, distancing themselves from Xiao Zhan. The only one still standing in front of Xiao Zhan was the yellow-haired one with 1 foot on the table. Snapping, that yellow hair's hand trembled. The baseball bat in his hand slipped out of his hand and smashed into his foot. After witnessing Xiao Zhan's thunderous tactics, his heart was trembling, his back was sweating, His eyelids were jumping wildly, his scalp was numb, and he didn't even have the courage to make a move anymore. Clap clap, even. For a moment, he did not hold back, and a slight sound of running water came from his open crotch, quickly drawing an irregular map on his pants. You just said, "Let me drill your crotch," right? The anger in Xiao Zhan's heart had not yet disappeared. The cold color on his face did not diminish. He took 2 steps across to come in front of that yellow hair. With a height of 1 meter 8.5, he was 5 or 6 centimeters taller than that yellow hair. That yellow hair hurriedly put back the right leg that stepped on the table. 2 legs dead together. Were there still a trace and a half of the previous arrogance? Cowering like a frightened old dog. Drill the crotch? Drill the hell out of the crotch. He now hated to combine his 2 legs into one, making his crotch disappear in this world. Those who insult others will be insulted by others. There was always a price to pay for doing something wrong. Xiao Zhan did not give him a chance to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness, as he grabbed his right wrist and violently wrenched it with force, accompanied by a crunching sound and an burst of screams. That yellow hair's right hand was broken on the spot, his bones shattered. You just said that you would let my grandma pay for the damages, right? Xiao Zhan asked again. Big brother, grandpa, I was wrong. It was me who had eyes that didn't recognize MT. Tai and offended your old man. Please raise your hand and spare. Before he could finish a sentence, his left hand was broken. The reason why Xiao Zhan had just punched one, kicked one, and knocked out all the other yellow hairs but left this guy in the lead alone was that he didn't want to waste time on those insignificant minions. But the one who was the leader must be severely punished. Kneel down. After severing his hands, Xiao Zhan looked down at him and casually uttered a cold snort that carried an unquestionable aura. Remember what I just said and kneel until my grandma forgives you. Otherwise, die. Pounce. That yellow hair endured the pain. The veins in his neck were bulging. The cold sweat on his forehead was like a waterfall. At this moment, facing Xiao Zhan's order, he did not dare to have any hesitation. As soon as Xiao Zhan's words fell, he knelt down right after him, because he had a very strong feeling that if he did not do as he was told, Xiao Zhan might really dare to take his life. Xiao Zhan did not pay any more attention to him, but instead turned to look at Wang Yan. Chapter 52, shouting 10 times, too ruthless. Wang Yan was smashed by one of the yellow hairs and fell half dead. The bones in his body seemed to be falling apart. Struggling and squirming for half a day, he managed to barely stand up, and when he raised his head, he happened to meet Xiao Zhan's icy cold gaze. In an instant, her face turned ashen and rose to the color of pig's liver. Xiao Zhan took large steps towards her. You, don't come over. She was a middle-aged woman who dared to run amok in this area of the suburb, relying on the support of that group of yellow hairs behind her. And now, that group of yellow hairs were injured and crippled, and even the leader of the group had knelt down to Xiao Zhan, so her guts had long since been scared out of her wits. So where would she dare to act like she did before, and flaunt her power in front of Xiao Zhan? Wouldn't that be a death wish? She felt her legs soften, and had an urge to pee, but desperately held it in as she retreated back step by step. And soon, with a sudden coldness in her back, she retreated to the corner of the wall. There was no way to retreat, and at that moment, Xiao Zhan had already arrived in front of her. Pounce. In despair, without waiting for Xiao Zhan to open his mouth, her entire body went completely limp, half kneeling, half squatting, reaching out and grabbing Xiao Zhan's pants as she begged for forgiveness. Young Master Xiao, I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. Tears rained down, and in the blink of an eye, she cried into tears. A woman's tears were a man's soft underbelly. But unfortunately, Xiao Zhan was not an ordinary man. Having experienced countless battlefield killings and bathed in countless gunshots, his heart had long been as hard as steel. I rarely hit women. Hitting you, you should feel honored. It means that you have touched my bottom line. It's time to hit. Lowering his head and staring at Wang Yan, Xiao Zhan did not have any hesitation. The moment his words landed, his hand rose and his palm fell, accompanied by an ear-piercing crunching sound of snapping. He knocked Wang Yan to the ground on the spot. Depending on Xiao Zhan's strength, as long as he exerted 5 points of force, he would be able to slap Wang Yan half to death. At the very least, it would be like those yellow-haired punks who fainted on the spot. However, Xiao Zhan did not do so. He only used 3 points of force. The reason was simple. Wang Yan's abominable level was no longer something that could be resolved with a slap. So wouldn't it be cheaper to let her faint so quickly? So, when Wang Yan covered the left side of her face and raised her head, Xiao Zhan flung his hand and slapped her again, hitting her right cheek and knocking her over once again before asking, if I don't remember correctly, you just swore that your face is itching these days and it's very uncomfortable not to be beaten, right? This time, Wang Yan sprawled at Xiao Zhan's feet, unable to sit up for half a day, crying mournfully, Young Master Xiao, just now, it was my mouth that owed me. I was talking nonsense, so please be generous and treat me as if I am a fart. and let me go. Release you? Xiao Zhan grunted. I was clearly helping you, making you comfortable. What's the matter? Face doesn't itch anymore? It doesn't itch anymore. It doesn't itch, at all. Wang Yan desperately shook her head. Xiao Zhan coldly said, your face doesn't itch anymore, but my fist is still a little itchy. So, kneel here, kowtow and thank me, and yell out loud 10 times that you are a scum, Saying that, he waved his fist in front of Wang Yan. Ha! Wang Yan was shocked. This, 20 times. Shout. I'll shout. I'll shout. This, Wang Yan held back half a day. Really cannot hold back. This time really pee out. While peeing, while crying, while pulling out his voice, hissed and shouted. I'm wrong. I know wrong. I really know it's wrong. I'm just a scum of the earth. Wang Yan's voice was high-pitched and shrill, with a crying tone, and that momentary outburst was estimated to be able to exceed 100 decibels, truly worthy of being a shrew. One voice after another, into the ears of those surrounding neighbors, coupled with the scene in front of them that people could not bear to look at. All of them had an iron face, their hearts trembling furiously, goosebumps clattering down. Nima, this is too ruthless, right? The eyes they looked at Xiao Zhan were filled with fear and shock, and they said to themselves, is this the young master of the Xiao family in the capital? A child raised by a big family is really not ordinary, bullying people in a unconventional and original way. What's wrong? Right at this moment, Miao Yimei's panicked voice came from the store. She also heard Wang Yan's shouts and thought that Wang Yan and the group of yellow hairs couldn't help but make a move on Xiao Zhan, so she hurriedly ran out, holding a pile of colorful banknotes in her hand. She said as she ran, you guys don't move battle. Money, give you money, the store only has more than 60,000. The rest, I have called Tai Shan. He went to the bank to take, immediately sent. Pa la. Words did not finish, ran to the door of the store, saw the scene outside the door. The whole person was stunned there, jaws, hands shook. All the bills in his hands fell on the rotten fruit at his feet, scattered all over the place. Face value of 100, 50, 20, $10, $5, even. There were quite a few $1 coins. Obviously, this money was already Miao Yimei's entire belongings right now. In order to save Xiao Zhan, she had no reservations. This is, looking down at the yellow-haired leader kneeling at the entrance of the store. Wang Yan, who was lying at Xiao Zhan's feet and screaming loudly. The yellow-haired punks who had fainted a large number of times horizontally and horizontally. Finally, Miao Yimei's gaze landed on Xiao Zhan, and she couldn't say anything in surprise. She was Xiao Zhan's grandma. Of course she knew that Xiao Zhan knew Kung Fu 5 years ago. However, Xiao Zhan seldom came to Quan City in the past. Moreover, he was the youngest master of the honorable Xiao family in the beginning. Who would dare to make a move against him? Therefore, there were very few chances for him to strike, and Miao Yimei had never seen it before. Grandma, you're my own grandmother. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm dog-eyed. I have eyes to see. I didn't recognize MT. Tai. I actually looked for trouble from your old man. Please, on the basis that I'm truly repentant and both of my hands are broken, just spare me this time. I'll pay for the loss of the store. I'll pay for all of it. From now on, I am your grandson, so just say whatever you want. If I frown, I will not be allowed to die. Without waiting for Xiao Zhan to open his mouth to explain, the yellow-haired leader who was originally kneeling there suddenly slumped down towards Miao Yimei, constantly kowtowing to Miao Yimei to thank him for his sins, both grandmother and grandson, in order to beg for Miao Yimei's forgiveness. He simply didn't even want to lose his face. And me. Seeing this, Wang Yan stopped shouting, froze, unwilling to show weakness, also crawled towards Miao Yimei, simply hugged Miao Yimei's right leg, crying, Auntie Miao, I also know it's wrong. The rent of the store, I don't want it. I don't want it anymore in the future. Just take it as filial piety to your old man. Two people, as if in a race, one more than the other screamed loudly, one more than the other cried ferociously. This scene instantly blinded the eyes of those surrounding neighbors. The Wang Yan and yellow hair who used to bully the city, also have today? What a living hell. Not to mention them, even Xiao Zhan couldn't help but frown slightly. A burst of nausea. People don't have a face. Really, the world is invincible. Know that the old man's heart is soft, so they scramble to be the first to sell misery in front of grandma. Brother and sister, Radisson and Jet, thank you for your love and support. Remember to point at bookshelf O, to prevent getting lost. This is very important, especially important. Chapter 53, The Black Hand Behind the Scenes, should be killed. The result was just as Xiao Zhan expected. It was only after a full 2 to 3 minutes that Miao Yimei came back to her senses from the shock, looked down at Wang Yan and yellow hair, who were kneeling and crying and shouting, and then raised her head to look at Xiao Zhan, who was calm and accomplished, and then she immediately understood everything. Get up, get up. The Meow family had been glorious 5 years ago after all, and Meowime had lived most of her life and experienced quite a few big storms, so after a moment of shock, she acted more composed than even those onlookers in the neighborhood. Bending down, reaching out to help Wang Yan and Huang Mao, sighed and said in a serious tone, everyone is a neighbor. Head up, head down. There is nothing that can't be resolved. Conflicts, talk it out, on the line. The old man is indeed easy to be soft-hearted. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. Wang Yan and Yellow Hair looked at each other, as if they were amnestied and grateful, secretly glad that they had finally escaped. Money, it seems to be wet. Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly came from behind. The two people's hearts trembled violently, and they looked down. The money that Meowime had brought was scattered on the trampled fruits and vegetables, and many of them were stained with water and mud. Dirty. Those money. Are Meowime and Meow Taishan morning and night? Hard work, bit by bit to save down, even if a penny, cannot be wasted. Compensation. We'll pay for it. There was simply no need for Xiao Zhan to say it directly. Wang Yan understood, turned around and picked up a QR code from the side that Meowime usually used to collect money, took out her cell phone, and was busy transferring money to compensate for the loss. Sister Yan, come on, help out. Take out my cell phone as well and transfer money to Grandma. Huang Mao's hands were broken and incapacitated, so he gestured to Wang Yan. I have several tens of thousands in my cell phone, not a single penny left. All of it will be transferred to Grandma, just as the damage fee for these fruits and vegetables. Don't, you guys don't do this. Wang Yan and Yellow Hair change face speed faster than the book. Bad up to let people gnash their teeth. Good up and so sincere, but let Meowime some embarrassment. Waved his hand and said, these fruits and vegetables, not worth so much money. Huang Mao busy said, the rest, is the grandson filial piety to you? Suddenly having such a large grandson, Meowime crowed and could not stop him, but could only turn his head to look at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan advised, grandmother, if they want to give it, just take it. Right, right, right. Yellow Hair nodded his head like pounding garlic. In the future, in this acre of suburbia, whoever dares to look for trouble with Grandma, I'll have to peel his skin off. That, well, Meowime had no choice but to accept it. Xiao Zhan bent down and was about to pick up those money scattered on the rotten fruits when a familiar man's voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Make way, trouble make way. I took out the money. Don't move my grandson. It was Meow Taishan. Surrounding neighbors have backed up. Make a road. Meow Taishan panting rushed in, obviously anxious, holding 4 bundles of banknotes just taken out from the bank, together with Meowime's more than 60,000, just over 100,000. Grandpa. Xiao Zhan immediately stood up and raised his head to meet Meow Taishan's anxious gaze. The 4 eyes met each other. Seeing the scene in front of him, without any surprises, Meow Taishan froze and said in shock, battle child, you guys are, things are settled. Meowime was just about to explain, only to hear a pouncing sound. Xiao Zhan directly knelt down with both knees towards Meow Taishan and knelt down. His sturdy body was like a lofty mountain. Even when kneeling on the ground, he was still resilient and upright. Grandmaster, I'm sorry. Xiao Zhan's voice resounded as he said from the bottom of his heart, it's me, who dragged you all down, and in these few years, I've made you and Grandmaster suffer. This time, Xiao Zhan held back and did not cry. It was said that a mother's love was like water, and a father's love was like a mountain. And just now, when facing Meowime, Xiao Zhan's heart was about to melt, and he could only respond to Meowime's tears with his own. But at this moment, facing Meow Taishan, he had to express the guilt in his heart like a man. A man, a great man, bleeds without tears. These were the words that Meow Taishan had once said to Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan had always kept them firmly in his heart and was practicing them with his own practical actions, throwing his head, spilling his blood, and galloping through the sands with bravery and valor for the past 5 years. It's good to come out. It's good to come out. Meow Taishan's eyes instantly turned red. However, he likewise held back and did not let the tears flow out as he took a few steps to walk up to Xiao Zhan and help Xiao Zhan up. Then, tightly embraced Xiao Zhan into his arms, reaching out and patting Xiao Zhan's back, he said in a choked but incomparably firm tone, silly child, I don't blame you. It's not your fault. As long as you are able to live well, your mom and your great uncle will have peace of mind and rest in peace if they are aware of it. Grandparents and grandchildren embraced each other deeply. 2 people did not cry, but stood aside. Meowime see the scene, but really cannot help, just stopped the tears and surged out, wet her wrinkled old cheeks. Even the neighbors were infected, whispering and sighing. However, to everyone's surprise, this warm and touching picture just lasted for 2 to 3 minutes, and then there were 2 more fluttering sounds, as Wang Yan and Yellow Hair hesitated for a moment, and followed suit and fell to their knees. Uncle Meow, Grandpa, the 2 of them, as if they had discussed this in advance, said almost in unison, I'm sorry, in the past, we were the ones who didn't know any better, bullying and fearing the weak, and netting you an Auntie Meow/grandma trouble. We know it's wrong. Wang Yan or yellow hair, they were all human savants who were good at reading people's words and colors. Xiao Zhen had knelt down. Did they dare not? At the end of the day, yellow hair added. In fact, we were forced to find trouble with Grandpa and Grandma every other day because we were instructed to do so by young Master Zhang Feihu of the Zhang family, young Master Lu Ziang of the Lu family, and young Master Chen Xiaohui of the Chen family. Alright, all of you get up. Niao Taishan let go of Xiao Zhan, looked down at Wang Yan and Huang Mao, and sighed. Every family has its own difficulties. I understand your difficulties. With regards to Huang Mao's words, Niao Taishan did not seem to be surprised. Obviously, he knew it by heart and had been informed for a long time. Xiao Zhan's face, on the other hand, gradually turned cold and said, Zhang Feihu, Lu Ziang, Chen Xiaohui, is that the son of Zhang Fenglin, Lu Hongong, Chen Zhanyi and the three of them? 5 years ago, they were in a mess, took advantage of the fire and robbed the Miao family's Shangjuan media, luxury villa and all the property, and divided it all up, but still not enough, still refused to let go of Grandma and Grandpa, and over the past 5 years, have been looking for trouble with their old couple? Damn! It seems that this debt, it is time to find those to clear it. Chapter 54, Crisis. Xiao Zhan's secret. Don't stand around outside. Go back to the house. Miao Mei wiped away her tears and said excitedly, Battle's son coming back. This is a great joy. I'll go and fry a few good dishes for both of you, so you can drink a few cups of wine. If you have anything to say it slowly. Good. Miao Taishan nodded with a smile. Xiao Zhan, however, said, Grandmother, Grandfather, you guys go first, it's a mess here. I'll clean it up and come right away. Miao Mei and Miao Taishan froze, guessing that Xiao Zhan was trying to avoid them, and had something to say to Wang Yan and yellow hair alone, so they nodded, picked up those money under their feet, and turned around to walk away with each other's help. Wang Yan and yellow hair's hearts, however, immediately seized up. Xiao Zhan was an uncompromising god of fury, not like Miao Mei and Miao Taishan who were so easy to talk to. Young Master Xiao, you. Wang Yan subconsciously took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Xiao Zhan before taking the initiative to speak. What else do you command? Just say it, but whatever we can do, we will definitely do it for you. Right. Yellow hair nodded his head. Xiao Zhan's gaze looked straight at yellow hair and asked, you just said that you were instructed by Zhang Feihu, Lu Ziang, and Chen Xiaohui? That's right. So, you're familiar with them? This, yellow hair said awkwardly, they are the famous golden 3 young men in the south of the city, relying on their family's money and power. They are usually arrogant and domineering outside, and I, at best, can only be considered a dog's leg beside them, taking their money and doing things for them. Xiao Zhan impatiently said, think of a way to ask them out this afternoon, then call and tell me the address. Yellow hair froze. Young Master Xiao, are you thinking? Don't pretend to me. Xiao Zhan's face turned cold as he grunted. Just now, you deliberately said in front of me that you were instructed by them. Aren't you harboring evil intentions and wanting me to go and settle the score with them? When the time comes, we 2 tigers will fight each other. You will act on the side, fish for the win, be a wallflower, and whoever wins, you'll fall to whoever's side, right? Xiao Zhan was not stupid. Miao Taishan clearly knew that the masterminds standing behind Wang Yan and yellow hair were Chen Xiaohui and the others, but yellow hair had to emphasize it again, so it was obvious that he wasn't saying it to Miao Taishan and Miao Mei at all. Instead, he was specifically saying it to Xiao Zhan, to lure Xiao Zhan to take revenge. Originally, when yellow hair and Wang Yan left later, they could have contacted Chen Xiaohui and the others privately to sue Xiao Zhan, so that Chen Xiaohui and the others would bring their men and horses and come over to look for Xiao Zhan's trouble, thereby venting the hatred in his heart towards Xiao Zhan. However, that would be tantamount to completely offending Xiao Zhan. Oddly enough, the combat power that Xiao Zhan had just displayed was too strong, too amazing, and could be called terrifying. Once Chen Xiaohui and the others were not Xiao Zhan's opponents, then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, yellow hair played a careful trick, letting Xiao Zhan take the initiative to go to Chen Xiaohui and the others. In this way, no matter what the outcome was, who was strong and who was weak, who won and who lost, he couldn't be blamed. He held the initiative, and he could completely be a happy wallflower, falling with the wind. It had to be said that a punk like yellow hair, although his character was no good and his ability was no good, he was well versed in the ways of survival and knew how to protect himself. Unfortunately, it was seen through by Xiao Zhan at a glance. This kind of small trick, in Xiao Zhan's eyes, was like playing house. Pounce. The trick was revealed by Xiao Zhan on the spot. Yellow hair was instantly so scared that his face turned blue and his heart chilled. and the first thing he did was to kneel at Xiao Zhan's feet, his voice trembling as he said, "Young Master Xiao, be merciful, be merciful. I can't help it. You and the golden third young master are both big shots that a minion like me can't afford to mess with. I can't afford to offend either side. Around so many pairs of eyes watching, you come back to the matter. Gold 3 Young will soon get the news. I am afraid that you misunderstand. Think it is I backstabbing, accusing you, so only." The way this was said, there were a few points of truth. If Qin Xiaohui and the others came to the door, no matter if it was Yellow Hair who sued, I'm afraid Xiao Zhan would blame him. "Get up," Xiao Zhan coldly said, "whether you go to sue or find another reason. I don't care about the process, I just want the result. This afternoon, you must ask them out." The so-called plots and tricks all seemed unbearable in front of absolute strength. Xiao Zhan was confident that he had such strength. Therefore, he didn't care if Yellow Hair would betray him or not, and if Qin Xiaohui and the others would set a trap for him in advance to lure him in. "No matter how many tricks you have, I will break them with one punch. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for being magnanimous." Yellow Hair stood up and raised his head. His face was all covered in cold sweat as he said with a straight face, "Please rest assured, young Master Xiao, I will definitely get this done for you and redeem myself." "Scram," Xiao Zhan signaled. "Go to the hospital. Bandage your hand. It shouldn't be ruined." "You." Then, Xiao Zhan looked at Wang Yan and ordered, "Go get a basin of cold water, splash a few of them to wake them up, and clean up the ground." "Yes, yes, yes." The two people were respectful and nodded their heads like pounding garlic. Only after arranging all this did Xiao Zhan stride into the store to find Miao Taizhan and Miao Yimei. What Xiao Zhan did not know was that amongst those onlookers, there was an inconspicuous middle-aged uncle who witnessed the entire process of his war god's wrath, watched him walk into the store, and then took out his cell phone and dialed a number out. "Uncle Fu." After the phone was connected, the middle-aged uncle left the crowd and carefully said, as expected of the boss, the target appeared in the southern suburbs of the city, coming to look for Mr. and Mrs. Miao Taizhan and Mr. and Mrs. Miao Yimei. He told what had just happened, one by one. "Got it." A low, muffled voice came from the cell phone. "Continue to keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on his every move, and report back to me at any time." "Good." The middle-aged uncle hung up the phone, and then re-entered the crowd, and those neighbors stood together, such as a mud cow into the sea, cannot see the slightest difference. "The first time I saw him was at 11 o'clock in the middle of the day, about 20 minutes before Su Xiaoming got out of school." Lu Hongxiu took Xiao Zhan's supreme black card, pushed Su Jiancheng, and walked to the bank entrance opposite the kindergarten. In and out, people came and went. On the side lawn, there was a young man squatting, looking down at his cell phone with a cigarette in his mouth, raising his head from time to time to look a few times towards the opposite kindergarten entrance. It was the same guy that Qian Yiming had sent to kidnap Su Xiaoming. At a certain moment, Lu Hongxiu even inadvertently glanced at the young man, but unfortunately, she didn't recognize the young man, so she swept her gaze away and didn't put it on her mind. The young man, on the other hand, recognized her. The reason was simple. The young man had seen the photo of Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng before he came. "Bah!" The young man stood up, casually spat away the half-burned cigarette in his mouth, brushed past Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng, and swaggered across the road, going directly to the kindergarten entrance to keep watch. "You wait here, I'll go in alone." Lu Hongxiu was only thinking about finding out Xiao Zhan's bottom line as soon as possible and was unaware of it. Letting go of her wheelchair and taking a deep breath, holding that supreme black card tightly in her hand, she walked into the bank in big strides and went straight to the counter. Chapter 55. Something big is wrong with your card. There were quite a few people in the bank. Lu Hongxiu took a number from the number picker next to the counter, and while lining up, her heart was drumming, and her right hand, which was holding the supreme black card, was sweating non-stop on her palm. To say that she was not nervous, it was definitely a lie. After all, this was Xiao Zhan's card. Having lived for most of her life, Lu Hongxiu had never done anything to steal a chicken and dog. If it wasn't for the fear of Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming's safety, and the fear of Xiao Zhan mixing into the Su family with some plans, she definitely wouldn't have quietly investigated Xiao Zhan's bottom line. 10 minutes later, it was Lu Hongxiu's turn. "Miss." Lu Hongxiu took a deep breath and walked over with a stiff upper lip, scowling as she handed the supreme black card to the bank clerk sitting behind the glass window, signaling, "Trouble you to take a look at it for me. This blackish card, is it a bank card?" Upon hearing this, the female clerk froze. Lifting her head, she looked at Lu Hongxiu with a gaze filled with surprise, doubt and impatience, saying, "You came to the bank to conduct business, and you don't even know if what you're holding is a bank card? Auntie, may I ask if you are bored and have come here to make a demon out of yourself?" Although her heart was disdainful, out of politeness and professionalism, the female clerk still took the supreme black card, casually swept it twice, and then threw the supreme black card to Lu Hongxiu, shaking her head. This is not our bank's card. It's not? Lu Hongxiu frowned and pursued. Then, is it a card from another bank? I don't know. Haven't seen it. The female clerk still shook her head. She didn't lie, nor was she perfunctory. She really hadn't seen it, even though she was a bank employee and worked in a bank. But how rare was the Universal Bank's limited edition Supreme Black Card? Not to mention her, even Qian Yiming, the son of the richest man in Quanchang, had only seen a picture of the Supreme Black Card. This, Lu Hongxiu was greatly disappointed, thinking, could it really be something like a supermarket membership card or a hotel room card? If there's nothing else, please make way. Seeing Lu Hongxiu standing there in a daze, hesitant to leave, the female clerk waved her hand impatiently. Thinking left and right, Lu Hongxiu was still undeterred and once again handed over the Supreme Black Card, asking, "Girl, can you give me a try on the card machine? It's not our bank's card. How can I try it?" The female clerk's eyes glared, a little angry. "Just for a second. Just swipe it." Xiaojun changed his clothes and forgot the Supreme Black Card at home. Such an opportunity is rare. After this village, there is no more this store. Lu Hongxiu really didn't want to miss it, so she said with a thick skin, "If I can't swipe it, I'll leave right away." "Trouble you." Seeing that Lu Hongxiu was older, the female clerk forced her heart to hold back her anger and didn't drive her away, and with a cold face, she picked up the Supreme Black Card and gently scratched it on the card swiping machine beside her. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene appeared. The card swiping machine and the female employee's office computer were connected together, and just as soon as the card was swiped over here, the computer screen then flickered, immediately flashing out a picture. And this reaction meant that the card was successfully swiped. That is to say, this black card is indeed a bank card undoubtedly. But this, how can this be possible? The female clerk stared wide-eyed with an expression of seeing a living ghost, and when her astonished gaze fell on the computer screen and saw what was displayed in the screen, she gulped and swallowed hard. Ring. Universal Bank? The eyeballs almost popped out from inside the eye sockets, and her jaw almost fell on the desk in front of her. Although the female clerk hadn't seen the Universal Bank's limited edition Supreme Black Card with her own eyes and didn't recognize it, as a staff member of the banking system, she had naturally heard of Universal Bank's name, and was well aware of how much weight Universal Bank's bank card represented behind it. As far as she knows, Universal Bank's bank card, the hierarchy is very strict, from low to high, in order, divided into ordinary card, bronze card, silver card, gold card, black gold card, and so on. Below the silver card, you can apply at the Universal Bank's branches scattered in various countries, and can only be used in the country of application. From the gold card onwards, all need to be approved by the headquarters of Universal Bank, and once the application is down, it can be used for business anywhere in the world without any restriction on nationality or bank. It is no exaggeration to say that Universal Bank's bank card is a symbol of identity and status. Those who possessed it were either rich or noble. Girl, you just said, what ball? Standing outside the glass window, Lu Hongxiu noticed the change of expression on the female clerk's face, vaguely heard the female clerk's mumbling voice, but unfortunately didn't hear it, and asked, "Is this a membership card for some kind of ball club? For example, soccer, volleyball, table tennis?" A moment later, the female clerk snapped back from her shock, then twisted her head, narrowed her eyes, and sized up Lu Hongxiu carefully for a few moments. "Soccer? Volleyball? Table tennis? Ball you sister ah, it's Earth's ball. Earth's ball ah old lady. You come here with a global bank card, and you treat it like an ordinary membership card? Do you swear that you didn't come here specifically to play a trick on me? Auntie, may I ask this black card, is it yours?" The female clerk suppressed the shock and doubt in her heart and tried to find out the owner of the Supreme Black Card, as well as Lu Hongxiu's identity, but the only thing that was strange was that Lu Hongxiu's attire and demeanor were too ordinary. At first glance, she was an ordinary old lady from the neighborhood. How could such a person have a bank card from Universal Bank? And it was a black card. Although the female clerk didn't know the specific level of the Supreme Black Card, but only based on the appearance and a woman's sixth sense, let her vaguely guess that the black card in her hand at this moment, the level is likely to be above the gold card. This level of card, looking at the entire Quan City, it is estimated that only the richest man in Quan City, Qian Half City, has the qualification to apply for it, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially Lu Hongxiu just now all kinds of performance, eyes fluttering, face constrained, nervous appearance, not only does not look like a rich woman, but instead like a thief who has done something bad, looking at the east and the west, afraid of being noticed by others as if she, this is, suddenly being asked by the female clerk. Lu Hongxiu suddenly became even more nervous and hesitated for half a day before she opened her mouth and said, "It's my son-in-law's card." "Son-in-law?" The female clerk froze and pursued, "Can I ask, What is your son-in-law's name and what does he do? Lu Hongxiu's face turned green. Her forehead was sweating and her heart was beating like thunder as she secretly said, could it be that this little girl has found out that I was behind Xiao Zhan's back and secretly took his card? Otherwise, why would the little girl ask about Xiao Zhan? Lu Hongxiu's silence and panic made the female clerk more convinced of her suspicions. It seemed that the black card was either picked up by this old lady or stolen. The matter was so important that it had to be reported to the higher-ups. So, the female clerk stood up, smiled and pacified. Auntie, please wait here for a while. I'll be right there. After saying that, she turned around and left. Lu Hongxiu froze there. Her entire body stiffened as if she was petrified. Glancing at the female clerks hurried back, secretly screaming that it was not good. Even if her reaction was slow, she realized that something was wrong. However, what Lu Hongxiu couldn't decide was what exactly did that female clerk discover. Did she discover that she had secretly taken Xiao Zhan's card? Or did she discover that there was something wrong with that black card? Or, was it through that black card that she discovered Xiao Zhan's problem? Chapter 56, Come over here and lick it clean. At a certain moment, Ryu Hongxiu suddenly wanted to run. It was too tense. In particular, after the female employee left, there were two security guards walking towards Lu Hongxiu, one on the left and one on the right, standing behind her at a position roughly 2 meters away, not speaking, not approaching, just staring at her inexplicably, like a thief. Seems to have guessed that she wants to run, ready to rush up to catch people. Manager Chen, something's wrong. The female employee took the supreme black card and ran wildly all the way, stumbling to the manager's office on the second floor, not even caring about knocking on the door, and rushed straight in with a bang. Manager Chen, who was making tea in the office, was scared. His hand shook, and the tea splashed on the desk. What happened? Looking up at the female employee, Manager Chen looked furious and coldly said, look at your fidgety appearance. What's the matter with you? What you're going to say next? You better be able to scare me, otherwise. Saying that, he looked down and saw the water stains on the desk and signaled, come here, lick it clean. The female clerk was instantly startled as well. Lick? Her pretty face slightly reddened. The female clerk couldn't think about these messy things and immediately reached out to hand that supreme black card to Manager Chen. Manager Chen, look, what is this? What is it? Manager Chen continued to make tea and casually swept 2 glances at the black card, the same as the female clerk's first reaction before, not recognizing it at all. Is this the reason why you startled me and caused my hands to shake? Obviously. For the explanation given by the female clerk, Manager Chen was not satisfied. The female clerk said with a straight face, I have just tried on the card swiping machine. The information shows that this black card is issued by Universal Bank. What level is it? I have no right to inquire, so I want to bring it over for Manager Chen to take a look at it. Snap. The words of the female employee just said halfway. Manager Chen's body involuntarily shivered again. The right hand holding the teapot uncontrollably trembled again, followed by the teapot slipping out of his hand and falling on the desk. The steaming tea flowed everywhere, wetting many documents. But this time, Manager Chen didn't care. It really couldn't care less. He raised his head with a jerk, staring at the female clerk with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, asking, say that again. Which bank's card is it? Universal Bank. The female clerk secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Manager Chen, you should be considered to be shocked, right? I shouldn't have to lick those water stains clean, right? Give it to me. The corners of Manager Chen's mouth twitched fiercely, and he snatched the supreme black card over, flipped around and looked at it for a long time, then tapped on the keyboard for a while, and soon, a picture appeared in the computer screen on the desk. Staring at the screen without slanting his eyes to see, and the hand of the supreme black card back and forth comparison. About 3 minutes later, Chen manager smacked his lips. I drop a mother A. Really is the Universal Bank's bank card. Moreover, it should be a limited edition supreme black card. Should. Not bad. Can only say it should be. The reason is very simple. Universal Bank's supreme black card, even Manager Chen, does not have the authority to inquire. However, through the comparison, as well as part of the information found, there will be a rough guess. Dare not say 9 out of 10. At least, the probability is more than half. 2. Supreme black card? Although the female clerk had already made her own guesses before she came here, and had also made the appropriate mental preparations. However, from Manager Chen's mouth personally saying the 4 words supreme black card still made her feel incomparably shocked. Of course, she knew what these 4 simple words actually meant. Where is he? Confirming the extraordinary significance of the supreme black card, Manager Chen was so excited that her face turned red and she immediately asked, where is the person who holds this black card? What kind of appearance? What identity? Is it someone from the Qian family? Looking at the entire Quan City, if one were to say that there was money and power, no one could be compared to the richest man. Qian Bancheng. So if there was only one person in Quan City who was worthy of this level of black card, then that person would definitely be Qian Bancheng without a doubt. No. The female clerk shook her head and said, the one who came to the bank with this black card is a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed in an ordinary manner, and looks nervous. Most importantly, she didn't seem to realize that it was a universal bank card, and thought it was a membership card for some club. The female employee told Manager Chen what happened. Truthfully. Oh, Manager Chen's originally excited face suddenly became gloomy and hummed. You mean, this card is not her own, but she picked it up or stole it? I'm also just skeptical and can't decide. That's why I came to ask Manager Chen. Such an important matter. The female clerk didn't dare to jump to conclusions, because if she got it wrong, she couldn't afford the responsibility, according to her. This is her son-in-law's card. Son-in-law? Manager Chen stood up, and without thinking, coldly grunted. Son-in-law my ass. Who does she think her son-in-law is? Is he the young master of the Qian family? Qian Yiming? Is he the rich son of one of those big families in the capital? What kind of son-in-law deserves a black card of this caliber? What a lie. Anger poured out. I feel the same way. The female employee nodded. I asked her who her son-in-law was, and she stammered and refused to say. It seems like she has a ghost in her heart. Manager Chen asked, where is she? Still in the first floor lobby. The female employee said, when I came here just now, I had already asked the security guards to keep an eye on her to prevent her from escaping. Good. Very good. Manager Chen thought for a moment and ordered, you call the police right away and have Director Song come over personally. Then, have the security guards bring that thieving old woman who stole the card to the security room. I'd like to see, what kind of person is it that has the guts to steal the Universal Bank's black card, and still dares to come to the bank and swipe it in broad daylight in plain sight? And what Manager Chen didn't say was that compared to the identity of the card thief, he was more interested in knowing the real owner of the supreme black card. Who was it? Anyway, it must be an amazing super big brother. I helped the big brother retrieve the black card. I should be able to earn the next big brother's favor, right? At that time, if the big brother lifts me up a little, won't I be hitting the big time and getting rich? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Thinking so in his heart, Manager Chen was happy and put on a raging stance, leaving the manager's office and heading straight for the security room. The first floor hall. The two security guards who were originally in charge of the stakeout suddenly received a phone call. Then, glancing at each other, striding to the side of the nervous Lu Hongxiu, said in a deep voice, hello, please come with us. At the end of the sentence, without saying, one left and one right grabbed Lu Hongxiu's two arms, pulling Lu Hongxiu to turn around and walk away. In an instant, Lu Hongxiu's face turned green. Chapter 57, Blood is paid in blood. No one is left behind. What are you doing? Let go of me. By the time Lu Hongxiu reacted, she had already been pulled out a few meters away, subconsciously roaring in anger and struggling violently, instantly attracting the attention of many people around. Leader instructions, please cooperate with us, one of the security guards said casually, with a loud voice. It was intentionally said to those onlookers. After all, this is a bank. There has to be a reason to arrest someone. Otherwise, once it is photographed by other people and passed to the internet, saying that they are bullying the common people, I am afraid that it will cause some unnecessary trouble. These security guards are experienced in their work and naturally know how to protect themselves. Who are your leaders? By what right do you arrest me? Although Lu Hongxiu's heart is weak, her mouth is tough. There is no way. Surrounded by so many pairs of eyes watching, can't help but be tough. She has lived most of her life. Never do anything wrong. The bank is not far away from the Fuyuan neighborhood. In case the news of being arrested spreads back to the Fuyuan neighborhood, so that she still have any face to come out to see people in the future? So, she shouted, if you don't let go, I will call the police. Be honest. The security guard grunted. What you have done, you know yourself. We have already reported to the police. The police will be here soon. If you are really justified, you will have the chance to cry out for justice at that time. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxiu's heart was like ashes. The bank took the initiative to report to the police. Doesn't that mean that the bank has already grasped full evidence to prove that the black card was secretly taken out by her without Xiao Zhan's knowledge? Bad bad bad. Lu Hongxiu really regretted it. If she had known this, she would have taken that black card and directly gone to question Xiao Zhan. The big deal was, she pulled Xiao Zhan to come to the bank with her to find out the matter clearly. What she couldn't figure out was, what exactly was that black card? If it was just an ordinary membership card, even if she had stolen it, it would not have caused such a big commotion, arresting people and calling the police. In panic, before being dragged out of the first floor hall by the security guards, Lu Hongxiu ripped out her voice and shouted at the entrance of the bank. Su Jianchen, quickly call Xiao Zhan and tell him to come over immediately. The card, was Xiao Zhan's. Only by calling Xiao Zhan over could she prove Lu Hongxiu's innocence. Otherwise, when the police came later, even if Lu Hongxiu had all her mouths from head to toe, it would be hard for her to make things clear. After all, she knows nothing about that black card. Empty mouth said not stolen, not robbed. Who believe? In her place, she also does not believe. And at this time, it was Su Xiaoming's dismissal time. Su Jiancheng waited for half a day in front of the bank, never saw Lu Hongxiu come out, and was preparing to go to school first to pick up Su Xiaoming, and then come back to look for Lu Hongxiu. And coincidentally, at this time, Lu Hongxiu's shouts came from the bank. What's going on? Upon hearing the voice, Su Jiancheng's heart thumped, immediately realized that something bad was happening, and turned the wheelchair that had already been turned around, back again. Only unfortunately, his legs are disabled. Sitting in the wheelchair, even the steps in front of the bank cannot go up. However, he probably guessed what had happened. This was what he was most worried about. So, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Xiaozhan, the southern outskirts of the city. Inside the Miao family fruit and vegetable shop, Miao Yimei personally cooked and made Xiaozhan's former favorite food, braised pork and garlic popped fish, while Miao Taizhan took out a few bottles of strong wine. Xiaozhan's return, the old couple's hearts were blossoming with joy, their wrinkled faces overflowing with happy smiles. They surrounded Xiaozhan for a while, shushing him and asking for warmth. It had been 5 years. The old couple had never been so happy as they were today. Xiaozhan was the same. A meal that was flavorful and joyful. Xiaozhan did not tell Miao Taizhan and Miao Yimei about his initial enlistment and the 5 years of bathing in blood on the sands, fearing that they would follow after hearing about it and become heartbroken and attached to their hearts. Moreover, Xiaozhan's identity belonged to the top secret and could not be revealed to the public. Even Grandma and Grandpa were no exception. This was military discipline. When the wine was half full and the unjust case from 5 years ago was brought up, Miao Taizhan drunkenly told Xiaozhan what had happened after Xiaozhan was imprisoned, including the fact that Xiaozhan's mother, Miao Xiangzhu, had gone to the capital to plead for leniency, and had knelt down and died in front of the Xiao family's gate in the capital. Xiao War's great-uncle Miao Wenyuan was persecuted by Zhang Fenglin and others in order to protect the Miao family's property, and none of the 3 members of the family survived. The Miao family's property, villas, companies, and ultimately by Zhang, Lu, Chen 3 family appropriation, divided up, and so on, pile by pile, piece by piece, blood and sea hatred, not sharing the same sky. Xiaozhan listened quietly, not uttering a word, while his face gradually turned cold, the chilly stern color between his eyebrows, as sharp as a knife blade. Debt, pay back, blood payment. Xiaozhan returned this time, in order to completely resolve the grudge of that year. Anyone who participated in that conspiracy back then, no matter if it was the planner or the implementer, one can't be less. None of them could escape. What's the point of mentioning those unhappy things? Noticing Xiaozhan's dissimilarity, Miao Yimei timely interrupted Miao Tieshan's words, glared at him and complained, "It's all in the past, and Battler is back now. So in the future, as long as Battler is able to live peacefully and happily, it's better than anything else. Old man, you're drunk. Go, I'll help you back to the house to rest." Saying that, he pulled up Miao Taizhan and pushed him into the opposite bedroom. 5 minutes later, Miao Yimei walked out of the bedroom alone. Sitting beside Xiaozhan, she grabbed Xiaozhan's hand and advised, "Zhan, your grandpa's drinking capacity is not good, and his taste in alcohol is not good. When he gets drunk, he net loves to say some nonsense that is not in tune, so don't you ever take it to heart." Obviously, Miao Yimei did not want Xiaozhan to seek revenge. It was too dangerous, not to mention the fact that after 5 years of development, the 3 families of Zhang, Lu, and Chen were now as powerful as ever in the southern part of the city. So it was impossible for Xiaozhan to be their opponent, not to mention the Xiao family in the capital. In Miao Yimei's opinion, the Xiao family in the capital city was able to frame Xiaozhan once 5 years ago, and they would be able to frame Xiaozhan a second time 5 years later. And if they wanted to kill Xiaozhan, it would be as simple as pinching an ant to death. Therefore, escaping was the only way to survive. Didn't Miao Yimei want to take revenge? Yes, of course she did. She wanted it more than anyone else. Her sons and daughters, Miao Wenyuan and Miao Xiangzhu, all died because of the Xiao family, called the family broken. Sometimes when she thought about it, she could not wait to buy a plane ticket to go to the capital and fight with those of the Xiao family for her old life. However, Xiaozhan is still alive. They are old. Half of their legs are buried in the yellow soil. Their days are numbered. Even if they die, it doesn't matter. But Xiaozhan must live well. After all, Xiaozhan is the only root of the Miao family left in this world. Grandmother, don't worry. I have a sense of proportion and won't be that impulsive. Xiaozhan naturally understood Miao Yimei's worries, so he forced out a smile and comforted with a laugh. My life was saved by my mother and great-uncle. I am living for them, so I cherish my life more than anyone else. That's good. That's good. Miao Ime then secretly relieved. Changed the topic. Said, by the way, your grandpa and I depend on each other these years. Quite lonely, so we paid to subsidize a college student, called Lin Xian. This child is very well behaved. Also no gratitude. Since childhood, both parents are dead. Grew up in the orphanage, so they recognized your grandpa and I as godparents. She worked in the city after graduation, and often came over to take care of our old couple. There is a picture of her at home. You wait, I'll go get it for you. Miao Ime turned and walked away. A few moments later came back and handed a printed out paper photo to Xiao Zhan and laughed. You see, it's this girl. Although her age is about the same as yours, but if you count according to generation, she is our goddaughter and you are our grandson. When you see her in the future, you should call out to her as a sister-in-law. Xiao Zhan? Xiao Zhan laughed, and took the photo and casually swept a few eyes. And this sweep did not matter. His pupils shrunk violently. His heart thumped, and he froze. It was her? Who guessed? Who is Xiao Zhan's sister-in-law? Chapter 58, Shameless. I'll get you killed. Xiao Zhan really didn't dream that the college student that grandma and grandpa sponsored and the goddaughter that they recognized. This girl in the photo, he actually knew. Moreover, he had met her yesterday afternoon, at the Bentley 4S store. It was the saleswoman who was ostracized by the other colleagues and was responsible for receiving Xiao Zhan. She was his own sister-in-law? This is too much of a coincidence, right? With more than a caddy of white wine down his throat, Xiao Zhan was a bit slightly drunk even though he wasn't drunk, and his reddened face revealed a look of surprise as he froze for a moment, looked up at Miao Ime and asked, Grandma, she is Lin Xian, my sister-in-law? Right. Miao Ime frowned. What's wrong? Xiao Zhan pursued. Does she work at a Bentley 4S store in the city as a car salesperson? That's right. Miao Ime nodded, her brows frowning tighter. How do you know? I've seen her. Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. Then, he roughly told Miao Ime about the car purchase yesterday. Of course, in order to not let Miao Ime worry, he did not tell Miao Ime about Lin Xian's situation at the Bentley 4S store. That's quite a coincidence. Miao Ime's eyes widened in surprise, and immediately afterward she laughed. As the saying goes, if it's not a family, you don't enter a family. It seems that Lin Xian's child is indeed destined to be with our family, and this is all possible for you to run into. It is quite fateful. Xiao Zhan nodded his head and smiled, but in his heart, he was thinking, Lin Xian's current situation is worrying. Her job is not going well. It just so happens that, in the afternoon, she is going to go to the Bentley 4S store to change the official license plate, so if it is possible, she might as well give her a hand. Right at this moment, Xiao Zhan's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was Su Jiancheng calling. Grandmother, I'll take a call. Xiao Zhan stood up and avoided Miao Ime. He had not yet had time to say anything about his engagement with Su Muqiu, and planned to bring Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming directly to meet Grandma and Grandpa after the Su family side of the matter was completely resolved, to give them a surprise for the old couple. Dad! After the phone was connected, Xiao Zhan had just shouted, when Su Jiancheng's anxious voice came from the phone. Xiao Zhan, quickly, you quickly come over. Something has happened. Your mom, she's been taken. At those words, Xiao Zhan's face changed drastically and he instantly lost his drunkenness. What happened? Xiao Zhan asked. Dad, don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. What kind of person captured my mom? What is the reason? Yes, it's... Su Jiancheng was a little hard to say, but the fire was burning and things were urgent. He could only be tough and truthful. Your mom is uneasy with you and suspects that you came to our house with other plans, fearing that you would hurt Mu Qiu and Meng Meng, so she wanted to take advantage of your absence to investigate your bottom line. When you left in the morning, you changed your clothes and forgot a black card at home. Your mom thought it was your bank card, so she secretly took it out. It just so happened that there was a bank across from Meng Meng's kindergarten, so she wanted to go in and ask. The result, Su Jiancheng is a real person. There is a say one, to Xiao Zhan without hiding. Xiao Zhan subconsciously reached out and touched his coat pocket, realizing that the supreme black card was indeed not on his body. He looked at the time and asked, Where's Xiaomeng? Is school over? School is over. Su Jiancheng said, I was going to go to school first to pick up Meng Meng, but your mom was suddenly arrested, yelling and screaming, and asked me to call you, so I'll go over right away. Without waiting for Su Jiancheng to finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan instructed, Dad, you go to the school first, pick up Meng Meng, and I'll go directly to the bank. Hanging up the phone, he turned around and left. Grandmother, I have some urgent matters that I need to attend to, so I might have to leave first. Returning to Miao Imai's side, Xiao Zhan said somewhat apologetically, Go. One look at Xiao Zhan's face, Miao Ime knew that the matter was not small, and without asking in detail, she nodded her head and said, Remember what grandmother said just now. Don't be impulsive, don't mess around, and don't risk your own life. Come back after you're busy. Grandma will make you delicious food again. Boo! Xiaozhan hugged Miaoimai and directly gave her a hard kiss on her forehead and said with a straight face, "Don't worry grandmother, I've grown up." Yes, grown up. Looking at Xiaozhan's back as he hurriedly left, Miaoimai's wrinkled face smiled into a flower, and thought, if when Yuan and Xiangzhu knew in their springs and saw that Battle Sun was safe and sound, they would surely be very happy as well. Back in front of the Mulsan Bentley, Xiaozhan opened the door and got on the car, and went straight to the kindergarten where Su Xiaoming was. Fortunately, in the morning personally went to send Su Xiaoming to school, so, it was a breeze. The other time, in the security room of the bank, after Lu Hongxiu was brought in, one of the security guards grabbed her shoulders and pressed them violently, directly holding her down on a chair, with a fierce look, and the attitude in the lobby on the first floor before was very different. Explain? Appeasement? It didn't exist. Previously, there were concerns, so many pairs of eyes staring around, worrying that the attitude was too bad, and it would have a bad influence if it was spread out. But now, in the huge security room, there were only two people, Manager Chan and the female staff member, in their own territory. What else is there to be afraid of? The opportunity was rare, so they deliberately showed their domineering side, wanting to perform well in front of Manager Chen. Manager Chen sat on the opposite sofa, crossing his legs and holding a cup of tea, looking at Lu Hongxiu with contemptuous eyes, as if he was looking down on a lowly ant. Completely did not put Lu Hongxiu in his eyes. The more vulgar Lu Hongxiu's dress and the more ordinary her temperament, the happier Manager Chen was, because it proved that his guess was correct. Having caught this card thief, once he found the real owner of the supreme black card, he was going to be rich. The female employee, on the other hand, stood next to Manager Chen, waiting for a good show. Manager Chen, I've brought you the person. It's her. After holding Lu Hongxiu down on the chair, that security guard didn't let go of his hand to prevent Lu Hongxiu from struggling, so he had been held down so rigidly. Looking up at Manager Chen, his original fierce expression was immediately covered with a fawning smile. Change of face, faster than turning over the book. Seeing such a scene, Lu Hongxiu had long been scared out of her wits, and angrily asked, "What do you guys want in the end? Auntie, your guts are really big." Manager Chen raised the supreme black card in his hand and sneered, "Tell me, this card, did you steal it or pick it up? Who did you steal it from? Or rather, picked it up somewhere?" "I didn't steal it." Upon hearing that she was really treated as a thief, Lu Hongxiu instantly reddened her face and couldn't help but struggle. You don't spit blood. This is my son-in-law's card." Originally, Lu Hongxiu didn't recognize Xiaozhan as the rapist son-in-law who sent him to the door, but the situation was different now. If she said that she had nothing to do with Xiaozhan but took Xiaozhan's card, wouldn't it be self-contradictory? The matter was urgent, so she could only bite her tongue and admit it. "Don't pretend." Manager Chen sighed and shook his head. "A big old man, doing this kind of chicken stealing, is it shameful? Want to be shameless? We've already called the police. The police will be here soon. If you know what's good for you, you should explain the whole story clearly. Otherwise, if you are caught in the Public Security Bureau, it will not be as simple as being ashamed of yourself. Get it wrong, it is to go to jail." Hearing this, Lu Hongxiu could no longer hold back. Going to jail? She had worked hard for most of her life. How had she ever been wronged like this? With a feverish brain, she struggled even more violently, shouting loudly with a crying voice, "Let go of me! Let go of me! I was wronged!" Snap! Seeing this, another security guard standing next to him raised his hand and without any hesitation, slapped Lu Hongxiu hard on the face, scolding, "Wrongfully accused my ass, dare to move again. I'll kill you." Chapter 59, Asshole. "I'll fight you." The fierce look was revealed. This slap was not light. The sound was ear-shattering. Lu Hongxiu didn't even have time to scream. Her face was thrown violently towards the side. If it wasn't for the security guard who had been holding down her shoulder before, I'm afraid she would have been slapped to the ground on the spot. After the fight, the security guard also invited credit, glanced toward Manager Chen, as if to say, "Manager Chen, you see, I'm great, right? This slap was fierce enough, right? The salary wasn't in vain, right?" A face full of smugness, Manager Chen hooked his lips and smiled, instantly making that security guard's vanity burst, simply rolled up his sleeves, "Ba ba ba ba," spat at Lu Hongxiu and grunted. Manager Chen asking questions, less ing slick, "Say, where the hell did that card come from?" Lu Hongxiu only felt a buzzing explosion in her head, as if firecrackers were blasting. It took half a minute before she gradually improved. When she looked back, scarlet blood hung at the corners of her mouth, and a bright red five-finger print surfaced on her face. Tears of aggravation could not be stopped from surging out. This slap, on her face, also trampled on her self-respect that she regarded as if it was her life. You dare to hit me. Tears couldn't even bother to wipe them. Lu Hongxiu stared at the security guard who hit her. Her eyes widened in anger. Her face was hideous, as if she had suddenly gone mad. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she actually broke free from the security guard's restraints from before, and stood up with a prancing movement. Then, desperately pounced on the security guard who hit her, stretching out his hand. According to the security guard's face and his scratching, hate to be that security guard alive. Scraping, skin and tendons. While scratching, she shouted, "I'll fight with you." Unfortunately, she is an ordinary middle-aged woman. Shoulders cannot carry, hands cannot lift, strength is pathetic. Even if she tried her best, how would be the security guard's opponent? Snap! In a panic, that security guard threw his hand and slapped again, hitting Lu Hongxiu's other cheek, and this time, without anyone to restrain her. Her whole person suddenly lost her center of gravity, and with a fluttering sound, she really fell to the ground. Bah! Self-importance! That security guard spat at Lu Hongxiu again, then reached out to straighten his security uniform. Arrogantly, tie her up. Manager Chen took a leisurely sip of hot tea and advised, "There's a road in heaven that you don't walk on, and there's no door in hell that you don't want to break through. Auntie, why are you suffering again? Do you really want to wait for the police to come and get caught and eat in jail? In that case, then I can only fulfill you." A look of compassion. Upon hearing this, those two security guards hurriedly found ropes and lifted the panting Lu Hongxiu back onto the chair, tying her up 5 ways. "Bastards! You bastards!" Lu Hongxiu's cheeks were red and swollen, blood hanging from the corners of her mouth, tears raining down on her, her body trembling. She didn't even have the strength to struggle anymore. She could only cry and curse. "On what grounds are you guys beating me? Why are you accusing me? Why did you tie me up? Didn't I just ask you guys to help me look at that black card? What crime have I committed?" She couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Exasperated, she said, "Later, when my son-in-law comes, I'll make sure you guys give me justice." Puffing, one of the security guards was amused by Lu Hongxiu's exasperated words, looking down at Lu Hongxiu's eyes as if she was looking at a little cutie. The same, full of disdain. "When your son-in-law comes, I'm going to beat him until he kneels down and calls out to my grandfather." The female employee who had been standing beside Manager Chen followed with a cold grunt. "How dare you say that's your son-in-law's card? Do you know what card that is?" "What card?" Lu Hongxiu was stunned. This was the crux of the matter. "That's universal." The female clerk was about to say it to scare Lu Hongxiu. Coincidentally, at this time, a soft click interrupted her words. Turning her head to look, the door of the security room was pushed open. The person who came was the director of the Chuanzhou City Public Security Bureau, Song Qingshan. Behind him were 2 uniformed police officers. "Little Chen, what's going on?" Song Qingshan and Manager Chen obviously knew each other, and when he looked at Lu Hongxiu, who was tied to a chair, his face changed slightly as he asked, "Isn't this Ms. Lu from the Su family? Why have you tied her up? Did she commit a crime?" Song Qingshan's relationship with Su Bingtian was very shallow, and as Lu Hongxiu was Su Bingtian's daughter-in-law, he naturally recognized her. "Director Song saved me." As soon as she saw that it was Song Qingshan, Lu Hongxiu was as if she had seen her savior. She was overjoyed and hurriedly cried out, "I just came over here with that black card to ask about it, and without saying a word, they pulled me here, beat me, scolded me, tied me up, and slandered me, insisting that that black card was stolen from me. Heaven and earth's conscience, that's my son-in-law's card. Director Song has to rule for me," he said, pointing to the supreme black card in Manager Chen's hand. Song Qingshan frowned tighter. "Son-in-law? Is that the rapist who was just released from the 4th prison in Quancheng yesterday and was engaged to Su Muqiu? It seems to be called Shao something." "Right, it is called Shao War. The district is just a black card. Is it necessary to make a scene like this?" For Shao Zhen, Song Qingshan didn't care. What he cared about was Su Muqiu. After all, what happened yesterday afternoon at the Su group? He personally experienced it and remembered it vividly. According to his guess, Su Muqiu was probably involved with the Duan family in Provincial City now, and the Provincial City Duan family was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with. Lu Hongxiu is Su Muqiu's own mother. If because of this little thing angered Su Muqiu, go to Duanihong there to sue him, then it can be a flying disaster, an unmitigated disaster. Su Bingtian's fate was right in front of his eyes. He didn't want to follow in Su Bingtian's footsteps. Thus, when he looked at Manager Chen again, Song Qingshan's face went cold and said in a deep voice, "Little Chen, you'd better be able to give me a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, you're abusing, lynching and restricting other people's personal freedoms, which is against the law and discipline. Based on this alone, I can bring you back to the Public Security Bureau for interrogation." The voice, like the face, was somewhat cold. "Director Song, Manager Chen was startled by Song Qingshan's attitude. Song Qingshan and Lu Hongxiu actually knew each other, greatly out of his expectation, so he immediately stood up and explained, "Listen to me slowly." Taking large strides, he walked to Song Qingshan's front and whispered a few words in Song Qingshan's ear. Soon, Song Qingshan's face became incredibly grave. Is this statement true? He looked down at the supreme black card in Manager Chen's hand, who immediately presented the supreme black card with both hands and nodded, 1,000 times true. The corners of Song Qingshan's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart trembled fiercely for a few moments. Universal Bank, Supreme Black Card. The weight of these two names was too heavy, so heavy that even a public security bureau chief like Song Qingshan felt incomparably shocked the moment he heard it. A few moments later, Song Qingshan received the Supreme Black Card, turned back to Lu Hongxiu, and asked, "Ms. Lu, can you be sure that this black card belongs to your son-in-law, Xiaozhan?" "Of course I am." Lu Hongxiu nodded her head and was about to admit it. Just at this moment, a man's voice that was cold to the core came from outside the door of the security room. "The card? It's mine. What's the problem?" Bang! Almost in the same instant that the words landed, accompanied by an ear-splitting thud, the door of the security room, which was kicked open by someone, was almost about to burst into pieces. Chapter 60, Xiaozhan is here. That's my mom. Xiaozhan appeared at the entrance of the security room, a murderous aura steaming, especially when he saw Lu Hongxiu, who was tied to a chair, with tears and rain pouring down, her cheeks red, swollen, and miserable. A piercing icy cold aura emanated from her body, instantly enveloping the entire security room. The temperature in the security room seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees, and everyone could clearly feel the palpitating coldness. All of them were dumbstruck, and their hearts were beating like thunder. "Mom!" Xiaozhan shouted, striding towards Lu Hongxiu. "Stop!" The two policemen brought by Song Qingshan were standing at the doorway, and after coming back to their senses from the shock, they immediately reached out to stop them. However, Xiaozhan did not hide or dodge, and when their hands reached Xiaozhan's chest, Xiaozhan's body was like a ghost, and it directly went from their heels and appeared behind them. The movement in a flash was just too fast, giving the impression that it was as if Xiaozhan's body was not flesh and blood, not a body of flesh and blood, but rather an ethereal shadow that could easily pass through any obstacle. Living hell! Those two policemen's hands stalled in midair, glancing at each other, somewhat confused. They really didn't see clearly. Their own hands, clearly blocking Xiaozhan's path in advance. How did Xiaozhan appear behind them without touching them? Couldn't figure it out. That's why it felt terrifying. Not only the two of them, everyone did not see Xiaozhan's movements in that instant, and took it as if the two of them had stepped out a step too late and failed to stop Xiaozhan. Brat! While those two security guards were standing beside Lu Hongxiu, when they saw Xiaozhan aggressively walking over, one of them stepped forward a few steps and asked, "Are you the son-in-law of this thieving old woman?" Daring to spread wildness on the old man's turf, showing off and playing rough. Your kid's guts are not small. This person was the same security guard who had just beaten Lu Hongxiu, and had threatened that if Xiaozhan came, he would even beat Xiaozhan together, until Xiaozhan knelt down and called out to his grandfather. Now, Xiaozhan had come. He was the first to welcome him and was ready to honor his promise. Snap! Xiaozhan's footsteps did not stop as he arrived in front of that security guard, flung his hand and slapped his hand, making a three-point force, hitting that security guard on the face as he asked in a cold voice, "You said, who is the thief?" The ear-piercing slapping sound made everyone fall down. That security guard was instantly dazed. A sneak attack? Staggering a few steps before barely standing still, that security guard was instantly enraged, lifting his fist and slamming it towards Xiaozhan, his mouth cursing, "Uing. Slap." Another slap, hitting him in the face. It knocked those swear words behind him back into his stomach. This time, Xiaozhan made 5 points of strength, and it was even more ruthless than the slap just now. Xiaozhan was an iron-blooded soldier, the hallowed wolf king of the north. Now although he hung up his seal and retired, but his military soul was still there. His initial heart had not changed. The police blocked his way. He wouldn't do anything. He could only avoid it. However, this security guard, what kind of thing was he? Pounce. Xiaozhan's 5 points of strength, far from being comparable to any other person. A slap called down. The security guard did not even have the opportunity to scream. Directly fell to the ground, spraying a mouthful of turbid blood on the spot. In the blood, there was a broken tooth. He couldn't stand up for half a day. Daring to be disrespectful to my mom, beating you, is considered light. Xiaozhan looked down at the security guard, and with a lift of his feet, he directly stepped over him. Stop him. Manager Chen was also frightened, not realizing that Lu Hongxiu, whose appearance was unimpressive and looked like an ordinary old lady, had found a son-in-law who was so fierce, so he hurriedly ordered another security guard to make a move. The other security guard was a bit hesitant, also a security guard. His companion could not stop Xiao Zhan, but he could? Moreover, Xiao Zhan's hand was not generally ruthless, and with the previous lesson in front of him, rushing up now was equivalent to looking for a beating. But there is no way. Manager Chen is the leader of the bank. He gave the order. If he does not go up, I am afraid that he will not be able to keep his job. Froze for a moment, the security guard's brain rotating rapidly, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately chose the latter between getting beaten up and the bowl. Gritted his teeth, greeted up to stop. You. Scram. The result was the same as he expected. He had just walked up to Xiao Zhan and without even saying a word, he only felt a sudden pang of soreness in his lower abdomen and was directly kicked out by Xiao Zhan, landing 2 meters away. His internal organs were rolling and roaring. Fortunately, there was no vomiting of blood. Xiao Zhan left his hand. After that security guard fell to the ground, he could actually climb up immediately. However, the little cutie, only then would he climb up. That security guard covered his stomach and squirmed on the ground like a maggot, revealing an expression of pain. The acting was top-notch. Seeing this, Manager Chen's face turned green, turning his head to look at Song Qingshan beside him, and urgently said, Director Song, don't just look at it. This kid is beating people in front of the police. Don't you care? Song Qingshan stared at Xiao Zhan, his expression grave. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway and outsiders look at the scene. Xiao Zhan's several strikes just now, although they were simple and direct, all done in a split second. But as a public security bureau chief with rich experience in criminal investigations, Song Qingshan still detected something wrong from it. Xiao Zhan's fighting strength should be very strong, not generally strong. Between people who fought often, there would be a very marvelous psychological sense, a sense that was as unreasonable as a woman's temper. Song Qingshan was thinking that Xiao Zhan possessed such a skill and had committed an assault in front of the police. Yet he was unafraid. His face was as plain as water, and it seemed that he did not put him, the director, in his eyes at all. How could such a person be ordinary? Coupled with the fact that he had specifically investigated Xiao Zhan's dossier before, but was unable to find out Xiao Zhan's background and the details of the rape case 5 years ago. Song Qingshan's mind was like electricity, synthesizing these clues together, and after some pondering and speculation, he suddenly came to a chilling conclusion. Lu Hongxiu didn't lie, that the Universal Bank's supreme black card really belonged to Xiao Zhao? At the thought of this, his heart trembled furiously. Where else would he have the extra heart to pay attention to Manager Chen? And at this time, Xiao Zhan had already come to Lu Hongxiu's front. Hearing Manager Chen's words, Song Qingshan did not answer, but he could not help but raise his head. His icy cold eyes were like poisonous snakes, staring at Manager Chen, and asked rhetorically, You guys dared to kidnap my mom and abuse lynchings in the face of the police, so what's not to like about me justifying my own self-defense and eliminating the tyranny of the people? You, with one sentence. Choking Manager Chen reddened with rage. Reaching out to untie the rope binding Lu Hongxiu's body, Xiao Zhan said, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm late. Meeting Xiao Zhan's apologetic gaze, Lu Hongxiu was truly embarrassed to the extreme. She had taken Xiao Zhan's supreme black card out of her suspicion of Xiao Zhan, and had come to the bank to secretly investigate Xiao Zhan's bottom line. And now, Xiao Zhan had apologized to her after saving her. Where would this make her old face go? Xiao Zhan asked. Mom, tell me, who hit your face? This. Lu Hongxiu hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the security guard who had one of his teeth knocked out by Xiao Zhan and said truthfully, It was him. He slapped me twice, and when I said that it was your card, he said that if you came, he was going to even beat you together, and also make you kneel down and call him grandpa. At those words, that security guard immediately had a face like death, spat out half a day's worth of blood, and just stood up. His legs went limp, and he almost paralyzed on the ground again. Yes? Xiao Zhan looked up at that security guard and casually picked up a fruit knife from the side and took big steps towards him. Chapter 61, The Wolf King's wrath is drenched in blood. Gulp! That security guard swallowed his saliva hard, his face turned green, and he subconsciously stepped back, looking at Xiao Zhan with a horrified expression, waving his hand repeatedly. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over. The voice was trembling. He worked at the bank and was responsible for security, and although he was usually a bit of a bully and domineering, it was a small fight, and he had never moved a knife, like Xiao Zhan's master who took a knife at the drop of a hat. It was the first time he had stumbled upon it today. Don't you want to beat me? Come on. Xiao Zhan's footsteps did not stop. His voice was like running thunder, and his momentum was like a shock. In the blink of an eye, he forced that security guard into a corner. There was no way to retreat. Didn't you want me to kneel down and call out to your grandfather? Come on. Xiao Zhan looked at the security guard as if he was a humongous and incomparable hungry wolf with an unspeakable ferocity and violence, and a close glance with him caused the security guard to immediately have a feeling like falling into an ice cave. The soul shuddered. Can you experience that feeling of despair? It was as if being stared at closely by a pair of deathly eyes from hell. The entire person was surrounded by boundless eeriness and fear, the scalp exploding and the liver and gall blasting. This was Xiao Zhan's eyes, the eyes of the Wolf King of the North. 5 years of bloodshed, 5 years of galloping across the country. Xiao Zhan had killed countless enemies. His hands were drenched in the blood of his enemies. His shoulders carried the lives of his enemies. He had endured the trials of blood and fire, and he had overcome the trials of life and death. As the saying goes, a general's work is done by 10,000 bones. The man who crawled out from the pile of dead people. The hero who stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood to rise to the top. On the surface, the scenery was boundless, but when the Wolf King was angry, his killing aura was majestic, and there was no difference between him and the devil from hell. Pouncing, under the pressure of Xiao Zhan's aura, that security guard held on for about 10 seconds or so, and then, his trembling legs bent uncontrollably and knelt down in front of Xiao Zhan. Big brother. It was as if his tongue was tied in knots and his words were not even clear. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I was just talking nonsense and believing. You are my grandfather. Is my own grandfather. Grandpa, spare your life. Grandpa, spare my life. This scene caused everyone present to have their eyelids furiously jumping and their hearts chilling. Kneeling? Xiao Zhan's back was turned towards them. They could only see Xiao Zhan's lanky back but not his devil-like eyes. But from Xiao Zhan's roar just now, it still made them feel a huge psychological pressure. Xiao Zhan's roar was like a wolf whistle. Director Song, this, Manager Chen and the female staff looked at each other and both saw boundless fear on the other's face. Those two security guards who had made a move on Lu Hongxiu were after all instructed by them. What if Xiao Zhan came after them later? On the contrary, Song Qingshan was standing there, not moving at all. He did not know what he was thinking. Unable to help himself, Manager Chen reached out and tapped Song Qingshan's shoulder, and with an iron face, whispered, Director Song, this kid is so brutal. He might have a criminal past. Since you're here, you can't just stand by and watch. Manager Chen, are you teaching me how I should act? Song Qingshan twisted his head and glared at Manager Chen. Manager Chen dared to be angry and could only hold it in. The expression on his face, as ugly as if he had eaten. The two policemen that Song Qingshan brought with him stared at Xiao Zhan's every move, and at the same time, their ears perked up as they waited for Song Qingshan's order. As for Lu Hongxiu, she was even more stunned. Yesterday, at the engagement banquet at the Grand Emperor Hotel, Xiao Zhan had struck out and beaten someone once, and at that time, it was for the sake of Su Muqiu and Su Xiaoming, which Lu Hongxiu had witnessed with her own eyes and remembered vividly. This time, Xiao Zhan was for her, his mother-in-law. She was scared to death and somewhat touched. There was a mixture of 5 flavors. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Zhan did not turn around, as if in this huge security room, at this moment, there were only 2 people, him and the security guard in front of him. Looking down at the security guard who continuously kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, his face did not reduce his anger, and he coldly said, if apologizing is useful, what else do you need the police for? Yes, what more do you need the police for? Xiao Zhan's words, which traveled into the ears of those 2 policemen, made them very upset and said, young man, we are still standing here, and for you to be so arrogant as to commit an assault in front of us, and to say something like this, isn't that not hitting us in the face? How can we be embarrassed? Xiao Zhan did not care about their feelings. As the words fell, he stretched out his left hand, and grabbed that security guard's right wrist, and with a slight force, he pulled that security guard up, then asked, you, with this hand, hit my mom? That security guard sweated like a pig. Immediately afterward, Xiao Zhan directly pushed forward and pressed that security guard's right hand against the wall while raising the fruit knife that was held within his right hand. Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? Little cutie. All could see what Xiao Zhan was trying to do. Lu Hongxiu's eyes widened and she let out a cry of shock as she stood up with a prancing movement, wanting to stop it. Youngster, stop. You too. Get on. Stop him. Song Qingshan, who had been watching from the sidelines and did not intervene, his pupils contracted violently, and he was also startled by Xiao Zhan's near-crazy behavior, and in the nick of time, there was no time to think too much, and he immediately gave orders towards the 2 policemen who were standing by in a tight formation. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, those 2 policemen stomped on the soles of their feet and rushed towards Xiao Zhan at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Comparing speed with Xiao Zhan, not to mention the 2 of them, even if they looked at the entire Quan city, they were afraid that they would not be able to find anyone who could compete with Xiao Zhan in terms of speed. Bang! At the next moment, Xiao Zhan's hand rose up and dropped his knife. Under the gaze of the crowd's shocked gazes, he instantly stabbed the fruit knife in the palm of the security guard's right hand, and the tip of the knife pierced through the skin and flesh of the palm, cutting through the bones in the palm of the hand, directly penetrating through the entire palm of the hand, and the after effects were still not yet eliminated, ruthlessly stabbing into the wall behind him. As if a thick and long steel nail, the security guard's right hand was nailed to the wall. Puffing, accompanied by the security guard's pig-like screams, blood burst out, spilling like rain, sprayed on the face of another security guard lying on the ground pretending to be maggots, scared the security guard's scalp numbness, so that the head to the side of a crooked, eyes closed, the security guard's scalp was numb, so his head was tilted to the side, eyes closed. However, even if his acting skills first class, it is difficult to conceal the boundless fear in his heart at the moment. The body does not move, pretending to be dead, pretend to be like, below a certain faucet but do not listen to the call, uncontrolled, the critical moment to fall off the chain, clattering, pants wet, a large area of urine in the twinkling of an eye. Lu Hongxiu froze there, the whole person was as solid as a rock, her heart was like a dead gray. Seeing this bloody scene in front of her, she only felt dizzy and her mind was buzzing and exploding. She truly never dreamed that things would actually develop to this point. Xiao Zhan would actually disregard everything in order to take the heat for her. In front of the police, moving a knife to injure someone, there was no need to even think about it. It must be something that violated the law and discipline. Xiao Zhan had just come out of prison yesterday morning. He wouldn't be caught and sent to jail again, right? Thinking about this, Lu Hongxiu regretted it. Those two policemen stopped and looked back to Song Qingshan, waiting for Song Qingshan's next instruction. Chapter 62, The Privilege of the Supreme Black Card. Young man, you. Song Qingshan took out that Supreme Black Card and opened his mouth to ask. After all, the attribution of the Supreme Black Card was very important. If it was really Xiao Zhan's, not to mention moving the knife to injure someone, even if Xiao Zhan killed someone in front of him, as long as the reason was sufficient, he had no right to ask about it. Because the role and authority of the Supreme Black Card was very, very large, so big that it was simply unimaginable to the average person. In this regard, as the director of the Quan City Public Security Bureau, Song Qingshan knew a little more than Quan City's richest man, Qian Bancheng. No matter what, Qian Bancheng was just a businessman, while Song Qingshan was a public official and was in charge of criminal offenses. Director Song, Xiao Zhan knew what Song Qingshan wanted to ask, and without waiting for Song Qingshan to ask, he interrupted in a stern voice, and then, turned around, no longer paying any attention to the security guard who was being poked by the fruit knife on the wall. The moment he turned around, his devil-like eyes quickly narrowed, and his angry face returned to its original color. Taking a few steps to Lu Hongxiu's front, he smiled. Mom, it's okay. Dad went to the school to pick up Xiao Meng. His legs and feet are not convenient. I will help you out. You go and take a look. At this time, facing Lu Hongxiu, the smile on Xiao Zhan's face was incomparably sincere. It made people feel like spring breeze. Compared to the Xiao Zhan who was as powerful as a tiger just now, he was simply a different person. Lu Hongxiu worriedly said, Then you. She wanted to ask, I'm fine, what about you? But when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say it. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine too. Xiao Zhan laughed. You go first, I'll stay and have a few words with Director Song. I'll go find you and my dad later and drive you home. Lu Hongxiu glanced at the Supreme Black Card in Song Qingshan's hand. All of this was because of her. Unfortunately, Lu Hongxiu ultimately failed to figure out the hidden secrets behind the Supreme Black Card, let alone Xiao Zhan's details. Xiao Zhan knew the misgivings in her heart, so he said with a straight face, Mom, I told you yesterday that I would tell you everything about me, and mucho when the time comes that it is necessary. Please believe me, I absolutely do not have the slightest bit of malice towards you all. The tone was firm, the words resounding. Then, well, Lu Hongxiu is not the kind of woman who is unreasonable. The words were said to this extent. Even if she is curious and worried in her heart, it is not good to pursue the root of the matter in front of so many people. I'm not much of a problem. I can walk by myself. Be careful yourself. Telling a few words, Lu Hongxiu turned around and walked away. You too. Song Qingshan passed a look towards the two policemen, and the two immediately understood, one on each side, helping Lu Hongxiu to leave the security room. Next, Xiao Zhan would most likely have to say the matter of the Supreme Black Card, which was of great importance. It was inappropriate to let those two policemen observe. And you guys. Afterwards, Song Qingshan looked at Manager Chen and the female employee, signaling the two of them to go out as well. The two of them glanced at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. Speaking of which, it was the two of them who first recognized the Supreme Black Card before calling Song Qingshan, especially Manager Chen, who was still hoping to find the owner, and from then on, he would be able to get on with the bigwigs and soar to great heights. Now, it was good that he didn't even have the qualification to listen. However, after taking a look at Xiao Zhan, Manager Chen's heart was suddenly creeped out. and he thought to himself that it was better to forget about it. This guy was incomparably ferocious, and in case it was really his card, not to mention earning a favor from him, if he didn't pay for his own life, it would be good enough. Go away. Manager Chen and the female employee walked away together, and just as they reached the door of the security room, Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait at the door. Our account has not yet been settled. Upon hearing this, the two men's legs went limp and they nearly fell over. Other than those two security guards, in the huge security room, only Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan were left in the blink of an eye, and the two of them came to the window, avoiding the ears and eyes of those two security guards before Song Qingshan took a deep breath, took out the supreme black card, and asked, "This card, just who does it belong to?" It seems that Director Song knows of its portion. Xiao Zhan asked rhetorically without answering. Of course, Song Qingshan said with a grave expression. On the surface, it is just a bank card, but in reality, it is far from that. In commerce, it has a credit limit of $1 billion, which can be withdrawn at will from anywhere in the world with no interest and no repayment period. In times of crisis, it can force an airplane to land, stop a train, or even blockade a city. And in times of war, it can temporarily mobilize troops. Article by article, paragraph by paragraph, Song Qingshan narrated, as if he were counting his family's treasures. His face could not hide his excitement. Obviously, for the Supreme Black Card's authority, he knew quite a lot indeed. When he finished, Xiao Zhan asked, since Director Song knows all of this, I think he should also know that those who possess this card, when they encounter injustice and those who commit evil, they have the responsibility to act on behalf of heaven, and they have the right to kill first and then kill later. Even if one kills someone, there is no need to pay for their life. Song Qingshan's level of understanding of the Supreme Black Card exceeded Xiao Zhan's expectations. However, this was good. He was the director of the Public Security Bureau of Quan City, in charge of criminal offenses and maintaining social security, and what Xiao Zhan was going to do next, the revenge he was going to avenge, the debt he was going to ask for, which would need to be repaid with blood, and sacrificed with his life. It was impossible to hide it from him. Since this was the case, it would be better to open the windows of the sky and let him know some things, and then avoid some unnecessary trouble. Understood. I understand. Song Qingshan nodded. Xiao Zhan's understanding of the Supreme Black Card similarly made him feel surprised, and subconsciously thought in his heart, the more Xiao Zhan understands about the Supreme Black Card, doesn't it also mean that the greater the possibility that the Supreme Black Card belongs to Xiao Zhan? Thus, he said tentatively, as far as I know, Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card is extremely difficult to apply for, and those who are approved to be issued the card are even more so 1 in a million. Either save the world's economy, either that, or stop a localized war. In short, it's definitely not something that can be done just by having money, and its owner is definitely a giant of a party, or a general of a country. Then this card, Xiao Zhan understood what he meant. However, Xiao Zhan did not nod his head to acknowledge it, nor did he shake his head to deny it, because the issue of the ownership of the Supreme Black Card was too important, and regardless of what he admitted or denied, it was impossible to win Song Qingshan's trust with just a single sentence. Thus, Xiao Zhan reached out and took the Supreme Black Card over, then took out his cell phone, opened the QR code recognition software, and swiped at the wolf's head pattern in the upper left corner of the Supreme Black Card, accompanied by a beep sound. A screen popped up on the cell phone screen, prompting the input of a 32-digit unlock code. Xiao Zhan's fingers flew and tapped on the cell phone's keypad for a while. A few moments later, Xiao Zhan lifted his hand and placed the cell phone screen in front of Song Qingshan, who stared wide-eyed, his heart beating like thunder, so excited that it was hard to express, but he didn't even dare to gasp for a moment, only to see what appeared in the cell phone screen. It was a photo. The background in the photo was the Universal Bank headquarters building. The person in the photo was none other than Xiao Zhan, and what Xiao Zhan was holding in his hand was the Supreme Black Card with a wolf head pattern in front of him. Su Xiaoming, thank you user 1969401501556 and user 830262492347 for the gift. This Meng loves it. Mwahahaha. Chapter 63, Super Big Brother, Absolute Good Man. Below the photo, if one scrolled down, one could actually see personal information about Xiao Zhan, as well as Xiao Zhan's great achievements. That was also the reason why Xiao Zhan was qualified to obtain the Supreme Black Card. However, Xiao Zhan did not let Song Qingshan see it. Because of that information, it was top secret. The owners of the Universal Bank Supreme Black Card had special identities, and each of them was a famous superstar. Their personal information, naturally, had to be kept absolutely confidential, and once it was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially Xiao Zhan, such a military general, the backbone of the country. The Blood Wolf Regiment led by him is the sharpest of the sharp knives, the sharpest of the sharp blades. Even in the army, there is no establishment in the open. No one knows of their existence. Those who know are limited to the 81 brothers of the Blood Wolf Regiment, as well as the competent leaders who were responsible for the formation of the Blood Wolf Regiment in the first place. For example, Duani Hong of the Duan family in the provincial capital is one of the 81 members of the Blood Wolf Regiment, but in the eyes of outsiders, only know that Duani Hong in the army service, colonel rank, but do not know the existence of the Blood Wolf Regiment, not to mention his Blood Wolf Regiment members of this layer of special identity. The entire Duan family, even Duani Hong's own parents, did not know. The top secret nature could be imagined. Therefore, out of the protection of the cardholder, Universal Bank had invested a lot of money and time in the development and design of the Supreme Black Card, and the secrecy measures were absolutely world-class. The wolf's head pattern in the upper left corner of Xiao Zhan's Supreme Black Card was not only the symbol of the Blood Wolf Regiment, but also a special QR code that needed to be scanned with a specific code scanning software in order to enter the access page. The 32-digit password, once it was entered incorrectly, or if the Supreme Black Card was obtained by an outsider and attempted to decipher and unlock it, the protection system of the Supreme Black Card would be activated at the first time, closing the access page. At that time, the specific code-sweeping software would also be invalidated. And unless the cardholder personally went to Universal Bank's headquarters to explain the situation and unfreeze it, the Supreme Black Card would become a waste card. This. Song Qingshan sharp eyes like a falcon, staring at the cell phone screen for a full half a minute, even though he had already guessed a general idea before and made certain mental preparations. But when the facts were in front of his eyes and the dust had settled, it was still hard to hide the kind of heart-pumping excitement between his eyebrows. It's really you. As his eyes moved away from the phone screen and looked towards Xiao Zhan, Song Qingshan's expression was colorful. There was shock, doubt, curiosity, and even a strong wave of admiration and worship. That's right, it was admiration and worship. Although he hadn't seen the personal information underneath the photo, and hadn't seen Xiao Zhan's great achievements, there was no need to look at it at all. As he had just said, those who had the qualifications to obtain the Supreme Black Card were either a giant of a party or a general of a country. Regardless of which category Xiao Zhan belonged to have such heavenly feats at such a young age, how could he not go to admire and worship? This card, as well as my identity, are all top secret, Xiao Zhan reminded. I understand. Song Qingshan nodded fiercely and said with a straight face, please rest assured Mr. Xiao, I will keep my mouth shut from now on, but whenever Mr. Xiao has any orders, please feel free to look for me. I will do my best. Song Qingshan understood. Everything was understood. A sudden realization dawned. No wonder Xiao Zhan was clearly imprisoned for rape 5 years ago, and he, as the director of the Public Security Bureau, could not find out the detailed file. No wonder Xiao Zhan and Su Muqiu got engaged yesterday, and today, the Su clan changed hands. So that's how it is. It wasn't that Su Muqiu had fallen for Zhao Yongrong and the others, or Duani Hong, but that she had saved the world in her previous life, so she had gotten lucky in this life, and married Xiao Zhan, who was a one-in-a-million man. As for Duani Hong, he was most likely Xiao Zhan's person. Having figured all this out, Song Qingshan of course had to be the first to show his goodwill to Xiao Zhan and even express his loyalty. Such an opportunity could be encountered but not sought. A living superb man was standing in front of him. How could he possibly miss it? His words came from the bottom of his heart. He truly wanted to follow Xiao Zhan and do his best. Xiao Zhan could naturally sense his sincerity and said, there is something that does require your assistance. Please speak, Mr. Xiao. Song Qingshan's eyes instantly glowed and he was eager to try. Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, in the recent days, I need to do something. Kill some people. Quan Chang. It shouldn't be peaceful. Kill people? Song Qingshan was violently shocked. Just got out of prison and you want to kill people? Is playing so exciting? Raising his head to look at Xiao Zhan, seeing that Xiao Zhan's face was as flat as water, he could not help but secretly say, it's really worthy of being a super big brother. Killing someone is such a big deal. And coming from Mr. Zhao's mouth, it's just like killing a chicken. It's just as sparse as it is. Then, he asked, what does Mr. Xiao want me to do? What kind of people Xiao Zhan wanted to kill? Why he wanted to kill them? When to kill them? And how to kill them? Song Qingshan didn't bother to ask about all of them. Asking would only show that his heart wasn't sincere and his will wasn't strong enough. This kind of low-level mistake, Song Qingshan of course will not go to make. It's simple, Xiao Zhan said. Your identity is special. The specific process does not require your participation. What you have to do is to minimize the impact of the matter and maintain the stable order of Quan City. Just like that? Song Qingshan raised the tip of his eyebrow and was a little offended. In his opinion, Xiao Zhan not allowing him to participate, it was obvious that he did not trust him enough. If you have that guts, when the time comes, you can bring your people, take your guns, and accompany me to kill a lot of people, but then, I'm afraid that you'll have made it to the top as a director. After saying that, Xiaozhan turned around and walked away. Song Qingshan, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat. Yes, he was a public official, the head of the Public Security Bureau, the maintainer of social order. If he took the lead to kill, what would be the decency? Moreover, Xiaozhan was an unfathomable superstar. Having the supreme black card in his possession was equivalent to holding a gold medal of immunity from death, as long as the reason was sufficient and the purpose was justified. Even if he killed someone, there was no need to be concerned about it. And what about him? He doesn't have a supreme black card. Xiaozhan pushed the door and walked out of the security room. Manager Chen and that female employee were obedient and really waited at the door of the security room. However, Manager Chen was not honest and put his ear on the door, wanting to eavesdrop on the conversation between Xiaozhan and Song Qingshan. When the door opened, it startled the two people. There is always a price to pay for doing something wrong. Xiaozhan's ice-cold gaze swept them and said casually, abusing your power, setting up a private torture chamber, kidnapping and threatening, and harming innocents. You are not fit to work in the bank. Go back, pack up your things, and resign voluntarily. The words were over. After saying that, he left in large strides. You! Manager Chen was furious and wanted to curse at Xiaozhan's back. What the hell are you? What right do you have to fire me? I just don't believe that a big, thick, reckless man like you would be the owner of a supreme black card, a legendary superstar. When the words reached his mouth, remembering the miserable end of those two security guards, he swallowed back hard. A man, a great man, can bend and can stretch. This time you counted hard. I first bent. Next time, we'll see. Thinking, Song Qingshan followed, out of the security room. Chen immediately went up to ask, Song Director, how is the situation? Did you find out? That brat, what kind of person is he? Chapter 64, is having money a big deal? Get lost. Remember Mr. Zhao's words. Song Qingshan didn't answer Manager Chen's question, but reminded, pack up your things and leave the bank. Immediately, right away. Manager Chen froze. Mr. Xiao, what the hell? When mentioning Xiaozhan, Manager Chen seemed to see an incomparably respectful look on Song Qingshan's face, like, talking about his own leader, even, more respectful than even to his own leader. There's more. Song Qingshan continued. What happened here today? Everything, including Mr. Xiao, including that card. Not a single word of it can be revealed to the public, or else, I will have 100 reasons, 1,000 ways, to send you all to prison, so that you sit in jail for the rest of your lives, and never want to come out. Threat, intimidation, without any disguise, just so direct, just so arrogant. After saying that, he took big steps towards Xiaozhan and chased after him, shouting as he chased after him, Mr. Xiao, wait for me, I'll personally send someone, to send uncle and auntie home. Uncle? Auntie? What the hell is this again? Manager Chen and the female staff looked at each other, completely stunned. From the age point of view, Song Qingshan and Lu Hongxiu, Su Jiancheng is not far apart, obviously the same generation, just now also shouted Ms. Lu, how all of a sudden, into the uncle and aunt, actually also called so affectionate, could it be? The female clerk's face was like ashes, her heart trembled wildly, and she despaired. Manager Chen, could it be that the black card, really belongs to Xiaozhan? Song Qingshan and Xiaozhan chatted alone in the security room for 10 minutes, definitely confirming some things, and although Manager Chen and the female clerk did not hear the conversation between them, from their reactions, 89% of them were not far off. Otherwise, Xiaozhan had injured someone and seen blood. How could he have waltzed away under Song Qingshan's nose? And Song Qingshan's attitude towards Xiaozhan further corroborated this. Pudong. Manager Chen was not stupid. Naturally he thought of all this. His heart trembled fiercely. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He really couldn't figure it out. Just Xiaozhan's bearish appearance. How could he be a super big brother? Unlike on the contrary, the facts were right in front of his eyes, so there was no way for him to disbelieve them. Snap! Without any warning, Manager Chen slapped the female staff with his hand and scolded. It's all your damn fault. There is nothing to do. People want to ask what Auntie Lu, you directly tell her, not just run to me here to make a fart report. After hitting, huffing and puffing, he turned around and walked away. The female clerk's face was hot and painful. The whole person was instantly dumbfounded. Anxiously said, Manager Chen, then what do we do now? What else can we do? Do you want to go to jail? Manager Chen scolded angrily without looking back. Go back and pack up your things. Roll up and get out. The female employee reached out to cover her face. The aggrieved tears could not help but come out. Who am I messing with? I'm just doing things according to the rules. The security guards, you let me shout. The police, you let me look for The people. Also you let the fight. How come in the end? All into my fault? The workplace is like a battlefield. A little carelessness will become the poor cannon fodder. Inside the manager's office, Manager Chen wrote his resignation report, put it on his desk, and was packing up his things, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from far and near, and a few moments later, the office door was pushed open. Manager Chen was distracted, thinking that it was the damn female employee coming over to him again, so he scolded without lifting his head. I told you to get lost. Can't you understand human language? Don't come to bother me. Snap. The words just fell, accompanied by a light sound. Manager Chen only felt a flash of black shadow in front of his eyes, and was startled, then fixed his eyes to see that there was actually an extra bank card on the desk in front of him. He was secretly shocked, and only then did he realize that something was wrong, and jerked his head up, and sure enough, the person who appeared in his office was not the female employee, but a strange middle-aged man. What are you? Manager Chen froze. Looking for me for something? The middle-aged man didn't answer, but pointed at the bank card and said, in this card, there is $100,000, and the password is 6 sixes. What does that mean? Manager Chen's brows furrowed. Bribe? He worked in the bank and sat in the position of manager. The authority in his hands was not small. It was an unabashedly fat job. There were usually many people who came to give him gifts and money, take people's money, do things for people. However, begging him to do things and still dare to be so arrogant in front of him, this is the first time he has seen it today. Answer me a few questions, and this money is yours. The middle-aged man signaled, to make so much money in such a simple manner. If it was placed in normal times, Manager Chen would definitely accept it gladly and answer any questions. But today was different. Today had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes, had just lost his job, held a belly full of pent-up anger, and was annoyed in his heart. A mere $100,000, wanting him to nod his head and grovel? Dream on, take your stinking money away. Manager Chen picked up the bank card and casually threw it towards the middle-aged man, grunting. Lousy is in a bad mood right now. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from Lousy's office right now. 200,000. The middle-aged man did not walk away, nor did he get angry. As soon as he opened his mouth, he increased his yardage. Manager Chen impatiently said, do you see me like I'm short of money? You think that being rich is amazing, don't you? Bullying. Having been a bank manager for a few years, Manager Chen did things, always careful and cautious, especially in front of rich people. Never dared to be so domineering as today. The feeling of treating money like dirt, it is so damn cool. Instantly, the mood was much better. 500,000. The middle-aged man didn't bull and raised the stakes again, as if he was determined to win. Manager Chen stopped the action in his hand, raised his head, staring at the middle-aged man without looking askance, his heart surging, still want to continue to curse a few more sentences, all the way to the end of the domineering, but the words came to his mouth. But how can not curse out? 500,000. This pile of dung. It seems to be a bit much. What do you want to ask? Hesitating for a moment, in the end, Manager Chen still lowered his condescending head to this pile of dung, and his overbearing heart began to loosen a bit. The middle-aged man opened the door, just now in the security room. What happened? At those words, Manager Chen's pupils shrunk violently. Who exactly are you? Before Song Qingshan left, he had just reminded Manager Chen that he couldn't divulge today's events, or else he would face jail time. And now, after only 10 short minutes, someone had come to the door to ask, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was an information fee of up to $500,000. Little cutie. All could see that this unimpressive middle-aged man in front of them was not simple. My answer, you can't afford it, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Right now, it's me who is spending money to buy your answer. Cut the crap and answer my question. I can't understand what you're saying. Manager Chen's mind spun rapidly, secretly weighing the pros and cons. Although $500,000 wasn't a small amount, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to Song Qingshan's threat. If he leaked the information today, and Song Qingshan knew about it tomorrow, I'm afraid that the entire Quan City, there is no place for him. He even suspected that the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him, could it be that Song Qingshan specially sent to test him? Otherwise, how could the middle-aged man get the news so quickly? Can't understand, is it? The middle-aged man took a few steps to the desk and hummed. In that case, why don't you let me help you organize your thoughts and recover your memories? And maybe, there will be a better answer. The words fell, reaching out, across the desk. A hand clasped Manager Chen's neck. Chapter 65, Crisis Falls, Su Xiaoming disappears. The middle-aged man's hand, as if it was an iron clamp, clasped on Manager Chen's neck, slightly exerting force. Manager Chen immediately lost the ability to open his mouth to speak. His throat was raw and painful. as if it was about to be pinched off. In the twinkling of an eye, the veins in his neck burst out, and his terrified and incomparable face rose into a pig's liver color. "How does it feel?" the middle-aged man asked. "Did you remember anything?" Saying that, the middle-aged man's arm slightly raised. Then, an incredible scene appeared. He pinched Manager Chen's neck, one-handed. Actually hard to pick up Manager Chen. One must know that Manager Chen's weight was roughly 150 pounds. Manager Chen's toes were off the ground. His whole body's weight was hanging from his neck. His neck was really close to being strangled. It was difficult to breathe. There was a feeling of asphyxiation, and his nose was lifting madly, as if he could smell the flavor of death. Too ruthless. This middle-aged man in front of him was simply even more ruthless and decisive than Xiao Zhan. The moment he struck, he wanted someone's life. Manager Chen struggled desperately, but to no avail. I'll say it. He reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist, wrenching it hard, exerting all his milk strength to get a chance to catch his breath. Where would he dare to be tough? Immediately compromised and begged for mercy. Before, compared to 500,000, Song Qingshan's threat is greater. And now, on the contrary, compared to Song Qingshan's threat, this middle-aged man in front of him is more horrible. Information and life. Manager Chen could only choose one of the two. Little cutie. Both knew what to choose. Understood it so quickly? Remembered? The middle-aged man casually tossed Manager Chen onto the swivel chair behind the desk, then shook his head and said, "What a disappointment. I originally thought that, as you're a piece of hardcore, I'd like to play with you for a while longer." Cough, 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 cough. Manager Chen's entire body was paralyzed on the swivel chair, as if it was a puddle of mud, covering his neck, coughing violently for half a day before his breathing gradually stabilized, and his face looked a little better. "Say it," the middle-aged man impatiently said. "Don't test my patience. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to speak again in your life." How could Manager Chen dare to hesitate? Immediately, he said, "It's because of a card, a Universal Bank's Supreme Black card." In the next 10 minutes, Manager Chen started from Lu Hongxiu walking into the bank until he was ordered by Xiao Zhan to voluntarily resign, and told everything that happened, one by one. He did not dare to conceal the slightest bit. The hell knows what the middle-aged man in front of him knows? If Manager Chen said half of what he said and left half of what he said, and the part that he hid was exactly what the middle-aged man already knew, wouldn't he be out of luck and really be dead? Xiao War, Universal Bank, Supreme Black Card. The middle-aged man memorized these few crucial names, and his pupils shrunk slightly as he was somewhat moved. Then he turned around and left. "Wait!" Manager Chen shouted. "Card! That card! What card?" The middle-aged man's footsteps did not stop. "The bank card in your hand," Manager Chen said urgently. "You just promised me that as long as I answer your question, you will give me $500,000. "You're right, that was just now," the middle-aged man said without looking back. "I gave you a chance just now, a chance to make money, but unfortunately, you chose to refuse. And now, you're answering my questions just to save your life, right? So, I've left you alive. We don't owe each other anything." After saying these words, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared in front of the office. In an instant, Manager Chen's face turned blue, as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses whistling past his chest, suffocating, not getting a single penny, but also leaking the matter of Xiao Zhan and the Supreme Black Card. At any time, he would invite Song Qingshan and Xiao Zhan's retaliation. It really was a loss of a wife and a soldier. I'm afraid that the entire Quan City would not have a foothold for him. After the middle-aged man left the office, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number out. A few moments later the phone was connected and he said in a deep voice, "Uncle Fu." Xiao Zhan came to the bank. He relayed Manager Chen's words as they were. Supreme Black Card? The weight of this name was too great, and even the old man on the other end of the phone, who was called Uncle Fu, was taken aback and asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes? Can you be sure?" "That's not true." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Xiao Zhan's kung fu is above mine and his vigilance is very high. I don't dare to get close for fear of being detected by him and spoiling the boss's big event. However, based on the bank manager's description and his guess, the possibility should be very high." The person on the other end of the cell phone was silent for a moment. "Good." A few moments later, Fu Bo said, "I'll go and report the situation to the boss. You continue to keep an eye on it." "Good." In front of Uncle Fu, the middle-aged man was respectful, and compared to the unrivaled and arrogant stance when he faced Manager Chen just now, he was simply a different person. 12 o'clock at noon, Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan came out of the bank and went straight to the kindergarten across the street. The Mulsan Bentley was parked right in front of the kindergarten. Su Xiaoming had been released from school for almost half an hour, and according to the time projection, Su Jincheng and Lu Hongxiu should have picked up Su Xiaoming and were waiting in the car. However, the two came to the front of the Bentley, Xiaozhan pulled open the door and took a look. The compartment was empty. Where was anyone? Where are the people? Xiaozhan raised his eyebrows. Song Qingshan busily said, there should be something delayed at school. School is released late. Just now those two police officers followed Auntie Lu out together. With them, surely nothing will happen. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called one of the police officers. Bureau Song. It's not good. Something big has happened. The phone was just connected. Song Qingshan did not have time to open his mouth to ask. The police officer's urgent voice came from the cell phone. This aunt's granddaughter disappeared after school. We, together with the school's teachers, have searched for half a day, and almost searched the entire school, and have not found it until now. Boom! That police officer's words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in Song Qingshan's ears, and in an instant, Song Qingshan's entire body froze there, his face sinking like death. He had just finished saying that nothing would happen, and in the blink of an eye, something had happened, and it was such a big thing. Wasn't this a slap in his face in front of Xiaozhan? Song Qingshan looked towards Xiaozhan and originally wanted to tell Xiaozhan about Su Xiaoming's disappearance, but the moment he lifted his head, he only saw a black residual shadow flying past in front of his eyes, and in the next moment, there was no trace of Xiaozhan in front of him. Xiaozhan's ear power was sensitive and far from being comparable to that of any other person, and although Song Qingshan did not turn on his cell phone speakerphone, he still heard the police officer's words clearly and distinctly. Not a single word was left out. Su Xiaoming suddenly disappeared. This is definitely not a coincidence. So Xiaozhan rushed into the kindergarten at the first opportunity with the fastest speed. Chapter 66, a long-term plot to the end. The scale of this kindergarten was not large. Xiaozhan's entire person transformed into a residual shadow and shuttled through the garden. And in less than a minute, he turned the kindergarten around, while releasing his dark energy and his perception to cover a 10-meter radius. Nothing was found. This round turned down. Xiaozhan can be 100% sure. Su Xiaoming is not in the kindergarten. But according to the school regulations, after school, unless the parents come to lead, otherwise, it is not allowed students to leave the school privately. After all, kindergarten students were very young and it was very dangerous for them to leave school alone. Then there is only one possibility left. Su Xiaoming, unknown to her, was kidnapped from the school by someone. Someone from the Su family? Someone from the Chun family? Someone from the Lu family? Or someone from the Zheng family? Xiaozhan had just gotten out of prison yesterday morning, and there weren't many people he had offended, or who knew his true identity. He let Duani Home make a move to forcefully acquire the Su group, and Su Muchio just took office this morning. The Su family's grandparents and grandchildren must hate Su Muchio to the bone, and to say that they sent someone to kidnap Su Xiaoming in an attempt to avenge Su Muchio's death, there was indeed such a possibility. However, they should not have the guts to do so. The Duan family's anger, they couldn't afford it, unless they wanted to die. As for the south of the city, if Yellow Hair had betrayed Xiaozhan and told the Chen, Lu, and Zhang families about Xiaozhan, and Chen Zhanghe and the others knew that Xiaozhan would go to them to avenge their hatred. So in order to protect themselves, it would be reasonable to grab Su Xiaoming in advance and use Su Xiaoming as a bargaining chip to blackmail Xiaozhan. And this possibility was very high. After all, 5 years ago, Xiaozhan's unjust imprisonment, his mother Miao Xiangju's tragic death in the capital, and his great-uncle Miao Wenyuan's family's destruction, all of them had nothing to do with their three families. This is a blood debt. You die, I die, we share the same fate. There was simply no room for moderation. Therefore, they would not have the slightest qualms about dealing with Xiaozhan, and in front of a huge threat, they would likely fish to death and do whatever it took. Woo-woo, Xiaozhan came to the front of the school building, which was already filled with people. The school's teachers, principal, security guards, Song Qingshan and the two police officers, while Lu Hongxiu had already cried into tears, and was pointing at Su Jianqing's nose, screaming and cursing. It's all your fault. I blame you for being a cripple. Wimp, if Meng Meng has a death, I won't live either. Su Xiaoming was the treasure of the family. Whether Lu Hongxiu or Su Muchio, they all treated her as their only spiritual support, and loved her with every fiber of their being. Mr. Xiao, seeing Xiaozhan, Song Qingshan immediately greeted him and said with a gloomy face, according to the information provided by the school teachers, when school was over, many parents came to the school together to pick up the students, and the situation was quite chaotic. So, no one noticed who Su Xiaoming was picked up by. Is there no surveillance at the school? Xiaozhan asked. There is, but, Song Qingshan shook his head and said, there is no surveillance in the teaching building, and in the security room at the main entrance. You can only monitor the entry and exit records. And, according to the security guards, about 10 minutes before the end of the school day, the surveillance suddenly broke down, and it has not been fixed yet. The one who kidnapped Su Xiaoming should be an expert. with strong counter-surveillance ability. Song Qingshan face gravely said, not only the monitoring of the main entrance. Before we came, those 2 police officers have visited the stores near the school, and the result found that all the monitoring equipment that can be photographed to the school, all have been destroyed in advance. Obviously, the other party had been planning for a long time and came prepared. Check. Continue to check. Xiao Zhan coldly said, people pass and leave their names, geese pass and leave their voices, even if his counter-surveillance ability is strong, as long as he has come, he will definitely be able to find out the traces. Send someone to contact Xiaoming's classmates, find the students' parents and ask them one by one. Usually it's my dad and my mom who come to pick up Xiaoming, they and those students' parents know each other. If it's a stranger who takes Xiaoming away, those students' parents will definitely have an impression when they see it. Song Qingshan nodded and said, I'll arrange it right away. And, Xiao Zhan continued, the surveillance equipment in the school and the neighborhood is broken, so go check the surveillance of all the surrounding intersections and line up all the passing vehicles. 4-1. Look for the suspect's car. 4-2. Contact those car owners and check their car recorders. After school hours, it's also the rush hour. There's a lot of traffic in front of the school, so as long as he came in through the front door, he's bound to be caught on camera. Police solving cases and arresting people was actually a process of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Although Xiao Zhan was not a police officer, his reconnaissance ability was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary police officer. Good, Song Qingshan said with a straight face, please rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely do my best and use the fastest speed to get your daughter back in the shortest possible time. Afterwards, Xiao Zhan turned around and walked over to Lu Hongxiu's side and comforted, Mom, with Director Song here, Xiaoming will be fine. Woo-woo. Lu Hongxiu burst into tears and suddenly grabbed Xiao Zhan's hand as she excitedly said, you're so powerful. Help me get Meng Meng back, okay? As long as Meng Meng can come back safely, I swear that from now on, I will never suspect you or investigate you again, nor will I stop you from staying in our home. Our home is your home. You can stay as long as you want. You can call me Mom. I can treat you as my own son. Lu Hongxiu was really anxious and mad. For Su Xiaoming, she could give up everything. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Zhan nodded. Trust me, I will get Xiaoming back. For sure. Woo-woo. Lu Hongxiu's tears couldn't be wiped clean as she worriedly said, Meng Meng is my life. It's also Mucho's life. Mucho went to the company to get something and should have returned home by now. If she knows that we lost Meng Meng, she will break down. This was also the reason why Lu Hongxiu didn't call Su Mucho in the first place to tell her about Su Xiaoming's disappearance. There shouldn't be. Xiao Zhan shook his head and said, I sent Mucho to the company this morning. There was some situation on the company side. Mucho shouldn't be able to come back for a while. In this case, you and my dad go home first and wait for the news, while I will go look for someone with Director Song. After comforting Lu Hongxiu for a few sentences, it was with great difficulty that Lu Hongxiu and Su Jiancheng were persuaded to go home, after which Xiao Zhan and Song Qingshan split into two and left the school. Song Qingshan returned to the Public Security Bureau to arrange for the investigation, while Xiao Zhan made a call to Miao Yimei, confirming that Miao Yimei and Miao Taishan were safe and sound. Before he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the Bentley 4S store where Lin Xian was located at high speed. Before parting ways, Xiao Zhan urged Song Qingshan to focus on the movements of the Su family, Chen family, Lu family, and Zheng family while tracking down the suspects, as they were the most suspected. If it was the Su family that moved, and they didn't know Xiao Zhan's true identity, Miao Yimei, Miao Taishan, and Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger. On the contrary, if it was the Chen, Lu, and Zheng families that captured them, then all of Xiao Zhan's loved ones would be in danger. Therefore, leaving the search for Su Xiaoming to Song Qingshan for the time being, Xiao Zhan had to protect Miao Yimei and the others as soon as possible to prevent any further mishaps from adding insult to injury. 15 minutes later, the Mulsanne Bentley stopped at the entrance of the 4S store. Chapter 67, all yelling in deceit, Auntie is being framed. Xiao Zhan pushed the door and got off the car, striding into the 4S store, and just as he entered the door, he heard a chaotic noise, with a man's growl and a woman's sob, which was very piercing to the ears. Turning his head to look, he only saw that in front of a flying Bentley on the opposite side of the street, there were quite a lot of people surrounding it. 2,400,000. Not a penny more. One of them, a young man in his 20s, had his back turned to Xiao Zhan, and with a raging look, he kept shouting and cursing. When she slept with me last night, she clearly said $2,400,000. Now you want to renege on the debt? Bah! There's no door. I only have this much money with me today. I must lift the car. Justified. Righteous indignation. Sleeping? Sleep for what? Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and scanned around the store, not finding his sister-in-law Lin Xian, so he walked straight towards the opposite crowd. Mr. Wang, don't be in a hurry. Calm down first, have something to say slowly. A middle-aged woman was all smiles, trying her best to appease the young man. Don't worry, this matter, we will definitely investigate it as soon as possible and give you a satisfactory explanation. Satisfied my ass. The young man coldly grunted. What's there to investigate? This stinking woman, in order to let Lousy buy a car, added Lousy's WeChat yesterday afternoon, asked me to meet at night, and went to a hotel room, in bed, or she gave Lousy the idea to let me come over with money today, $2,890,000 for the car. She gave me a bill of $2,400,000, provided that I have to privately give her $100,000 of commission. Old me last night after sleeping. On the spot, I transferred $100,000 to her. As a result, she turned her back on me, actually want to give me a $2,890,000 bill. Put, bitch. The more the young man said, the angrier he became, and he ruthlessly spat in the middle of the crowd. When Xiaozhan came to buy a car yesterday, those few female sales who were disdainful of him were also there, each with their hands around their chests and a smug sneer on their faces. One of them couldn't help but open her mouth and hummed. 3 months of internship. There are still 2 days to go. Before that, a car couldn't be sold. Now it's suddenly opened up. Yesterday a Mulsanne was sold, and today a flying spur is being sold. And I thought, is this your elfin car? Thought, it's you. The elm brain finally got the hang of it. Oh, really did not expect. The original, it is your heart became wild. The skin became thicker. The guts also became big. Actually seduced the customer. Private meeting room, accompanied by the customer to sleep, but also want to operate in the dark, to earn the company's money, to enrich their own pockets. Like you, this kind of person, simply damned. This person, it was the small foreman of those sales, known as Sister May. That's it. Sister May spoke up, and the rest of the few female sales opened their mouths to chime in. Something that eats from the bottom of the barrel. Shameless. The company and the customer's money are pitched together. You're thinking pretty well. If it wasn't for the customer's door-to-door complaint, we'd still be in the dark, and you'd be able to make a lot of money out of this single, right? Yesterday that Mulsanne, I do not know, with the customer sleep for a few days. One word at a time. Aggressive. Yesterday? Mulsanne? Hearing those people's words, Xiaozhan's heart thumped. His face, which was not very good, suddenly became gloomy. Could it be that at this moment, surrounded by them in the middle of the bullying and abusive, is his own sister-in-law, Lin Xian? So, accelerated his pace, came to the crowd. Through the gap in the middle of the crowd, Xiaozhan looked towards the inside, and as expected, a familiar figure squatting on the ground, is constantly reaching out to wipe tears, trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. Who else could it be if not Lin Xian? At this time, the middle-aged woman also looked down at Lin Xian and asked with a cold face, Lin Xian, give an honest explanation. Is it like what the customer said, that you ate from the bottom of the barrel and enriched yourself, wanting to get kickbacks from it? No, Manager Li, I really didn't. Lin Xian desperately shook her head and explained. Yesterday afternoon the customer came over to look at the car. It was he who took the initiative to add my WeChat and cell phone number, and after work, he suddenly transferred me $100,000 and called me to tell me that it was a deposit, and that he had his eye on the car and wanted to buy it. But I didn't expect, he said right after that, he wanted to ask me to meet at night, but also let me sleep with him. I didn't agree. He said the car is not bought, let me return the money, and only cash. So, I went to the bank to take out the money and returned it to him personally, Lin Xian said as she cried, tears falling like rain. It was the opposite of what the young man had just said happened. The middle-aged woman who was called Manager Li asked, where's the receipt? When you returned the money to the customer, did you ask the customer to write a receipt? No. Lin Xian shook her head. The customer paid the deposit privately and couldn't open a receipt. So when I returned the money, I didn't ask him to write a receipt either. Make it up. You keep making it up. As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, without waiting for Manager Li to continue to pursue, or for the young man to open his mouth to retort, Sister May rolled her eyes and was the first to come forward and questioned. The story is made up quite well, but there's not a single bit of evidence. When you think that we're all just little cuties, do you think we are all cuties? The customer has the transfer records in her hand. What do you have? You said that the client took the initiative to call you, took the initiative to transfer money to you, and took the initiative to offer to let you sleep with him. So may I ask, did you record it at that time? Is there any evidence? You said you returned the money to the client. The client said you didn't. You don't have a receipt in your hand. Even if the police came, they wouldn't believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As she spoke, May looked down at Lin Xian, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, her face overflowing with a sneer of triumph. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Xian should have been caught in someone else's trap. WeChat transfer. But not in WeChat, said the deposit thing. prefer to call. In the phone put forward to sleep with the request. After being rejected, let Lin Xian compensation, but only accept cash. This is clearly do not want to leave the slightest evidence, and the only WeChat transfer records, but became Lin Xian's death point. Empty words, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, but also do not want to wash themselves clean. It's ruthless. Manager Li is not stupid, obviously also realized that there is something wrong, but in the workplace to make a living, this kind of things, she has seen a lot of things, she is not surprised, of course, will not be stupid to stand up for Lin Xian, in my opinion. How about this? So, Manager Li thought about it and said in a deep voice, the customer's 100,000 deposit. Lin Xian received it herself, so she will pay for it by herself. As for this car, the original price was 2,890,000. Since Lin Xian took the liberty of promising the client 2,400,000 to sell it, then the difference of 490,000 of it will be advanced by Lin Xian to compensate the company's loss. In a few words, the decision was finalized. Upon hearing this, Sister May was overjoyed and couldn't help but raise her thumb towards Manager Li, praising, Manager Li is clear-sighted and really wise. Manager Li did a great job. She deserves to lose money for such a lousy product. The rest of the saleswomen also applauded and applauded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was squatting on the cold floor, looking desperate. Her face was like ashes. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Her eyes were almost swollen from crying. 100,000, 490,000, together, $590,000. She was a fresh graduate. What could she take to pay back? Manager Li ignored the flattery of those saleswomen, and Lin Xian's life is worse than death. Turned to look at the young man beside her and asked, this gentleman, may I ask if you're still satisfied with me handling it this way? Not satisfied. That young man succeeded in his treacherous plan and was about to nod his head, when suddenly, an icy cold man's voice, grabbing in front of him, came from behind him. Chapter 68 Hero Saves Beauty. Kind auntie. The person who grabbed the conversation was, of course, Xiao Zhan. From the time Xiao Zhan walked into the Bentley 4S store to now, it was only a short period of 2 minutes. In these 2 minutes, Xiao Zhan had already heard the ins and outs of the matter and knew it by heart. Sister May and the others were all focused on attacking Lin Xian, and did not notice Xiao Zhan's presence at all. Without a sound. One sound was astonishing. The first sentence Xiao Zhan opened his mouth stunned everyone. Brush brush brush. Almost in an instant, everyone coincidentally turned around, turned their heads back, and glanced sideways. A pair of wide eyes, a gaze of surprise, all focused on Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan clamored for attention and became the focus of the entire scene. Who the are you? Xiao Zhan was standing right behind the young man, the closest to the young man, and the moment the young man turned his head back, he was almost face to face with Xiao Zhan, with less than 20 centimeters separating them. Xiao Zhan's icy cold face startled him, as if he was a wild dog that had its tail stepped on. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, then flared up and showed his teeth towards Xiao Zhan. You? May froze. It's you? Obviously. She recognized Xiao Zhan at a glance. After all, she had looked away yesterday, treating Xiao Zhan as a poor boy who couldn't afford a car, only to have Xiao Zhan ruthlessly hit his face. So the impression was profound. You recognize? Manager Li looked at Sister May with a puzzled expression. Sister May busily said, Manager Li doesn't know. This Mr. Xiao is the big customer who threw away a lot of money yesterday, waving it around like gold, and bought away that Mulsan with a single word. Oh, Manager Li's gaze fell on Xiao Zhan again. The same surprise, but it changed flavor. Just now it was shocked anger. Now it was surprise. The Bentley was a standard luxury car, reserved for the rich, and the price could easily be several $1 million. And looking at the entire Quan City, there were definitely not many people who could afford a Mulsan Bentley. A big customer like Xiao Zhan could be encountered but not sought. Of course, we must welcome him with a smile and not offend him. Thus, Manager Li froze slightly for a moment and sized up Xiao Zhan for a few moments, then immediately extended his hand towards Xiao Zhan and smiled. Hello Mr. Xiao. I'm the sales manager of this 4S store. Coldly. What's your name? I'm not interested. Xiao Zhan coldly grimaced, not even bothering to look at Manager Li, and hummed. I repeat, for the results of your processing, I don't. Satisfied. I am not satisfied with the 4 words. Xiao Zhan was resounding with every word. This, Manager Li's outstretched hand, stalled in midair, and his professionalized smile froze on his face. Indescribably awkward. Cootie. All could see that Xiao Zhan had come from a bad place. Mr. Xiao, not to mention Manager Li and Sister May and the others, even Lin Xian, who was crouching on the ground and wiping her tears, never expected that Xiao Zhan would suddenly appear and actually stand out to speak for her. After all, the two people only had a one-sided relationship, and they met each other without any love or affection. Xiaozhen took a few steps to the center of the crowd, bent down and reached out, helping Lin Xian up and asked, "How are you? Is it alright? My official license plate. You haven't changed it for me yet, Mr. Xiao." Lin Xian nodded her head and was about to open her mouth when Mei suddenly came over and said ahead of her, "Mr. Xiao may not be aware of this, but Lin Xian has violated the company's rules and is about to be dismissed from the company, and her job, I'll be taking over. So, your official license plate will also be handled by me for you." Taking away Lin Xian's clients was also one of Mei's objectives, and with the opportunity close at hand, she certainly wouldn't miss it. "You?" Xiaozhen glared at her and shook his head. "Scram! You are not worthy of serving me. You." With one sentence, Sister Mei was choked speechless. When Sister Mei was bullied, the young man couldn't stand to watch and lifted his fist and slammed it towards Xiaozhen, cursing, "You're crazy for wanting a woman, aren't you? Playing the hero-saving beauty routine in front of me? Bang!" Before the words were finished, Xiaozhen kicked out. The young man had just walked up to Xiaozhen, and before his raised fist had a chance to fall, he only felt a tightness in his lower abdomen, and then, a huge force struck him, and the entire person involuntarily flew backwards, puffing, landing 3 meters away. He fell half dead, like a maggot, squirming for half a day. He froze and couldn't get up. "What can you do to me?" Xiaozhen glanced at him from afar, his icy gaze, revealing an arrogant king's contempt. The district was a youngster who came out of nowhere, not worth Xiaozhen's hand at all. Because of Su Xiaoming's disappearance, Xiaozhen's mood was not good to begin with, so with one kick, he was rendered incapacitated. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. One of the female sales couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "He's so nice to that lousy Lin Xian. Couldn't it be that he really slept with Lin Xian?" The voice was small, as thin as a mosquito. On the contrary, Xiaozhen's ear power was amazing, and with such a close distance, even the smallest sound could not escape his ears. Snap! With a flash, Xiaozhen appeared in front of the saleswoman, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped the saleswoman's face, knocking her to the ground on the spot. "Your mouth, it stinks." After the beating, Xiaozhen returned to Lin Xian's side as if no one else was there and asked, "Who else bullied you? Tell me. I'll rush and help you out altogether." Rush hour. Rushing time again. Yesterday when he bought a car, Xiaozhen was in a hurry, so he directly swiped his card to pay for it, cleanly, and today, beating people up is also in a hurry? This guy, just what kind of person is he? Is he busy? Including Sister Mei. The remaining few female sales faces turned blue, their hearts trembled fiercely, and although they were not beaten, they felt that their faces were burning hot, so they backed away and distanced themselves from Xiaozhen. "Mr. Xiao, you." Lin Xian raised her head, her tearful eyes looked at Xiaozhen. There was surprise, there was doubt, there was gratitude, there was panic. Her heart was really mixed. She really couldn't figure out why Xiaozhen wanted to help her, but she did not take revenge and use the opportunity to retaliate against Mei and the others. Instead, she took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile, saying, "Actually, you don't need to be like this. It's not good to hit people. As long as I can make things clear, I'll be satisfied." A kind smile blossomed from the corner of her tearful eyes. The Lin Xian at this moment was beautiful. What a good girl. Xiaozhen felt in his heart that Grandma and Grandpa recognized Lin Xian as their goddaughter and sponsored her to go to university. No less. A girl like her should have been favored by the heavens. However, people are bullied and horses are ridden. Lin Xian could ignore it, but his own sister-in-law was bullied by others like this, verbally humiliated and blackmailed for money. Xiaozhen could not bear it as he watched. Yes, a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lin Xian did not intend to pursue the matter, Manager Li was secretly relieved and quickly smiled to round off the situation. In this kind of matter, the public says that the public is justified, and the mother-in-law says that the mother-in-law is justified. Xiaoxian does not have any evidence in her hands, and I just had no choice but to ask her to compensate for the money. Since Mr. Xiao feels that Xiaoxian is wronged, then we will discuss it again. Discuss it again. A face full of smiles. The tone of his voice was countless times gentler than before, and his address to Lin Xian also changed to Xiaoxian, shouting with incomparable kindness, "There is no need to discuss." Xiaozhen shook his head and coldly said, "You want evidence, right? I have it." After saying that, he took big steps towards the young man who had just been kicked away by him, and seeing this, the young man was almost scared to the point of peeing his pants. Again? Chapter 69, Shameless. Spraying blood on the spot. Xiaozhen walked straight to the young man and stepped on the young man's chest with one foot, looking down at him as he opened his mouth and asked, "You just said that it was Lin Xian who took the initiative to call you, right?" The voice was cold, and as he spoke, Xiaozhen exerted a slight force, and the young man immediately felt his chest tighten and was somewhat breathless. The young man was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Xiao Zhan. You also said that it was Lin Xian who took the initiative to meet you in private, date a room, and sleep with you, right? The force on his foot was increased by another point. The young man reddened his face. The veins in his neck burst. Both legs stomped around like frogs, struggling desperately, but to no avail. He could only shake his head. This big brother. In fact, you gave Lin Xian 100,000 deposit. Until now, she has not returned to you, right? Xiao Zhan's questions one after another, splitting his head and throwing it at the young man. Every time he asked, the strength on his feet would be aggravated by 1 point. 3 consecutive questions were asked, and the young man's internal organs were rolling and roaring. The knot in his throat rolled, and he had an impulse to spurt blood on the spot. Are you deaf? Answer my questions. Xiao Zhan was aggressive. Big brother, this, me. Meet Xiao War's icy cold gaze. The young man is about to cry. The heart straight cursed the mother. God testifies. My ears are not deaf. Hurt me. Concede. Concede is not okay? I would like to answer your question. The key is, you also have to give me the opportunity to speak. You won't let me talk, and you're blaming me for being a bad boy? Brother, you're my brother. We're all men. We just have to pretend to be handsome in front of our own women. That's all. Don't be ashamed. What? Is that okay, brother? Put. I don't know whether it was stomped on by Xiao Zhan, or whether it was in his own heart. Suddenly, the young man finally couldn't help himself, and a mouthful of old blood was ejected from his mouth, forming a column of blood that sprayed half a meter high. It was like a red fountain. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan's eyes were quick and he retracted his right leg at the first time, which prevented that mouthful of old blood from spraying on his pants. How dirty! Xiao Zhan glared at the young man with a face full of contempt. The young man reached out to cover his chest, and when he heard Xiao Zhan's words, his face, which was as unsightly as his dead father's, suddenly blackened. Do you think I want to spray? This also blame me? Brother I'm kind of long knowledge today. On the shameless, lousy wall are not help. Just serve you. You have 1 minute to answer the question I just asked. Xiao Zhan was mindful of Su Xiaomeng's and Miao Shangzhu's and Miao Tiashan's safety. He really didn't want to waste time here, so he impatiently said, remember, you only have 1 chance. The next words you say, better be the answer I want. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to speak again in your life. Threat, an undisguised threat, the young man cried out, and with a great deal of effort, he barely managed to sit up, not daring to have the slightest hesitation, immediately nodding his head and saying, I'll say it all. I admit that I deliberately framed that salesman called Lin Xian. 1 minute, all confessed. The course of events described by Lin Xian just now is almost exactly the same. From the first time he came to the Bentley Forest store yesterday afternoon, he has been playing with Lin Xian's idea, digging a pit for her, and introducing her into it step by step. Hearing the young man's words, Lin Xian and Manager Li showed shocked faces and came over. Sister Mei and the others, on the other hand, had faces like ashes. Lin Xian came to Xiao Zhan's side and boldly asked towards the young man, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to harm me? For the sake of. The young man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, for Sister Mei. Your bull ting. Mei's heart thumped, and as soon as the young man's words fell, she pounced like a rabid dog, pointing at the young man's nose and cursing. You don't spit blood. I don't know you at all. You're heartless. You failed to frame Sister Lin Xian, and now that your treacherous plan has been exposed, you want to put a pot on my head and provoke the relationship between me and Sister Lin Xian? I poo. You're dreaming. Sister Mei's voice was loud, shrew-like, spittle flying, one mouthful of Sister Lin Xian, changing her face faster than turning a book. Little cutie. It was all obvious that she was covering up her heartbreak with a growl. After cursing, she bent down and grabbed the young man's arm and pushed the young man out without saying a word. Grunting, get lost. The Bentley Forest store is not a place for scoundrels like you to just go wild. If I see you again, I'll skin you. In the twinkling of an eye, the young man was pushed out a few meters away. Xiao Zhan stood by the side, quietly watching, the tip of his eyebrow raised, and he said, Yo, this woman is thick-skinned enough, and when she plays the jerks, she is actually even more shameless than me. In front of so many people, want to muddle through? You're the one dreaming. Wait. When the young man was about to be pushed to the entrance of the store by Sister Mei, Xiao Zhan coldly said, no one can think of leaving until the matter is completely clarified. Sister Mei's body stiffened and her forehead broke out into a cold sweat. Xiao Zhan was too lazy to bother with her and directly asked the young man, you said that you framed Lin Xian for Sister Mei, so let me ask you, what is your relationship with Sister Mei? Why did you frame Lin Xian with her? I want to pick her up. The young man glanced at Sister Mei and said with a bitter face, Sister Mei and I are university classmates. She's 1 year above me. She's my schoolmate and the school flower of our school. I've always liked her, but she never gave me a chance. Yesterday afternoon, she suddenly called me and asked me to do something for her, and as long as it was done, she promised to be my woman. She asked me to approach Lin Xian in the name of buying a car, and according to the plan, I can not only drive Lin Xian out of the forest store, but also blackmail Lin Xian for $100,000 in the meantime. And most importantly, I can buy a flying spur Bentley at a low price. 3 in 1 move. The young man was meticulous and narrated May's plan in detail, listening to Lin Xian and Manager Li dumbfounded. Even the other few female sales next to him were wide-eyed and full of confusion. Obviously, Sister May was just using them to fan the flames from the sidelines, and didn't tell them the whole plan. Not to mention that she didn't intend to share the spoils with them afterward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll strangle you. The treacherous plan was completely exposed, and May was really getting mad with anger, directly pouncing on the young man, hitting and cursing him, her razor-sharp nails scratching on the young man's body, face, and neck. The young man had just been stomped to death by Xiao Zhan. His physical strength had not yet recovered, and he simply could not stand up to Sister May, who was like a tigress, and very soon, he was scratched by Sister May. His face was covered in blood, which was horrible to see. One look was shocking. Xiao Zhan was used to it and turned his head to look at Manager Li and those saleswomen, coldly saying, since things have been clarified, then, do you guys owe Lin Xian an apology? Chapter 70, Taking Advantage of the Fire. I'm taking her with me. Of course I have to apologize. Manager Li came back to her senses, grabbed Lin Xian's hand and said with an apologetic face, Sister Xiao Xian, just now it was my sister's fault for doing something ill-considered, arbitrarily jumping to conclusions without investigating clearly, wronging you, let you be aggrieved. However, don't worry, now that the truth is out, sister will definitely do you justice. Saying that, she looked at the crazy May, humming, I announce that from today, Lu Mei is fired, and you, Sister Xiao Xian, are formally converted and have taken over Lu Mei's position as the new sales foreman of our forest store. With a few words, the situation was reversed. Just now was to fire Lin Xian, but now fired Lu Mei, and Lin Xian was blessed by the disaster, not only to keep her job, but also directly promoted. Firing an employee and promoting a foreman. Manager Li had such authority. Really? Lin Xian's pretty face is slightly red. Excited. As a fresh graduate college student, she very much needs this job now to stabilize her life. Otherwise, she is in the university, studying business administration, and would not have come to the Bentley Forest store internship. Life is forced. Of course it's true. Manager Li intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiao Zhan and laughed. In the future, we are all our own sisters, working together for the company. Don't ever be polite with your sister. If there's anything you don't know, won't know, or if someone is bullying you, despite coming to find your sister, the voice is gentle, really close as sisters. Xiao War can't help but roll his eyes. This woman's skin is not thin almost 40 years old people, and Lin Xian difference in the generation, actually is also in May's sister. A mouth a small Xian sister, face not red, heart not jump, shouting that is called a cordial. The people who can make a living in the workplace are really all foxes that have become refined, and the two-faced greaseballs. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Xiao Zhan's former battlefield is a big Jianghu, and this unobtrusive Bentley Forest store is also a small Jianghu. People in the jungle floating, which have not been stabbed. It's just that, you stab me, I stab you, for their own interests, stabbing to stab. Who laughs in the end? Who is the winner? Sister Lin Xian, congratulations. In the past it was all our fault. We were the ones who were obsessed, compelled and deceived by that dead Lu Mei, and did a lot of things that I'm sorry for. Sister Lin Xian. Sister Lin Xian has a lot of generosity. Don't ever be general with us. It just so happens that it's time to get off work. So let's treat Sister Lin Xian to dinner, okay? Firstly, to make amends to Sister Lin Xian, and secondly, to celebrate Sister Lin Xian's high promotion. Those few female sales also gathered around. You said one word. I said one word. The one who should apologize apologized. The one who should curry favor. A mouthful of Sister Lin Xian, without any sense of incongruity, and Lu Mei, who was treated as their backbone a few moments ago, at this moment, in their mouths, just like a sinful and evil dead hag. This is human nature. The human heart is unpredictable. Lu Mei rode on the young man, scratching the young man's face for half a day, tired and panting, stopped, originally wanted to rest for a while, catching her breath, but when she heard those voices coming from behind her, she gritted her teeth, her heart chilled, and didn't know where to get the strength to raise her hand, and grabbed fiercely towards the young man's neck again. Bastard, cursing as he grabbed. He didn't know if he was cursing the young man, or those few female salesmen who had seen the benefit of the doubt. Brother, save me, the young man cried, really cried this time, crying from pain. Xiaozhen twisted his face to the side, treating it as if he didn't see it. In the crowd, Lin Xian was surrounded by Manager Li and those few female sales in the center, as if she was surrounded by stars. At this moment, she was surprised with a hint of nervousness. Obviously for a moment, she didn't quite adapt to this huge transformation. A few moments later, Lin Xian squeezed out of the crowd and came to Xiao Zhan's side. The tear stains at the corners of her eyes were not yet dry. She looked at Xiao Zhan with an incomparably sincere look and said gratefully, "Mr. Xiao, thank you." There were no unnecessary words, because she knew that she was simply unable to repay such a great favor. She certainly understood in her heart that Manager Li's change in attitude was entirely due to Xiao Zhan's existence, while the change in attitude of those female sales was due to Manager Li's regard for her. Therefore, in the final analysis, all of this was what Xiao Zhan had fought for her, not only helping her clarify the truth and regain her innocence, but also allowing her to take a step forward and turn her fortunes around. Xiao Zhan said in his heart, "What are you thanking me for? Who made you my sister-in-law?" However, in front of so many people, Xiao Zhan did not rush to pick apart the relationship between him and Lin Xian. "Mr. Xiao, I don't know if you are still satisfied with how I handled this?" Manager Li also walked over. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Zhan, and in their hearts, they all understood that Manager Li was knowingly asking a question. He was selling out and begging for compliments. Lin Xian has been promoted to foreman, so what else can you be dissatisfied with? However, Xiao Zhan shook his head. Not satisfied. It was still those three words. The voice was not loud and was spoken in a cloudy manner. Yet everyone could not help but have their hearts tremble violently and the corners of their mouths twitch, especially those few female sales. Looking at each other, their faces were more ugly than one another. Thinking, the young man was beaten. Lu Mei lost her job. Only a few of us are unharmed. It's not possible that he will still go after us, right? At the thought of this, their hearts were like ashes. If Xiao Zhan really wanted to retaliate against them, it would be difficult for them to fight at all. Lin Xian froze, obviously also realized this point, and busily said, "Mr. Xiao, in fact, a few of them are quite good to me. To me, you don't have to." Lin Xian was a kind girl and wanted to open her mouth to plead for a few of them. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for them." Xiao Zhan knew that Lin Xian had thought crookedly, so he smiled and shook his head before looking at Manager Li, pointing at the flying Bentley that the young man was going to buy earlier, and casually said, "That car, I'll take it. However, I'll only offer $2,400,000 as well." With one sentence, everyone was stunned. "You want to buy a car again? Didn't you just buy away a $6.2 million Mulsanne Bentley yesterday afternoon? It seems like the official license plate hasn't even been put on yet, right? And this price." Previously, the young man and Lu Mei teamed up to frame Lin Xian and froze the $2,890,000 flying spur Bentley down to $2,400,000, and Xiao Zhan purchased it at the same price, clearly taking advantage of the fire and returning fire with fire. Manager Li awkwardly said, "Mr. Xiao, the selling price of this car is, I don't care." Xiao Zhan's face turned cold as he grunted. Just now they wanted to buy it. You let Lin Xian make up the difference. Now I want to buy it. As for how to make up the difference, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. The tone was very domineering and unquestionable. Manager Li's face instantly darkened. Hate to give himself a big mouth. Good. Why do you want to ask more? Now it's good. People are not satisfied. They want to buy the car at a low price. Turning his head to look at Lu Mei, Manager Li's heart to kill was there. As for Lu Mei, when she heard Xiao Zhan's words, the whole person seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her body froze there and froze for a full 10 seconds. Good boy. The difference of $490,000. Shouldn't I be allowed to make it up, right? Lu Mei, you, as Lu Mei worried about. The next moment, the cold voice of Manager Li came from behind. Lu Mei Tang stood up, and could not care less about scratching the young man, turned back and said, "I have now been fired. Not 4S store employees do not want to blackmail me." After saying that, he ran away. His speed was so fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he ran out of the Bentley 4S store and disappeared into the crowd on the street. Manager Li black face, looking down at the young man on the ground. "What are you looking at me for? Lousy has no money." The young man rolled and crawled. The blood on his face could not even be wiped, and fled. "Mr. Xiao, this." Manager Li was also on the verge of suffocating and crying, and finally turned back to look at Xiao Zhan with a pitiful expression of begging you to raise your hand. "I'm in a hurry," Xiao Zhan coldly said. "Within half an hour, I want to lift the car. Also, Lin Xian will not take over Lu Mei's position and will not continue to work in your store. I'm going to take her with me." Boom! When these words were said, everyone including Lin Xian was dumbfounded and had a look of living hell. "Take Lin Xian with you? What do you mean? Are you looking at her and want to pick her up?" Chapter 71, Going to Confess? Together. Half an hour later, the car purchase formalities were all handled properly. Xiao Zhan paid the money but used Lin Xian's ID card, which meant that the flying Bentley belonged to Lin Xian. This, a direct car delivery? That's a nearly $3 million flying spur Bentley. Saying it's being given away? Nowadays rich people, the way to pick up girls, are they all so simple and rough? Oh my god, how come there's no such a wonderful man to come over and pick me up? Those few female sales witnessed the entire car buying process, and when Manager Li personally handed over the keys of the flying Bentley to Lin Xian, they watched from afar, their brows filled with unspeakable envy. The way they looked at Xiao Zhan was like a pack of vicious wolves that had stumbled upon their prey. Handsome. When Xiao Zhan came for the first time yesterday afternoon, they treated Xiao Zhan as a poor boy who couldn't afford a car and disdained him. But now, in their eyes, Xiao Zhan was simply a heavenly god who descended from the heavens and was handsome, especially when Xiao Zhan pulled out his supreme black card and swiped it at the counter to pay. It was as if his body was glittering. The light is 10,000 feet rely. On the contrary, until from the hands of Manager Li received the keys to the flying Bentley, Lin Xian, the whole person is still in a state of confusion. Just now Xiao Zhan said that he wanted to borrow her ID card, but did not tell her to take her ID card for the purchase of the car procedures. By the time she realized it, it was already gone. Hearing the whispers of those few female sales, Lin Xian's pretty face was scarlet, her heart was beating like thunder, she was nervous as hell, and her right hand, which was grasping the car keys, was sweating non-stop. Mr. Xiao helped me out of trouble. I'm already so grateful that I can't repay him. Why would he still send me a car? And it's a luxury car worth nearly $3 million. The average company owner can't afford to drive it. But Mr. Xiao suddenly gave it to me. Is it really like what a few of them said? Mr. Xiao he wants to pick me up? Lin Xian hung her head low, not daring to look at Xiao Zhan beside her. But her mind couldn't help but ramble on, her heart poofing and beating madly, even vaguely worried. What should I do in case Mr. Xiao confesses his love for me? Refuse? Or say yes? If I say yes, will Mr. Xiao think that I am too frivolous for a woman? Will he think I am greedy for his money? Or will he think I'm reluctantly agreeing to it in order to return the favor? After all, the two had only met yesterday afternoon, and up until now, had only met twice. Lin Xian graduated from university not long ago, and due to her family background, she had always had rather low self-esteem, and although she had good looks and a great body, she had never fallen in love. In terms of relationships, it was a completely blank sheet of paper waiting to be depicted by a man. Let's go. Xiao Zhan put away the supreme black card, and smoothly took Lin Xian's hand. So he strided towards the flying Bentley on the opposite side of the street. His movements were like running clouds and flowing water. Very natural, and he didn't feel awkward at all. The action is as natural as the flow of water and does not feel awkward at all. Holding hands, the female salesman stared at Xiao Zhan and Lin Xian's hands together with wide eyes. Their excited expressions were like watching an idol drama, almost shouting together. Lin Xian let Xiao Zhan hold her hand and arrived in front of the flying Bentley. Xiao Zhan reached out and pulled open the door of the passenger seat, signaling, "Get in, Mr. Xiao." Lin Xian struggled inwardly, somewhat hesitant. Although Xiao Zhan had helped her and was her benefactor, she really wasn't the type of woman to take things lightly. The hell knows where Xiao Zhan is going to take her? What was going to be done to her? Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, naturally knowing what Lin Xian was worried about, and without any further ado, he directly pushed her into the car before muttering in a low voice, "I'm so handsome, do I look like a bad guy? See how scared Auntie is." Xiao Zhan turned around and walked to the other side, sat on the driver's seat, and took the car keys from Lin Xian's hand before leaving the Bentley 4S store in a big way. The few female salesmen watched them leave, staring at the butt of the speeding Bentley in disbelief. Suddenly, one of the female sales asked, "Guess where big handsome Xiao is taking Sister Lin Xian? It's lunchtime. Of course we're going to have a big meal. What about after dinner? Should go watch a movie." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The other saleswoman grunted, "What's so great about a movie? In my opinion, it must be the kind where you go to some big luxury hotel, get a room, and act out a movie yourself. The kind that two people can act out. Look. Suddenly, another female salesperson exclaimed. The car stopped. The car is parked next to the Mulsan, and both of them are in the car without coming down. Everyone's eyes widened again, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even Manager Li couldn't help but come over. "Are my eyes blurred? You guys look carefully. Is that flying spur moving?" That female sales reached out and rubbed her eyes, smacked her lips and said, "My goodness, Xiao Handsome is strong and sturdy. He looks like a dragon. He wouldn't be too lazy to go to eat, too lazy to go to open the hotel room." and directly act out a movie of two people in the car, right? A sentence that caused everyone to blush and couldn't help but think about it. There's no way. Women are naturally a gossip-loving creature. And at this moment, in the carriage of the flying spur Bentley, after Xiaozhen parked the car, he handed the car key to Lin Xian again, but Lin Xian refused to take it. The two of them went back and forth, and you pushed and I blocked, which did lead to the flying spur Bentley slightly shaking a few times, and in the eyes of those female salesmen, it was logical to associate it with a very romantic picture. Really, people sitting in the car, trouble comes from the sky. Mr. Xiao, no, this won't work. Lin Xian's face, flushed and nervous, kept waving her hand and refused. This really won't work. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me, but this car, it's too expensive. I can't just accept something so expensive from you. The moment Xiaozhen stopped the car, Lin Xian panicked. Like those female saleswomen, her subconscious thought was, Mr. Xiao wouldn't want to confess his love to me in the car, and then in the car, let me do that kind of thing with him, right? If it were any other female saleswoman who was so favored by Xiaozhen, she would definitely be overjoyed and would not be able to become Xiaozhen's woman right away, and get attached to this big tycoon who spends his money like dirt. But Lin Xian is not the same. After all, she grew up so big, she had never been in love, and before that, she hadn't even touched a man's hand. So how was it possible for her to come up and make such a crazy move? Even if she had a very good impression of Xiaozhen and had a good feeling towards him, that wouldn't do. Absolutely not. This was a matter of principle. In her fantasies, love was wonderful, romantic, and gradual. It was impossible to get there in one step, in one go, omitting the most important process in the middle, and proceeding directly to the last step of the operation. That's not love. It's a transaction. Take it. Xiaozhen crowed and laughed, and had no choice but to open his mouth and say, this car is not only for you, but also for my grandma and grandpa. They are old and have mobility problems, and I still have a lot of things to do, so I can't be by their side all the time. You're different. Turn around. I'll find you a new job. You're in college. Didn't you study business administration? It's guaranteed to allow you to utilize your strengths in a big way. At the words, Lin Xian froze, puzzled. Your grandma and grandpa? What does it have to do with me? The words were so, while what Lin Xian thought in her heart was, you haven't formally confessed to me yet, and I haven't formally agreed to be with you yet. How come you started arranging things at home? Is this treating me like a family? Xiaozhen looked at her, nodded his head and smiled. My maternal grandmother's surname is Miao, Miao Ime, and my maternal grandfather's surname is also Miao, Miao Taishan, and you are their goddaughter? That is, my god-sister-in-law. I'll let you take care of them. What's the problem? The voice was not loud, but, when it reached Lin Xian's ears, it was nothing less than thunder. Auntie? In an instant, Lin Xian's eyes, glaring as if they were as big as copper bells, violently raised her head to look at Xiaozhen, and her originally red, shy and pretty cheeks directly turned green. Su Xiaoming, thank you inch pure de, easy sade 29. User 86104716908773 handsome brother / pretty sister sent gifts. Hug. Chapter 72, Hongmen Banquet. Something's wrong. Right, sister-in-law. Xiaozhen originally thought that Lin Xian was so young that her age should be a few years younger than him, and after meeting her, calling someone's sister-in-law face-to-face would be incredibly awkward. Even, it would be impossible to shout out, but did not expect, Bai Lu Mei so a mess. All the expected embarrassment, all vanished, not to mention, it was quite easy to shout, especially when he saw Lin Xian's complex expression of shock with some doubts and panic with a touch of disappointment. Xiaozhen wanted to laugh, but he was embarrassed and could only hold it in. You are. After staring at Xiaozhen for a full 2 to 3 minutes, Lin Xian came back to her senses from the shock and took a deep breath, still not daring to ask, Xiaozhen, could it be that you are that young master of the Xiao family in the capital, the grandson of godfather and godmother? Xiaozhen was not embarrassed. At this moment, in this situation, after half a day of excitement, half a day of worry, half a day of hesitation, half a day of anticipation, and finally waiting for such a result that was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it could have embarrassed Lin Xian to death. A few moments ago, she had mistakenly thought that Xiaozhen was going to confess his love to her, and her heart was still a deer in the headlights. Now it was a blow to the head. Auntie Xiao? Gosh, since you recognized my identity and knew about our relationship, couldn't you have told me earlier? This joke, it's a bit big, isn't it? That's right, it's me. Xiaozhen nodded and smiled as he asked, Auntie has heard of me? Godmother unintentionally mentioned your name. Lin Xian recalled for a moment before shaking her head, but when I asked her, she always covered up and refused to tell me, so I only have a slight impression of your name. So that's how it is. Xiaozhen sighed darkly. Of course he knew why Miao Mei was hiding it from Lin Xian. After all, 5 years ago, he was suddenly imprisoned and convicted of rape. Such a crime, when it fell on any man, would be a lifelong stain. Bringing it up would only add to the sadness. Moreover, Lin Xian was the goddaughter that Miao Yimei and Miao Taizhan had recognized after Xiao Zhan's imprisonment, so there was no need for her to be involved and follow along in fear. Hiding it from her was of course for her sake. The two sat in the car and chatted for about 5 minutes or so before Xiao Zhan once again handed the car keys to Lin Xian and asked, "Auntie shouldn't reject me this time, right? Such an expensive car. Whoever doesn't want it is a cutie." Lin Xian did not hesitate to take the car keys over. Now that she knew Xiao Zhan's identity, she let go of the wariness and worries in her heart, and her entire being was much more relaxed. In front of Xiao Zhan, she was also not as formal as before. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes and said, "The way you didn't don't just now is not as dry as it is now. If someone who doesn't know sees it, they still think that I'm going to do something to you. This matter, no more mentioning." Lin Xian blushed at the mention of this, thinking, "I myself, without knowing it, thought you were going to do something to me, let alone an outsider? Humph, badass. Okay, don't mention it." Xiao Zhan put away his joking mindset and said with a straight face, "I came to you in a hurry, and apart from recognizing my relatives, in fact, there is also a very important matter that needs to be done by you immediately." "Oh?" Lin Xian froze. "What is it?" Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, "I have some enemies in Quan City, and they may make a move on the people around me at any time. Grandmother and grandfather, including you, are all in danger. They may send someone to capture you all as a bargaining chip to blackmail me. Therefore, you must go to the south of the city immediately. Think of a reason that grandma and grandpa can't refuse, and take them away. Find a hotel or find a friend, or take this car and accompany them on a trip to avoid the wind." Xiao Zhan told Lin Xian about his intentions. When he left his grandma's house in the morning, Miao Yimei had repeatedly urged Xiao Zhan to not be impulsive and not to take revenge. But now, his identity had probably been exposed, and an arrow had to be sent. This kind of thing, it was enough for him to face it alone. He didn't want to let Miao Yimei and Miao Taizhan know and be scared for him. "Your enemies, are they very powerful?" Lin Xian's newly relaxed mood suddenly tensed up again. "Yes, very powerful." Xiao Zhan was undeniable. The Zheng family, Lu family, and Chen family, the three city south families, were not considered powerful in his eyes, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were definitely behemoths that could not be messed with. What's more, behind these three families, there was the real unicorn of the Xiao family in the capital. Lin Xian was worried. "If we all leave, what about you?" Xiao Zhan laughed. "Of course I'm staying. You're alone? Aha. Can you handle it?" "Should be able to." Xiao Zhan did not say his words to death in case Lin Xian felt that he was blowing his power. "Because, I should be more powerful than them." Lin Xian opened his mouth, hesitated, and swallowed back what he was about to say, although he didn't say it out loud. From Lin Xian's expression, Xiao Zhan could tell that even though he had been very low-key, Lin Xian still felt that he was blowing awesome. "Forget it, blowing is blowing." Xiao Zhan was too lazy to explain. Excellent people were born to be misunderstood by others. Right at this moment, the ear-piercing ringtone of his cell phone suddenly rang. Xiao Zhan pulled out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. However, it should be the yellow-haired leader from before. In the morning in the south of the city, he had told the yellow-haired leader his cell phone number, but had not memorized the other party's number. Otherwise, the first time Su Xiaoming disappeared, he would have called the yellow-haired leader. After all, in his opinion, the Zhang, Lu and Chen families in the south of the city were the most suspicious. "Do as I say. Let's go." Xiao Zhan pushed the door and got out of the car, leaving Lin Xian alone. Only after seeing Lin Xian drive away did he pick up the phone. And soon, a smug voice came from the phone. "Young Master Xiao, the matter has been taken care of. After I came out of the city hospital, I went to find Zhang Feihu and said to him that there is a wealthy young man from overseas, very rich, who just came to Quancheng to develop, and wants to get acquainted with the local rich people. Zhang Feihu promised, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, to meet up with you at the Tianshui bathing center in the south of the city, and to call up Lu Zion. As for Chen Xiaowei, he seemed to have left Quancheng yesterday and couldn't go. It was that yellow-haired leader." Left? Xiao Zhan froze. He had met with Chen Xiaowei yesterday afternoon, and then he suddenly left yesterday evening. Leaving in such a hurry, it was obvious that there was something strange and unusual going on. Could it be that, after he went home, he told Chen Zhenghe about meeting me, and Chen Zhenghe recognized my identity based on his description alone, and knew that the storm was coming, so he sent him out of Quancheng in advance? Xiao Zhan's mind was like electricity as he secretly castigated. If this was really the case, then the suspicion that the Chen, Zhang, and Lu families had sent someone to kidnap Su Xiaoming was indeed very high. Moreover, this bureau of the Tianshui bathing center was probably a hangmen banquet. Good. Xiao Zhan looked at the time. It was now 2:30 p.m. There was still half an hour before 3 o'clock. It was not too late to rush to the south of the city, so he nodded his head and said, 3 o'clock, I will definitely be there on time. After saying that, he directly hung up the line. Chapter 73, Black Eagle. Su Xiaoming's whereabouts. For the sake of Su Xiaoming's safety, no matter if it was a hangmen banquet or not, Xiao Zhan had to go. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. The district's 3 Changnan families had not been placed in his eyes. Therefore, he didn't even bother to ask if it was the yellow-haired leader who had betrayed him. Doesn't matter. Let you plot and scheme. I will break it with one punch. Strength is the hard truth. Xiao Zhan came to the front of the Mulsanne Bentley, opened the door and got into the car, and left. At this time, the Bentley 4S store. Look forward to the eyes of Manager Li and the few female sales see Xiao War left, staring at the Mulsanne Bentley car but greatly disappointed. This is Don. One of the female sales looked at the time, depressed. Flying Bentley casually shook so many times. Before and after only 10 minutes, Xiao the Handsome got out of the car. This movie acted, but also too short, right? That's right. Another female salesperson chimed in. My ex-boyfriend is as skinny as a monkey, and he can still fight for half an hour on the bed. But, Mr. Xiao looks so fierce and strong, but I didn't realize that he's actually a strong man with 3 seconds of strength. Obviously, they mistakenly thought that Xiao Zhan and Lin Xian had just fallen in love with each other and couldn't wait to do that kind of indescribable thing in the flying Bentley. While the duration was far beyond their expectations, it was much shorter than expected. Xiao War's body tough and fierce. They originally thought to play a sound in dripping World War it. The results of waiting for half a day. Never thought. Just so hastily ended. Alas, disappointment. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's radiant image in their eyes seemed to have dimmed quite a bit. Shut up. Manager Li was still in a bad mood over the headache of that flying Bentley's price difference of up to $490,000, so he glared at those saleswomen and reprimanded. Mind your mouths in the future. Don't talk nonsense in front of the customers, and if something like what happened today happens again, the company's compensation will be shared between you and deducted from your paychecks. Go to work. A sentence that instantly scared the necks of those few female sales, if it wasn't for the fact that several of them were in collusion with Lu Mei, pandering to the rich and disliking the poor. And their vision of recognizing people and breaking things was too poor, and that they had slowed down Xiao Zhan yesterday afternoon, and offended Lin Xian today, the company would not have been able to lose any money at all. Yesterday, Xiao Zhan bought the Mulsanne Bentley, did not pressure the price, the company had earned a lot of money, now it's good. A flying spur Bentley and all the damned lost in 1-to-1, sold 2 luxury cars, is equal to the work for nothing. How can Manager Li not be angry? Crunch! Several people turned around and were about to disperse, when a brake sound suddenly came, followed by Xiao Zhan's voice, wait. At that instant, everyone's hearts thumped. The words that were just said wouldn't have been heard by Mr. Xiao Big Handsome, right? Mr. Xiao, do you have anything else? Manager Li turned back, looked at Xiao Zhan sitting in the driver's seat of the Mulsanne Bentley. His forehead was sweating, his expression was embarrassed, his heart was in his throat, and the idea of strangling those several female sales were all there. The idea of strangling those saleswomen even came to mind. Those few female salesmen looked at each other and were silenced. Xiao Zhan asked, Mulsanne Bentley, do you still have it in the store? Ah, Manager Li froze. What do you mean? Xiao Zhan came back and was not here to find trouble, which secretly relieved Manager Li and the few female sales. Xiao Zhan said casually, if there is one, I'll buy another one. Ah, Manager Li froze again, and was completely frozen in place, his body stiffening. Buy another one? Holy A. Big Handsome Xiao, are you sure you're not joking and teasing me? Yesterday just bought a 6.2 million Mulsanne Bentley, today just bought a 2.4 million flying spur Bentley, 10 minutes later, again want to buy a Mulsanne Bentley. Are you really buying a car, not groceries? Is there one or not? Xiao Zhan impatiently said, I'm in a hurry. In a hurry. In their impression, Xiao Zhan has always been in a hurry, so every time he buys a car, the payment is particularly painful. Extra words, a sentence is too lazy to say, too lazy to ask. Swipe the card and it's done. There. Manager Li came back from the shock, quietly swallowed his saliva, reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, nodded his head and said, there is another one. However, the color is storm silver, like Mr. Zhao's jewel black. There is no more for the time being. It's fine if there is. Xiao Zhan took out his supreme black card and handed it over, signaling, swipe the card. Hurry up. Manager Li hesitated. Then the price. At market price. Good. Manager Li was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly took the supreme black card over. She had been worried that Xiao Zhan was going to take advantage of the fire again like he had just bought the flying spur Bentley. This time, the company would be able to make a big profit again. Manager Lee's original depressed mood dissipated in an instant, and asked with a smile, Mr. Xiao, is your ID card being used to handle the car purchase? Or, no? Xiao Zhan shook his head and asked in return, do you know the location of the Su Group? The Su families, that Su Group? Manager Lee thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Xiao Zhan instructed. Later on, you guys directly send the car to the gate of the Su Group. Go to Su Muchio, the current president of the Su Group, and use her ID card to go through the procedures of purchasing the car. Su Muchio. On first listen, it was a woman's name. Manager Lee hesitated. Mr. Xiao, it's like this. If you're not present when we handle the car purchase procedure, we need to confirm your relationship with Miss Su in advance. Otherwise, in case Miss Su refuses to sign, we're afraid that it's inconvenient to handle it. She is my wife, Xiao Zhan said truthfully. Wife, a short sentence, 5 short words, was like a thunderbolt descending from the sky, ruthlessly splitting above the heads of Manager Lee and those few female sales, splitting them as if they were dumbfounded. Thundered, they were really thunderstruck. The eyes that looked at Xiao Zhan were incomparably complicated. Thinking, you just spent $4 million, bought Lin Xian a flying Bentley, soaked Lin Xian, and even, couldn't wait to vibrate in the car for half a day. And now, you're telling me that you have a ING wife? Or the CEO of Su's Group? The red flag at home doesn't fall, but the colorful flag flies outside? The rich man's world is really different from ours. What's the problem? Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, always feeling that the way these women were looking at him was a bit strange. No problem. Manager Lee was busy saying. Then hurry up and go swipe your card. Okay, I'll go. Now. Manager Lee was busy turning around to go to the counter to swipe his card. Pie time. Shu Xiangye Yuan, in Qian Yiming's private villa. After Su Xiaoming was kidnapped by that young man from the kindergarten, she was directly brought here, and at this time, in a dark room of the villa, Qian Yiming stood beside the sofa respectfully and solemnly, looking at that groveling appearance. It was as if he was an ordinary valet. He was the son of the richest man in Quanchang. Right now, could only stand. On the sofa, sat a man dressed in black military boots, black pants, black clothes, and, even in the room, wore a black hat. Chapter 74, The Strange Glazed Holy Water. Dad, save me. The brim of his hat was pressed low. Qian Yiming stood. He sat, and when Qian Yiming lowered his head, he could only see his neck and chin, not his eyes. The skin is dark and bronze in color. He sat there motionless. Qian Yiming stood beside him, could clearly feel an unspeakable icy cold aura, which made people could not help but have their hearts trembling and be anxious. That is the killing aura. Killed more people, between words and demeanor, will bring their own intimidating murderous aura. This person was the expert Xiao Hongtu had sent to Quan City to catch Xiao Zhan back to the capital, nicknamed Black Eagle, and at the other end of the sofa, there was a 4-year-old little girl lying unconscious, as if she was in a deep sleep. Her complexion was peaceful, and so far, she had not been harmed in any way. It is not Su Xiaoming. Who else can there be? Qian Yiming looked at Su Xiaoming for a couple of moments, and stiffly opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Black, you asked me to send someone to capture Su Muchio's daughter. Is it because you want to use her to threaten Xiao Zhan? But, Qian Yiming worriedly said, she is Su Muchio's illegitimate daughter. I don't know which wild man she gave birth to with. She doesn't have a blood relationship with Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan only got engaged to Su Muchio yesterday morning, so I'm afraid that he won't care about the deaths of the two of them, mother and daughter. 5 years ago, the specific details of the frame-up of Xiao Zhan's imprisonment, which was led by the capital Xiao family behind the scenes and implemented by the 3 great families in the south of the city, was only known to the capital Xiao family and the patriarchs of the 3 great families. For example, the woman who was thrown into Xiao Zhan's bed in the first place was none other than Su Muchio, and Xiao Zhen was none other than Su Xiaoming's real father. Even Qian Yiming's father, Quanchang's richest man, Qian Half City, only used his contacts to secretly investigate the general situation after the fact. The matter is important. Zhang Fenglin, Lu Hongong and Chen Zhanghe has always kept their mouths shut, rotting this heavenly secret in their stomachs, not to mention outsiders, even their sons, have not told. So, Qian Yiming will have this question, thinking differently, if he and Xiao Zhan were to change places. Anyway, he would definitely not accept Black Eagle's threat for the sake of someone else's child like Su Xiaoming. Threat? Black Eagle shook his head, his voice a little hoarse, in front of absolute strength. All threats are worthless. That kind of despicable and stupid tactics, only you incompetent fools would go for it. I, for one, do not care to do so. The implication was that in the face of Xiao Zhan, Black Eagle had full certainty that he could rely on his own strength to take Xiao Zhan down, and there was no need to play those underhanded tricks. an expert, naturally had the arrogance of an expert. Qian Yiming's mouth twitched a few times. Of course he believed in Black Eagle's ability, but he still couldn't figure it out, and couldn't help but follow up with, "In that case, Mr. Black, letting me capture this little girl, wouldn't it be letting you capture?" Naturally there is a reason to capture. Not waiting for Qian Yiming to ask, Black Eagle's voice steeply turned cold, humming, "Things that shouldn't be asked. It's best not to ask more questions. Trouble comes out of the mouth. No one can guarantee that if you ask something you shouldn't, you still have a life to hear the answer you want." Along with his icy voice, the temperature in the room seemed to have plummeted quite a bit, and that biting killing aura suddenly became even more intense. "Yes, yes, yes." Qian Yiming reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding his head like pounding garlic. "Thank you for Mr. Black's teachings." As Black Eagle had just said, in front of absolute strength, the so-called money, power, and schemes were all worthless and unbeatable. As if now, Black Eagle had Black Eagle's arrogance, Qian Yiming also had Qian Yiming's arrogance. However, Qian Yiming, those with money and power, piled up the arrogance, usually in front of ordinary people, flaunt in front of encountered the Black Eagle. Is the dragon must be coiled. It's a tiger that has to lie down. Is the son of the richest man in the city of Springs, also have to obediently stand beside. Can't help it. Who let Black Eagle's strength is strong enough. Fist is hard enough. One punch can kill Qian Yiming on the spot. You go out first. Black Eagle stood up and waved his hand impatiently. In this room, no one is allowed to approach. Otherwise, kill without pardon. Good. Qian Yiming no longer dared to ask one more question, much less hesitate, and immediately turned around and walked away, walking out of the room. The moment he turned back and closed the door, Qian Yiming sneaked a glance with the corner of his eye and saw Black Eagle walking to the unconscious Su Xiaoming, bending down, reaching out to touch Su Xiaoming's tender cheeks. Qian Yiming's heart violently trembled, was so frightened that his hands trembled, did not dare to look more, hurriedly closed the door of the room, patted his chest and took a deep breath, secretly said, "Could it be, Mr. Black is interested in the little girl and has a special fetish in that area?" It was creepy to even think about it. However, Qian Yiming only saw the beginning but not the end. After he left, Black Eagle reached out and cupped Su Xiaoming's chin, staring at her tender cheeks for a few moments. Afterward, shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "So young in age and so cute looking, what a pity. It has always been my principle not to kill the old, weak, women and children. Today, I'm afraid I'll have to make an exception." Saying that, he let go of his hand, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small porcelain vase with a celadone pattern from his pocket, followed by a syringe as thick as a small thumb. Boo! Flexing his fingers, he popped open the stopper of the small porcelain bottle, probed the needle of the syringe into it, and gently pulled it, and the syringe instantly inhaled some blood-red bizarre liquid. This was the legendary glazed holy water, precious beyond compare. Subsequently, Black Eagle reached out and ripped open Su Xiaoming's collar shirt, revealing her right shoulder. Without any hesitation, he directly stuck the needle of the syringe in, and with a gentle push, the blood-red liquid was slowly injected into Su Xiaoming's body. As he pushed, he said, "If you want to blame, you can only blame it on the fact that you are the daughter of the young master, and in your body, the bloodline of the Shao family flows." Soon, the syringe was empty. Black Eagle put away the syringe, stood up, and said with an expressionless face, "For the next 12 hours, listen to God's fate. Either die, either, after I capture the young master, I will bring you back to the capital together. At that time, life is worse than death." After saying that, he turned around and left this dark room. The comatose Su Xiaoming suddenly moved her fingers, and her brows followed, as if she was suffering great pain, and as if she was having a horrible nightmare. Her little mouth opened, and she murmured dreamily, "Daddy, I hurt. Daddy, I'm afraid. Dad, save me." At this time, Black Eagle had already walked to the doorway of the room, and had heard Su Xiaoming's painful murmuring voice. However, his dark and cold face still did not have any waves. "Ignore it." Snap, accompanied by a light sound, Black Eagle's figure completely disappeared. The door of the room was completely closed by him, the entire room, and fell into an eerie darkness, leaving Su Xiaoming alone, lying on the sofa, silently enduring the glazed holy water brought to her, the infinite pain. Fangchunshan, thank you for your love and support for this book. In order to facilitate everyone to read, from today onwards, the update time is fixed at about 12 o'clock noon and 8 p.m. every day. The old iron people take an early rest. I am slow to write, but I will try to write as much as possible, and I will add more from time to time. Chapter 75, The True Identity of the Mysterious Old Man. Mr. Black, finished so soon? Qian Yiming waited not far away. Seeing Black Eagle come out, he was first stunned, then immediately greeted him, smiling and reaching out his hand. Mr. Black has labored all the way. Now that the person has been captured and the matter has been done, I've had someone prepare a reception banquet. This way please. Yes, it's too soon. Qian Yiming originally thought that Black Eagle had a fetish in that area, and was in a hurry to drive him out, at least to play inside for an hour, or even to play directly until dark. Who had thought, before and after less than 20 minutes, actually came out. Blackhawk ignored him and walked straight away. He was about to follow up. Suddenly, the phone rang, took out his phone and looked. Actually it was his father, Qian Half City, who personally called. Froze, he smiled and said, Mr. Black first please, I'll take a call. Dad. After Black Eagle walked away, Qian Yiming answered, looking for me for something? Where are you? Qian Half City asked back. Shuxian Yayuan, what's up? Qian Yiming of course would not tell Qian Half City about his secret contact with the Xiao family in the capital, so he casually lied. There are a few friends from the martial arts society coming to play and drink. This lie, half true, half false. In order to receive Black Eagle, Qian Yiming had indeed invited a few friends from the martial arts society over to accompany him for drinks, only, concealing Black Eagle's existence. Really? Qian Half City was skeptical. Qian Yiming rolled his eyes. Dad, look at what you're saying. When have I ever lied to you when I was growing up? Besides, it's just a few drinks. It's not like you won't allow it. Why would I lie to you? Although he said so, Qian Yiming's heart slightly moved, vaguely feeling a hint of something wrong. Usually, Qian Half City was busy with work, and rarely asked about his affairs. Even more so, he would not specifically call over and ask these idiotic questions like he was checking in. The other end of the cell phone was quiet for a moment. A moment later, Qian Half City's voice came again. I heard that Xiao Zhan's daughter suddenly disappeared after school at noon today. You honestly explain. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Sure enough, Qian Yiming's heart trembled violently, and his hand shook. The cell phone almost fell off the ground. On my side, I've just captured that little girl. Dad sighed. So quickly already got the news? It seems that while Dad said on his lips that he would wait and see what happens, in reality, he didn't wait quietly for things to develop, and is also secretly sending people to keep an eye on Xiao Zhan and the Su family's every move. The kidnapping of the little girl child. It shouldn't have been bumped into by Dad's people, right? Qian Yiming was secretly in awe. Disappeared? Suppressing the surprise and worry in his heart, Qian Yiming pretended as much as he could that it had nothing to do with me, and queried, who did Dad hear that from? I don't know. No one told me. You really don't know? Qian Half City still had a tone of trust. I swear, the more vain a person was, the more they would use an incomparably firm tone to express their innocence and cover up their inner turmoil. Qian Yiming was no exception. He swore, Dad, I'm your own son. Don't you understand me? Since I was a child, when have I ever disobeyed you? Last time, you said that you wouldn't let me casually meddle in Xiao Zhan's affairs, so I definitely won't casually meddle. Could it be that you don't even believe my words anymore? There was a hint of sultriness in the firmness. It's good that it has nothing to do with you. Dad doesn't mean anything else. And it's not that he doesn't believe you. It's just that this matter is not a trivial matter, and it must not be taken lightly. One wrong step is likely to be the abyss of 10,000 abysses. Qian Half City's tone eased a lot, yet it became more and more grave. What do you mean? Qian Yiming asked. Dad, you're weird today. Did you discover something? Right. Qian Half City did not hide anything from Qian Yiming and said in a deep voice. I sent someone to follow Xiao Zhan and discovered something. That black card you mentioned before is indeed the supreme black card of Universal Bank. This, now, can be affirmed. Furthermore, the level of that supreme black card is very high, and it can almost be confirmed that it is owned by Xiao Zhan himself. Qian Yiming froze, stunned. Only after half a day, did he come back to his senses and said incredulously, Dad, what do you mean, Xiao Zhan? It's definitely not as simple as what we've seen. Qian Half City said in a deep voice. What we saw was just an illusion. On the surface, he is nothing more than a young master who was abandoned by the Xiao family in the capital, a rapist who just walked out of the 4th prison in Quan City. But in reality, his background is unfathomable, and just like the Xiao family in the capital, he is a big shot that we can't afford to mess with. So, you must remember, this kind of person cannot be touched. Qian Half City's voice was like a thunderbolt that fell from the sky, and it really startled Qian Yiming. Xiao Zhan, was it really an unfathomable big shot? Really the owner of that supreme black card? Really can't be messed with? Good. Qian Yiming nodded at the phone and said, I'll remember. However, after hanging up the phone, a look of determined ruthlessness appeared on his gloomy face, and he said, Dad, you found out too late, and this phone call, it's too late to make. The Xiao family in the capital has already sent the Black Eagle to Quancheng. It's right here in my shoes Xiang Yuan. You want me to let go now? How can that be? It's easy to invite a god, but it's hard to send him away. If I go to Black Eagle now, and tell him that Xiaozhan is a big man, I don't dare to mess with him, and I can't mess with him, so I've changed my mind, and I don't want to cooperate with the Xiao family of the capital, so you can go away. What will be the result? Probably, I would be slapped alive by Black Eagle. The murderous aura on Black Eagle's body was too heavy, so heavy that it gave people chills. Definitely a murderous fellow, a ruthless character who regarded human life as grass. Xiaozhan, we can't afford to mess with him, but can we, the Qian family, afford to mess with Black Eagle? The arrow is on the string and has to be sent. We can only gamble. Bet that Black Eagle is stronger and more ruthless than Xiaozhan, and can successfully capture Xiaozhan and bring him back to the capital. Dad, this time, I will win. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yiming walked towards the main hall in large strides to preside over the reception banquet welcoming Black Eagle to Quan City, and with each step, he walked with a heavy weight because he knew very well in his heart that this time, the chips were very big for this big gamble. Once lost, the consequences are simply not something he can afford. On the other side, in the chairman's office of Qianjiang Group, after Qian Half City put down his cell phone, he took a deep breath, and the heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put down. Su Xiaoming's disappearance has nothing to do with Qian Yiming, so that's good. In this way, they could continue to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, letting Xiaozhan and the Xiao family in the capital snipe at each other. And when the situation became clear, the Qian family would still have the opportunity and leeway to choose a side. Master, just at this moment, the door to the office was pushed open, and an old man with half-white beard and hair in his flowery armor walked in. Uncle Fu, you came just in time. Qian Half City hurriedly stood up, treating the flowery old man with great respect, and smiled. I just called Yiming and asked, what happened to Su Xiaoming? It wasn't him. That's good. Uncle Fu nodded and smiled. Uncle Fu, this unassuming-looking, but deeply respected by Qian Half City's flower-armored old man, wearing a loose tang suit, his pale face covered with wrinkles and a bit hunched, was precisely the mysterious old man who had led the people at the Nanxiang airport last night, kidnapping Qin Xiaohui's mother and son. Chapter 76 Darkness Under the Lights, Tianshui Bathing Center. Uncle Fu, sit over here. Inviting Uncle Fu to the sofa, Qian Half City then asked, how is the investigation going on your side? Any information on Su Xiaoming's whereabouts? Not yet. Uncle Fu shook his head and said, the disappearance of that little girl child was very sudden. It should be the work of an expert. According to the feedback from the police side, the surveillance of the school and the neighborhood was destroyed in advance. The other party obviously came prepared. He sighed. It's also my fault. I didn't think things through well. I sent people to keep an eye on Xiaozhan and the Su family, but I didn't put that 4-year-old little girl on my mind. As a result, the problem was with the little girl. Su Xiaoming's age was still young after all, and without knowing that she was Xiaozhan's biological daughter, who would have thought that someone would suddenly hit her head? What could one do after capturing her? Threaten Xiaozhan? Would it be useful? No matter how one thought about it, one felt that there was something strange and counterintuitive going on. Qian Half City frowned tightly, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, news came from the capital. The Xiao family sent someone to Quan City to capture Xiaozhan back to the capital. It should have arrived this morning, but our people, who squatted at the airport for the whole morning, did not find any traces of the other party. Immediately after that, Su Xiaoming went strangely missing. Uncle Fu, do you think that the one who kidnapped Su Xiaoming could be the person sent by the Xiao family in the capital? Hi Master, to say ability, the people sent by the Xiao family from the capital city definitely had the ability to tie Su Xiaoming away from the school without a sound. And the motive, the grudge between Xiaozhan and the Xiao family of the capital city was not shared. There is this possibility. Uncle Fu nodded, since confirming Xiaozhan's identity, the Xiao family in the capital, the 3 big families in the south of the city, and the Su family, have all arranged for our eyes. Every move is under our surveillance. Only the mysterious figure sent by the Xiao family and that little girl are outside our field of vision. And on the contrary, both of them have disappeared at the same time. One has to wonder about the connection between them. After thinking about it, he shook his head again and said, But what? Qian Half City asked. Uncle Fu's face was grave. According to our understanding of the Xiao family in the capital, the Xiao family does things, has always been thunderous, strong and domineering, and does not care to use those unorthodox and despicable means. If the purpose of their trip is simply to bring Xiaozhan back to the capital, it should not be so bad as to start from that little girl child, unless they have captured that little girl and have other plans. Although Uncle Fu was old and his beard was half white, he had sharp eyes like electricity and a quick mind. A word to the wise, maybe. Qian Half City nodded with a deep thought and said in a deep voice, the investigation against Su Xiaoming ends here. In case it is really done by the Xiao family, if we continue to pursue it, we are likely to frighten the snakes and lead to a fire. Uncle Fu also thought so. The power of the Xiao family in the capital was too huge. Once the Xiao family was angered and targeted by the Xiao family, the consequences would be unimaginable. How is it on Xiao Zhan's side? Jian Half City then said, this person, Xiao Zhan, is mysterious and unpredictable, hiding very deeply. He has been imprisoned for 5 whole years in the 4th prison of Quan City. Yet no one knows what he has gone through during these 5 years in prison. Even, no one knows if he has been imprisoned all this time or not. Well now, Xian Half City grunted. The Xiao family in the capital sent someone over. If Xiao Zhan doesn't want to sit back and wait for death and tie his hands, he will definitely reveal some unknown backgrounds and secrets. At that time, we will sit back and watch the tigers fight, go with the flow, and bet on whoever has the greater chance of winning. To put it bluntly, it's a wallflower, falling with the wind. Protect yourself with a clear mind, not to be the reckless man who sends charcoal in the snow, only to be the wise man who adds flowers to the icing on the cake. Master is wise. Uncle Fu laughed. Before I came here, I just got the news that Xiao Zhan handed over the search for that little girl to Song Qingshan, went to a Bentley 4S store by himself, bought a flying spur Bentley, sent off Miao Taizhan and Miao Yimay's goddaughter, and then, drove to the south of the city all by himself, and Zhang Feihu, Zhang Fenglin's son, and Lu Ziong, Lu Hongong's son, made an appointment at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for a Tianshui bathing center to meet. Xiao Zhan's every move was under Uncle Fu's control. Oh, Jian Half City raised the tip of his eyebrows and smiled as well. It seems that he doesn't realize that the Xiao family has sent someone to Quan City, so he has taken the 3 big families in the south of the city as the black hand behind the kidnapping of Su Xiaoming. So that's good. Fight. Let them fight. The harder and fiercer they fight, the more we can see the situation clearly. With only those 3 families in the south of the city, they are definitely not Xiao Zhan's rivals, and perhaps by taking this opportunity, we can also force out the Xiao family members who have just arrived in Quancheng and have been hiding without a trace. Qian Half City was ready to do anything. However, he hadn't been able to trace the whereabouts of Xiao family members with all his efforts, but he didn't know that at this moment, the person sent by the Xiao family in the capital to deal with Xiao Zhan, the Black Eagle, was in the middle of his son's private villa, attending his son's well-prepared reception banquet. Black light. In order to control the situation, he can monitor the whole city, but will not monitor his son. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance to the Tianshui bathing center. When Xiao Zhan arrived here according to the navigation guide, there were still about 5 minutes before the appointed time, and the yellow-haired leader with a group of minions had already been waiting at the gate for a long time. Young Master Xiao, seeing Xiao Zhan rushing here, and driving a luxury Mulsanne Bentley, the yellow-haired leader instantly had his eyes glowing and his eyebrows smiling as he nodded his head and greeted him. According to your instructions, all the arrangements have been made. Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong are at the pool on the 2nd floor, before being interrupted by Xiao Zhan's hands. At this moment, the yellow-haired leader had 2 bandages hanging from his neck, each hanging from 2 arms. Both arms were plastered and splinted, looking miserable. After Xiao Zhan got off the car, he directly asked, "You betrayed me?" Ah, the yellow-haired leader froze, his heart trembled violently, and his smile immediately froze on his face. And then, without saying a word, he flung himself on both knees and knelt directly in front of Xiao Zhan in front of those juniors. Young Master Xiao, I definitely did not betray you. The tone of his voice was very firm. I only told Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong that you are a rich man from out of town with the surname Xiao. As for your identity and background, I swear that I did not disclose a single word to them. Seeing this scene, those little brothers stared wide-eyed, all stunned. Is this still our big brother? Big brother, we are all gangsters who rely on protection fees to make a living, okay? Shouldn't the hooligans be as arrogant as possible? You're kneeling like this. Where's the professionalism of being a gangster? Where is your dignity? Can you stand up to the proud profession of being a gangster? The surrounding group of juniors, some of them were also present in the morning, but they were kicked by Xiao Zhan, punched by Xiao Zhan, and fainted in the morning, and did not see the process of Xiao Zhan's great power. And those who were not present at that time, at this time, their hearts were even more shocked, unable to figure out their own bosses. Why did they have to pretend to be grandchildren in front of Xiao Zhan? After all, this was the south of the city. It was the territory of the 3 great families. Whether Zhang Feihu or Lu Ziong is the backer behind them. With Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziong, why should they be afraid of Xiao Zhan alone? The most important thing is that you are the boss and we are the juniors. If you pretend to be a grandson in front of Xiao Zhan, how can we pretend to be a grandson? You are the boss. We are the juniors. If you act like a grandson in front of Xiao Zhan, how else can we act? Don't be nervous. Get up. Xiao Zhan also did not expect that a single sentence would scare the yellow-haired leader into this state. Rolling his eyes, he casually said, I'm just casually asking. I said in the morning that even if you betrayed me, I wouldn't blame you. Don't dare. the yellow-haired leader stood up, a layer of cold sweat seeping out from his forehead, thinking, casually asking, who knows if you were just talking in the morning? Is it really okay for you to be so casual? It will scare people to death. Xiaozhen then asked, do you know that these 3 big families in the south of the city sent someone to capture a 4-year-old little girl in the morning? Little girl? The yellow-haired leader froze. I haven't heard about it. Forget it. Xiaozhen waved his hand. One look at the yellow-haired leader's expression. He knew that he couldn't ask any useful information from his mouth, so he impatiently said, I'll just go in by myself. You guys will guard at the door, and all the idle people, all of them will be blocked outside the door. Good. The yellow-haired leader nodded his head like garlic and secretly sighed in relief. He didn't want to follow Xiaozhen in together. When the time came to start a fight, it was inevitable that he would be caught in the crossfire. However, he kindly reminded, Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang have brought quite a number of bodyguards with them. Young Master Xiao is alone, so be sure to be more careful. Xiaozhen ignored this and walked into the Tianshui bathing center in large strides. Bodyguards? Not worth mentioning. Chapter 77, Killing for Life. The Rich Man's Bad Taste. Tianshui Bathing Center was the most prestigious bathing place in the south of the city, not only because of its huge scale, luxurious decorations, and high-end atmosphere, but more importantly, it was created by a joint venture of the 3 big families, Chen, Zhang, and Lu. In the south of the city, the 3 great families were the deserved kings. The 3 joining forces was of great significance. This was also the reason why Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang had set their meeting place at the Tianshui Bath Center, which was originally their turf, and it was filled with all of their people, which would not only highlight the status of their golden 3 young men, but also give Xiaozhen a downward spiral. 2 birds with 1 stone. Rich people from abroad? Rich people Laozi has seen a lot. To Laozi's territory, is a dragon you have to coil, is a dog you have to lie down. Want to do business to the south of the city, then you have to go through Laozi's permission. This gentleman, may I ask if you have an appointment? Xiaozhen had just walked into the hall on the first floor when he came face to face with a young woman in a small suit, courteous and with a professional smile on her face. Yes, Xiaozhen nodded. My surname is Xiao, looking for Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang. You are Mr. Xiao. The young woman was startled and could not help but look at Xiaozhen a few more times before reaching out and signaling. Young Master Zhang and young Master Lu are waiting for you on the 2nd floor. Please follow me and I will take you up. Good. Xiaozhen followed behind the young woman and went up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was a huge swimming pool, about 50 meters long and 20 meters wide, occupying almost the entire floor. And by the pool, roughly every 5 meters, there was a black-clothed bodyguard standing with his hands on his back facing the pool, neatly circling around the pool. A rough count, there were 30 bodyguards escorting, and in the huge pool, there were a lot of people, laughing and giggling. Among them, there were only 2 men. The women, well, a group, really is a group, at least also have a dozen, as if a group of lively goldfish, in the pool shuttled to and fro. The only 2 men are naturally Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang. As for the group of pretty women like Flowers and Jade, it was unknown whether they were the staff of the bathing center, or the companions that Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang had specially brought over to play together. At this moment, they were playing a game, the pool version of the eagle catching chicks. Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang were the eagles, responsible for catching, and the group of pretty women were the chicks, responsible for running, chasing after each other in the pool, laughing, a joyful atmosphere, splashing water, so happy. Xiaozhen had just entered the 2nd floor when he heard the chaotic sounds of laughter and cursing, and when he fixed his eyes on it, his pupils slightly contracted, and his already cold face became even more gloomy. Really know how to play the rich 2nd generation of a few small families in the south of the city, relying on their families to have a few stinking dollars. Their lives were actually so rotten. Once upon a time, Xiaozhen, who was the youngest master of the Xiao family in the capital, the future heir, had never indulged in such indulgence as they did. This is not important. What was important was that the so-called 3 great families in the south of the city were the accomplices of the Xiao family in the capital. It was the executioners who framed Xiaozhen. It was the culprits who killed the family of 3. Mother Miao Xiangju and great-uncle Miao Wenyuan. They teamed up to frame Xiaozhen, and only through this did they gain the favor of the Xiao family in the capital. They stepped on Xiaozhen's mother and son to get to the top, and that's how they got to where they are today. They divided up the property of the Miao family for 5 years before they were able to make a name for themselves in the south of the city. The guns in their hands were stained with the drenching blood of Miao Xiangju and Miao Wenyuan's family of 3. In Xiaozhen's eyes, the seemingly clear and transparent water in this pool was actually red. The red of blood. They deserved to die. What person? Seeing Xiaozhen, and especially seeing Xiaozhen's ice-cold face, 2 of the bodyguards immediately came over. The young woman who brought Xiaozhen over smiled and said, "This is the Mr. Xiao that young Master Zhang and young Master Lu have an appointment with today. The two bodyguards sized up Xiao Zhan for a few moments. Wait here. One of the bodyguards turned around and walked away, going to the poolside and said towards Zhang Feihu, who had just grabbed a beautiful woman. Young Master Zhang, Mr. Xiao has arrived. Zhang Feihu stopped the movement in his hand, turned his head towards Xiao Zhan and casually swept 2 glances, signaling, let him come over. Good. The bodyguard turned around and returned to Xiao Zhan. Mr. Xiao please. Zhang Feihu went ashore and immediately a bodyguard handed him a bathrobe. He draped it over his body and did not personally go to welcome Xiao Zhan, but instead waved to Xiao Zhan from afar. Mr. Xiao, come, this way. Saying this, he walked himself to a lounge chair on the shore and comfortably lay down on it. Lu Ziang also noticed Xiao Zhan. However, not to mention greeting him, he didn't even get on the shore, and he didn't even have the intention to greet Xiao Zhan. He just casually swept a glance at Xiao Zhan, and immediately after, he went back to chasing after that group of pretty women like flowers. Obviously, Lu Ziang did not put Xiao Zhan in his eyes at all. From out of town, rich man? Cut. Can it be compared to the group of kids in front of him? Xiao Zhan walked towards Zhang Feihu in large strides, the cold color on his face slightly converged, but it was still not too good to look at. Facing his enemy, he did not want to pretend, nor did he care to pretend. There were 4 bodyguards following Xiao Zhan, preventing him from doing anything unfavorable to Zhang Feihu. Is Mr. Xiao interested in going down to have some fun together? Just after arriving in front of Zhang Feihu pointed at the group of beautiful women in the pool and laughed. Not interested. Xiao Zhan sat down on the lounge chair beside Zhang Feihu. Mr. Xiao seems to be a bit uninterested. The smile on Zhang Feihu's face disappeared and he was slightly unhappy as he asked, or is it that Mr. Xiao does not want to give me this face and does not care to be in the same boat as us? Upset? Xiao Zhan did not care. He came today, originally to find Zhang Feihu and Lu Ziang to settle the score, not to please them. If they were happy, it would be Xiao Zhan's failure. Thus, Xiao Zhan casually responded, interpret it however you want, I don't care. Oh, Zhang Feihu's face turned a few points colder, and the anger in his heart increased, but he did not have the first attack, but continued to ask, I heard from Han Zai that Mr. Xiao is a wealthy young man from outside the country, and wants to come to Quancheng to develop? I don't know Mr. Xiao's family, what kind of business is it? Although Zhang Feihu was arrogant, he was not reckless. He was not impulsive enough to turn the tables on Xiao Zhan on the spot with just a few words, relying on the fact that it was his turf, before figuring out Xiao Zhan's bottom line. After all, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure seawater by the bucket. Without fear of 10,000, one should be afraid of the unexpected. What if Xiao Zhan is really a hard bone to gnaw on? Businessman, is concerned about the exchange of favors, is concerned about the advantages and disadvantages, is good at recognizing people and breaking things, and the most afraid of, is to look at the wrong person, play the wrong chess. Being careful won't hurt, kill someone. Xiao Zhan knew that Zhang Feihu was testing him, so he casually said, killing people to take their lives, to do the right thing for heaven. The voice was not loud, but it was chilling. As soon as Xiao Zhan's words fell, Zhang Feihu's pupils shrunk violently and he sat up from his recliner, and the 4 bodyguards following Xiao Zhan were like enemies, immediately rushing forward, front and back, surrounding Xiao Zhan in the center. Chapter 78, Is it a human or a ghost? The power of dark force. Killing? Kill what? Taking lives? Whose life? Xiao Zhan's words caused a strong uneasiness to arise in Zhang Feihu's heart, and after sitting up, he stared at Xiao Zhan with cold eyes and asked, Mr. Xiao has come here to look for trouble? From Zhang Feihu's reaction, Xiao Zhan could ascertain that the yellow-haired leader had indeed not betrayed him. Zhang Feihu did not know his identity. Not really. Xiao Zhan shook his head and said, I never take the initiative to look for other people's trouble, unless they look for my trouble first. Zhang Feihu said in a deep voice, Mr. Xiao and I have never met, and it seems that we have not looked for trouble from you. Yes, never met. Xiao Zhan was undeniable and turned his head to look at the 4 bodyguards who were standing by in a tight formation and asked, so, I merely said my occupation. Why is young Master Zhang so nervous? If you don't do anything with a clear conscience, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Is it possible that young Master Zhang has a ghost in his heart? The exact process of that unjust case 5 years ago was not known to the Golden Three, but they all knew very well in their hearts that their family was able to rise rapidly in the south of the city because of the division of the property that originally belonged to the Miao family. In the past few years, they had run amok in the south of the city, and naturally, they had done a lot of wrongdoing. They had also offended quite a few people. Otherwise, why would there be a need to carry so many bodyguards around? I don't believe in ghosts. Zhang Feihu grunted coldly. If people aren't afraid, would I be afraid of ghosts? Oh, since Mr. Xiao is in the business of killing people for their lives. It's unfortunate that I'm not interested in this aspect of the business. So, saying that, he raised his head and passed a wink towards those few bodyguards. Immediately, one of the bodyguards reached out and gestured. Mr. Xiao, please. This was to send off the guests. Xiao Zhan sat motionless on the recliner, with absolutely no intention to get up and leave, and sighed, saying, it is indeed unfortunate that young Master Zhang is not interested in this aspect of business. But on the other hand, someone else is. What do you mean? Zhang Feihu became a little impatient and asked, who sent you here? How much money was given to you? What do want you to do for him? I came here today to ask a question and do one more thing. If young Master Zhang can give me a satisfactory answer and let me get what I want, I will leave. Xiao Zhan only stated the purpose. Take it. Zhang Feihu couldn't bear it any longer and stood up with a pang, giving an order. The 4 bodyguards surrounding Xiao Zhan didn't hesitate and struck at the same time, with 2 of them holding down Xiao Zhan's shoulders, while the other 2 grabbed Xiao Zhan's arms. In an instant, 4 against 1, clamped Xiao Zhan dead center on the recliner, unable to move. Xiao Zhan did not resist, but only raised his head and looked at the ferocious-looking Zhang Feihu, asking, is this the answer young Master Zhang gave me? Give you paralysis. Zhang Feihu originally thought that since Xiao Zhan dared to do the business of killing people for their lives, he should be a ruthless outlaw, and his kung fu must be very powerful. But now, seeing that Xiao Zhan was taken down by his own bodyguards in a matter of minutes, the huge stone hanging in his heart finally fell, and his usual kind of flamboyant arrogance rose up in a mischievous manner. He couldn't help but point at Xiao Zhan's nose and cursed, dare to show off in front of me and play hard to get. Also don't take a piss and look at it. What kind of a ing thing are you? Killing people, right? I can do it too. Give me a beating. Beat him until he can't take care of himself. Ask him who's behind this. The curses were loud, startling those bodyguards around the pool. It also startled Lu Xiong in the pool. At this time, Lu Xiong grabbed a beautiful woman with one hand, hugging her left and right, and was having fun there. When he heard the commotion over here, he immediately turned his head and shouted, Tiger, what's the situation? Nothing. Zhang Feihu responded. Bull ***** out of town broad. Turns out to be a big-headed brainless pretender. Want to pretend to be a pussy in front of Lao Zi? You go on and play. Lao Zi is going to teach him a good lesson today. Lu Xiong didn't care, turned back his head, hugged those 2 beautiful women and sank directly under the water, continuing to have fun. However, when Zhang Feihu turned back, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Standing up, Zhang Feihu only turned his head and spoke to Lu Xiong, and in less than 10 seconds, Xiao Zhan actually stood up from the recliner hard under the joint clamp of those 4 bodyguards. Those 4 bodyguards were still grasping Xiao Zhan's shoulders and arms, their faces full of shock, gritted teeth, and a strained expression, seemingly exerting all of their milk strength. On the contrary, 4 against 1, they froze and could not suppress Xiao Zhan alone. Zhang Feihu's face changed drastically as he subconsciously took a few steps back and roared at the 4 bodyguards. Wastes, Lousy spent so much money to raise you guys like dogs. Have you all not eaten? Those 4 bodyguards were also silently cursing in their hearts. But this guy, the strength is really big. Very big. So big that it's unbelievable. If you don't believe me, why don't you come over and try? You think I'm playing hard to get, is that so? Xiao Zhan completely ignored those 4 bodyguards. His icy cold gaze was like a falcon staring at Zhang Feihu, disappointed. Seeing as you are unaware of the situation, I gave you the opportunity to solve the problem peacefully. As long as you answered my questions truthfully, I don't want to hurt anyone. Unfortunately, you didn't grasp it, and now, you've lost such a chance. Boom! The moment Xiao Zhan's words landed on the ground, the dark energy in his body that was like a shocking wave suddenly erupted out, and at that moment, a powerful forceful energy broke through his body and rushed out towards the surroundings. Holy, what the hell? Shouting sounds rang out consecutively, and in the next moment, the 4 bodyguards who were tightly gripping Xiao Zhan's body felt as if their bodies had been knocked out by a pair of invisible fists, and they flew backwards uncontrollably, puffing. With a chaotic sound, 2 of them fell onto the cold floor, while the other 2 fell into the swimming pool next to them. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Zhan just stood there peacefully, not moving a muscle. Dark force, soundless, colorless and invisible, like the wind, blowing a breath. The wind was so small that it was almost negligible and would not cause any harm to the human body. What if it's a 5-step wind? What about an 8-step wind? What about a 10-step wind? What if you were to stand on top of a 10-step wind? The power is infinite. Just like Princess Iron Fan's banana fan. In an instant, it could blow a person 100,000 800,000 miles away, or even, completely tear a person's body apart. This scene was simply appalling. Zhang Feihu was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open. His heart was wildly trembling, his legs were soft, and his tongue seemed to be tied in knots. His words were not even clear, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Zhan were devoid of the arrogance and haughtiness that he had before, and in its place, there was an indescribable horror and awe. It was only after half a day that he asked, "Are you a human or a ghost in the end? Does it matter?" Xiao Zhan asked rhetorically. Young Master Zhang seemed to have said just now that if you are not afraid of people, why should you be afraid of ghosts? With that, he lifted his feet and walked towards Zhang Feihu. Zhang Feihu retreated back and forth. In fact, as one of the Golden Three Young Masters, Chen Xiaohui was the vice president of Quancheng City Martial Arts Association. Zhang Feihu or Lu Ziong, all of them knew some kung fu and had a good kung fu base. But after witnessing that weird scene just now, at this moment, facing Xiao Zhan, Zhang Feihu couldn't bring up the courage to make a move at all. He was scared out of his wits. The bodyguards around the pool saw the commotion on this side and realized that something bad had happened, and they rushed over to this side. Xiao Zhan still did not care. He even deliberately walked very slowly, step by step. His footsteps were obviously very light, but it was like stepping on Zhang Feihu's heart, causing him to fall into despair a little bit. Injustice had a head, and debt had a master. The person who framed Xiao Zhan back then was, after all, the father of Zhang Feihu and the others, and Xiao Zhan had originally come here today just to track down Su Xiaoming's whereabouts, with no intention of making a big deal out of it. And now, he had changed his mind. Since he had come, it would be simpler to start with the Golden Three Young Men, and clear up all the grudges of the past 5 years, and the three great families in the south of the city, all at once. Chapter 79, Haven't seen you in 5 years, farewell. Soon, the bodyguards who were closer to Xiao Zhan and Zhang Feihu rushed across and blocked between Xiao Zhan and Zhang Feihu. 1, 2, 3. Those bodyguards were not stupid. They had just seen the horrifying scene of Xiao Zhan instantly shocking 4 people away. Although they were far away and could not see what exactly happened and did not know how Xiao Zhan managed to do it, but there was no doubt that Xiao Zhan was an expert. Fighting alone would only result in Xiao Zhan breaking them individually. Therefore, after they protected Zhang Feihu, they did not immediately pounce on him and fight with Xiao Zhan, but instead, together with Zhang Feihu, they kept retreating until all the bodyguards present had arrived. There were around 30 people in total, and just now, 4 of them were instantly taken care of by Xiao Zhan, and there were still about 20 people left. Go! Attack! Being escorted in the middle by the black pressurized group of bodyguards, the fear in Zhang Feihu's heart suddenly decreased by a few points, while his bottom line increased by a few points, so he waved his big hand and ferociously said, "Kill him! I want him dead today." With a command, more than 24 bodyguards swarmed up as if they were wolves, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xiao Zhan in the center. Their fists were like bullets, and their feet were like chaotic arrows. There was no regularity to them, and they smashed Xiao Zhan all over the place. This was the advantage of having many people. Each person throws a punch, a kick. It is enough to block all your retreats. Anytime you are fast, you can catch 3 punches, 5 punches in an instant. Can you still catch 10 punches and 8 punches? The average person? Certainly not. Instead, coincidentally, Xiao Zhan was not an ordinary person. Over the past 5 years of bloodshed and killing, every battle that Xiao Zhan had experienced was almost always a group battle, a battlefield of thousands of people. Amidst the rain of bullets and bullets, being surrounded by a group of enemies was a normal thing, and it was no different from a regular family meal. It was a real battlefield, fighting for their lives, and the enemies were all ferocious. In contrast, the group of bodyguards in front of us are like 3-year-old children. They are simply unbeatable. Get out! Among the crowd, a sudden roar came from the crowd, followed by a burst of icy cold air, and in a flash, the dark energy was once again released, centering on Xiao Zhan, as if a heavy bomb had been detonated, and a violent shockwave spread out in all directions. Bang 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 bang. The next moment, a scene that made people even more incredulous appeared. More than 24 bodyguards surrounded Xiao Zhan. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. Xiao Zhan seemed to be in a desperate situation, becoming a turtle in a jar. However, in a fit of rage, just roared, and those bodyguards flew upside down, shooting out wildly in all directions, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, dazzling people. Zhang Feihu stood 10 meters away, watching the most real, that scene, like the effect of a bomb explosion, in an instant, blowing up more than 20 people. Some hit the opposite wall, fell half dead, some fell into the pool, sank into the bottom of the water. There are still a few. Is towards Zhang Feihu this side of the backward flying over, in the blink of an eye fell in front of him, fainted on the spot. Gulp! Zhang Feihu frantically gulped his saliva, feeling that his saliva was not enough. His mouth was dry and his scalp was numb. Is this guy really a human being? A human being? How could he be terrifying to such an extent? This kind of scene, Zhang Fei who before this, only in the TV series have seen, simply not manpower can do. Okay? My god, are my eyes blind? What exactly did I see? Just now, when Xiao Zhan instantly shook and flew 4 people, Zhang Fei who only thought that it was because Xiao Zhan's movements were too fast that he was unable to see them clearly, but now, instantly shaking and flying more than 20 people, it was definitely not something that could be done with speed alone. It was as if, for Xiao Zhan, whether it was 4 or 40 people surrounding him, it was all the same. When the god of war was angry, not a single piece of armor would be left behind. 7 or 8 of the bodyguards fell into the pool like dumplings, flopping into the pool, frightening the pretty women in the pool. And suddenly, ear-piercing screams rose up. Tiger, what's going on? Lu Ziong holding those 2 beautiful women, realizing that something is wrong, also emerged from the bottom of the pool, raised his eyes and looked, immediately by the scene in front of him scared to death. This. Zhang Fei who where there is still mind to answer his question? Chaos as a group of brain only left a strong idea. That is to run. In this situation, who doesn't run who is? Want to run? However, just at the moment Zhang Fei who turned around, Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, his feet moved, and his entire body instantly transformed into a residual shadow, rushing towards Zhang Fei who, 10 meters away, in the blink of an eye. It was as if it was an instantaneous movement. Zhang Fei who had just turned around when he headbutted Xiao Zhan's chest. Xiao Zhan's pectoral muscles were as hard as iron, giving Zhang Fei who the illusion of hitting a wall. Let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground covering his forehead, wanting to run only now. Doesn't young Master Zhang think that it is already too late? Xiao Zhan looked down at the terrified Zhang Fei who with cold eyes, as if he was scornful of an insignificant ant, raising his head and locking eyes with Xiao Zhan. Zhang Fei who was like falling into an ice cave. Mr. Xiao, trembling all over. Zhang Fei who resisted the urge to urinate on the spot and said stiffly, me and you, there was no grudge in the past, there is no hatred in the recent days, so why should we rush to kill each other? Just now it is me who has eyes without pearls, slowing you down. I make amends to you. What do you want? You just say, as long as I can give, I give, I all give. No matter who invited you over to deal with me and how much money they gave you, I can pay double the price. No, 10 times the price. Just beg you to raise your hand and spare me this time. People under the roof have to bow their heads in front of the absolute strength, even if it is usually rampant gold. One of the 3 young flying tiger also only obediently beg for forgiveness of the part. But, really can forgive? No grudges in the past? No grudges in the past? Oh, 5 years ago, Mother Miao Xiangju humiliating death. Uncle Miao Wen Yuan's family was destroyed. Xiangju and Nidia and Miao's property were seized. Over the past 5 years, Grandma Miao Yimei and Grandpa Miao Taizhan life hardship, even down to sell vegetables for a living. The 3 big families have still refused to let go of their 2 old man, so that the group of yellow hair non-stop provocations, looking for their 2 old man's trouble. If this is also called having no grievances and no hatred, then what is hatred in the world? Xiao Zhan did not tell Zhang Feihu about these grudges, but instead asked, this morning, did you send anyone to the kindergarten to kidnap a 4-year-old girl? Asking Su Xiaoming's whereabouts was the priority right now. Girl? Zhang Feihu froze and desperately shook his head. No, absolutely not. My dad specially instructed me yesterday, saying that the recent winds are tight and unsafe, so I shouldn't just go out. So I've been staying at home in the morning. Zhang Fenglin? Xiao Zhan's heart moved slightly, looking at Zhang Feihu's expression. It did not seem like a lie, while Zhang Feihu's words invariably revealed a very important message. Zhang Fenglin realized the danger. What danger? It seemed that his identity had indeed been exposed. Zhang Fenglin's instructions to Zhang Feihu, coupled with Chen Zhanghe having Chen Xiaowei leave Quanchang at a rapid pace last night, all proved this. The fact that Xiao Zhan's identity had been exposed also increased the suspicion that the 3 great clans had sent someone to kidnap Su Xiaoming. After all, in the full knowledge that Xiao Zhan would be released from prison and would launch a crazy revenge against them, they would definitely not sit back and wait for death. The only thing that made Xiao Zhan puzzled was, why would they seek farther and nearer? Not going to kidnap Miao Yimei and Miao Taizhan, and choosing Su Xiaoming in favor of them? The solution to the problem was to tie the bell. Xiao Zhan's mind was like electricity. He secretly pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think much about it, and pointed at Zhang Feihu's cell phone and said, give your father a call. Zhang Feihu was stunned again. Call my dad? Aren't you afraid that I'll sue you? Let my dad bring someone over? Cut the crap and call. Xiao Zhan stepped on Zhang Feihu's chest with a forceful aura. Fine. I'll fight now. Where did Zhang Feihu dare to hesitate? He immediately took his cell phone and dialed Zhang Fenglin's number with trembling hands. A few moments later, the call was connected, and a man's exasperated voice came from the cell phone. You brat, where did you run off to again? Didn't I tell you to stay honestly at home and not go out casually? Dad, Zhang Fei, who was just about to open his mouth to speak when Xiaozhen suddenly bent down, stretched out his hand, snatched the cell phone over and placed it on his ear as he coldly said, Zhang family master is it? I haven't seen you in 5 years. Goodbye. Chapter 80, One Life for One Life. It's fair. You are. At first, when he heard Zhang Feihu's voice, although Zhang Fenglin was annoyed, his heart was secretly relieved. But the next moment, when he suddenly heard Xiaozhen's voice, the breath that he had just loosened was suddenly raised again, especially the content of Xiaozhen's speech. 5 years. With regards to Xiaozhen's voice, Zhang Fenglin was not too familiar with it in the first place, and after a lapse of 5 years, he was actually unable to hear Xiaozhen's identity. However, 5 years was just too special of a point in time. What's more, he had only learned about Xiaozhen's release from prison yesterday afternoon and was worrying and fretting about it. So in an instant, he thought of Xiaozhen. Almost at the same moment, Zhang Feihu, who had been stepped on by Xiaozhen, changed his face drastically and recognized his identity as well. And the father and son, one at the scene and the other on the phone, shouted out his name in unison. Surname Xiao, the visitor is not good. Recognize the father Zhang Fenglin. 5 years. Putting all this information together, even if Zhang Feihu was slow, it was enough to figure something out. You are that young master of the Xiao family in the capital. At this moment, when he looked at Xiaozhen again, Zhang Feihu came to a sudden realization. So it turned out that Xiaozhen Root was not entrusted with someone's money, but he had specifically come over to seek revenge on him. No wonder his father, Zhang Fenglin, had repeatedly urged him last night that he must stay at home for the last few days, not to go out at will, and that he must have bodyguards following him around for close protection. He didn't understand before, and even disdained it. Now that he understood, it was too late to repent. Xiaozhen came to find him. No wonder Xiaozhen had spoken coldly to him from the moment he saw him, and the gaze he looked at him with, vaguely, a bit of hatred. He had just said that he had no grudges or enmity against Xiaozhen, but in retrospect, it was simply ludicrous. Not bad, it's me. Xiaozhen looked down at Zhang Feihu at his feet, then said to Zhang Fenglin on the other end of the cell phone, I am very relieved to learn that Zhang family master is still alive, because your life, I will personally come to take. The voice was flat, but every word was filled with a murderous aura. Where are you? Zhang Fenglin's entire body was stunned and could not care less about Xiaozhen's threats as he hurriedly said, What have you done to my son? I'm warning you, you are not allowed to harm him. Otherwise, what can Zhang family master do? Designed to frame me one more time? Xiaozhen snorted coldly and exerted a slight force on the soles of his feet. Zhang Feihu, who was under his feet, immediately let out a pig-killing wail. The sound was so miserable and ear-piercing that even through the cell phone, Zhang Fenglin could hear it clearly. This was Xiaozhen's response to Zhang Fenglin. Threatening me in turn? Sorry, I am not afraid. You won't let me hurt your son. I'm going to hurt you. If you don't submit, come and bite me. You. Zhang Fenglin was so angry that his voice was trembling, but he didn't dare to provoke Xiaozhen at this time, so he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart and asked through gritted teeth, Xiaozhen, what exactly do you want? The person who harmed you in the first place was me. It has nothing to do with Fei Hu. He is innocent. If you are still considered a man, charge me. A father's love is like a mountain. In front of affection, there is no distinction between good guys and bad guys. Don't worry, you won't be spared, Xiaozhen hummed. However, before that, a life for a life. Hand over my daughter and your son can live. If not, he dies. Your daughter? Zhang Fenglin froze. What happened to your daughter? It's best not to play dumb in front of me and challenge my patience. Doing so will not do your son any favors, said Xiaozhen. The force on his foot increased a few more points. Put. Zhang Feihu's face turned red from being stepped on. His veins popped out in his neck, and his internal organs rolled over. And when he didn't hold back, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out on the spot, wetting Xiaozhen's pants leg. Don't you mess around. Just by hearing the voice, Zhang Fenglin's heart trembled fiercely, and he was going crazy in a hurry. Tell me clearly, what happened to your daughter? What's the relationship with me? Xiaozhen coldly said. This morning, she was kidnapped from the kindergarten. It was done by your 3 big families, right? Kidnapped? Zhang Fenglin was shocked. Impossible. I didn't do it. I swear. I only found out about your release from prison yesterday afternoon. How could I send someone to kidnap your daughter today? There must be a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Of course Xiaozhen would not believe it, but Xiaozhen did not have evidence in his hand that could identify the 3 great families, so he could only play a rascal. What I want is my daughter, Su Xiaoming, not your prevarication and explanations. One life for one life. That's fair. It's now 3:30 in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the Yangon Mausoleum Cemetery in the western suburb of Quanchang, in front of my mother's grave. Lu Hongong's son, Lu Ziong, is also in my hands. Remember to have him come with Chun Zhenghe. Take my daughter's life in exchange for your son's life. If you don't come, or, if I can't see my daughter Su Xiaoming, then tonight, I will bloodwash the three great families. All of them, not a single one of them, will all be buried with my mother and daughter. Xiao Zhan's voice was eerie and terrifying, as if it was a death knell from hell. The implication was, I don't care if my daughter, Su Xiaoming, was kidnapped by you guys. Anyway, I have determined that you guys did it. There is no evidence, and I don't need evidence. Hand over my daughter and your son will live. Otherwise, the three great families will be bloodied tonight. It's that overbearing, so overbearing that it is simply unreasonable. After saying that, he simply did not give Zhang Fenglin a chance to explain and bargain, and with a casual throw, he directly threw Zhang Feihu's cell phone into the nearby swimming pool and sank into the bottom of the water. Zhang Feihu heard the conversation between Xiao Zhan and Zhang Fenglin, and his face was ashen at this moment. He knew very well in his heart that the blood feud between them and Xiao Zhan had no room for reprieve, and only blood and life could dissolve it. Therefore, the entire person was paralyzed at Xiao Zhan's feet as if he was a dead dog, without even the thought of begging for mercy. Young Master Xiao. At this exact moment, the yellow-haired leader ran over with his group of little brothers, while Lu Zian was only wearing a pair of fancy swim trunks all over his body, and was being escorted to death by the two yellow-haired. Young Master Xiao, cough, this bastard just tried to escape just now, and it just so happened to be bumped into by us, and we caught him just as soon as he arrived at the hall on the first floor. Caught, please ask young Master Xiao to send him down. The yellow-haired leader's face was full of complacency. In the past, he could only flattery like a lapdog in front of the golden three young masters, but now, Xiao Zhan's great power had instantly strengthened his confidence, and he was determined to completely turn against the water. Thus, the current scene occurred. Xiao Zhan asked, your surname is Han? Yes. The yellow-haired leader nodded his head in a hurry. My dad is a gambler and likes to play mahjong, so he gave me the name Han Sanjiao, saying that his lucky number is 3 and that Sanjiao has the most number of huaji. Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes. If you want to follow me in the future, go dye your hair back, and no bullying in doing wrong. Han Sanjiao took the initiative to capture Lu Ziang and offer it to Xiao Zhan at this time, clearly having the intention of defecting. While Xiao Zhan was now single-handed and distracted by a lot of things, he really needed a couple of junior brothers to play his hand. Yes. Han Sanjiao was overjoyed and immediately turned back to look at the group of yellow hairs behind him and scolded. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you hurry and call young Master Xiao? From now on, young Master Xiao is our boss. Young Master Xiao! Young Master Xiao! Young Master Xiao! The group of yellow hairs shouted in unison. Before when Xiao Zhan came, they saw Han Sanjiao treating Xiao Zhan respectfully and were still skeptical. But now, after witnessing Xiao Zhan's strength with their own eyes, they shouted young Master Xiao with conviction. Xiao Zhan, however, grunted, call me Mr. Xiao. Having already turned against the Xiao family in the capital and completely broken off, Xiao Zhan was now very disgusted by the title of young Master Xiao. Mr. Xiao. The group of yellow hairs immediately changed their words. Lu Ziang only focused on escaping just now. Now, Zhang Feihu knew Xiao Zhan's true identity, but he didn't know that. Seeing Han Sanjiao and the others eating their words and openly turning against him, he became furious and struggled to curse. You shameless dogs, how dare you set me up? You guys wait for me. The entire south of the city is Laozi's territory. As long as Laozi doesn't die today, some other day will definitely. Snap. Halfway through cursing, Han Sanjiao rushed over, raised his leg and kicked Lu Ziang's stomach, raising his eyebrows. Noisy, dare to show off in front of Mr. Xiao. As long as Mr. Xiao gives the order, believe it or not, I will get you killed now? You. With a kick, Lu Ziang was completely dumbfounded. Han Sanjiao, who was as humble as a dog in front of him before, now actually dared to make a move against him? This kick was on Lu Ziang's stomach, but it was more like stepping on his pride and sense of superiority. To him, it was simply an unspeakable and strange shame. What are you staring at? Meeting Lu Ziang's vicious gaze, Han Sanjiao was fearless and said condescendingly, one more glare and I'll gouge your eyes out. Han Sanjiao was smug. His former boss, the young master who treated him like a dog, was now being beaten by himself. This huge psychological contrast was really cool to the bone. The angrier and more humiliated Lu Ziang was, the better he felt. You wait for me. Lu Ziang's heart to kill was there, but as a man is a knife and chopper. I am a fish. He still forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and averted his gaze from Han Sanjiao and turned to Xiao Zhan, humming, Mr. Xiao, isn't it? My father is Lu Hongong. A word of advice. do something to leave a thread, and we'll see each other in the future. In this acre of land in the south of the city, if you dare to mess with the three great families, even if you're a rich and powerful young man from out of town, you'll never want to leave Quan City unharmed. He was smart. Since Han Sanjie turned against the water and recognized Xiao Zhan as his boss, then I will directly threaten your boss. As long as your boss gives in and admits his weakness, at that time, let's see how I can clean up your group of dogs. Han Sanjie and the others also looked at Xiao Zhan with a somewhat nervous expression. They were afraid that Xiao Zhan would not be able to resist Lu Xiong's threat. Zhang Feihu, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xiong with a near-desperate look, as if he was looking at an idiot who had fallen into a desperate situation without realizing it. You're threatening me, aren't you? Locking eyes with Lu Xiong, Xiao Zhan laughed and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, I'm a person who is afraid of everything, just not of other people's threats. Originally, I didn't want to do anything to the two of you, but now, after hearing your threat, I suddenly changed my mind. Saying that, he looked at Han Sanjiu and signaled, go find a knife over here, break one of their hands each, then go to the Lu and Zhang families and give it to Lu Hongong and Zhang Fonglin, and say that it's a meet and greet gift from me to them, a sentence that stunned everyone.